The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 868 to Chapter 934. Half a month later. On the day of the Xianxia's outer disciple assessment. Creak. Xianxia pushed open the door and strode out in his brand new outer disciple uniform. Patriarch. As he adjusted his wrist, he looked up at the rising sun and said to himself, "This disciple is going to have fun." Little Mo in the Sect of All Times, Xianxia, who had just finished his morning exercises with his disciples, stood alone in front of the main hall and said with his hands behind his back, "Today's Xianxia's outer disciple assessment is destined to be the stage for you to show your true self." Although the sun had just risen, the fairy-like clouds in the outer courtyard of Xianxia had yet to completely dissipate. It looked quite otherworldly. The Sect of All Times could not compare to a sect with such a long history. One after another, some disciples appeared outside the training field and lined up in an orderly manner. These people were just spectators. The real protagonists were the hundreds of outer disciples standing in the eastern area. They were dressed in martial attire and looked valiant. As a top sect in the Starfall continent, the disciples they recruited were very powerful. Just by standing there, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. However, some of the disciples who were about to participate in the assessment had burning gazes, while others were nervous. The outer disciple assessment was held every year at a fixed time as promised. Although it was not as valuable as the sect tournament, it was still an important competition to evaluate the disciples. If they could get good results in the assessment, they would be rewarded with varying amounts of merit points. They might even be valued by the higher-ups. No wonder their emotions were so complicated. Xianxia stood in the crowd. He looked nervous, but his heart was calm. Before he joined the Sect of All Times, he would have panicked if he participated in the assessment. However, not only did he have the cultivation of a martial king, but he had also gone through all kinds of life and death experiences with the Patriarch and his fellow disciples. He had long cultivated a strong heart. "Kid." Xianxia, who was separated by a few disciples, said calmly, "You actually dared to come." "I signed up for the assessment. Of course I have to come." Xianxia smiled innocently. This expression, this smile, made Xianxia's gaze gradually turn cold. When the other contestants saw this, they immediately realized that senior brother he was angry. If they met during the assessment, junior brother Su would be in for a miserable time. "Junior brother," Xia Shuiyun said coldly from afar, "don't disappoint me." This woman. Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. She's making enemies for me again. True enough. The coldness in Xianxia's eyes intensified. The participating disciples and spectators all thought to themselves, Elder Xia's granddaughter took the initiative to talk to that guy under such circumstances. Who would believe that there's nothing between the two of them? Cough cough. Right at this moment, the third elder that was in charge of the outer court exam this time walked out from the sect hall, and then he announced with his hands behind his back. "The outer court exam will begin now. Participants, please draw a number to choose your opponent." Because it was held many times every year, the opening ceremony was very simple. Shwa. Shwa. Hundreds of contestants stepped onto the martial arts field that had been temporarily raised to look like an arena. Then, they reached into a specific box to select their own tokens. Xianxia also went up on stage. Just as he was about to draw his lot. "Elder," Xianxia said, "Junior brother Su and I have a dual appointment. Can we fight without drawing a number?" "Yes." The third elder allowed it. The Xianxia did not allow disciples to fight in private. They only allowed duels to resolve conflicts. Someone whispered, "Senior brother he is worried that junior brother Su will be eliminated by other opponents and won't be able to meet him in the exam. Junior brother Su is going to be eliminated in one round." Many disciples looked at Xianxia sympathetically. In their hearts, Xianxia was the most popular candidate to win the outer court exam this time. "Since you have a dual appointment, then go up on stage first," the third elder said. He knew exactly what Xianxia had been busy with recently, so he was very curious. Could this kid bring him an unexpected surprise? Shwa. Xianxia gracefully landed on the martial arts field and said, "Junior brother Su, please go up on stage." Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia walked up in a very clumsy manner. Then, he humbly cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother He, please advise me." Everyone's mouth twitched. This was not a duel. This was a duel appointment. Moreover, senior brother Su was fighting for love. He would probably be very serious when he fought. I bet that junior brother Su can last 10 rounds at most. 10 rounds is too many. With senior brother Su's cultivation, he can take him down in 3 to 5 rounds at most. The spectating outer disciples were all discussing and belittling Xianxia. Only Sun Yingquan, who was standing in the crowd, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Junior brother Su, do your best." Junior brother Su has just joined the sect, and he's already calling elder son's son brother. He's quite capable. Isn't he just trying to curry favor from both sides? What real ability can he have? There were still some disciples who despised Xianxia's smooth-talking and flattery. Some of them really could not stand it. They thought that one had to rely on true ability to survive in the Xianxia zone. Some were just envious that they did not have any flattery skills, so their mentality turned into jealousy. "You may begin," the third elder said. Swoosh, He Zongying stepped out first. His peak Wuzong cultivation was fully unleashed. He then threw a heavy punch, and the space around him started to shake. "Triple space crossing fist," a disciple exclaimed. This was an upper-grade fist technique of the Xianxia zone. Its specialty was that it could shake space when used. Not bad. An elder praised, "You've already comprehended it to the realm of great success." Swoosh, at that moment, Xianxia twisted his body backward. Although his movement was not very nice, he easily dodged He Zongying's attack. Then, his feet stepped on the ground frequently, forming a strange posture. 9 winding shadow steps. The third elder and the other higher-ups were stunned. They knew that Xianxia had exchanged for this movement technique. They should not have been surprised when he used it, but they did not expect him to use it so smoothly. It felt like he had mastered it to the extreme. Swoosh, swoosh. When the 9 winding shadow steps was used, the 9 points spun rapidly, creating afterimages. The disciples watching the battle were all stunned. Even the cold and arrogant Xia Shuiyun was in disbelief. He can actually master an upper-grade movement technique to such an extent in such a short time. His talent and comprehension are definitely not ordinary. The third elder and the others also realized this problem. They could not help but mutter in their hearts, could it be that this kid's spirit root is not middle grade? When Xianxia recruited disciples, it was the same as the sect of all times. They would not actively test the applicant's spirit roots. Instead, they would choose based on various tests. Spirit roots only determined the upper limit and speed of cultivation. Those with weaker spirit roots might be able to achieve something if they had perseverance and hard work. After all, there were only a few geniuses with high talent. If a sect wanted to develop in a balanced manner for a long time, they would naturally choose more average youths to nurture. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to have all the disciples with upper-grade spirit roots. This, perhaps the sect of all times could do something that was unrealistic. P.S. I'll be posting 3 chapters in a row for the next few days. It's hard to have a stockpile of chapters. Don't be anxious, everyone. More chapters will come. It was impossible for the sects of the Falling Star continent to have all their disciples with superior grade spiritual roots. However, the sect of all times might be able to do it. As long as Jun Goxing did not use his contribution points to exchange for other items and used them to exchange for superior grade aptitude modification elixirs, it was not impossible for everyone to have superior grade spiritual roots in the long run. Xianxia, who came to Xianxia as a spy, claimed that he had a middle-grade spiritual root. Therefore, when he performed the 9 winding shadow steps so smoothly, the higher-ups immediately believed that without a strong enough spiritual root, it would be impossible to comprehend it to such a level in such a short time. How is this possible? He Zongying was also shocked. He had learned the 9 winding shadow steps before. After studying it for a few months, he felt that it was not as cost-effective as other movement techniques, so he chose to give it up. Now, not only did the guy who had just learned it, but he had also reached the level of flowing shadow steps. He had definitely comprehended it to the extreme. Whoosh. Whoosh, at that moment, he heard the sound of an explosion. A palm print that seemed to carry flames came from the side. It was so fast and powerful that it made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. This is bad. Boom, thump. Thump. Thump, Xianxia was hit and staggered back. After he steadied himself, he looked at the faint flames gathering on Xianxia's right fist and said in disbelief, "Sixth style blazing palm." Whoosh, Xianxia did not say anything. He performed the 9 winding shadow steps again and performed the 6th style blazing palm when there was an opening. Instantly, waves of heat appeared on the training field. The spectating disciples and contestants were dumbfounded. Xianxia and Xianxia had agreed to a duel a month ago. Other than a few disciples, most people believed that the latter would easily defeat the former. After all, they were not on the same level. However, now that the two of them were fighting, Goxing, who was not favored, performed the 6th style blazing palm and 9 winding shadow steps. Naturally, everyone present found it hard to believe. Including Sun Yingquan, Xia Shuiyun, and the higher-ups of Taishan Zone. Whoosh! Whoosh, boom, boom, on the training field, Xianxia used his body movement to move around, and at the right time, he would find a flaw and attack with the 6th style of Raging Flame Palm. This kind of fighting style was both elegant and unpredictable, but also firm and powerful. It was very pleasing to the eye, however, but it was also hard to find any trace of him. Unable to keep up with his opponent's rhythm in a short period of time, he could only fall into a passive position step by step. Step by step, he was forced to stagger back from the stage. Third Elder. One of the elders said in surprise, "This Su Goxing's cultivation is at the level of Wuzong." With just 2 types of martial arts that had reached the pinnacle, it would be very difficult for Xianxia to defeat Xianxia, who had already reached the pinnacle of Wuzong. Therefore, it was necessary to release his realm to Wuzong's level. A month ago, he had just broken through to martial master. A month later, he has the cultivation of Wuzong. Is he hiding his cultivation on purpose, or did he cultivate? An elder questioned. From a normal point of view, the higher-ups were more willing to believe that Xianxia had been hiding his cultivation all this time. It should be both, third elder guessed. Elder Sun said, "My son gave all 100 natural spirit stones that he had stored for many years to this kid. He has been cultivating very hard recently, so it's not surprising that he has the cultivation of Wuzong." Shui Yan also gave him 50 natural spirit stones, Elder Xia said. Hearing the two of them say that, the elders who still had doubts were immediately relieved. One of them said, "No wonder this kid could break through to Wuzong in such a short period of time. He was given so many resources." Xianxia's efforts did not go to waste. Although his sudden increase in strength shocked everyone, with the foreshadowing and the natural spirit stones given by Sun Yingquan and Xia Shuiyun, the higher-ups did not feel that it was too sudden. Of course. He also knew that no matter the result of this battle, he would be tested for his spiritual root aptitude. Therefore, as he attacked Xianxia, he thought to himself, "What level should I release?" He definitely could not reveal his saint-level aptitude, because it would cause a huge uproar. He might even be interrogated and investigated multiple times by the sect. Although he had done his background research, there was still a chance that his identity would be exposed if he was careless. High level is too common. Xianxia thought for a while and made a decision. Let's use the supreme-grade spiritual root. A supreme-grade spiritual root was already very good in second or third-rate sects, but it was only average in the first-rate sections. Boom, Xianxia seized the opportunity and used the 6th style of blazing palm on Xianxia's back. The spectating disciples' mouths twitched. Many people thought that he could finish off Goxing in 10 moves, but the two had exchanged almost 30 moves. Not only did the former fail, but he was also being suppressed. Damn it! Xianxia, who had stabilized his body, had a cold look in his eyes. He could not accept that a disciple who had just joined the sect had beaten him so badly. Huff. Huff, he clenched his fists, and powerful spirit energy burst out from his body. He was furious, he was going to launch a desperate counterattack. Whoosh, at that moment, Xianxia circled behind him and used the 6th style of blazing palm again, knocking Xianxia, who was about to explode, several meters away. He had only released a little bit of Wuzong's cultivation, and he had relied on 2 types of Xianxia martial arts to beat him so badly that he could not tell which way was north. This guy was truly trash. He was not trash either. With his cultivation, he could suppress any disciple of the same level if he went to a second-rate or third-rate sect. Unfortunately, Xianxia, who had walked out of the sect of all times, had gone through all kinds of training and experience. Even if he was only a rank 1 or rank 2 wuzong, he could completely suppress him with his rich combat experience. If I'm going to fight, I'll fight big. Whoosh, Xianxia quickly closed in and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Scorching hot palm prints filled the training grounds and waves of heat swept out in all directions. What he needed to do was not give Zhongying a chance to counterattack and completely crush him. Whoosh. Whoosh, boom. 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 Under the concentrated attacks, Zhongying was beaten back again and again. He did not even have the chance to charge up and explode. He was in an extremely difficult situation. The outer sect disciple's mouth twitched violently. He was one of the favorites to win the championship, yet he was beaten so badly by an outer sect disciple who had just joined the sect not long ago. Oh my god. Sun Yingquan was still in a state of shock. He said dumbfoundedly, Goshing, he's so strong. Xia Shuiyun thought to herself, he's already thought it through. He's planning to use his true strength to tell his fellow disciples that he's not just a sucker for flattery and bootlicker. Boom, Zhongying wanted to explode, but this kind of battle could only rely on shouting, so Xianxia punched him in the face. He staggered a few steps back and almost fell on his butt. They're not on the same level. The elders shook their heads. From the short exchange, they could already tell that while Xiaoma's cultivation was not very high, his combat experience and martial arts usage were completely superior. Surprise. A very big surprise. A smile appeared on Third Elder's face. There were many disciples who joined the top sects every year, so it was normal for unexpected geniuses to appear. However, this Goshen gave Third Elder the feeling that while his cultivation was not high, his combat and martial arts usage were very experienced. Without the guidance of a master, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. Boom, at that moment, Zhongying, who was completely suppressed, could not withstand the bombardment. In the end, he was knocked out of the training field and sat on the ground. His expression was ferocious, and intense pain came from all over his body. Senior Xianxia stood on the stage and saluted. Thank you for letting me win. First battle. Third Elder did not waste any time and immediately announced, Gosheng wins. Zhongying is eliminated. Xianxia defeated Zhongying, who had the highest chance of becoming an inner sect. Disciple in the lower realm. After the Third Elder's announcement, the scene fell into a temporary silence. Even if a needle fell, it could be heard clearly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Sun Yingquan laughed loudly and shouted, Junior brother's son is mighty. His relationship with Xiaoma was already very close. Now that he defeated the seemingly unreachable Zhongying, he was definitely overjoyed. Amazing. Junior brother Su is so strong. We've all underestimated him. Although the disciples who originally thought that Zhongying would definitely win were slapped in the face, they still looked at Xiaoma with admiration in their eyes. Defeating a strong opponent with fair strength in the ring would naturally earn the respect of other martial artists. Of course. Without any foreshadowing, many disciples would subconsciously wonder how Gosheng could defeat Zhongying. How? By cultivating hard and relying on various resources. Pfft. Zhongying, who was paralyzed on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he could not accept losing to a new disciple and losing in the first round of the outer sect assessment. Contestants number 1 and 2, come on stage, the Third Elder shouted. Although Xiaoma's strong performance gave him quite a surprise, the outer sect assessment still had to continue. Swoosh, swoosh, contestants who drew number 1 and 2 went on stage to battle. At this point, the outer sect assessment began to proceed in an orderly manner. As the winner, Xiaoma only needed to wait for the next round. Boom. Senior brother Qin, thank you for letting me win. In the ring, Xiaoma clasped his hands and said. Below the ring, disciple Qin clasped his hands and said, Junior brother Su's cultivation is strong. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. After defeating the favorite for the championship, Xianxia, no one was surprised that Xianxia won the second round. They had even concluded that the champion of this assessment would be none other than him. In a similar battle mode, Xianxia continued the Sect of all time's fine tradition of making it simpler and simpler the more he fought. This was not. After a few words, the finals of the outer court exam had arrived. Xianxia still relied on two types of martial arts to easily defeat his opponent and become the champion of this assessment. It's too simple. There's no suspense at all. All the disciples were speechless. Come to think of it, only Xianxia and Xianxia's battle in the entire outer sect examination could be considered exciting. The first round of the competition could be called the finals. Cultivation came out on top in this year's outer court examination. He is rewarded with 500 merit points and 20 natural spirit stones. The third elder announced loudly. After the award ceremony, he said, "Come to the main hall." Yes. Xianxia thought to himself, the result of being reckless is to be the center of attention. In the main hall. Xianxia stood there obediently. A few elders sat at the front and released their spiritual senses at all times, hoping to find out more about this kid. Unfortunately, once the hidden cultivation technique from the upper realm was activated, it only showed them what they wanted to see. Little fellow. The third elder said, "Do you want to say it yourself, or do I have to wait for someone to ask?" Reporting to the elders. Xianxia said loudly, "My name is Su Jintang. I live in Sujiagu in the southern Baron state. When I was young, I met a senior who called himself Old Man Jun Tian. Then, I became his disciple and cultivated martial arts for a few years. Now that things had come to this, there was no way he could hide it anymore." He took the initiative to say it, and the elders nodded. Old Man Jun Tian. The third elder touched his chin and said, "I've never heard of this person." Reporting to the elders. Xianxia said, "Master once said that he rarely stepped into the Jianghu. He likes to travel between mountains and rivers. So, he's a hermit." Many martial artists from the Falling Star continent went to the sands of Ganges. It was likely that there were many powerhouses who did not care about fame and fortune and lived a carefree life. The most famous one was the Taishan old man. Such a super powerhouse who could cross the void only passed down 2 cultivation techniques above the divine grade. There were very few other deeds related to him. So, you already had the cultivation of Wuzong before you joined the sect? Reporting to the elders, I broke through during this 1 month of cultivation. It's all thanks to the sect's resources and the natural spirit stones given by senior brother Sun and sister Xia. It's hard to break through to Wuzong in such a short time without an extremely high spiritual root. Come. The third elder waved his hand and took out something like a glass ball. He said, "Put your palm on it." Xianxia knew that it was used to test the spiritual root. So, he took 2 steps forward and put his right hand on it. Then, he used the hidden cultivation technique to suppress the level of his spiritual root. Whoosh! After a while, the glass ball flashed and showed a slightly red color. The third elder said, "So, it's a supreme-grade spiritual root." The other elders whispered to each other. Xianxia thought to himself, the patriarch's hidden cultivation technique is really awesome. It can even suppress the level of my spiritual root. It's normal for someone with a supreme-grade spiritual root to break through to Wuzong in such a short time by relying on a large amount of spirit stones and resources. Many of the elders came to this conclusion, and they could understand why Xianxia had become so strong. Little guy. The third elder smiled and said, "You've hidden your strength well." Xianxia scratched his head and said, "When I went down the mountain, Master told me to keep a low profile and never show off." All the elders burst into laughter. It was reasonable for a hermit to teach a low-profile disciple. "You can leave now." The third elder waved his hand. Yes. Xianxia left. After returning to his room, he picked up the teapot and gulped down the tea. When he was in the main hall, he was very nervous when facing a group of senior Xianxia officials. He was afraid that he would expose himself and be questioned by them. Now that I've shown them my supreme-grade spiritual root, they will definitely investigate my identity. I hope I don't give myself away. Xianxia thought to himself. As expected, the elders in the main hall were still discussing Su Xiaoma, and they had already ordered the intelligence division to investigate this Su Jintang as soon as possible. It wasn't that they suspected him of being a spy. It was that supreme-grade spiritual root was already considered excellent. A large sect would naturally do things according to the rules and thoroughly investigate his identity. It was unlike the sect of all times. Because there were various restrictions and there was no need to worry about secrets being leaked, the disciples' identities were not checked too much. As long as they passed the test, they would be accepted into the sect. The Xianxia acted quickly. In just a few days, they found information about Su Jintang, and it was the same as what Su Xiaoma said. Su Jintang really existed in the Falling Star continent, and he did live in Sujiagu in the southern Barren state. He had a supreme-grade spiritual root, but he left home when he was 8 or 9 years old. Where was he? In the sect of all times. The Xianxia definitely couldn't find this an old man Jun Tian. Everyone. The third elder said, Su Jintang's spiritual root is not bad, and he was accepted as a disciple by a hidden cultivator when he was young. I think he is worth nurturing. This child is smooth and slick, and he doesn't like to show off in front of others. He is indeed a good seedling that can be nurtured. Elder Sun expressed his opinion. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely put in a good word for Su Xiaoma in front of the elders. After all, he had placed his son there. Elder Xia said, we can give him this chance. With 2 elders expressing their opinions, the other higher-ups also agreed. So after some consideration, the third elder announced, make Su Jintang a member of the inspection pavilion. The inspection pavilion was a special department of the Xianxia. The disciples who entered all had various kinds of potential and enjoyed a certain amount of martial arts resources. If they performed well in the future, it would not be a problem for them to be promoted to the inner sect. Patriarch. When Su Xiaoma learned from Sun Yingquan that he had become a member of the inspection pavilion, he thought to himself, this disciple has gained the trust of the higher-ups. The next step is to be promoted to a disciple, and even become a core disciple. Jun Changshao, who was in the sect of all times, leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs after receiving the information from Li Luoqiu. He smiled and said, my precious disciple, when the day comes, I hope you will have become one of the important higher-ups in the Xianxia. There was no time for Jun Changshao to reel in the net. Therefore, it was still unknown how far Su Xiaoma's undercover journey was and how far he could go. However, with this guy's slick personality, deliberately releasing his spiritual root and cultivation, and with the help of Sun Yingquan, Xia Shuiyun, and the 2 elders, it would be easy for him to climb up. The plan is going smoothly. However, I still have to keep a low profile to avoid causing trouble in the sect. The Xianxia waters were very deep. The outer sect was just the tip of the iceberg. There were inner sect and core disciples above it. He naturally had to tread on thin ice and couldn't relax at all. To be exact, Su Xiaoma walked the path of a protagonist growing in the sect, but he couldn't be like a real protagonist who could do anything. In the future, he would deliberately interact with Xia Shuiyun more because Elder Xia's prestige in the elders group was higher than Elder Sun's. Of course. After being taught by Elder Wei, Su Xiaoma always maintained an ambiguous relationship with that cold woman. Let's go and do the mission. One day, Xia Shuiyun appeared again. You have to go. Okay. For the next few days, the 2 often appeared together in the mission pavilion, accepted missions, and left together. After He Zongying was defeated, it was as if he disappeared. In a world where martial arts were the most important, if you didn't have the strength to face competitors, you could only be a single dog for the rest of your life. Sorry, I'm not targeting some single readers, but please don't be sad or discouraged. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely continue to be single. Junior brother Su and junior sister Xia are getting closer and closer. Although I feel that Su Jintang isn't good enough for Xia Shuiyun, he has a supreme-grade spiritual root and has a better chance than us. TSK, junior brother Su is really good at hiding. No wonder he defeated senior brother He. As Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun interacted more and more frequently, the outer sect of the Xianxia discussed them more and more. Some even guessed that they might have already decided to be a couple. Xianxia did not object to disciples falling in love. He was more open-minded about this. Su Xiaoma had naturally heard of the discussions in the outside world. He helplessly said to himself, my relationship with her isn't as exaggerated as you say. Xiao Shuiyun's personality was cold and taciturn. Although the two of them interacted more and more frequently, the whole process was about accepting missions, completing missions, and handing in missions. Even if they occasionally talked, it was about martial arts. Of course, Su Xiaoma hoped to establish a relationship with this girl that surpassed that of fellow disciples. After all, if he could form a good relationship with Elder Xia, it would be beneficial for his future development in the sect. However, every time he thought about his real identity as a disciple of the Eternal Sect, if he made her fall in love with him, and after the sect leader pulled the net, he would say to her, sorry, I'm actually a spy. That would be too damn shameful, Su Xiaoma said to himself, you can't do that when it comes to relationships. The sect of all times and the Xianxia did not have any grudges, and they were not here to cause trouble. Therefore, they had to restrain themselves and leave without any burden after completing the mission. What are you thinking about? On the way to complete the mission, Xiao Shuiyun looked at him. No, nothing. Recently, the matter between you and me has been spreading like wildfire in the sect. Yes. Xiao Shuiyun stopped in her tracks and turned her back to Su Xiaoma. I only decided to help you because I felt that you have a lot of potential. Don't let your imagination run wild because of the rumors outside. Su Xiaoma was speechless as she thought to herself, what nonsense am I thinking? Of course. Xiao Shuiyun said, it's not that you're not worthy of me, but that I'm not interested in relationships. After saying that, she walked straight away. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched slightly. Does this woman think that I'll pursue her? Senior sister. He hurriedly chased after her and said very seriously, actually, I'm not interested in relationships either. That's for the best, Xiao Shuiyun said. Boom. Boom. In the wilderness, a huge 9th-rank feral beast raised its thick forelimbs and attacked wildly. Icy sword aura. Ding. 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 Xiao Shuiyun came over with her sword. She condensed her sword aura and hit the stone-like skin of the beast. Instantly, there was a crisp sound. Roar, the big beast roared and swung its thick tail fiercely. Not good. Xiao Shuiyun's expression changed slightly. Senior sister, be careful. At this moment, Su Xiaoma rushed over from the side and pushed the woman who couldn't dodge away. Then, the tail hit him directly in the chest. He flew out and sank into the stone wall with a bang. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and then rushed over with the 9 winding shadow steps. He grabbed Xiao Shuiyun, who had just stabilized herself, and left this place as quickly as possible. Night fell. A bonfire rose in the cave. Xiao Shuiyun sat on the side and leaned against the pheasant in a panic. She didn't seem to be very good at it. Wah! Su Xiaoma, who was in the middle of healing, spat out a mouthful of black blood. His brows gradually relaxed. Are you okay? Xiao Shuiyun asked. Su Xiaoma replied, yes, I'm okay. Xiao Shuiyun didn't say anything and continued to roast the pheasant. The atmosphere fell into an awkward state again. Su Xiaoma had long been accustomed to this kind of lack of verbal communication, so he got up and walked over. He said, it's all burnt. Let me do it. Xiao Shuiyun stepped aside. Su Xiaoma took out a cleaned pheasant and skillfully stuck it on a wooden stick and began to roast it. Xiao Shuiyun didn't say anything, but her eyes were fixed on it, as if she was memorizing the entire process so that she could do it herself next time. Senior sister. After a while, Su Xiaoma said, Junior brother feels that sometimes you are too rash. For example, last time at the Een Mountain Ridge and this time, you acted rashly without confirming the target's strength. I'm happy to do so, Xiao Shuiyun said lightly. This woman still didn't realize her mistake. How lucky must she be to be able to survive until now? A cold woman was definitely a chatterbox. Su Xiaoma simply stopped talking. Here. A quarter of an hour later, he handed over the roasted pheasant and said, it's ready to eat. Xiao Shuiyun took it without hesitation. After eating, she pointed outside and said, old rules. Okay, okay. Su Xiaoma stood up. The so-called old rules meant that if they were sleeping in the wild, she would sleep in the cave and he would sleep outside the cave. After all, men and women were different. In fact, they used to sleep in the cave at the same time. But when Su Xiaoma turned around while sleeping, Xia Shuiyun suddenly became alert. A cold current erupted and almost froze him into an ice cube. From then on, Su Xiaoma used the excuse of "I'll go outside to keep watch" to maintain an absolute safe distance from this woman. Thud. Just as he got up, the small exquisite bottle tucked in his belt fell down. Xia Shuiyun glanced at it and said lightly, "Didn't I finish this bottle of tranquil heart and icy skin pills long ago? Why do you still have it?" Su Xiaoma picked it up and wiped off the dust on it with his sleeve. He said, "Seeing your sister is the first girl to give me something. Naturally, I have to keep it as a memento." At this time, if Elder Wei was present, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise, "Young man, you're worth teaching." "Idiot," Xia Shui said faintly. However, the layer of ice around her heart once again melted a little under her careless touch. "I'm going out. Come back and guard the door." "This?" "Okay." In the middle of the night, Su Xiaoma habitually turned over and suddenly felt a burst of cold air approaching and enveloping his whole body in an instant. He was so cold that his body trembled. He woke up with a whoosh and ran outside with his short legs. "I shouldn't have slept in there." Su Xiaoma was currently in the Xianxia zone, experiencing something that only the main character would experience. As the main character of the Sect of all times, Jun Changxiao was currently standing in the grassland, looking at the grass growing on the hilltop. A smile gradually appeared on his face. This kind of life of nurturing disciples in the sect, planting flowers and raising fish was actually quite good. At least it was better in terms of freedom. Unfortunately, Jun Changxiao had a soul bomb tied to him, and he still had to complete the main storyline mission. He was destined to give up everything for the sake of strengthening his sect. Patriarch Elder Wei came to see him. "The new batch of herbs has matured. Should we harvest them now?" "Now, immediately." The smile on Jun Changxia's face became even brighter. Recently, all kinds of herbs were planted in the herb field to refine high-quality healing pills. They were also a big reason for going to the planar battlefield. Not long after, various kinds of herbs were delivered. Jun Changxiao put them into his space ring, opened the pill pavilion, and tapped on the pills. The number of high-quality healing pills that could be refined was 423. After confirming the refinement, he muttered, 400 should be enough for now. He only planned to bring the sect's elites to the planar battlefield, so there wouldn't be a lot of people. A few pills for each person would be enough. Jun Changxiao opened the mission panel and saw that there was less than a month left before the completion of the epic mission. He shook his head and sighed. Counting the days is simply torture. Patriarch Li Qingyang transmitted, "City Lord Mu is here to see you." "Oh." Jun Changxiao replied and returned to the main hall. When he walked in and saw Mu Changhong, he clasped his hands and said, "City Lord Mu, we haven't seen each other for a while." Mu Changhong said, "The royal city is busy. I can't find time." Jun Changxiao sat on the patriarch's chair and said with a smile, "Your daughter is very diligent in her cultivation. She has already broken through to rank 6 martial king." If it was in the past, Mu Changhong would definitely be overjoyed. But now, he sighed. "City Lord Mu, why are you sighing?" In Jun Changxiao's impression, this city lord always had a smile on his face. He gave people the feeling that no matter what he faced, he could face it with a smile. Calm, Mu Changhong said, "Jun, to be honest, I've been very irritated recently." "Irritated? It seems like City Lord Mu has something on his mind." Jun Changxiao assumed the posture of a little sister who was willing to listen to her worries and help her solve her problems. After a moment of silence, Mu Changhong said in a serious tone, "Sect Master Jun, have you heard of the plain battlefield?" Jun's face. "I even went in and was beaten unconscious by an earth expert." Mu Changhong looked at the expression on his face and realized that very few people knew about this kind of thing. How could he possibly know about it? Thus, she explained, the dimensional battlefield is an independent space created by the great beings of the upper realm using their extraordinary abilities. When the powerhouses of various planes enter it, they can only fight endlessly. Is that so? Jun Changxiao pretended to be curious. In terms of acting, Su Xiaoma was definitely not better than him. After all, he had read the book The Self-Cultivation of Actors in that world. This was not bragging. If Jun Changxiao gave up on managing the sect and went to Xianxia as a spy, he would definitely be better off than a disciple. Of course, because of some innate attribute, he might not be as good as Su Xiaoma in some aspects. For example, forget it, I'll see through it and not expose it. I'll give Su Xiaoma some face. Mu Changhong said, the planar battlefield randomly chooses a location every 5 years. 2,000 emperor-level cultivators must be sent in to fight. There's such a thing? Jun Changxiao's face was full of surprise. He was not pretending. He really had never heard of it. Moreover, Jun Changxiao suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said, our starfall continent won't be chosen, right? That's right. When he said those 2 words, Mu Changhong's expression was filled with sorrow and pain. He hoped that this was a joke played by the altar, but in reality, they had to enter the planar battlefield to fight. Go in now? 5 years later. Jun Changxiao said, it's still early. So, Mu Changhong said with difficulty, I really hope that Red Lotus won't break through Wuhuang in 5 years. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Which parent doesn't want their children to have higher cultivation? Why do you have such thoughts, City Lord Mu? Sigh. Mu Changhong sighed and said, according to the rules of the higher realm, our starfall continent must send 2,000 Wuhuang cultivators to fight in the planar battlefield for 5 years. If the number of cultivators we send in reaches a certain number, we must continue to send them in. City Lord Mu is worried that your daughter will break through Wuhuang and enter the planar battlefield? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. Mu Changhong said, I've lived for several hundred years. It doesn't matter if I die in there. But my daughter is still very young. If something happens to her, at this point, his voice began to tremble, and tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. He was a half-saint, and also a father. How could he accept his daughter dying in the planar battlefield? It's not that serious, right? Jun Changxiao said. Although the planar battlefield was cruel, if enough emperor-level cultivators and top-tier cultivators were sent, they might not necessarily be inferior to the cultivators of other planes. The system said, host, you're using your own sect's strength to measure, so there's no problem. However, the emperor-level cultivators of the starfall continent are much weaker in the planar battlefield. For example, the yellow-level cultivators of other planes. Their overall strength is generally higher than that of the Wuhuang cultivators of the starfall continent. If they go in, they're basically courting death. And this half-saint City Lord Mu, do you think he's stronger than the Xian-level cultivators you've killed before? After listening to the system, Jun Changxiao fell into silence. After fighting in the planar battlefield and killing many cultivators who besieged him, there was one thing he had to admit. In the same realm, they were stronger than the cultivators of the starfall continent. To explain it in professional terms, the Xian-level cultivators of other planes were all at the extreme level. City Lord Mu was nothing more than a high-level cultivator. Although the realm was the same, there was a difference in strength. Of course, Jun Patriarch could do whatever he wanted in there. Firstly, he relied on various equipment. Secondly, he was at the supreme level. There was no problem for him to jump levels. He was invincible in the same realm. Sigh. City Lord Mu sighed and said, this time, our starfall continent has been chosen. It's undoubtedly a huge disaster. You can't refuse? No. Jun Changxiao secretly said, quite overbearing. Since the War of the Emperors, the starfall continent's heaven and earth attributes have been deteriorating. How can we compete with the other planes and expand our territory? Mu Changhong's face became more and more ugly. Expand our territory? Jun Changxiao said, what do you mean? Mu Changhong briefly explained the matter, and then said, according to the rules of the upper realm, if you develop your territory to the size of a town, you can apply to come out in advance. Only in this way can the losses be minimized. I see. Jun Changxiao understood, but muttered in his heart, expanding to the size of a town is not difficult. The rule of the planar battlefield was that as long as one side expanded their territory to the size of a town, they could apply to leave in advance. In Xianxia's opinion, this was very easy. After all, although he was beaten up by the Earth-ranked powerhouses in the planar battlefield, the stronghold representing the falling star continent had expanded a lot due to his hard work. Hard work? The system complained, "Are you sure you weren't surrounded and forced to fight back?" This was still very casual. If he brought Old Ding and the Purple King and seriously fought, even if it didn't expand to the size of a town, it wouldn't be a problem to expand to the size of a city. Wait a minute, suddenly, Xianxia thought of something and said to himself, isn't the falling star continent only accessible after 5 years? Why did the stronghold representing the falling star continent come out in advance? The system said, the host is a martial artist from the falling star continent. Naturally, the falling star continent's territory was designated after sneaking in. Xianxia's mouth twitched. You mean, they'll be teleported there when they enter the planar battlefield 5 years later? Should be, the system said. Xianxia's expression immediately became interesting. I can bring my disciples there in advance. If we expand the territory inside in 5 years, won't they be stunned when they come in? The system said, that's true. With the teleportation gate, June Patriarch could bring disciples who met the requirements into the planar battlefield at any time. This was equivalent to being 5 years faster than the falling star continent. The female system had said that the territory could only be seized for 1 year, so they would definitely go infrequently. After 5 years, the territory inside would be expanded to a city. When the falling star continent martial artists came in, the scene would definitely be City Lord Mu. Xianxia said, Red Lotus's aptitude is good. If she really wants to break through, there's no stopping her, so don't be too pessimistic. Why don't we take one step at a time? Maybe we'll be able to come out immediately after entering the planar battlefield 5 years later. Since he knew that the falling star continent was chosen to participate in the planar battlefield, as a native here, he had to do something for everyone. The system, bah. The people in the Decimo suicide tower didn't want to take the mission, saying there were benefits, so they reluctantly accepted it. What would the host do for everyone out of kindness? Impossible. Please. Xianxia broke down. Don't think of me as such a selfish person. After all, I'm also a part of the Starfall continent. Right away? Mu Changhong shook his head and said bitterly, to tell you the truth, June Patriarch, I and some of the other martial practitioners who are preparing to enter are all prepared to die in battle. The altars informed many major sects and factions about the matter of participating in the planar battlefield, as well as the top loose cultivators. Those who decided to go to the front lines didn't plan on coming back alive. They did everything they could to expand their territories and fight for a chance to survive for their juniors. Mu Changhong thought so too. The only thing he and the other experts of the older generation could do was to sacrifice themselves to prevent more falling star continent cultivators from dying. They were undoubtedly great, but at the same time, they were forced to do so because they could not disobey the will of the upper realm, and they could not avoid it either. They could only choose to contribute. It's not that exaggerated. Xianxia comforted him, maybe there will be a miracle when that day comes. Miracle? Mu Changhong smiled bitterly. However, he could also see that Xianxia did not care about the planar battlefield. This was understandable. After all, he was still very young and did not have much experience. Moreover, the sect was prospering day by day. It was inevitable that he would have the mentality of who else can do it but me. June Patriarch. Mu Changhong said, you've also reached emperor level. Although you're not in the list of the first batch to enter, you still have to be prepared at all times. This was the purpose of his visit to the sect of all times today. It was not to visit his daughter, but to remind Xianxia so that he could be prepared for the battle within 5 years. In fact, Goxing had been preparing all this time. He had been preparing for almost a year. In a month's time, he would bring people to kill their way in and take revenge on the Earth-ranked powerhouse. City Lord Mu. Xianxia leaned forward slightly and said in a low voice, say, if a miracle happens 5 years later and we can safely pass the tribulation, but we have to pay a certain amount of natural spirit stones, will you agree? Look. The system said, I guessed right. Do something for the falling star continent out of kindness? Tui, it obviously did not have good intentions. This safety, is it? Referring to the falling star continent? That's fine. Mu Changhong did not hesitate and replied directly, if the falling star continent can safely pass this tribulation, not to mention natural spirit stones, we'll give you anything you want. Do the other cultivators think so too? Jun Changxiao asked. Mu Changhong said seriously, the planar battlefield is extremely dangerous. Our falling star continent is far weaker than other planes. If we go in, we'll be sending our heads to our deaths. If we can pass this tribulation, not only will we avoid death, but we can also continue to be the top power of the continent. Any powerhouse will agree. Resources were indeed very important. However, they were not worth mentioning for the lives and the future of the entire falling star continent. Understood. Jun Changxiao relaxed and said with a smile, City Lord Mu, as the saying goes, if you're sincere, it will happen. Maybe a miracle will happen 5 years later. He had already decided that going to the planar battlefield for revenge was too low. Since he was a member of the falling star continent, he had to do something for everyone. He had to help them pass this tribulation, responsibility. A man's responsibility, Jun Changxiao, I'm willing to shed my blood for the falling star continent. The system broke down and said, what the host is thinking now is whether the price will be based on the number of people or the number of teams in 5 years' time. Father, why are your eyes red? I'm cultivating in the sect of all times. I'm very happy that you're able to become a rank 7 martial king so quickly. Mu Changhong was trying his best to make himself look happy so that his daughter would not worry. Mu Honglian did not think too much about it. She said with a determined look, Father, I'll definitely become an emperor in the shortest time possible. Those words caused Mu Changhong's mood, which had been lifted with great difficulty, to fall to the bottom. He did not take the miracle that Jun Changxiao had mentioned to heart. He was already prepared to die in battle. If his daughter became an emperor, she would definitely follow his path. Father, why are you crying? Mu Honglian was confused when she saw the tears in her father's eyes. Mu Changhong quickly raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears. He forced a smile and said, I'm just happy. After chatting with his daughter for a while, he left the sect of all times. His back seemed to be very old. Jun Patriarch is right. If I really want to break through, I can't stop it. I can only take it one step at a time. As for... Mu Changhong stopped at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the sky. He prayed in his heart, I hope that a miracle will happen one day. Patriarch. Mu Honglian was puzzled. My father is a little strange. Jun Changxiao, who was standing outside the palace, said with his hands behind his back, you're breaking through at lightning speed. It's normal that you're crying tears of joy. His spiritual sense kept track of the old man's back. He thought to himself, City Lord Mu, don't worry. As long as I'm here, there will be miracles. Su Xiaoma was undercover in Xianxia as usual. Jun Changxiao was also actively preparing to enter the dimensional battlefield. Knowing that the falling star continent would participate in the dimensional battlefield in 5 years, even a half-saint like City Lord Mu went in with the mentality of suicide. He decided to do something. Previously, he entered the dimensional battlefield to cause trouble purely for personal grudges. Now, it had risen to the level of a country, of course. This premise couldn't be separated from benefits. There was nothing wrong with Jun Changxiao thinking this way. If the falling star continent wanted a miracle, they couldn't just rely on praying. They had to at least do something. Not to mention. Jun Changxiao put his hands in front of the camera. His handsome face leaned over and said seriously, the dimensional battlefield is extremely dangerous. If I bring people there, they might die at any time. Is it too much to ask for some benefits? Swoosh, he stepped out of the hall and entered the spacetime secret realm. He began to accelerate his cultivation for the next 3 days. In the past year, although the 2 epic missions suppressed his realm and made cultivation meaningless, he could still comprehend martial arts. For example, the dragon elephant. Prajna palm. This palm technique had only been used to demolish buildings in the 9 Poison Temple. Its presence was very low. It wasn't that Jun Changxiao didn't want to use it. It was mainly because he hadn't reached a certain level of comprehension. Its power wasn't as direct and straightforward as the red sky flame slash. Whoosh whoosh, in the secret realm, a powerful airwave formed and gradually condensed into 10 seemingly real dragon elephants. They emitted an ancient and desolate aura as if 10 ancient beasts walked out of the void. Xianxia stood straight like a javelin. Then, he flipped his right hand and pressed down. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Whoosh whoosh, boom. Boom. Boom, the power of 10 dragon elephants smashed down from above, and the moment it came into contact with the ground, it produced a powerful force that shocked Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others. Wait, why are we here? When the patriarch is showing off, you have to be surprised. This was one of the rules of the sect of all times. When Jun Changxiao first comprehended the dragon elephant Prajna Palm, he could only condense 1 strand of dragon elephant energy. Now that he had condensed 10 strands, his improvement was actually quite fast. In the long run, 100, 1,000, 10,000, according to the gigantic physiques of dragons and elephants, the more there were, the wider the world would need to be. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to contain them. Actually, it could be made into a pocket-sized version. At Jun Changxiao's current level, he was unable to do so for the time being. Withdrawing his aura, he said, I've finally comprehended 10 strands of Dracophant force. However, from the looks of it, I won't be able to gather more unless I break through to the half-step saint realm. If one wanted to comprehend a powerful martial skill to a higher level, one had to have a strong cultivation base. If he gave the green dragon crescent blade to a weak scholar, he would probably only be able to barely shave his beard. Opening the mission panel, there were only 10 days left until the settlement date. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I'm willing to use 10 days of my lifespan in exchange for the completion of the mission. What about 10 years? Then forget it, I'll just wait. In the beginning, Jun Changxiao came to the space-time mystery realm on a whim, hoping to complete the mission in advance by accelerating time. However, after entering, the mission's countdown was fixed. Obviously, he could not take advantage of it. No rush, no rush. Jun Changxiao comforted himself, it'll happen sooner or later. After he bought the dragon elephant Prajna Palm and returned to the sect, he had made countless copies and distributed them to Li Qingyang and the others. However, because he had temporarily focused on leveling up, he did not really comprehend it much. Now that he had reached the peak of the martial king realm, it would take a long time for him to enter Wu Huang, so he had time to cultivate. The one with the best performance was He Wudi. Because he entered the realm quickly and had enough time to cultivate, he had already gathered 4 strands of Dracophant force. Yi Xingchen broke through to the martial emperor realm 1 step later than him. After comprehending the dragon elephant Prajna Palm, he had successfully gathered 2 strands of Dracophant force. As the leader and second in charge of the brainstorming trio, he had been shocked by this martial art long before he started cultivating. His crazy imagination must have come from the upper realm. Actually, his imagination was not bad. It was hard to find a martial art at the level of the dragon elephant Prajna Palm in the lower realm. Whoosh! Li Qingyang recited the incantation and an ancient aura erupted from his body, forming a dragon and an elephant. Although his aura was far from Jun Changxiao's, he had at least grasped the basics. Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others were also comprehending it. With their talent and hard work, as well as the help of the space-time mystery realm, comprehending this powerful martial art was not a problem. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the others had already started comprehending the dragon elephant Prajna Palm long ago. Their progress was much faster than the disciples. At present, although the high-level martial arts of the sect of all times were not as rich as those of the major sects, they were at least stronger than them in terms of level and had more development prospects. When we reach the realm battlefield, the disciples will gather the Dracophant force. The scene will be beautiful. Jun Changxiao was looking forward to it. Whoosh whoosh. When there were 5 days left until the settlement date, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the female disciple's room. Xianxia is about to break through? Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the room, was surprised. That woman often used her coldness to hide everything, and he could not wear sunglasses every day. Therefore, he did not expect that she would be the second disciple after He Wudi to become an emperor. Of course, he was only surprised by the breakthrough. It was understandable that she became an emperor. After all, she had inherited the legacy of the Frost Empress in Lu Prefecture. Damn it! Yi Xingchen clenched his fist and said, "Another disciple is one step ahead of me." As a reborn martial emperor, he had a lot of martial arts experience. In the end, he Wudi and Lu Qianqian broke through Wu Huang one step ahead of him. This made him feel very ashamed. "Anyo, don't cry, don't be angry. It's not that you are not good enough. It's that your unique advantage is not reflected in the sect of all times." Whoosh whoosh, a strong wave of air whistled out, containing a gush of cold air. What was originally a scorching summer season had suddenly turned into a freezing winter. Some disciples were wearing thin clothes. Under the influence of the cold air, they either silently activated the 5 elements heavenly reflection seal's fire element to raise their body temperature or put on winter clothes. This strong cold air from Siberia lasted for about an hour before it dissipated. When everything returned to normal, everyone silently took off their winter clothes. One moment it was cold, the next it was hot. The feeling of ice and fire was not pleasant. "You broke through?" "I broke through." Lu Qianqian habitually leaned against the door and clasped her hands together. Because of the breakthrough, her temperament had changed. She seemed to be colder. If Xiao Shuiyun was an iceberg that would not melt for 100 years, then with her Taishan ice-heart constitution, she would be an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. Jun Changshao sat at the head of the table. Because of the cold air, the atmosphere was very awkward. After a while, he said, "We will be going to the planar battlefield in a few days. You have to be prepared." "Okay." Lu Qianqian said, "Patriarch, if you have nothing else to say, I will take my leave first." "Go." Jun Changshao waved his hand and thought to himself, although she is still very cold, her tone is much warmer than before. Everyone in the sect was used to Lu Qianqian's cold personality. Sometimes, when she went out, the feeling of ice and snow disappeared, and they were not used to it. 5 more days. Jun Changshao leaned against his chair and wailed, "Come quickly. I am so anxious that I have constipation for a few days." Time passed day by day. Li Qingyang and the others were actively cultivating, preparing to enter the planar battlefield. Our Jun Changshao would sometimes squat in the toilet with a bitter expression, sometimes tossing and turning in bed in the middle of the night, unable to sleep. 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute. 50 seconds. 40 seconds, Jun Changshao sat in his study, his eyes never leaving the mission panel that only he could see. The final minute of the epic mission was also counting down. Damn it, he had been waiting for a year. It felt as long as 10,000 years. Beep. 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 The time kept ticking, until it reached 10 seconds. Jun Changshao stood up, stretched out his hands, and sang with deep emotions, "Come, come, meet in 98, meet under the silver moonlight, ding." Sect level reached 4th rate, top 80 on the hero-seeking deities board, met the requirements. Epic mission completed, completion rate 125%. Host has received 20,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 442,005,0000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. After the time reached 0, a beautiful notification sounded in his ears. Jun Changshao stopped wailing, and a calm expression appeared on his face. "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious, this was just the beginning, the real show was coming," because he had to collect the rewards of the 2 epic missions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Epic Mission 7. You have received Supreme Grade Aptitude Modifying Liquid X10, High Grade True Yang Battle Boots Formula X1, High Grade True Yang Battle Robe Formula X1, High Grade True Yang Mask Formula X1, High Grade Steel Wings Formula X1. Hearing that there were 3 types of equipment with similar names, Jun Changshao was a little stunned. This seemed like a set of equipment in a game? Also, he had received a top-tier True Yang sword formula. Could it be that the 4 were one, and the steel wings, could it be that they were similar to the mechanical wings? Ding. Congratulations to host for completing Epic Mission 8. You have received Saint Aptitude Modifying Elixir X5, medium-grade body-shaping elixir X1, medium-grade soul-shaping elixir X1, heaven origin soul-suppressing tower X1, and newly opened talisman X1. Ding. Congratulations host for breaking through to half-step wuxing. Ding. Ding. The recipes that appeared in the spatial ring were automatically matched. 4 new types of equipment appeared in the smithing pavilion, and 2 new types of pills appeared in the medicinal pill pavilion. Comfortable, perfect. After the notification ended, Xianxia put his elbows on the table, covered his right hand with his left hand, and covered his face with his right hand. His body began to tremble slightly, and then there was a devilish laughter. After the completion of the 2 Emperor-level epic-level quests, the rewards were truly plentiful, not to mention the set equipment. Just the Supreme Saint's 2 aptitude liquids and the intermediate soul molding pill were already amazing. My 1 year of waiting was not in vain. Xianxia was very satisfied, but this wasn't the time to get carried away. He hurriedly opened the forging pavilion and clicked on the equipment with the True Yang prefix. Just as he had guessed, this was indeed a set called the True Yang 4-piece set. Wearing boots, battle robes, wearing a mask and holding the True Yang sword would increase the user's speed, defense, and strength by 20%. Only 20%? Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, an increase of at least 100% would be considered amazing. The system was speechless. The high-grade equipment in the shop is not inferior to the Falling Star Continent's Saint-level equipment. The minimum requirement to wear it is Martial King. This 20% increase is quite amazing. The strength of low-level martial artists wasn't too different, and it was hard to say who would win. But the higher the level, the greater the impact. The strength of the planar battlefield is generally stronger than the Falling Star Continent. If I were the True Yang 4-piece set, I won't be weak. Xianxia thought to himself. The system said, the host's core disciples have gone through all kinds of tempering, and their spirit roots have been upgraded. They are generally at the extreme level. If you have this equipment with a 20% increase, you will be comparable to the superior level. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, these equipment are made of the same materials as the True Yang sword. It's just a matter of quantity. Coincidentally, I have some stock in the ring. I can forge some first. He filled in the quantity and confirmed the forging. Xianxia clicked on the high-grade steel wings. The introduction said that this was a type of equipment that could increase flying speed. The advantage was that it could be used immediately. The disadvantage was that it could only be used after reaching the Emperor level. To put it bluntly, it was an auxiliary flying tool. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's a far cry from the mechanical wings I bought. Nonsense. This was a reward. The mechanical wings were bought with contribution points. There was definitely a difference. If the reward was better than the shop, would you still be in the mood to spend? June Patriarch's current situation was that he had become a VIP. The reward for completing an epic mission was similar to the monthly VIP reward. Although it was useful, if he wanted to be stronger, he could only continue to spend money in the shop. So the slogan was, if you don't have money, you can't play. The steel wings required 6 types of ores, and Xianxia just happened to have them. So, since he was given them, he might as well forge 20 of them. The advantage of letting the purchasing hall be responsible for purchasing all kinds of things at all times was reflected here. As long as there was a new item, it would be convenient for him to forge it. He didn't have to go to the purchasing hall just to gather enough materials for a piece of equipment. Xianxia clicked on the mid-grade body shaping pill and soul shaping pill in the pill pavilion. The use of these 2 items was obvious from their names, but their effects were definitely better than the low-grade ones. He had the materials, but he couldn't mass-produce them. Xianxia forged them first, then said, when we have enough materials, we'll mass-produce them. Make them the sect's must-take pills. The so-called must-take pills meant that no matter their level, inner or outer sect, as long as they entered the sect of all times and met the requirements, they must take them. These top-grade and holy-grade aptitude liquids will be left for the inner sect disciples. Xianxia's spiritual sense entered the space ring and locked onto the exquisite pagoda. He thought, this is the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda? The system explained, it's a treasure. I know. Jun Changxiao wasn't a martial arts newbie anymore. Just from the name and appearance, he knew that the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda was a treasure. What he cared about now was what level this thing was and what use it had. The system said, there are only 3 uses for pagoda. One is that it can be enlarged and has a universe inside, such as the training pagoda. The second is an offensive form that can be used to smash people. The third is a defensive form. I hope it's the second one, Jun Changxiao said. He had been smashed by that Earth-ranked powerhouse's palm strike many times in the dimensional battlefield. If he wanted revenge, he would definitely give him a taste of his own medicine. Swoosh, with a wave of his hand, the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda was brought over. Huff huff, suddenly, the pagoda released a faint fluorescent light that circled around Jun Changxiao like fairies. The system said, this is to sign a contract with the host. Is that so? Jun Changxiao released a wisp of his soul and touched the fluorescent light. He instantly felt an electric current and established some kind of connection with the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. So simple and convenient. He only needed to release a wisp of his soul to easily sign a contract with the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. He did control it, but this thing did not come with an instruction manual. How could he use it? Jun Changxiao played with the exquisite pagoda in his palm. He thought about it for a while but could not figure out the key point. Then, he waved his hand. Go, Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. Plop. The pagoda fell to the ground without any movement. Jun Changxiao, the system master is so stupid. At this moment, a light and sweet voice came from the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. Then, rays of fluorescent light appeared and turned into the illusion of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The little girl was not tall, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were big and round, and she looked very cute. You're a weapon spirit? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. The little girl smiled. I'm the weapon spirit of the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. Master can call me Ying. Jun Changxiao hated Ying the most in his previous life. He did not expect his newly contracted weapon spirit to have such a name. What should he do? Should he punch it down? Ying is not a nice name. From now on, you'll be called. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, Area. The system broke down. This name is comparable to the host's Go Xing. Yes, master. The weapon spirit smiled. The system, it agreed to such a tacky name without even thinking. Was it because it had a problem with the host's brain that it signed the contract so quickly? Jun Changxiao asked, how do I use the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda? Master. Area smiled sweetly. The Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda has 2 functions. Which one? Do you want to hear? Both. Jun Changxiao said. Area sat down and put her hands on her ankles. The first function of the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda is to suppress any energy inside and then slowly purify it for your own use. Oh? Jun Changxiao asked curiously, be more specific? Area said, let's put it this way. For example, other people's psionic power cannot be absorbed under normal circumstances. If it is absorbed into the pagoda, after being suppressed and purified, the master can directly absorb it. So powerful? Jun Changxiao widened his eyes. Suppressing and purifying other people's attributes and then taking them for oneself, wasn't that similar to the soul race's absorption ability? Of course. Area said, the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda can't actively absorb it. It can only absorb it passively. This involves the second function. Continue, Jun Changxiao said. Area paused and said, the second function is to use it to transform into its final form. It can be used to smash people or defend. Once it enters a defensive state, it will automatically absorb the energy that is within its tolerance range and suppress it. In that case, the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda can be used for both offense and defense. That's right. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed and asked, how do I transform into the final form? You need the mnemonic chant to activate it, Area said. Jun Changxiao asked, what mnemonic chant? The mnemonic chant is, Area stood up and placed her hands in front of her chest to make a heart shape. Then, she pushed it out and shouted, go, my darling. Jun Changxiao's expression froze. After a while, he broke down and said, This is the F** King mnemonic chant. Yes. Arya said with a smile. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and put a hand on his chin. He said thoughtfully, It's a little hard to say. The system, this was not a little hard to say. This was something that no normal man would do. Xianxia could also shout out, Go, my darling, in public, but it was very difficult for him to imitate a little girl and make a heart gesture with his hands. Just this one mnemonic chant? Just this one. Master, I'm going back. Arya had just finished speaking when she returned to the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and thought, Why don't I give it a try? Ding. The system has entered a temporary dormant state. Even the system couldn't bear to see a man doing such a shameless thing. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia cleared his throat and waved his hand to turn the camera that was aimed at him at any time to one side. Thus, the scene that appeared on the screen of the reader was a void inside the space ring. Go. My darling. The voice came. When the camera adjusted its angle and turned around, Xianxia was still standing with his hands behind his back, with the demeanor of a martial arts master. A few feet in front of him, a huge pagoda that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. At the top of the pagoda, there was a faint cloud lingering around, giving off a sacred and inviolable aura. This was the final form of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda. Very strong. Xianxia said, As long as I find the right opportunity to give the Earth-level powerhouse a hard blow, I'll definitely smash him until he can't take care of himself. Ding. The system has restarted. You tried? I tried. The system broke down and said, How shameless can the host be to do such a shameful thing? Thinking of Arya's action just now, letting a man do it, it had goosebumps all over its body, although it did not have a body. Shwa. Xianxia waved his hand, and the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda turned into a pocket-sized pagoda, and then landed on his palm. He murmured, The vacuum cleaner still has the attributes extracted from palace masters she sealed in it. Suppressing it in the pagoda should be able to purify it, right? Let's give it a try. Taking the magically modified vacuum cleaner, he immediately entered the soul-suppressing pagoda with a thought. This pagoda only had one floor, and the environment inside was as illusory as the space ring. Master. Arya smiled. Xianxia said, Just release the energy? Arya nodded. Xianxia put down the vacuum cleaner, then turned on the dust collector. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, a gush of strange attributes flew out like clouds and then tried to break through space, but it was fiercely bounced back. Pa. Suddenly, the sound of a whip was heard. Arya held a slender red whip in her hand, and said eerily, Coming here means you are my prisoner. If you dare to run around, you must be punished. Pa pa pa. She swung the whip 3 times in a row, hitting the strange attributes. It was strange to say that the energy extracted from palace masters she did not have a physical body, but every time the whip hit it, a clear sound could be heard, as if it was hitting a real person. What made Xianxia even more surprised was that the originally scattered strange attributes gradually condensed into a human form after being whipped a few times. Although it had no eyes, nose, or face, it curled up in a corner and trembled. It seemed that it was afraid of being beaten. Master. Arya said proudly, This is the soul-suppressing whip. Any energy that is hit will be forced to condense into a human form, and endure the pain caused by the whip until it is beaten into submission. All the harmful energy will be destroyed, and then it can be safely extracted. Do I have to keep hitting it? Keep hitting it. Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. He finally understood that the so-called purification of energy by suppressing it in the soul-suppressing pagoda was actually whipping. Too cruel, too inhumane. That, Xianxia turned around and took 2 steps back in fright. 2 burning red candles appeared in Arya's hands out of nowhere. Her little face leaned in front of the fire, and she smiled eerily, Master, this is my second treasure, the soul-suppressing candle. It can also purify harmful energy. Xianxia was speechless. Her cute little face suddenly turned into a devil's. If she was not holding a whip, then she was holding a candle. I, as a weapon spirit, seem to have some incredible hidden attributes. Ka. 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 The strange attributes in the corner were handcuffed with bracelets and ankles. Arya clapped her hands and smiled innocently. Master, leave this guy to me. I can purify it in about 1 or 2 months. The uncanny attribute was equivalent to being locked in a dungeon, and Arya was equivalent to the head of the prison. As for running away, it was impossible. She could only accept the result of being purified. Jun Changxiao left with satisfaction. He could not control Palace Master Shi's thoughts to make her go berserk, but it was not a good idea to keep her in a vacuum cleaner. It was good to have a place to discipline her. If I get beaten up by a group in the future, I can directly activate the defensive form and absorb all the external forces for Arya to purify. Then, I can take it for myself. Wouldn't my strength increase exponentially? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. The system said, it's just a metaphor. It can't really absorb the energy of other people's cultivation. That's true. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I still have to take the right path. I can't take the unorthodox path. The system was speechless. He said it as if using cheats to upgrade was the right path. The sky outside was already bright. Creak. Jun Changxiao opened the door and walked out. He stood in the courtyard and stretched his arms. He took a breath of fresh air and said with a face full of joy, my whole body feels comfortable. How could it not be comfortable? He had obtained contribution points and many equipment resources. His realm had also increased to half-step saint. Speaking of realms, Jun Changxiao seriously felt it and found that a special energy the size of a grain of rice appeared in his dantian. This was the power of space. Jun Changxiao had broken through to Wuxing with the talisman of heaven and earth, and the energy he condensed was much purer than this. Strictly speaking, the so-called half-step Wuxing was still at the emperor level. However, because it had the qualification to spy on the power of space, it was specially separated. The half-step saint level only has a preliminary grasp of the power of space. It can't really achieve instantaneous teleportation, so only by breaking through to Wuxing can it really be used. Jun Changxiao thought to himself. It had only been 4 or 5 years since he came to the Falling Star continent, and he had broken through to half-step saint from level 2 meridian opening. This speed was fast, however, a chef who did not want to be a general was not a good tailor. Therefore, Jun Patriarch's goal was to step into Wuxing and become a martial emperor. Then, he would build the sect into the strongest sect and start his unrestrained new life. Ding! A notification sounded in his ears. After one night, he had refined more than 10 sets of True Yang battle boots, True Yang battle robe, and True Yang mask. The 3 pieces of equipment had an ancient style, especially the battle robe. Although it looked like a steel chest, there was also a red robe and a cape draped over his body, similar to the armor of a general in ancient times. As for the silver-white True Yang mask, it could only cover half of his face, very much like the mask worn by Ku Tianla's Xianxia. On the whole, the battle boots and the mask were considered small pieces, while the battle robe was the bigger piece, because it was full of red robes, breastplates, shoulder plates, belt, knee guards, and wrist guards. Shua. Jun Changxiao put on the True Yang 3-piece armor set. His crimson battle robe, which was as red as blood, covered half of his shiny silver armor. With a wave of his cloak, he looked like an iron-blooded general who was about to go to war. It's a pity that I don't have the True Yang spear. Otherwise, I would be even more handsome. When he was refining equipment, he had seen the equipment introduction and learned that the battle boots, battle robe, and mask were a set of 3 pieces. In terms of weapons, there was a high-grade True Yang sword, a high-grade True Yang spear, and a high-grade True Yang bow. If he changed to a spear or a bow, there would be different effects. This kind of 4-piece set made Jun Changxiao certain that it was completely prepared for soldiers. After all, spears and bows were more suitable for army battles. Patriarch. At this time, Li Luoqiu walked into the courtyard. However, when she saw Jun Changxiao wearing the True Yang set, she subconsciously froze on the spot. The Patriarch, who was always dressed in white, suddenly put on the battle armor and stood proudly in the courtyard. He really had the demeanor of a general who was leading an army. Hall masterly Jun Changxiao waved his cloak and placed his right foot on the stone bench. His elbows rested on his thighs, and he propped his chin up with his hands. He raised his eyebrows and pretended to be profound as he asked, "Am I handsome?" Pfft. Li Luoqiu covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Patriarch, you are so flirtatious." Jun Changxiao put down his leg and said, "Why do you want to see me?" Li Luoqiu stopped laughing and said seriously, "Little Mo sent a message. In a few days, he will take the opportunity to leave Taishan and return to the sect to cultivate." Jun Changxiao said, "Inform Dudu to prepare food in advance." "That's not necessary." Li Luoqiu said with a smile, "This girl loves little Mo the most because he is undercover. She has prepared a set of nourishing food early and is waiting for him to come back." Alas. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, "It's really hard on my disciple." Qingyang and the others were all cultivating in the sect, and their realms were increasing day by day. Only Su Xiaoma went out to be an undercover, and his cultivation speed in Taishan zone was not fast. "When he comes back, I have to reward him." The so-called reward could only be natural spirit stones. After all, there were many martial arts facilities that he could not continue to enjoy. "Inform Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and other core disciples to come here," Jun Changxiao said. "Yes." When Li Luoqiu left, she asked, "Patriarch, your armor should not be simple, right? Do you have a female version?" Jun Changxiao took out a set and put it on the stone table, saying, "Communicate with it with your mind, and you can change the size and style of men and women. Come, I have a ready-made set here. You can wear it first." The procurement hall and drizzle hall had always been managed by Li Luoqiu, and she was also vigorously developing the outside intelligence. In terms of merit, she was not inferior to Li Qingyang, so naturally, she would not be stingy. In the courtyard, Li Fei touched the true young armor that was given to him, and said weakly, "Patriarch, this armor does not look as good as the spirit armor. Wear the 3 pieces, and take out the Azure Sun sword, and you will know." Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others returned to their respective rooms, and then put on the true young armor. Their bodies were fit and beautiful, and when they supported the armor, they were truly extraordinary. Second senior brother. Li Fei tidied his belt and walked out, and then hung the true young sword, saying, "Although it is quite comfortable, there is no change." I also did not change. Xiao Ziji did not feel any difference, but felt that the cloak behind him was a bit of a hindrance, so he simply rolled it into a ball and casually put it on his shoulder. Not long after, Yi Xingchen also walked out. Although it was Painia's body, it still had the soul of the Night Emperor, and after many years of tempering his body, wearing the true young armor was like a god descending to the mortal world. "Junior brother Yi, where's your mask?" "Humph, this kind of thing used by women, holding it will only embarrass men." Li Qingyang said, "Patriarch is waiting in the courtyard, let's go over." After a while, everyone lined up neatly in the courtyard. "Not bad, not bad." Jun Changxiao nodded in satisfaction. "Patriarch." Li Fei scratched his head and said, "We've all worn it, but there's no change." "Are you sure you're all wearing it?" "Yes." "Where's the mask?" Only then did Li Fei remember that there was still a mask, so he took it out from his waist and said, "Patriarch, are you going to wear it on your face like this?" Jun Changxiao said, "That's right." Just as Li Fei was about to put it on, a thick and heavy aura suddenly came from the left. Xiao Ziji put on the mask first and slightly released his aura. He felt that his strength had obviously increased, so he said in surprise, "Patriarch, I feel stronger." Li Qingyang also put on the mask and said excitedly, "After this disciple put on the mask, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 10 to 20%. Pa. Li Fei didn't think any further and directly put the mask on his face. Sure enough, just as second senior brother and junior brother Xiao had said, after releasing his cultivation, he felt that his strength had increased. Moreover, it wasn't only his strength, but his legs that were wearing combat boots were also lighter than before. Not only did it increase my strength, it also increased my speed. Li Fei said in surprise. Long Xiang, Tianqi, Yang Yuhua and the rest all put on their masks. After confirming that their strength had increased, their faces were filled with excitement. "This mask is too magical. Could it be a treasure?" Jun Changxiao explained, "Combat boots, armor, mask, and Azure Sun sword are called the True Yang 4 sets. As long as they are equipped at the same time, their speed, defense, and strength will increase by quite a bit. Heavens! This is too awesome. Tianqi, Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the rest were all shocked. Wearing 4 pieces of equipment to increase their overall strength completely subverted their understanding of martial arts. The True Yang 4 sets didn't just have an amplification effect. In fact, just by wearing it alone, it could increase one's strength by quite a bit. The combat boots could increase one's speed, the armor could increase one's defense, and as for the mask, it was nothing more than a decoration used to show off. Li Qingyang and the rest wore the True Yang 4 sets, which was equivalent to wearing 4 pieces of top-grade equipment. They were like RMB warriors that had been charged with money. Patriarch Yi Xingchen said, "This disciple will leave for a moment." N. Jun Changxiao nodded. Yi Xingchen left silently and hurried to his residence after leaving the courtyard. He took out the mask that he had casually thrown in the trash can and put it on his face without caring about the dirt. He felt that his strength had increased by different degrees and said in shock, "Too magical, too unbelievable." Jun Changxiao gave Su Xiaoma a lot of natural spirit stones to make up for his lost cultivation time. Even Li Qingyang and the others couldn't compare to this. As for the True Yang set, mid-grade body shaping pills, and soul shaping pills, he also gave Su Xiaoma 2 surge talismans. Although Su Xiaoma couldn't use the surge talisman for now, once he reached the peak of Martial King, he would have 2 chances to become Wu Huang. It would be more convenient to save his life in times of need. Of course. Jun Patriarch was still considering if he could use Old Man Jun Tian's identity to put on a show for his disciple. When to put on a show, however, the most important thing was that his appearance had to be stylish. He had to create sparks and lightning along the way. Only then could he shock the Xianxia and make them value Su Xiaoma more. "I have to plan this well," Jun Changxiao thought to himself. Su Xiaoma asked Elder Wei about his relationship problems and focused on cultivation. Because his cultivation stagnated and he was lagging behind his peers, he couldn't go to the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, he didn't have much time left the Xianxia. A few days later, after going through the Tower of Trials, the Life and Death Secret Realm, and the Space-Time Secret Realm, he came to the main hall and said, "Patriarch, I have to go back." Jun Changxiao said, "Be careful." Yes. In front of the mountain gate, the disciples sent Su Xiaoma off. Lu Wancher wiped her tears and waved her hand. "Senior brother, if you don't have enough food, you can go back to the sect to make up for it." She made a lot of snacks this time. They could be stored in the interspatial ring for a while. "Thank you, junior sister." Su Xiaoma walked to the foot of the mountain and turned to wave at the patriarch and his peers. After leaving southwest Jiangzhou, he would put on the magic modification mask and return to his identity as Su Jingtang. Although he had been undercover in the Xianxia for a year, it was just a pretense. Only in the sect of all times could he find the feeling of home. Therefore, in order to go home and complete the patriarch's task, he had to climb up quickly. "Patriarch," Lu Wancher said worriedly, "Senior apprentice brother Su won't be exposed, right? What if they were discovered? Will he be captured and tortured?" Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "Girl, can't you think of something more auspicious?" Of course. This kind of thing also had to be carefully considered. In any unexpected situation, the safety of the disciples must be the priority. After sending off Su Xiaoma, Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and said, "It's time to get down to business." "What's the matter, going to the planar battlefield to cause trouble?" Ta. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Tianqi, He Wudi, Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, and Song Xianzhou stopped at the entrance of the planar battlefield. Zhou Hong couldn't go for the time being, because he hadn't reached the pinnacle of the Sword King realm. There was a difference between the Sword Dao and the Martial Dao. It wasn't just about increasing one's grade. Of course, as long as one had a profound understanding of the Sword Dao and became a Sword Emperor, their combat strength would definitely be stronger than their Martial Dao peers. Other than the eldest disciple, Li Qingyang and the others all wore the True Yang armor. They were like generals going to the front lines to provide support at any time. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, the Pavilion Elder, Ding Xingwang, and Gong Sun Haohai stood in front of the 10 disciples. Currently, the 6 of them were the true upper echelons of the sect of all times. As for the elder Wei, although he had recovered his strength, he was still managing the herb farm behind the scenes. The Purple King and the 100 Hills King had also come. These two beasts were comparable to saints. They were definitely at the level of golden fighters. As for whether they could beat up that Earth-class expert, that would depend on the two of them and Ding Xingwang. Shua. Not long after, Jun Changxiao walked over. Little Long Long and Xiao Maxian followed behind their master. The two of them still didn't like each other. They glared at each other all the way until their eyes were sore. They stopped in front of the Outer Realm Battlefield's teleportation gate. Jun Changxiao said with a serious expression, "The planar battlefield is extremely dangerous. You must treat it seriously. Don't underestimate the enemy." "Yes." Everyone shouted. "Okay." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Let's go." Shua. Li Qingyang was the first to enter the teleportation gate. When he heard the realm does not match, cannot enter notification, he crushed the surge talisman given to him by the patriarch. Detected that the intruder has reached the Emperor class and meets the minimum requirements to enter. Activating the teleportation device. 10% increase. 30% increase. 100% increase. Teleportation. Xiao. Li Qingyang disappeared into thin air. As expected. Jun Changxiao said, "We can use the surge talisman to sneak in." Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others who had yet to reach the Emperor class crushed the surge talisman and were teleported in order. Their blood burned during the process, and they were a bit nervous. Just how terrifying was the planar battlefield that could injure the patriarch so badly? Looking forward to it. Super looking forward to it. The sky was dark, and the ground was blood red. A dense killing intent rippled in the air. This was the planar battlefield, an azure field where only killing and being killed could be found. In the stronghold that represented the falling star continent, which was only a few dozen square meters in size, flags fluttered in the wind. It seemed a bit desolate. Damn it. Where did that guy go? Outside the stronghold, 20 to 30 martial artists in uniform floated in the air, their faces filled with anger. They were from the Scarlet Sea continent. The first person that Jun Changxiao killed in the planar battlefield was from this plane. "Big brother." A martial artist said in a deep voice, "That guy couldn't have been killed by someone else, right? If he was killed, there should be a notification." The middle-aged man in the lead frowned. "It's strange. Why would the falling star continent appear in the planar battlefield out of thin air? Why is there only one person?" The others were also puzzled. According to the rules of the battlefield, at least 2,000 people had to be sent in. The stronghold given to them was also quite large, unlike the falling star continent, which was only the size of a room. Could it be that he washed off the red light and secretly hid in some corner of the battlefield? Someone guessed. At present, that's the only possibility. They didn't think too much about why the falling star continent stronghold appeared. Instead, they had been looking for Jun Changxiao for more than half a year. Getting blood was secondary. The most important thing was to avenge their dead companions. Swoosh, swoosh, suddenly, dozens of streams of light flew over from afar. These people came from the Lingyun continent. Like the Scarlet Sea continent, they were also looking for Jun Changxiao. Normally, there was no need to pay attention to anything in the planar battlefield. They could just kill on sight. However, the powerhouses of the two planes were separated by hundreds of feet, yet they didn't reveal any fighting intent. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight. It was that they had gradually formed a tacit understanding after fighting so many times. If they wanted to fight, they had to arrange a time to go to the Azure Field, It was a main killing area. According to the rules of the upper realm, the designated planes had to enter the Azure Field to kill within a certain time. Of course. This rule was added later. It wasn't in the beginning. The reason was that the upper realm wanted the lower realm to kill each other. The lower realm martial artists weren't stupid. They would often form a tacit understanding. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. They let you kill each other, but you ended up sitting together drinking tea. This situation was awkward. Therefore, the upper realm set a rule that new planes had to enter the azure field to kill within a certain time. To make up for Su Xiaoma's wasted cultivation time, Jun Changxiao gave him a lot of natural spirit stones. Even Lei Qingyang and the others couldn't compare to this. As for the true yang set, mid-grade body-shaping pills, and soul-shaping pills, he also gave him 2 surge talismans. Although he couldn't use the surge talisman for now, once he reached the peak of Martial King, he would have 2 chances to become Wu Huang. It would be more convenient to save his life in times of need. Of course. Jun Patriarch was still considering if he had the chance to act as old man Jun Tian for his disciple. How to act, when to act was particular. However, the most important thing was that his appearance had to be stylish. It had to be flashy. Only then would he be able to shock the Taishan Zone and make them value Su Xiaoma more. I have to plan this well, Jun Changxiao thought to himself. After Su Xiaoma learned about love from Elder Wei, he focused on cultivation. Because his cultivation had stagnated and he was lagging behind his peers, he couldn't go to the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, he didn't have much time left the Taishan Zone. A few days later, after going through the Tower of Trials, Life and Death Secret Realm, and Space-Time Secret Realm, he came to the main hall and said, "Patriarch, I have to go back." Jun Changxiao said, "Be careful." Yes. In front of the mountain gate, the disciples sent Su Xiaoma off. Lu Wancher wiped her tears and waved her hand. "Senior brother, if you don't have enough food, you can go back to the sect to make up for it." This time, she made a lot of snacks. They could be stored in the interspatial ring for a while. "Thank you, junior sister." Su Xiaoma walked to the foot of the mountain and turned to wave at the patriarch and his peers. After leaving southwest Jiangzhou, he would put on the magic modification mask and return to his identity as Su Jingtang. Although he had been undercover in the Taishan Zone for a year, it was just a pretense. Only in the sect of all times could he feel at home. Therefore, in order to go home and complete the patriarch's task, he had to climb up faster. "Patriarch," Lu Wancher said worriedly, "Senior apprentice brother Su won't be exposed, right? What if they were discovered? Will he be captured and tortured?" Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "Girl, can't you think of something more auspicious?" Of course. This kind of thing also had to be carefully considered. In any unexpected situation, the safety of the disciples must be the priority. After sending off Su Xiaoma, Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and said, "It's time to get down to business." "What's the matter, going to the planar battlefield to cause trouble?" Ta. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, Li Fei, Tian Qi, He Wudi, Long Ziang, Yang Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, and Song Xianzhou stopped at the entrance of the planar battlefield. Zhou Hong couldn't go for the time being, because he hadn't reached the pinnacle of the Sword King realm. The Sword Dao was different from the Martial Dao. It wasn't just about increasing one's grade. Of course, as long as one had a profound understanding of the Sword Dao and became a Sword Emperor, their combat strength would definitely be stronger than their Martial Dao peers. Apart from the eldest disciple, Li Qingyang and the others all wore the true Yang armor. They were like generals going to the front lines at any time. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, the pavilion elder, Ding Xingwang, and Gong Sun Haohai stood in front of the 10 disciples. Currently, the 6 of them were the true upper echelons of the sect of all times. As for Elder Wei, although he had recovered his strength, he was still managing the herb fields behind the scenes. The Purple King and King of 100 Hills also came. These 2 beasts were comparable to saints. They were definitely at the level of golden fighters. As for whether or not they could beat up that Earth-class expert, that would depend on them and Ding Xingwang. Shua. Not long after, Jun Changxiao walked over. Little Long Long and Xiao Maxian followed behind their master. The 2 still didn't like each other. They glared at each other all the way until their eyes were sore. They stopped in front of the Outer Realm Battlefield's teleportation gate. Jun Changxiao said with a serious expression, "The planar battlefield is extremely dangerous. You must treat it seriously. Don't underestimate the enemy." "Yes." Everyone shouted. "Okay." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Let's go." Shua. Li Qingyang was the first to enter the teleportation gate. When he heard the realm does not match, cannot enter notification, he crushed the surge talisman given to him by the patriarch. Detected that the intruder has reached the Emperor class and meets the minimum requirements to enter. Activating the teleportation device. 10% increase. 30% increase. 100% increase, teleportation. Xiao. Li Qingyang disappeared into thin air. As expected. Jun Changxiao said, "You can sneak in with the surge talisman." Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others who had yet to reach the Emperor class crushed the surge talisman and were teleported in order. Their blood burned during the process, and they were a bit nervous. Just how terrifying was the planar battlefield that could injure the patriarch so badly? Looking forward to it. Super looking forward to it. The sky was dark, and the ground was blood red. A dense killing intent rippled in the air. This was the planar battlefield, an azure field where only killing and being killed could be found. In the stronghold that represented the falling star continent, which was only a few dozen square meters in size, flags fluttered in the wind. It looked a bit desolate. Damn it! Where did that guy go? Outside the stronghold, 20 to 30 martial artists in uniform floated in the air. They had faint anger on their faces. They were from the Scarlet Sea continent. The first person Jun Changxiao killed in the planar battlefield was from this plane. Big brother. A martial artist said in a deep voice, "That guy couldn't have been killed by someone else, right? If he was killed, there should be a notification." The middle-aged man in the lead frowned. It's strange. Why would the falling star continent appear in the planar battlefield out of thin air? Why is there only one person? The others were also puzzled. According to the rules of the battlefield, at least 2,000 people had to be sent to enter this place. The stronghold given to them was also quite large, unlike the falling star continent, which was only the size of a room. Could it be that he washed off the red light and secretly hid in some corner of the battlefield? Someone guessed. At present, that's the only possibility. They didn't think too much about why the falling star continent stronghold appeared. Instead, they had been looking for Jun Changxiao for more than half a year. Getting blood was secondary. The most important thing was to avenge their dead companions. Swoosh, swoosh, suddenly, dozens of streams of light flew over from afar. These people came from the Lingyun continent. Like the Scarlet Sea continent, they were also looking for Jun Changxiao. Normally, there was no need to pay attention to anything in the planar battlefield. They could just kill on sight. However, the powerhouses of the two planes were separated by hundreds of feet, and they didn't show any intention to fight. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight. It was that they had gradually formed a tacit understanding after fighting so many times. If they wanted to fight, they had to arrange a time to go to the Slaughtering Azure field, the Slaughtering Azure field. It was a main killing area. According to the rules of the upper realm, the designated planes had to enter the Slaughtering Azure field to fight within a certain period of time. Of course. This rule was added later. It wasn't in the beginning. The reason was that the upper realm wanted the lower realm to kill each other. The lower realm martial artists weren't stupid. They would often form a tacit understanding. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. They let you kill each other, but you ended up sitting together drinking tea. This situation was awkward. Therefore, the upper realm set a rule that new planes had to enter the Slaughtering Azure field within a certain period of time to start killing. To put it bluntly, at the edge of the planar battlefield, cultivators from different planes could live peacefully. However, once they entered the battlefield, they had to fight to the death. When Jun Changxiao came to the planar battlefield for the first time, he was also hunted down by others. They didn't fight. For each other's 10 merit points, there was no need to fight to the death. It was obviously more tempting for a new plane cultivator to get 100 merit points. Planes like the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent had been in the planar battlefield for many years. They knew each other well. If they didn't have a reason to fight, they would either argue or fight a few rounds at the edge of the planar battlefield. Although the planar battlefield was used for killing, it was rare to see a fight on sight, apart from the old bullying the newcomers. When a plane's stronghold expanded to a certain extent, not only would the mission be completed, but they could also freely enter and exit the planar battlefield. They could come here to kill for merit points and search for opportunities. The Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent were in this situation. They had been designated a few hundred years ago to enter the planar battlefield. After expanding their territory, they had successfully completed the mission and obtained the right to enter the planar battlefield at will. This meant that as long as the designated plane completed the mission, they could keep the teleportation device for later generations to come and fight or search for opportunities. Only those planes that entered for the first time and were forced to fight for territory. Of course, there was another situation that could cause a big fight. That was when a cave or opportunity was discovered. For rich resources and merit points, people would go crazy. For example, a few decades ago, two planes that were equal in strength and even greeted each other when they met began to fight in a corner of the planar battlefield because of a divine-grade treasure. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like a river. After the outcome of the battle was decided, the treasure was also taken away by the other plane. In truth, such fights over supreme treasures and fortuitous encounters were not uncommon in the planar battlefield, which had a long history. It was unrealistic to say that they fought every day. Unless a cultivator wanted to seek excitement or earn merit points, they would go on a killing spree alone or in a small group. However, they would often be beaten to death, and the grass on their graves would grow a few meters long. A few dozen cultivators from the Lingyun continent stopped in the sky above the stronghold. The white-haired old man in the lead said calmly, "You guys are quite diligent." "Likewise, likewise." The leading middle-aged man from the Scarlet Sea continent put on a fake smile. The two planes had fought fiercely before, but they were evenly matched in terms of strength. They had fought a few times, and there had been many casualties, but there had been no clear victor. Thus, when they met, there was only the smell of gunpowder, and they did not dare to really fight. During the period when Xianxia had disappeared, the martial artists from these two planes had come the most frequently. The main reason was that they were relatively close to each other. They also hoped that they could kill Xianxia and obtain the 500 bounty. "In my opinion," the white-haired old man said indifferently, "that kid has already washed away the red glow. He's hiding in a corner and doesn't dare to come back." "Humph," the middle-aged man said coldly, "he killed so many martial artists of my Scarlet Sea continent. Even if that kid hides at the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape death." "I'm sorry," the white-haired old man said indifferently, "this prey belongs to my Lingyun continent." "Yours?" the middle-aged man sneered. From the moment they met to the moment they spoke, the murderous aura in the air grew stronger and stronger, but there was no intention of fighting. "Let's go." The white-haired old man waved his hand. "They mainly came over to take a look. If they didn't find their target, they naturally wouldn't stay for long." "We'll go back too," the middle-aged man said. However, just as the two groups of people were about to leave, a person appeared out of thin air in the Falling Star continent's stronghold. Even the area of the stronghold expanded by half a meter. This place, after stabilizing himself, Li Qingyang looked at the stars in the sky and the crimson ground beneath his feet. He muttered, "This is the planar battlefield?" Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a powerful murderous aura pressed down from two directions. Only then did Li Qingyang realize that there were dozens of martial artists comparable to Emperor Realm experts floating in the air. Their gazes were unfriendly. Although the patriarch had said that there were many martial artists here, however, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw so many Emperor-level experts who could fly. This lineup was on the Falling Star continent. It would probably only appear during some major event. Dozens of pairs of eyes from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent stared at Li Qingyang. Soon, they could tell that this person wasn't the bloodthirsty guy from back then. However, since he appeared in the stronghold, it meant that he was also from the Falling Star continent like that guy. "Kid!" the middle-aged man coldly shouted, "Hurry up and come out." He couldn't be sure if Xianxia was alive or not. If he was, he could kill this kid and get blood drop. The white-haired old man thought so too. He hurriedly returned with his companions and hovered outside the stronghold. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. "It's a little scary." Li Qingyang was panicking. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Qianxian, Xiao Ziji, and the others appeared in the stronghold. When they were on the ground, the falling star continent's stronghold would expand. It wasn't difficult to see the pattern. As long as the martial artists representing the falling star continent entered the battlefield, the stronghold would expand by half a meter. This was an initial value that would continuously increase with the number of people. When the limit was reached, even if everyone from the plane was brought in, there would only be a fixed area. If they wanted to expand, they would have to fight non-stop. Seeing a few more martial artists from the falling star continent, the martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent began to mutter. Logically speaking, the next batch of designated planes would only come in 5 years. Why were there martial artists entering in advance, or was it intentional by the upper realm? The upper realm, F***CK, I'm the scapegoat for the martial artists' imagination. Whoosh! 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 One after another, Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the others appeared in the falling star continent's stronghold. When they felt the world with a strong murderous aura and felt the experts who were comparable to emperors in the air, their eyes were burning. Here. As the patriarch said, it was more terrifying than the life and death secret realm, it was a little exciting. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the other elders also appeared. When Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian came in, the falling star continent's stronghold expanded from the initial 20 square meters to more than 30 square meters. The eyes of the martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent gradually lit up. In their eyes, the 20 or so martial artists from the falling star continent were 20 prey that could be slaughtered at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in the falling star continent's stronghold. When the martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent saw this, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. That's right, the one who caused such a big reaction was naturally the handsome Jun Goxing. Welcome back to the dimensional battlefield. The female system's voice rang in his ears. Jun Changxiao was the one who set up the portal, so only he could hear it. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others did not have this function, so they were in a state of confusion. Eh? Jun Changxiao steadied himself and glanced at the two groups of people outside. He smiled and said, "You know that I'm coming back today, so you're here to welcome me?" "Welcome my ass." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "You killed so many martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent. Wash your brains clean and come out to die." Jun Changxiao understood. Although he had left the dimensional battlefield for a while, these people did not give up and should come to visit every day. Die? Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and sat down elegantly. At this time, Xiao Ziji would definitely pass him a chair, but because he was in an unfamiliar environment and was still adapting, he ignored the patriarch's reminder. Plop! Jun Goxing fell to the ground. The disciples, the martial artists, in this extremely awkward situation, Jun Changxiao simply lay on his side, his elbow on the ground, his palm on the side of his face, his right leg on his left leg, and his body in an shape. He then used the one yang finger and the lion roar at the same time. Come in. P.S. Tomorrow at 12:30 noon. P.S. The next 15 chapters will be released consecutively. It is inevitable that there will be mistakes. If there is a mistake in the chapters, please do not panic. I will refresh or delete the chapters and add them back to the bookshelf to read the latest content. Jun Patriarch fell to the ground. The situation was very awkward. However, this guy reacted well. He laid on the ground and posed. Not only did he stabilize the situation, but he also provoked them. This guy was really arrogant. The two existential plane cultivators were instantly enraged. Humph. The middle-aged man sneered. Don't play dead on the ground. Come out. Jun Changxiao stood up and snapped his fingers again. This time, Xiao Ziji came back to his senses and hurriedly placed a chair in front of him. Jun Changxiao sat down steadily and crossed his legs. He picked up a cigar with one hand and condensed a flame with the other. After lighting it, he said, "Don't be impatient. Let me take a breather first." He was not pretending. He was analyzing the strength of the dozens of martial artists. 2 Xian. More than 30 Huang. Huff. Jun Changxiao blew out a smoke ring and said to himself, "It's not a big problem." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also staring at the group of martial artists in the air. Their eyes were shining with a strong desire to fight. These people were obviously stronger than the spirit beasts in the life and death secret realm. If they could fight with them, it would be very exciting and satisfying. Under Jun Patriarch's guidance, the disciples of the sect of all times could definitely be called warmongers. The two martial artists also looked at the martial artists from the Falling Star continent. Seeing that most of them were at the lowest Huang level, they sneered. "Patriarch," Ding Xingwang said, "as long as we kill them, we will get merit points and expand our base?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. Ding Xingwang said eagerly, "When do we do it?" "Now." The disciples were holding the surge talisman, so every second was precious. Therefore, Jun Changxiao didn't waste any time. His eyes suddenly became cold as he waved his hand and said, "Disciples, listen up. Get rid of these people." "Yes." Shua. Shua. Whoosh. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stepped out of the stronghold one after another. Each of them rubbed their palms together, and the powerful aura emanating from their bodies made them seem like demons who had just broken their seals and walked out of hell. If they were on the Starfall continent, their opponents would definitely panic upon seeing such a scene. But in the planar battlefield, they didn't know each other, and neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Why would they care? They even thought that she was putting on an act. "You really dare to come out?" the middle-aged man sneered. Even though Zhang Xian did not understand why so few people had entered the Falling Star continent, he was certain that the Falling Star continent was designated as an emerging plane. Since they were here, they had to undergo proper military training. Bullying newcomers was the joy of the Crimson Sea continent's martial artists. Over the years, the number of martial artists that fell at their hands was not few. Swish, at this moment, the white-haired elder from the Lingyun continent who had been silent all this time rushed over first. His vast aura exploded like a raging wave. The fact that the young man was still alive meant that the blood of the Falling Star continent still existed. If he could kill him first, he could easily obtain 100 merit points. The middle-aged man thought the same. The moment the white-haired elder attacked, he hurriedly pressed down. The two black experts were competing to see who could attack faster and take down the first blood of the Falling Star continent first. Whoosh. Whoosh, the experts from the Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent attacked from both sides. Their auras were clearly much stronger than that of Mu Changhong, a half-sage. Li Qingyang and the others, who were warming up, did not pay attention to them. Instead, they stared at the 30 yellow-level experts, because these were their opponents. "Leave the leftmost one to me." "I choose the second one." "Leave the ugly one to me." They were communicating with each other through telepathy and determined their targets. "Die." Whoosh. Whoosh, the white-haired elder waved his hand, and a majestic palm print condensed. This guy's killing move was a large-scale attack. Obviously, he wanted to take down not only the first blood but also more merit points. Ta! Just as the palm print was about to press down, Ding Xingwang suddenly appeared in their field of vision. He raised his head slightly, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said a classic line, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon?" Whoosh, his right fist suddenly punched toward the sky. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the powerful evil aura turned into a huge fist, and with an earth-shattering force, it directly shattered the palm print. The white-haired elder, who attacked, immediately retreated a few feet back. When he stabilized his body, he said in shock, "An earth-level expert?" Buzz, suddenly, the space behind him rippled. Die. Old Ding walked out from inside, and a palm containing 5 types of evil aura came directly toward him. The white-haired elder just turned around, and with the best angle, he received the palm print with the most complete right side of his face. However, with a bang, his whole body fell to the red ground like a cannonball. The ground trembled, and dust filled the air. The martial artists present all had spiritual thoughts, and they immediately noticed that the white-haired elder had sunk into a deep pit. His face and skin were black, and his breathing had completely stopped. He was dead. The earth-level expert had been killed instantly. The middle-aged man who attacked from the other side was shocked. Just as he was considering whether to continue attacking or retreat, a powerful airwave suddenly erupted from below, and a red flame slashed from below. Not good, boom, the flame slash exploded in midair, and immediately formed a rain of fire, dyeing the dark gray area red. The one who used the red sky raging flame slash was Xianxia. He stood in front of the disciples and raised his arm again. Two light beams quickly condensed, and then with a whoosh, they entered the explosion zone. Boom! Under the 7 mystic light beam, the middle-aged man was blasted out, and then he paused in the air. Not only were his clothes tattered, but there were also 2 dents on his chest. Wah! Blood spurted, and his face was pale. Old Ding was a whooshing, and it was easy for him to kill an Earth-level expert. Xianxia, who had just entered the Half-Saint realm less than 2 years ago, had heavily injured an Earth-level expert from the Scarlet Sea continent with just 2 moves. It was enough to show that after becoming an elder of the Sect of all times, his strength had increased significantly. Take his life while he was down, Xianxia did not give his opponent any chance to breathe, and once again condensed the red sky raging flame slash and attacked. Boom! Faced with such a fast and domineering move, the injured middle-aged man could not dodge. He was once again hit by the blazing flame slash and fell down like a kite with a broken string. The martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent and Lingyun continent were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, this new martial artist was only here for military training, but in the end, he had killed and injured their 2 Earth-level experts in an extremely short time. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Someone came back to his senses and shouted loudly. Easily killing and injuring 2 Earth-level experts, this Falling Star continent's martial artist was very strong. Retreating was the wisest choice. Retreat? It was too late. Just as the middle-aged man landed, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already communicated with the power of flight and rushed over. Furthermore, with the enhancement of their steel wings, their speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! Li Qingyang was the first to rush over, the true yang sword in his hand glowing. It suddenly cut through the void, forming an extremely cold sword aura. Li Fei and the others either used the red sky raging flame slash or the 7 mystic light beam. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, scorching heat and light flashed outside the Falling Star continent's stronghold like fireworks, gorgeous and colorful. Pucci, where the sharp sword passed, an arm flew out. After crippling an arm, Li Qingyang charged over again with his sword. Boom, boom, a Scarlet Sea continent martial artist condensed a move and blasted it at Xiao Ziji. Not only did the latter block it with his physical body, but he also did not retreat half a step. There was no time to think, and he ran away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the surrounding space was filled with dense earth elements. Walls of earth formed, and in the blink of an eye, this martial artist was sealed in. Xiao Ziji rushed in, his eyes burning with passion. Come, let's have a good fight. Boom. Boom. The disciples outside the sect shook the heavens and the earth. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair, smoking a cigar, and said with a smile, "Experts on the battlefield, I'm back. Are you ready?" Boom, boom, within the 4 earthen walls, Xiao Zui was still attacking. It was supposed to be a hearty battle, but in the end, they were beaten up like sandbags. In the end, they were bounced around the walls until they lost all signs of life. Before entering the planar battlefield, Jun Changxiao had warned his disciples not to be merciful and to kill whenever they had the chance. Even the kind-hearted Li Qingyang followed his master's orders. After chopping off the arm of a Lingyun continent warrior, he decisively swung his sword and cut off the opponent's head. In the planar battlefield, being merciful to others was being cruel to oneself. The one with the best performance was Xianxia. In a short period of time, he had already killed 3 people. His attacks were very clean. Retreat, retreat, retreat. A Scarlet Sea continent martial artist shouted. This was just a beautiful wish, because Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the others had also rushed over. Some warriors might not be weaker than the Sect of all times disciples, but against the higher-ups of the Sect of all times, they had no way to retaliate. Only death awaited them. Some ran quickly, but just as they thought they were out of danger, they saw Elder Ge rushing over. With a wave of his thick hand, he directly smashed the target to the ground. He had the azure sunset and the steel wings. Brother. It was better to give up on healing. Boom, boom, the killing continued. Blood splattered everywhere. In a short period of time, more than 20 warriors who had come to the falling star continent to take a look turned into corpses scattered across the crimson ground. Of course, some took the opportunity to run far away. Whoosh whoosh, a Red Sea continent warrior who had just flown out turned back in horror. His entire body was instantly swallowed by a ball of flames. Can you run? Little Long Long's childlike head emerged from the flames, like a devil that had walked out of hell. No, that warrior cried out in despair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the flames exploded, and he was instantly reduced to ashes. Little Long Long's eyes were filled with disdain. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, on the other side, a sky full of feathers exploded, killing the Lingyun continent warriors who had fled far away. Poochie, Poochie! Xiaomashan flapped her wings and floated in the air, looking at the little dragon like a proud princess. Tisk, Little Long Long snorted, what a troublesome burden. Say that again. You're a hindrance. Oil. Bottle. Nearly 40 warriors from the two planes were wiped out in a short period of time. The speed was extremely fast. As for the stronghold on the falling star continent, it expanded from 30 meters to 70 meters. Shua. Jun Changxiao walked out. He stopped in front of the half-dead middle-aged man and asked indifferently, who's playing dead now? The Crimson Sea continent's Xian-titled expert was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. His meridians had been severely damaged by the 7 profound sunglow, and he was already heavily injured. Shoo, saber light flashed and a head fell to the ground. Congratulations to the participant for killing a Xian-titled martial artist. The reward is 10 merit points. The female system's voice sounded. Only 10 points? Jun Changxiao shook his head. The first time he killed a Xian-titled martial artist, he was given 20 points. Now that he was classified as a Xian-titled martial artist, he was only given 10 points at the same level. That's right. Jun Changxiao said, how much do I get for killing a low-level yellow-titled martial artist? 5 points. The female system said. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, if I'm an earth-titled martial artist, how much do I get for killing a yellow-titled martial artist? 1 point. Sky to kill a yellow-titled martial artist? 0 points. Jun Changxiao put away the green dragon crescent blade and rubbed his chin. It seems that I have to calculate how to maximize the merit points I get. If he killed a low-level martial artist himself, he would get 5 points. If he encountered a yellow-titled martial artist, he would get 10 points. Clean up the battlefield. Yes. The disciples began to move. Before long, everyone took back the spatial rings of dozens of people. After Jun Changxiao checked them one by one, he broke down and said, why isn't there anything good? The system said, in this kind of battlefield where you can die in the next second, who would be so showy as to bring all kinds of resources and wait for others to pick up their belongings? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I thought too much. As he spoke, he walked back and forth in the stronghold. Small flags were placed all around the stronghold. In this year, his realm had been stuck, but he had not been idle to grow flowers and plants. He had taken a high-grade formation aptitude liquid early and occasionally went to study formations with Zhen Dejuan. With the help of the imaginative Shangguan Xinyao, the three of them had successfully developed a new type of lightning formation. It was very powerful. After killing so many people from the Crimson Blood continent and the Lingyun continent, the other side would definitely send out more powerful martial artists. Therefore, it would be very satisfying to set up a lightning formation outside the stronghold in advance and blow them into a mess. Although Jun Changxiao came here to fight, he must have thought carefully about how to make himself invincible. Once bitten, twice shy. The dangerous situation where he was chased to the point where he had nowhere to run was not allowed to happen again. That was so satisfying. The martial artists here are more resilient than those from the falling star continent. I had to throw a few dozen punches to get rid of that guy. If it was a normal Wu Huang, he would have died long ago. While Jun Changxiao was setting up the formation, the disciples gathered together to discuss the battle just now. Their faces were filled with excitement. Although the battle had not lasted more than 10 minutes, the strength of the enemy made them realize that this plain battlefield was very exciting and very suitable for training. Unfortunately, It could only exist for 2 hours. The Purple King stood to the side with his hands behind his back. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. He and the King of 100 Hills did not attack. First, it was Xianxia's orders. He wanted to give the disciples a chance to fight. Second, the opponent was too weak. To put it bluntly, these two Beast Tribe martial artists were comparable to Saint-level martial artists. They would only show their value after an Earth-level martial artist appeared. Moreover, after learning that high-leveled martial artists killing low-leveled martial artists gave less merit points, Xianxia would let them fight less unless it was necessary. He would let the disciples deal with them to maximize the merit points. Ding Xingwang, the Purple King, the King of 100 Hills. Gong Sun Haohai, Little Dragon, Xiao Maxian. The 6 of them were the strongest representatives of the sect of all times. In terms of strength, they corresponded to the Earth-level and Hero-level martial artists. Of course, June Patriarch, who had broken through to the half-saint level, was also quite strong. However, under these circumstances, he definitely would not try to find someone to fight one-on-one. If he had the chance, he would lead the disciples to fight as a group. First, he would expand the base. Patriarch. Li Qingyang stood in the base. He looked around at the empty space and said, "Do we need to build the base?" This guy's occupational disease was acting up again, Jun Changxiao said, "We should." Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. He said, "Disciples should build a large hall first?" Although the base had expanded to around 100 meters after killing a few dozen martial artists, there was definitely not enough space to build a large hall inside. "Go ahead." Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, "We should at least have a place to stay." The base on the Falling Star continent was empty. They definitely needed to build a place to shelter themselves from the elements. Yes. With the Patriarch's agreement, Li Qingyang first set up a table. He then took out a large stack of sketches and started to choose based on the size of the base. When he had nothing to do, he would study the sketches of buildings. Now, they were finally put to good use. "Patriarch, what do you think of these sketches?" "You decide." "Yes." After Li Qingyang decided on a sketch, he took out a large number of construction materials from his space ring. He called for Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others to get busy. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. This guy actually had stones, bricks, and other construction materials in his space ring. It looked like he had already thought about it before he entered. Of course, Li Qingyang had already come up with a plan after asking about the details of the planar battlefield. If not for the fact that the area was limited and he could barely build a large hall, he was confident that he could build a large group of buildings in a short time. After all the building materials were in place, Li Qingyang took the lead and began to build. The first step in building a house was to dig out the foundation. Everyone gathered their strength and began to bombard the ground according to the blueprint. Soon, a series of pits were formed. Shua. Shua, Long Xiang unsheathed his sword, cutting down wooden pillars until they were round. Hu, Xiao Ziji sat in the distance. He gathered the dug-up soil into the shape of a brick and then baked it with a high-intensity flame. Jun Changxiao, if my disciples don't cultivate martial arts in the future and go out to become carpenters, they definitely won't starve to death. If the martial artists were to see a group of yellow-rank powerhouses building a house, their jaws would drop to the floor in shock. "Big brother, this is a cruel planar battlefield, not your backyard. Can you be a bit more serious? Can you be a bit more serious?" Shua. 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 After the bricks were refined, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others began to move the bricks and lay the bricks. They worked very carefully. Old Ding, Xianxia, and the others also came over to help. Xiao Maxian had nothing to do. She grabbed a pile of mud and threw it at the little dragon. "Pa! You dare to hit me!" The little dragon lifted the mud bag beside it and smashed it at Xiao Maxian's head. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's lips twitched. This contract beast of the Patriarch didn't know how to give in to a girl at all. Everyone busied themselves. The construction speed was extremely fast. 20 to 30 minutes later, a grand hall was erected in the stronghold, occupying 90% of the space. The grand hall style was similar to the grand hall of the Sect of all times. Because of time constraints, the construction was relatively simple. It didn't have a grand and majestic aura. Of course, there was still a lot of room for improvement. It would slowly be perfected in the future. Patriarch. Li Qingyang took out a plaque with the words Starfall Continent engraved on it. Should we hang it up? This thing had been prepared in advance. How thoughtful. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and erased the words on the plaque. Then, he condensed his strength and redrew the words. He said with satisfaction, "Hang it up." Yes. Li Qingyang flew over and hung up the plaque. Jun Changxiao stood outside the main hall. From his point of view, he could see the words "the strongest sect of all time" written on the plaque. The flag that represented the plane was also placed on the roof and waved in the wind. From this moment on, the Starfall Continent was officially listed in the planar battlefield and had its first building. Everything is ready. We only need those who are here to die. Jun Changxiao sat in front of the grand hall, one foot on a chair and his arm resting on it. Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian stood behind him, their faces covered in mud, like two protectors. Old Ding, Gong Sun Haohai, and the other higher-ups of the sect of all time stood in 2 rows near the stairs. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others below the first prince were facing the outside of the stronghold. Because they were wearing the true Yang suit, they looked like generals guarding the palace. Hoo-hoo! Right at this moment, streaks of light flew over from the east at an extremely fast speed. Gosheng smiled. Those who are here to die are here. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, streaks of light streaked across the sky from afar. They quickly gathered in the sky above the stronghold. There were as many as 60 of them, and from their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the Scarlet Sea continent. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute expression. He wore a black suit and exuded an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. His goal this time was to find Elder He, who had led the team out and had yet to return. Elder Li. A martial artist pointed below and said in shock, "Elder He is dead." The middle-aged man also saw the corpses of Elder He and the other martial artists. His expression changed slightly, and then he looked at the young man sitting in front of the stronghold's main hall. He said, with a cold gaze, "You killed them?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said indifferently. The middle-aged man's gaze became colder and angrier. However, at this moment, he saw the corpses of the Lingyun continent martial artists in the distance and was shocked. "You killed them too?" "That's right." Jun Changxiao was satisfied with a person who was about to die. He answered whatever he asked. Although the middle-aged man's face was filled with anger, his heart had gradually calmed down. There were nearly 40 martial artists from his side and the Lingyun continent. There were even 2 black powerhouses. All of them had died in front of the stronghold of the Falling Star continent. This meant that the other party was not weak. He might not be able to take advantage of them. "Let's go," he shouted coldly. He made a prompt decision to leave and return to the stronghold to inform the others. It was undoubtedly the right choice to send a stronger team. Unfortunately, when everyone was about to turn around, Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian had already circled to the back. The 2 enemies were either shaking their heads or clenching their fists. "Since you're here," Jun Changxiao said, "how can you leave so easily?" Whoosh! 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 Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others flew out, their eyes flashing with battle intent. Just the thought of being able to fight with an emperor-level expert at any time and any place made them excited. "Kill!" the middle-aged man shouted. Whoosh whoosh, as he spoke, he gathered a vast aura and attacked Xiao Longlong who was blocking his way. He wanted to rush out with everyone and return to the stronghold of the Red Sea continent. He wanted to inform the others about the situation here. "You're courting death." Xiao Longlong's right fist blasted out. Flames instantly burst out and turned into a flaming fist that collided with the middle-aged man's power. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, rolling up billowing heat waves. The middle-aged man who attacked took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he said in disbelief, "This guy looks like he's only at the yellow level. Why is he so strong?" Whoosh whoosh, Xiao Longlong carried a sky full of flames, like a fire god descending to the mortal world. He said coldly, "Because I'm handsome." boom, boom. Under the sky full of flames, the middle-aged man was beaten back. In the end, he decided to take a detour and quickly moved in another direction. Although Xiao Longlong was only at the emperor level in his second form, his strength was very explosive. Flying feathers in the sky. At this moment, a clear voice came from the sky, whoosh, 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 a blade-like beam of light shot out from the sky. The expression of the middle-aged man, who had just avoided the flame attack, suddenly changed. He quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Nine Dipper Seal." Wang! 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 9 enchantments instantly condensed in front of him. Pung pung pung, the flying feathers in the sky smashed into the enchantments, creating billowing smoke. Whoosh, the middle-aged man flew out. Of the 9 enchantments in front of him, 4 were broken. It seemed that the problem wasn't too great. After all, this middle-aged man was a black-level powerhouse. Xiao Maxian's strength was at most at the peak emperor level. If she wanted to injure him, she would have to find a flaw in his defenses. Who? Blazing hot flames held from behind him once more. Damn. The middle-aged man was enraged. He could only helplessly contend with Xiao Longlong's erupting flames. There was no chance for him to escape. From time to time, Xiao Maxian would take advantage of every opening to launch sneak attacks. Like this, a half-saint powerhouse was successfully stalled by Xianxia's 2 contract beasts. Crimson Heaven's raging flame slash. On the other side, Long Xiang flew forwards. He condensed a flame seal in his palm and then blasted it through the void. Bang! The 2 yellow-level martial artists joined forces to break apart this attack. They glanced at each other and then erupted with their cultivations. They weren't as thorough as the middle-aged man. They believed that since there were only a dozen or so people coming out from the stronghold, they should be more than enough to deal with him. Crimson Spirit Light. Sea Crossing Light. Whoosh! 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 Several Red Sea continent martial artists took this chance to use all sorts of martial skills, condensing beams of light that shot towards Long Xiang. In a battlefield without rules, they didn't care about numbers. They could even launch sneak attacks, because only those who survived were the victors. This is a bit troublesome. Seeing all kinds of gorgeous martial skills flying towards him, Long Xiang frowned slightly. Although relying on the true young set, he was not inferior to those experienced yellow rankers, but to receive so many attacks, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shwa! At this moment, Xiao Ziji rushed over and waved his hands. Buzz buzz buzz. A materialized earth wall instantly appeared around them, enveloping the 2 of them. This defensive wall was gathered by the earth spirit and supported by Xiao Ziji's great desolation body. The aura it emitted was as if several ancient mountains had been moved from the ancient wasteland. The Red Sea continent's martial artists sneered. Although the wall looked a bit thick, if we all attacked together, even a top yellow ranker might not be able to withstand it. Boom, 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 all kinds of light beams smashed onto the wall, stirring up a gust of wind. However, under the cold aura, the earth wall erected around Xiao Ziji and Long Xiang did not have any cracks. The Red Sea continent's martial artists who were attacking together were dumbfounded. Although their strength was not the strongest in the yellow level, when 5 or 6 of them attacked together, the power was extremely terrifying. The Falling Star continent's martial artists relied on the earth wall to withstand it without any cracks. This was too shocking. Bang! Bang! The earth wall dissipated one after another. Xiao Zuiji raised his head, grinned, and said, "So exciting. To be able to exchange blows with this level of expert, to be able to use the power of defense to experience an even stronger power," it made his blood burn crazily. Go! Li Qingyang shouted. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others rushed up from the left and right. Their eyes flashed with passion as they locked onto an opponent and began to attack crazily. At that moment, as long as it was a sect of all times martial skill, they would use it, because there were more martial artists in the Red Sea continent. In order to prevent the disciples from being outnumbered, Jun Changshao ordered Xianxia and the other higher-ups to fight. To be exact, it was to assist Li Qingyang and the others in fighting. Boom! He Wudi was the first to bloom. Relying on his speed and martial skills, he killed a yellow-titled martial artist on the spot. On the other end, Xianxia was still fighting fiercely because his opponent was stronger than the one he had killed previously. Pucci, after exchanging more than 10 moves, Pei Aniu grasped the opponent's weakness and directly pierced through the opponent's heart. The warrior looked at the masked warrior in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was clearly stronger than him, so why did he die in his hands? Because of equipment. Because of experience. Pucci. Xianxia drew his sword and charged towards the other Scarlet Sea Continent cultivator without looking back. Although Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' cultivation levels were not as high as their opponents, they had the support of the true Yang set and the experience they had gained in the life and death secret realm. Once they started to fight, they were like ferocious beasts that had been released from their cages. Patriarch. The Purple King asked, "Can I fight?" Seeing Li Qingyang and the others fighting fiercely, he really couldn't keep calm anymore. You can. Before Jun Changxiao could finish speaking, the Purple King flew out and instantly approached an expert from the Scarlet Sea Continent who was waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack Xiao Ziji. He raised his palm and slammed him to the ground. Rumble. The enemy fell to the ground, his chest caved in, and he died. Rumble, the Purple King attacked twice in a row. Two stronger yellow-titled martial artists couldn't fight back at all and were killed on the spot. They couldn't be more dead, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. This guy should be an Earth-grade martial artist, but killing a yellow-titled martial artist only gave him 1 merit point. This was a complete waste of his life. At this moment, several experts from the Scarlet Sea Continent gathered all kinds of power and attacked. Rumble. The Purple King stepped out of the void with a vicious look in his eyes. His clothes were about to explode. Don't kill them. Jun Changxiao hurriedly dissuaded him. You're in charge of watching them. Don't let them escape. Let Qingyang and the others deal with these martial artists. Okay. The Purple King could only restrain his killing intent and hover in the air with his arms crossed. Although he didn't explode his clothes, his kingly aura deeply shocked every martial artist from the Scarlet Sea Continent. This guy was definitely an Earth-grade martial artist. No wonder Elderly wanted everyone to evacuate quickly. It turned out that the Falling Star continent had such a powerful martial artist overseeing it. After the Purple King displayed his powerful strength, the Scarlet Sea continent's martial artists' fighting intent immediately cooled down. They only had one thought in their minds: escape as soon as possible. Scram. Bang, a yellow-titled martial artist successfully escaped, but he was discovered by the Purple King. A slap landed on his face, and he staggered back to the battlefield. Die. Xianxia quickly approached the martial artist who had yet to stabilize himself. His Qingyang sword flashed and directly beheaded the martial artist. Seize the opportunity. Our Pei Aniu is faster and more accurate than Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Boom. Outside the stronghold, the battle was still ongoing. With the Purple King guarding outside, the Scarlet Sea Continent's martial artists could only grit their teeth and fight. One by one, they died at the hands of the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times. Every time they killed someone, the stronghold would expand. The Falling Star Continent's martial artists would never have dreamed that the battlefield that would only open 5 years later already had its own territory. Moreover, it was slowly expanding under the efforts of the Sect of all times. After fighting for about 10 minutes, the Scarlet Sea Continent's Elderly was battered and exhausted by Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian. Finally, he roared with a face full of veins and disappeared. He ran away. He used a secret technique to run away. Damn it! Xiao Longlong clenched his fists in anger. Jun Changxiao said, if he ran away, then he ran away. It's no big deal. No need to be angry. Mystic martial artists had their trump cards and could suddenly disappear. This was something that no one could stop. Moreover, running away wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, they needed someone to spread the news and attract more martial artists to the stronghold like moths to a flame. The middle-aged man used a secret technique to escape. The remaining martial artists were in a tragic situation. After struggling to hold on for 10 minutes, they were declared dead. They might not be weaker than Li Qingyang and the others, But they couldn't fight against Xianxia and the other upper echelons of the sect of all times. Moreover, the Purple King was guarding the periphery. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to end up like this. The battle ended. The disciples began to skillfully loot the crates. After collecting all the spatial rings, they gathered together to discuss the battle just now. That was a good fight. This battlefield is more exciting than the Life and Death Secret Realm. The opponent just now wasn't weak. I had to use all my power to barely gain the upper hand. According to normal strength, the disciples of the Sect of all times who hadn't even reached the Emperor level would definitely not be able to defeat the yellow martial artists. However, with the boost of the Surge Talisman and the True Yang set, they were able to fight back and forth. Fighting with an Emperor level at the King level would undoubtedly increase their combat experience and understanding of martial arts. This was the true purpose of the Dimensional Battlefield's teleportation gate. It wasn't used to show off, but to allow martial artists to sneak in without the restrictions of the upper realm to experience actual combat and improve their own cultivation base. As long as Li Qingyang and the others could ensure their safety, they would try their best to fight with high-level martial artists. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they would definitely benefit a lot from it. It was a pity. After 2 battles and the construction of the main hall, the Surge Talisman only had a few minutes left. When it was used up, all of them fell to the peak Wuzone level. Dear participant, the martial artists you brought don't meet the Dimensional Battlefield's rules. They will be forcefully sent out after 60 seconds, the female system reminded. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao said, return to the sect first. Yes. Li Qingyang didn't waste any time. He led Xiao Ziji and the others through the teleportation gate and returned to the sect of all times. Lu Qianxian and He Wudi didn't leave because both of them had Wu Huang's strength and met the Dimensional Battlefield's rules. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others could only return to the sect of all times because the Surge Talisman was up. They could come and go as they pleased. The advantages of the Dimensional Battlefield teleportation gate were once again displayed. Those powerhouses from other dimensions who were designated to fight within 5 years and expand their territory to a certain extent would definitely be envious if they knew about this. Of course. Although they had only been on the battlefield for 2 hours, they had experienced 2 fights with Emperor-level powerhouses. The benefits they gained were huge. Li Qingyang and the others returned to their rooms and began to comprehend the process of increasing their realms and fighting with yellow-level powerhouses. This was a rare opportunity to fight against high-level powerhouses. It couldn't be measured by money or resources. Soon. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, thought to himself, I should be able to break through to Wu Huang in a few days. With the Surge Talisman's support, he had benefited a lot from fighting with powerhouses from other dimensions. Thus, the speed of his breakthrough had increased. The Dimensional Battlefield. After 2 battles and killing hundreds of warriors, the Falling Star continent's surface area had increased significantly. Patriarch Ding Xingwang said, this place isn't that scary. Jun Changxiao was speechless. If he had experienced being chased by thousands of Emperor-level powerhouses, he definitely wouldn't think this way. Let's go. Jun Changxiao stood up and clenched his fists. Let's go out and cause trouble. Apart from He Wudi and Lu Qianxian, the others were relatively strong. This made him unwilling to wait at the stronghold. Instead, he decided to take the initiative to gain merit points. Buzz. Just as Jun Changxiao was about to lead the others out, the space in front of them suddenly shook. A white-haired old man appeared from inside, exuding an extremely strong aura. It was obvious. This was an Earth-level powerhouse comparable to Wu Xing. Ding Xingwang frowned. From the aura that this person exuded, he realized that this person's strength was definitely not below his. Old man. Jun Changxiao, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly after seeing the newcomer's appearance. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, we meet again. It turned out that the white-haired old man was the Earth-ranked powerhouse who had once suppressed him with a powerful palm print. Recalling the time when he had been forced to flee in a sorry state like a gopher, Sect Master Jun could no longer suppress his anger. His eyes gradually turned red. When enemies regard each other as outsiders, their eyes turn red with jealousy. Shwa, streaks of light flew over from the east. In just a short while, several hundred yellow and mystic experts from the Crimson Sea continent had gathered outside the Falling Star continent's stronghold. That's a little tough, Ding Xinguang murmured. He had seen Wu Huang in the Falling Star continent before. Now, there were a few hundred of them, and there was no lack of half-saints amongst them. This allowed him to realize that the patriarch was right. The dimensional battlefield really was filled with experts. Senior Che, an old man said in a deep voice, not only did the Falling Star continent kill many of our Scarlet Sea continent's yellow-class cultivators, even Elder He was killed by them. Damn. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, so this guy is from the Scarlet Sea continent. No wonder he suppressed me. This was his first time in the dimensional battlefield, and he had killed the most Scarlet Sea continent's cultivators. Actually, this Earth-ranked powerhouse had disdained to deal with a low-level cultivator. However, he had killed many of his own people during his escape and was even wanted. Thus, he decided to suppress him personally. In the end, he still let him escape to the safe zone. Kid, Che Yuanxi said indifferently, I let you escape last time. You won't be so lucky this time. As expected of an Earth-ranked powerhouse. Every word of his was filled with pressure. Ta. Jun Changxiao strode out of the stronghold with his hands behind his back and said, what you should be thinking about now is whether you can return safely if you appear before me again. Very arrogant. Very coquettish, however, the moment he stepped out, Che Yuanxi's eyes suddenly turned cold. A terrifying pressure gathered in the sky and turned into a palm print that pressed down with clouds. Jun Changxiao was very familiar with this move. Previously, when he was suppressed, he felt a sense of danger. Now that he had broken through to the half-step wuxing, he felt it again. Although he was still a little afraid, at least he was not as scared. The proof of becoming stronger. Patriarch Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the others' expressions changed greatly. They were also afraid of the Earth-ranked powerhouse's palm print. Thus, they were worried that Jun Changxiao would not be able to take it. Take it? Only an idiot would take it if he could dodge it. Whoosh whoosh. The palm print pressed down with clouds, and the surrounding space almost distorted under the pressure. However, when it was a few meters away from Jun Changxiao, Ding Xinguang walked out of the stronghold and smiled coldly, with me, evil Saint Wu Ju, here, no one can harm the patriarch. Boss, don't act cool, quickly break this move. Jun Changxiao felt that he was under a lot of pressure. If he could not deal with the palm print, he would definitely be depressed. 5 ultimate palms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 kinds of evil aura gathered together, and Ding Xinguang raised his hand to meet it. Soon after, it fiercely collided with the cloud palm print pressing down. Rumble rumble rumble, the deafening sound of the collision rippled in this dark area. All kinds of energy were crazy and wanton, and the space faintly became distorted. When everything calmed down, Jun Changxiao's face had a light smile. It was so comfortable to have a bodyguard protecting him. Che Yuanxi frowned and said in realization, no wonder you dared to come out. So there is an Earth-ranked powerhouse overseeing it. Nonsense. Jun Changxiao said unhappily, if I didn't bring an expert in, would I have just assumed a posture for you to suppress me? Originally, hundreds of Scarlet Sea continent's martial artists had swarmed up to chop this guy to death. However, when they found out that the gray-haired old man was an Earth-ranked powerhouse, they hurriedly dismissed the idea and stood in the air to attack from a distance. Xianxia and the Ning brothers also walked out. They stood behind the patriarch and retaliated by glaring at him. The Scarlet Sea continent's side hung in the air, while the Falling Star continent's side stood outside the stronghold. They were glaring at each other, as if saying, what are you looking at? Look at me again. Che Yuanxi said indifferently, kid, do you think an Earth-ranked powerhouse can be fearless in the planar battlefield? Buzz. The space trembled, old Ding suddenly attacked from behind, 5 kinds of evil aura exploded, instantly spreading in the area. Shameless. Che Yuanxi shouted coldly and immediately waved his palm to meet it. Boom. The 2 saint-ranked powerhouses exchanged blows again. Although there was no clear victor, the energy waves produced were even stronger than before. The Scarlet Sea continent's elder saw that Jun Changxiao had lost his protection and immediately ordered, kill him. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 70 to 80 yellow-ranked martial artists rushed down, releasing all kinds of moves in the process, instantly forming a beautiful and magnificent scene. Xianxia sneered. "Master, get out of the way." Little Long Long stood in front of him and said, "I will burn them to death." Xianxia took a few steps back. Xianxia and the Ning brothers also subconsciously took 2 steps back, leaving the stage for this contracted beast to show off. "How dare you hurt my master?" Little Long Long clenched its fists, the flames around its body burning crazily. It said coldly, "Then all of you can die." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, an explosive wave of heat swept over and quickly gathered a few feet in front of them, forming a whirlpool-like wind current. The Scarlet Sea Continent's cultivators felt that something was wrong and hurriedly braked and retreated. However, it was too late. "Raging flamestorm!" Little Long Long shouted. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the converging heat wave suddenly erupted into a flame vortex, forming an explosive fire pillar that seemed to break through the sky. The dragon flame technique was fully displayed. Dozens of Scarlet Sea Continent's cultivators didn't have time to dodge. They were trapped in the sea of fire and screamed in pain. Although the following cultivators stopped in time and retreated, it was still difficult for them to resist the raging flames. They were all seriously injured and fell to the ground like roasted flies. "Damn!" Xianxia said in surprise, "So powerful?" Ever since Little Long Long learned the dragon flame technique, he had only used it in the inner courtyard. Moreover, he hadn't released it yet, so no one knew how powerful it was. Now, nearly 100 cultivators had rushed over and released it without restraint, causing such a wide range of lethality. It was very powerful and terrifying. When the soaring fire pillar was formed, all kinds of martial skills and energy were instantly incinerated. Dozens of yellow-level cultivators and even 2 black-level cultivators couldn't escape. They were directly engulfed by the soaring fire and burned to ashes. There was only evidence of their existence. Only their dying screams could be heard. After the dragon flame technique burst out, 23 of the 70 or 80 yellow-class martial artists that attacked them died, while 40 suffered severe burns. As for the rest of them, they managed to escape the flames' domain in time. But, they were still shocked, and their foreheads and backs were drenched in sweat. What kind of technique was this? The moment it was released, it could produce such a terrifying killing range and lethality. The 10,000 contribution points were well spent. Jun Gosheng laughed. The dragon flame storm was much stronger than the field artillery. If it bloomed in a group of thousands of cultivators, it would definitely burn a large number of them. So powerful? Little Long Long was also stunned. However, the price of being powerful was that it required energy. If it was used again, it would definitely be exhausted. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Old Ding and Xianxia were already fighting. Both of them were relatively powerful saint-level experts, and their strength was on par with each other. If they wanted to determine the victor, they would have to fight until the younger generation got married and had children. It was even possible for the younger generation to get married and have grandchildren. Of course, Xianxia would definitely not let the 2 of them continue fighting. He had been looking for an opportunity to smash the Earth-ranked expert with the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda when he wasn't paying attention. "Master." At this moment, the little dragon asked in confusion, "Why is my body red?" "Red?" Xianxia hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see a red glow that was different from flames appearing around that guy's body. He broke down and said, "Oh no, you've gone berserk from all the killing." When he first came to this plane, he became famous after killing 19 yellow and 1 black. Little Long Long had killed many yellow-level martial artists and a profound-level martial artist. Now, he had become even more red. Martial artists from the Falling Star continent have killed 23 yellow-class martial artists and 2 mystic-class martial artists. They are now in a killing frenzy. A Class 3 bounty is issued, and the reward is 500 merit points. A deep voice came from the sky. As expected. Xianxia's mouth twitched. They are wanted. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, the red glow around the little dragon shot into the sky. All the martial artists within a few hundred miles could clearly see it. Falling Star Continent? Why did they appear again? Are they in a killing frenzy again? This is really a restless plane. Let's go, they are very close to us. Let's go and take a look. If we are lucky, we might be able to snatch a kill and earn 500 merit points. Swish. Swish. Swish, in an instant, all the martial artists within a few hundred miles of the falling star continent's stronghold gave up on what they were doing and rushed over as fast as they could. Among them, dozens of mystic-class martial artists were alarmed. High-level martial artists killing low-level martial artists would give less merit points, so they might not be interested. However, taking down a Class 3 bounty would give 500 merit points. It was definitely worth a try. Zisu, Bai Qiao. Jun Changxiao hurriedly said, quickly help old Ding get rid of that guy. At this moment, he had roughly guessed that the red glow would definitely attract a large number of martial artists. They had to get rid of that old guy in a limited time. Thud, the Purple King was the first to walk out. Immediately after 2 explosions, his clothes and pants were torn apart, revealing his muscular body. Jun Changxiao covered his face and said, how embarrassing. Swish, the Purple King disappeared and reappeared in the battlefield. He said coldly, leave this old guy too. At this moment, Ding Xingwang dodged Chu Yuanxi's attack. That powerful palm print landed on his chest. Boom. The Purple King fell to the ground like a cannonball. Jun Changxiao. Xianxia and the others. Damn it. The Purple King stood up from the deep pit. His body was covered in purple light. He was furious. I will make you wish you were dead. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, his legs exploded with power. Boom, the ground caved in again, and energy ripples spread out. Swish, the purple craggy monster monarch shot into the air like a spring. His speed was indescribable. Swish, he closed in on Chu Yuanxi in an instant. He clasped his arms together and smashed forward. The explosion of power shattered the surrounding space. Not good. The Scarlet Sea Continent martial artist's expression changed. He hurriedly used his movement technique and dodged in a strange way. Boom, however, when he steadied himself, the purple craggy Demon King appeared behind him out of thin air. The purple craggy Demon King slammed his elbows into his back, and he fell to the ground with a thud. So powerful! Ding Xingwang exclaimed. The Demon King that required 5 wuxings to seal had recovered to the level that he had been suppressed before. His combat power was definitely unparalleled. Swish, the Purple King flew down and hovered a few feet above the deep pit. His purple attributes exploded and formed a huge fist print. Then, he started to bombard. He was furious. He wanted to use his absolute power to make this old guy wish he was dead. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying power exploded again and again. The ground shook frequently. Cracks started to appear in the central area and spread out endlessly. Huff, huff, the energy ripples spread out wildly. The Scarlet Sea Continent martial artists were shocked. Their eyes were filled with horror. It turned out that this guy with purple hair and red underwear was even more terrifying than the gray-haired old man. Could Senior Chu Yuanxi withstand such an explosive attack? This was not the time to care about others. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, Elder Gu, Xiao Longlong, Xiao Maxian, and the others were rushing over. Jun Changxiao not only wanted to get rid of the Earth-level martial artist, but he also wanted to kill all the Scarlet Sea Continent martial artists. Bully me, you have to pay a painful price. Red Sky Raging Flame Slash. 7 Mysterious Sunglow Slash. Xianxia, Old Gu, and the others charged forward, using the Sect of all times' martial arts techniques. Blazing seals and powerful light beams erupted, causing the sky to lose its color and the earth to tremble. Boom. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the targeted Scarlet Sea Continent was mercilessly harvested, blood and limbs splattering everywhere. Little Longlong and Xiao Maxian also joined the battle. The strength of these two contracted beasts was between earth and earth. Every time they attacked, they could take someone's life. The Scarlet Sea Continent had suffered a large number of casualties due to the Dragon Flame Storm. Now, they had lost the ability to resist just a few people from the Sect of all times. This could be described as a one-sided massacre. Boom. Boom. The killing continued. As more and more cultivators fell, the falling star continent's stronghold expanded step by step. It might take a few years for other strongholds to grow from nothing, but this stronghold was expanding every minute and every second. The speed was astonishing. Boom. Boom boom boom. The Purple King was still condensing purple fist seals and attacking. In a short period of time, he had attacked more than 40 times. Ding Xinguang's mouth twitched. This guy's strength was very domineering. If he was the one being attacked so intensely, he would have been injured long ago. Patriarch. After a few more punches, the Purple King said, "Should I kill him or cripple him?" He had said this to Su Xiaoma in the Cloud Ridge mountain range before, but the other party had broken down and could not continue the act. "Cripple him and let me do it," Jun Changxiao said. The Purple King stopped attacking and cupped his hands. "He's already crippled." So fast, Jun Changxiao was stunned. Whoosh whoosh, a cold wind blew, blowing away the dust. The area where the purple craggy monster monarch had attacked had a huge crater that was hundreds of meters wide. The earth powerhouse, Xianxia, was lying in the deepest part. His clothes were disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. He was very miserable, and there were pieces of shattered mirror in his hand. This item was called the Ancient Imperial Mirror. It was one of the higher-level defensive treasures in the Scarlet Sea continent. When Xianxia blasted down, he realized that the Purple King was stronger than the old man, so he decisively summoned it and formed a defensive barrier in front of him. If it were Ding Xinguang, even if he crazily bombarded the barrier for several hours, he might not be able to break it. However, in front of the Demon King, who was known for his strength, even if he had another defensive treasure, it would be useless. Not only did Xianxia fail to withstand the explosion, but Gu Yujing was also unable to withstand the force and shattered. The Purple King had regained the strength he had before he was suppressed, and now he was training in the Sect of all times. His current strength was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that if Wuxing were to fight him alone, there would be no way to defeat him. "Old man." Jun Changxiao flew to the top of the deep pit and said coldly, "Today, I'm going to make you pay with interest for suppressing me back then." Shua. The heavenly origin demon suppressing pagoda appeared in front of him, emitting an ancient aura. "Go. My sweetheart." Swoosh. The heavenly origin demon suppressing pagoda flashed and flew down, continuously expanding in the process. The Purple King and Ding Xinguang were not in the mood to care about the pagoda. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded. The Patriarch's words and actions. "Oh my God, this is too shameful, too embarrassing. How could he do such a feminine action? Does he still have any shame?" The Purple King recalled what had just happened, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. At the same time, he pointed at Jun Changxiao and shouted, "Pervert." Jun Changxiao turned around and roared, "A naked man who tears his clothes off when he fights. How dare you talk about me like that? Change. Pervert. You. Change. Pervert." Ding Xinguang. In his opinion, the Patriarch and Hall Master Z were both perverts. Boom. At this moment, a heavy sound was heard. The heavenly origin soul-suppressing pagoda was directly pressed into the deep pit. It was surrounded by flowing light and emitted a desolate aura. Ding Xinguang said solemnly, "This pagoda's quality is probably not low." Under normal circumstances, the main character who wielded an awesome treasure would usually suppress his opponent in front of everyone and display his valiant side. However, Jun Changxiao first let his subordinates cripple his opponent before using the heavenly origin soul-suppressing pagoda to suppress him. It was very shameless. Huff, huff. The desolate aura instantly spread in all directions. The Red Sea continent's martial artists, who were already at a disadvantage, were affected. Their expressions changed again and again. Among them, there were some experts who knew a little about treasures. They could tell from the aura and pressure emitted by the heavenly origin soul-suppressing pagoda that it is definitely a heaven-grade treasure. Heaven-grade was the Red Sea continent's classification of treasures. It was already considered a divine-grade treasure in the Falling Star continent. Pucci. At this moment, a sword ray flew over. That shocked martial artist didn't have time to dodge and his head was cut off. He Wudi kept his sword and said indifferently, daring to be distracted in a life-and-death battle. "You are lucky to be alive until now." However, looking at the heavenly origin soul-suppressing pagoda, He was shocked and thought to himself, a treasure taken out by the patriarch might not exist in the mortal world. It must be a treasure left behind by Senior Qishuan. Congratulations to the participant for defeating an Earth-grade martial artist. You have received 20 merit points. The female system's voice sounded in his ears. Defeated? Xianxia's face was filled with shock. The female system said, the target is not dead, but he has been judged to have completely lost his ability to fight. The participant will also receive the same reward, but it can only be given once. Even if you kill him later on, there will be no reward. Mwah. I see. Xianxia said in realization, no wonder when I came to the battlefield for the first time and was tired of running for my life or breaking out of an encirclement, I would be rewarded with merit points if I casually sent my opponent flying. Wait, that guy was smashed by the heavenly origin soul-suppressing pagoda and didn't die? He only lost his ability to fight. An Earth-grade martial artist was so powerful. Swoosh, Xianxia raised his hand, and the heavenly origin soul-suppressing pagoda instantly turned into a pocket-sized pagoda and flew to his side. In the deep pit, Xianxi's clothes were torn, and his flesh was badly mangled. He had completely fainted. Go. Xianxia once again assumed the heart form and shouted shamelessly, mine, whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, a strong airwave erupted in the distance. Countless martial artists were flying over at lightning speed. Old man, you're lucky. Xianxia gave up the idea of suppressing the opponent to death. He sent a message to all the members. Return to the stronghold. Boom, boom, after killing 2 more Red Sea continent martial artists, Xianxia and the others returned to the Falling Star continent's stronghold at the fastest speed and stood outside the main hall. Little Longlong and Xiaomaxian had also returned. When they retreated to the stronghold, countless martial artists appeared from all directions. The number gradually increased from a few hundred to a few thousand. In terms of strength, they were all high-level yellow and black martial artists. This is a little scary, Ding Xingwang said with widened eyes. At first, he thought that the dimensional battlefield was just SOSO. Now that so many Emperor and half-saint martial artists had appeared, he was immediately shocked. One could tell how terrifying the planar battlefield was from the thousands of experts gathered outside the stronghold. After all, it was rare to see such a grand lineup in a single continent. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others had retreated quickly enough. Although so many people had arrived, they could only stand outside and stare, not daring to charge in. Of course. All the cultivators' gazes were locked on little Longlong. After all, this fellow was crimson red and worth 500 merit points. Senior Che. At this moment, the leading old man from the Red Sea continent landed in front of Xianxia, covered in injuries. Then, he picked up the unconscious Xianxia and used some kind of escape technique, disappearing into thin air. Eh? Wasn't it Su Dingquan and Xianxia from the Red Sea continent who disappeared? How did they get beaten up like this? Could it be the Falling Star continent? Disbelief appeared in the eyes of the cultivators. The top cultivators in the planar battlefield were only second to the heaven-level cultivators. They were existences that could do whatever they wanted. Yet, they had been beaten into such a sorry state. Everyone. Xianxia sat in front of the main hall and crossed his legs. He said proudly, this is the result of offending the Falling Star continent. From this, the cultivators were certain that the Falling Star continent had dealt with Xianxia. Thus, they all became vigilant. Someone saw the plaque hanging in the main hall and read, the strongest sect of all ages? That's right. Xianxia said, my sect. Ha, how arrogant. A low-level existential plane sect dares to name itself the strongest sect of all ages. Who gave you the courage? These cultivators all had their own factions and sections. They would definitely despise someone who dared to name themselves the strongest sect of all ages. In the Falling Star continent, it was fortunate that Tianqing had taken the initiative to remove the word strongest and announced it to the world as the sect of all times. Otherwise, there would have been many dissatisfied major factions coming to find them. In order to develop in a low-profile manner, Xianxia chose to compromise. He did not insist on naming himself the strongest sect of all ages. The planar battlefield was different. Firstly, there were no acquaintances. Secondly, there was the stronghold's protection. Even if it was called the strongest sect of all ages, there was nothing to worry about. Dissatisfied, come in and f***ck me. Jun Changxiao's current mentality was that since he had come to the planar battlefield, he didn't care about anything else. He was going to show off, can't beat him, he would leave using the teleportation gate, cultivate for a while, and then come back for revenge. What is it? Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said calmly, does the name of my sect need to be approved by the other planes before it can be used? Brat. A martial artist sneered, since it's the strongest sect of all time, come out like a man. Have you finished analyzing his strength? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, there are more than 160 Xian powerhouses and 2,600 Huang powerhouses. Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers together and thought to himself, although there are a lot of people, there are no Earth-level masters. I should be able to kill a lot of them in a short period of time and expand the stronghold by quite a bit. But if he were to kill them all, his name would become red. Sigh. He was a little conflicted. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said calmly, I'm only here to target the Scarlet Sea continent. You'd better leave quickly, or else. His gaze turned cold as he said, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy? A martial artist said coldly, brat, can you do that? Mocking smiles appeared on the faces of the others. If it was just them, they might feel a little guilty. After all, Xianxia had been beaten unconscious. But with thousands of people here, they naturally had nothing to fear. Since you don't want to leave, then don't blame me for being merciless. Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and the high-grade True Yang sword appeared in his hand. Then, he confidently put on the mask. Whoosh whoosh. With the support of the True Yang 4 sets, his strength increased in all aspects. Crack. The Purple King and the King of 100 Hills, who were standing at the side, began to shake their heads. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious light that only beasts had. The Patriarch had already transmitted his voice. He could unleash his power without restraint and kill as many martial artists as he could. Xianxia and the Ning brothers were also warming up. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Although they had been through many battles before, they all ended quickly. Now that there were thousands of martial artists present, it would definitely be fun to fight. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said coldly, I'll say it again. The enemy of the Falling Star continent is the Scarlet Sea continent. Those who are not involved, please leave quickly, or else, you will all be buried here. On the battlefield, it was either you die or I live. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to offend so many planes. Brat. A martial artist from a certain plane said coldly, don't boast shamelessly in the stronghold. If you have the ability, then hurry up. He pointed at Xiao Longlong and said, let him come out. The martial artists who came did not care about Jun Changxiao and the others. They only cared about the red name. After all, killing it would give them 500 merit points. Stubborn. Jun Changxiao held the hilt of his sword. Mechanical wings appeared behind him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, then die. As soon as the word die was uttered, he flew out with a whoosh and appeared in front of the powerhouse at lightning speed. A cold and sharp sword. Light suddenly appeared. Poochie, the sword light dissipated, and a head flew out. Plop. Plop. The corpse and the head fell to the ground. Because the whole process was too fast, the martial artists closest to them were stunned. They did not realize that Jun Changxiao had already made his move. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the prominent continent's black class martial artist. 100 merit points are awarded. Shwa. Shwa. Jun Changxiao ignored the system notification. He turned around and used the linear sword technique. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and the air was filled with sharp sword aura. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Everyone finally came back to their senses and retreated as fast as they could from the area where the sword aura had erupted. However, there were a few yellow-class martial artists who could not dodge in time and were immediately cut into pieces by the dense sword aura. Poochie! Poochie! Blood splattered, and broken limbs flew everywhere, When the sword aura dissipated in the air, several martial artists died miserably. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the XX continent. The female system reported the merit points for Xianxia. Meanwhile, some of the martial artists who had escaped in advance roared, "Brother! Die! Die!" The martial artists' companions that Xianxia had killed erupted with their cultivation in anger. They condensed all kinds of energy and blasted it over. Boom, at this moment, a purple energy fist appeared outside the stronghold. Like a bowling ball, it blasted the gathered 20 or so martial artists away. Because the power of the explosion was terrifying enough, those people's bodies could not withstand it in the short period of time they were sent flying. They exploded into a rain of blood. Hiss! The surrounding martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air, killing so many yellow-class martial artists with a single punch. The strength of the naked body was too terrifying. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, a violent aura suddenly came from the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. They looked up in shock and saw a huge palm coming down. "It's over," boom boom boom, the palm carried a huge force and directly blasted 20 or so martial artists to death on the ground. The attacker was the King of 100 Hills. Xianxia's mouth twitched. These two guys killed so openly. He was afraid. While he was thinking, the Purple King and the King of 100 Hills bodies shone with red light. A deep voice came from the sky. Two martial artists from the Falling Star continent have killed 46 yellow-class martial artists in succession. They have entered a frenzied state. Level 3 arrest warrants are issued. Each of them will be rewarded 500 merit points. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 red lights shot up into the sky. As expected, Xianxia broke down. "I'm famous again." After Xiao Long, the Purple King and King of 100 Hills, who had killed dozens of people in a single move, were also wanted. They had become the Emperor's favorites. This was one of the rules of the dimensional battlefield. You could kill without restraint, but after killing a certain number of people, you would be punished and be targeted by others. "They're red! They're red!" Seeing Monster Monarch Z Craggy and King of 100 Hills emit a red light that pierced through heaven and earth, the eyes of all the cultivators lit up. Killing a martial artist of the same level would only give 10 points. Killing a wanted criminal would give 500 points. If they killed 2, the merit points would be enough to buy a large amount of martial arts resources and reach the peak of their lives. Not everyone was as strong as Xianxia, who could kill people as easily as chopping vegetables. Sometimes, for 10 merit points, martial artists from other planes would fight until both sides were heavily injured. Then, it was possible that they would be ambushed and killed. So, the temptation of 500 merit points was too great. "Go," a cold elder said in a low voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of martial artists from other dimensions flew over. The others also moved quickly. At this time, no one cared about Xianxia anymore. They only had eyes for the 2 favorites hanging outside the stronghold. At the same time, they also ignored the terrifying power that they had just unleashed. In front of 500 merit points, people would go crazy. Further away, people from other dimensions were also rushing over as fast as they could. 3 red lights shot up into the sky at the same time. This was very rare, so it was destined that the Falling Star continent stronghold would soon be filled with people. "Kill," Xianxia said coldly. Since he was here, and his strength was not bad, then he would fight until the heavens and earth lost their color. "Get lost," Purple Craggy Beast King coldly shouted. His purple attribute madly erupted, transforming into 2 large fists that swept away all the attacking cultivators as if they were cutting grass. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, dozens of yellow-class martial artists were killed. The Falling Star continent stronghold expanded, but its body became darker. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He was not worried that the Purple King would become redder as he killed, but with his current strength, killing yellow-class martial artists would only give him 1 merit point each. It was a complete waste. Boom. Boom. On the other side, King of 100 Hills was not as strong as the Purple King, but when he unleashed his full power, he could kill people as easily as grass. Moreover, he was hostile to humans because of his race, he had no qualms about killing them. Boom, 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 after a few rounds, the number of martial artists killed by the Purple King of 100 Hills had almost exceeded 100 hills. The terrifying fighting prowess displayed by the two beasts made the yellow-titled martial artists, who had almost lost their minds, gradually calm down. They were so shocked that they retreated one after another, not daring to approach them. Too strong, they would be killed. Right now, Xianxia was standing outside the stronghold. Monster King Purple Craggy and King 100 Hills stood on either side of him like guardians. Thousands of fearful martial artists from other planes surrounded them from all directions. The scene seemed to be frozen in time. Everyone. Xianxia grinned and said, "Come on, let's have fun." Everyone's mouth twitched. They really wanted to tear this guy's mouth open, but with the Purple King of 100 Hills and King of 100 Hills around, they could only attack from afar. Sigh. Xianxia shrugged. A bunch of cowards. With 3 Earth-class martial artists around, he had the right to show off to his heart's content. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in the distance trembled. 2 white-haired elders slowly appeared. They wore long robes and had a vast aura around them. One had a kind face and a smile, while the other had a fierce glare. "This is," one of the martial artists exclaimed, "the kind man and the fierce glare of the Nine Heavens continent." Hearing the words Nine Heavens continent, all the martial artists' expressions changed. Fear rose in their eyes. There were many planes in the battlefield. Naturally, there were strong and weak planes. The Nine Heavens continent. It was one of the strongest planes in the battlefield. It was said that this was one of the first continents to enter the battlefield. It suppressed the other worlds in the War of Planes and became the king of the plane. In the early days, the battlefield of planes was mainly about fighting for supremacy. Later, as more planes joined, the rules changed with the times. Now, the title of King of the Plane was long gone. It became a chaotic battlefield. Although the title was a thing of the past, as one of the oldest planes in the battlefield of planes, the Nine Heavens continent's strength was unquestionable. Thus, the martial artists of other planes did not dare to provoke them. Of course. This powerful plane had met the requirements long ago. The entrance to the battlefield of planes remained in the continent for a long time. It became a place for people to train. To put it bluntly, many new planes were still working hard to expand their bases. They were still fighting for merit points. The Nine Heavens continent was already outside. They only treated this place as a training ground. Nine Heavens continent, Xianxia had never heard of it. However, from the aura of the 2 elders, they should be stronger than Xianxia, who was knocked unconscious. Dear participant, there are more than 300 planes in the battlefield of planes. The Nine Heavens continent belongs to the first tier. They are very strong. The female system explained. Xianxia said, "That's a bit impressive. There are a total of 9 tiers in the battlefield of planes." The female system sweetly said, "The falling star continent you are from belongs to the 9th tier, the weakest and the weakest." Xianxia almost vomited blood. I knew it would be like this. I didn't even dare to ask. She took the initiative to say it. Was she purposely trying to attack me? Dear participant, don't be too discouraged. Who hasn't grown up from a child? As long as you get beaten up a few more times, you will slowly become stronger. Mwah. The female system said. Xianxia wanted to cry. The appearance of the 2 Earth-ranked warriors of the Nine Heavens continent made the atmosphere even more solemn. These 2 are famous. The benevolent man squinted his eyes and smiled, "They are our prey. You don't have any objections, right?" His tone was gentle and amiable. However, there was an unquestionable aura in his words. The expressions of the thousands of martial artists changed. They hurriedly said in unison, "No objections. No objections." To show that they really didn't have any objections, they all retreated, leaving the space for the 2 Earth-ranked warriors of the Nine Heavens continent. Heh. Xianxia said, "So domineering." The angry evil man glared at the Purple King and said coldly, "You dare to act like this in broad daylight. Do you have any shame? What does my pleasure have to do with you?" The Purple King crossed his arms. His face was full of arrogance. The angry evil man looked very fierce. He definitely had a bad temper. His eyes instantly erupted with anger. The two of you. June Patriarch said, does the Nine Heavens continent also want to participate and become enemies with the Falling Star continent? Young friend. The benevolent man smiled, we are only here to catch wanted criminals. We don't want to incur the wrath of any plane. Although the Nine Heavens continent was strong, because they had completed their missions early, they would not take the initiative to start a war. They were considered a neutral party in the plane battlefield. Occasionally, they would act as the world police to catch wanted criminals and earn a lot of merit points. The person you want to catch is my Sect's hall master, so. Jun Xianxia said seriously, that is an enemy. You want to capture my Sect's hall master, so, that makes you an enemy. When Jun Xianxia finished speaking, the experts present all had looks of disdain on their faces. One of the experts said coldly, kid, I've heard of your Falling Star continent. Based on the level of the planar battlefield, I'm afraid you're only in the 9th echelon. Compared to the Nine Heavens continent, you're nothing. What right do you have to be an enemy? His words were harsh, but they were also true. In the face of absolute strength, weak existences were not even qualified to be an enemy. For example, Qin Haoran, the former leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, could jump around in front of Jun Xianxia in the beginning. However, as the latter grew stronger, he was not even qualified to be an enemy. He could only be an ant at the foot of a mountain. You've just entered the battlefield and haven't even developed your own territory yet, and you're already fantasizing about becoming an enemy of the first echelon. You're a typical example of treating yourself as your root. Slap. Before that expert could finish, Ding Xingwang walked out of the space with a hand on his neck. He said coldly, you talk too much. No. Bang, 5 types of powerful evil aura rushed into his body, causing his body to quickly turn black and then explode on the spot. The amiable-looking man and the glaring evil man frowned. This Falling Star continent martial artist dared to kill someone so brazenly in front of him. This person was quite arrogant. Both of you. Jun Xianxia said, if the Nine Heavens continent wants to participate, I don't mind using you guys to establish my might today. Establishing my might? The amiable-looking man's smile became even angrier, and the glaring evil man's anger became even stronger. They had been on the battlefield for so long and had killed many red-named people. They had also met many arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant and impudent little guy. You're asking for it. How dare you provoke the Nine Heavens continent martial artists like this? No one in the world can save you. How can you survive on the battlefield after offending the first echelon? Everyone muttered in their hearts. The amiable-looking man said, what's your name, little friend? Jun Xianxiao said in a clear voice, I am Jun Xianxiao, the Patriarch of the Azure Sun County of the Falling Star continent. Oh, it's Jun Patriarch. Sorry for the disrespect. The smile on the benevolent man's face deepened, and his eyes almost narrowed into a line. The cultivators who were familiar with his style hurriedly retreated as they thought, the masters of the Nine Heavens continent are about to make a move. The ferocious evil man at the side glared at the Purple King. He wished that he could immediately slap such an immoral person to death. The Purple King said indifferently, if you keep looking, do you believe that this king will dig out your eyeballs? Hoo-hoo. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the evil man's robe suddenly swelled up, and a vast shock wave burst out, forming clouds that pressed down. At that moment, the stronghold area was filled with terrifying pressure. Hoo-hoo. The clouds and mist rushed down, as if they had turned into a magnificent army. TSK, the Purple King snorted coldly as he turned into a purple stream of light and charged over. He condensed a fist and punched at the clouds and mist pressing down. You are courting death. The ferocious evil man shouted coldly, and a few strands of his white beard fluttered. The shock wave that erupted from his body poured into the clouds and instantly condensed into a seemingly corporeal arhat, as expected of a powerful Earth Realm expert. When this move was executed, the entire world seemed to have lost all color. Boom. 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 The Purple King was not someone to be trifled with. He punched out with a force that seemed to be able to split rivers and seas, directly breaking all the arhats that were attacking him. Fancy moves were nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute power. Hoo-hoo. After breaking dozens of corporeal arhats, the Purple King was still charging forward. In the end, he directly pierced through the clouds and charged towards the ferocious evil man. The latter clearly did not expect the other party to break the Cloud Realm Arhat technique so easily. There was no time to consider, because the other party had already attacked. Clear heart knot. Buzz. The ferocious evil man waved his hand, and a mirror-like defensive barrier condensed in front of him, emitting a heavy aura. Boom. At this moment, the Purple King's powerful fist directly smashed into the barrier. The area of contact immediately rippled and spread in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz. The space affected by the ripples distorted and even gradually collapsed. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. The aftershock of this punch could shatter space. The other party's strength was definitely not an ordinary Earthrealm expert. The ferocious evil man also realized this, but he was not feeling good because the barrier he condensed was about to collapse under the huge impact. Break! Monster Monarch Z Craggy roared and punched the surface again. Bang! In the end, under the explosive punch, the barrier condensed in front of the ferocious evil man instantly collapsed, turning into fragments that scattered and disappeared into the void. Scram! The Purple King condensed a purple fist and punched. Boom! Before the ferocious evil man, whose defensive barrier was broken, could fly out, his chest took the punch, and he immediately fell down like a cannonball. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang, bang! Bang! The ferocious evil man's scalp stuck to the ground as he flew into the distance. When he came to a stop, a chasm several meters wide and 300 meters long appeared in his field of vision. Holy shit! Xianxia exclaimed, so awesome? He knew that the Purple King's cultivation had recovered before it was sealed. However, he did not expect that when it truly erupted, it would be so strong that an Earthrealm expert could not withstand it. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. They had thought that with the appearance of the Nine Heavens Continents experts, this ferocious man would definitely be unlucky. However, after a few moves, he was blasted away. Humph! The Purple King hovered in the air, his body enveloped by a purple light. He said, trash. Night Emperor often said this word. However, at this moment, when he said it, it was undoubtedly more qualified and imposing. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from behind him. A heavy fist condensed from energy smashed fiercely on the Purple King's back. This punch was very powerful. It caused ripples that also disturbed the space. However, the Purple King, who suddenly suffered the attack, still stood in his original position. He did not even move forward a little. The benevolent man crossed his hands and opened his narrowed eyes. His gaze flickered with disbelief. He had seized the opportunity and used a powerful martial technique. The naked guy should not have stood in his original position. He should have been sent flying like the ferocious evil man. However, the result was that he was as steady as Mount Tai. Holy shit! Xianxia cursed, so, it's a smiling tiger. Despicable guy, die. The Purple King turned around, gathered purple energy, and charged over angrily. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering purple energy exploded and condensed into a dense fist mark in midair. The kind-hearted man was immediately bombarded into a sorry state, and he had nowhere to hide. All the cultivators were completely dumbfounded. The two Earthrealm experts of the Nine Heavens continent could not do anything to that exhibitionist. Bang! Bang! The purple light flashed through the air and exploded at times. Benevolent man wanted to resist, but all he could do was try his best to resist the overbearing power. All the martial artists were stunned. Why weren't they stunned? Because the Purple King's attack was too fast. They couldn't see his movements at all. Boom! A few minutes later, the ground shook and dust rolled up. When everything disappeared, a deep pit appeared. Benevolent man, who had been smiling, was lying in the deepest part of the pit with bruises all over his face. Ding Xingwang and the King of 100 Hills' mouths twitched. They thought that they would have to fight hard against the two Earth-level masters from the Nine Heavens continent, but they were all killed by that guy. Swoosh! The Purple King landed slowly and hovered a few feet above the pit. He raised his hand and said, "You can't even defeat me with a sneak attack. What's the point of living in this world?" Huff, 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 purple energy burst out from his body and turned into solid fists. It was obvious that he was going to ravage benevolent man. "Leave it to me," Xianxia stopped him. The purple craggy monster king withdrew his energy, but just as he was about to leave, he saw the guy put his hands on his chest. His expression collapsed as he spread his legs and roared, "Look, it's a big pervert." Pervert? Everyone looked over and saw that guy placing his hands on his chest and making a heart shape. After shouting "Go," he pushed it out and said, "My precious baby." Whoosh, the heaven origin soul suppressing tower flew out and fell into the deep pit. It quickly expanded, and finally, with a loud rumble, it suppressed the benevolent man. Everyone was silent. All the martial artists' expressions froze. Was this something a man would do? Was this something a man could say? Thinking of Jun Changzhao's actions and words, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, that was disgusting. Wah. A man recalled Jun Changxiao's actions and couldn't help but vomit. Wah, wah, wah. A chain reaction occurred, and many martial artists started vomiting. Not only them, but Lu Qianqian, He Wudi, Xianxia, and the others were either frowning or twitching their mouths. However, Jun Changxiao, who had done such a shameful act in public, did not blush at all. He muttered in his heart, "Why isn't there a reward? Could it be that the guy hasn't been seriously injured to the point of fainting?" Shwa. He waved his hand and retrieved the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda. Sure enough, although the benevolent man who was suppressed at the bottom looked worse than before, he was only seriously injured. He still had consciousness and could open his eyes. Damn it. He angrily let out a weak voice and was about to silently use some kind of escape technique. At this moment, Jun Changxiao made another heart-shaped gesture. The kind-looking, kind-hearted man happened to see this, and his eyes suddenly became dull. He swore that he had walked a lot in his life, eaten a lot of rice, traveled a lot, and had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen a man do such a shameful thing. Pooh. Unable to suppress his injury, he directly spat out blood. Jun Patriarch's shameful action made an earth-level martial artist unable to control his mind and spit out blood on the spot. It could be seen how terrifying the lethality was. Go. My darling. Pooh. Hearing this, the kind-looking, kind-hearted man spat out blood again, and his thoughts of using a secret escape technique were interrupted. Huff huff, suddenly, his vision became incomparably dark, and the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda ruthlessly pressed down. Boom. The earth trembled again, and a desolate aura wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first martial artist of the Nine Heavens continent, and obtaining 100 achievement points. The female system prompt sounded in his ears. Jun Changxiao waved his hand in satisfaction and kept the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda. However, the kind-looking, kind-hearted man had only fainted in the pit, and his heartbeat and breathing could still be heard. Thus, he shook his head and said, "Using this thing to kill an earth-level martial artist, I need to smash it a few more times." Wah. The Purple King, who was far away, vomited. After seeing Jun Changxiao's shameful action 3 times in a row, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Xianxia and the Ning brothers' expressions were very ugly. After all, forcefully holding it in was really harmful to their bodies. Under the gaze of so many people, doing shameful actions and shouting shameful words in public, this was definitely not something an ordinary person could do, because they still wanted face. Jun Patriarch obviously wanted face too. However, as long as he could defeat his opponent, he wouldn't care about it. There's one more. Turning around, Jun Changxiao smiled and looked into the distance. Brat. Brat. The evil man stood up with difficulty and glared angrily as he said, "This old man will remember this." The Purple King's strength made him realize that he was definitely not a match for him, so he already had the thought of escaping. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, Ding Xingwang and the King of 100 Hills appeared out of thin air. The two of them stood in the air, their vast auras exploding without restraint. Instantly, the surrounding space was distorted. Saint-level experts could travel through space, but if they messed up the environment, they wouldn't dare to do so. This was because if they accidentally traveled to the deepest layer of the void, they would never be able to come out again. Humph. The evil man sneered and said, "You think you can stop me like this? Naive." Swish swish swish. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted, 9 heavens 8 desolations 7 stars 6, huff huff. Before he could finish the chant, the purple palm print mercilessly pressed down. Boom. The power of the giant palm print directly pressed the evil man to the ground, his meridians were all damaged. Go. My darling. Huff huff. The giant heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda pressed down from above. The evil man could only roar helplessly, no, boom boom boom. This 9 heavens land expert was like a benevolent person, directly fainting from the suppression. Xianxia was really something. He let the Purple King be responsible for half crippling him, and then he came to pick up the leftovers. Congratulations to the participant for defeating an Earth expert. You have received 20 merit points. Xianxia ignored the notification and hurriedly communicated with the artifact spirit in the pagoda. He said, "I didn't do the heart gesture just now. How did I throw the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda out?" "It's like this, Master." Arya explained, "As long as you shout the chant, it can be activated normally." "I added the heart gesture myself." Xianxia's expression gradually stiffened. After all this fuss, as long as he shouted, "Go, my darling," the treasure would be activated. He actually did the heart gesture several times in a row, and in front of so many people. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Master didn't ask. Xianxia glanced at the dumbfounded cultivators around him from the corner of his eyes and clutched at his hair as if he was about to collapse. "My handsome face has been completely lost today." Outside the stronghold, it was silent. The expressions of the thousands of warriors present were still frozen. Part of it was because of their shameless actions, and part of it was because of the 2 Earth-level warriors from the 9 heavens continent being beaten to death. Everyone. Xianxia sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and said, "Whether you are qualified to become an enemy of the first-tier planes is not based on words, but on strength." Fear gradually rose in the eyes of the warriors. 2 Earth-level warriors were beaten to death in such a short time. The falling star continent was definitely a tough nut to crack. They couldn't afford to offend them. Retreat. Whoosh. 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 The warriors immediately used their movement techniques and flew away, as if they were rushing to be reincarnated. Xianxia didn't order them to chase. After all, it was his second time coming to the plain battlefield, and he had killed many in just a few hours. The Purple King and the others were also red-named. They first rested for a while before rolling up their sleeves and continuing. Since they were here, they had to have a good time. First, they heavily injured Xianxia from the Scarlet Sea continent, then dealt with the 2 Earth-level warriors from the 9 heavens continent. Xianxia's prestige was quite successful. The best proof of this was the fact that the martial practitioners attracted by the 3 streaks of red light saw the martial practitioners from other planes fleeing from the targeted area as if they were fleeing for their lives. They were puzzled and asked about the situation. What? The kind-hearted and evil people from the 9 heavens continent were beaten to death? Impossible. When the warriors confirmed the authenticity of the matter, they hurriedly gave up on the idea of catching the wanted criminals, and turned back the way they came. Even Earth-level warriors couldn't defeat them. Wouldn't it be suicide if they went? The falling star continent can't be offended. Forget it, forget it. Let's just watch the show. Don't lose your life before you get 500 merit points. That's reasonable, that's reasonable. Many warriors from other planes were afraid of the falling star continent. Of course, some people were thinking that the 9 heavens continent might not give up just because 2 Earth-level warriors were beaten to death. They believed that it wouldn't be long before they sent more warriors to cause trouble. And the Scarlet Sea continent, many warriors from this plane had been killed by the falling star continent, so it wouldn't be over. If that's the case, someone said, won't we have a good show to watch? The falling star continent must have just been designated to enter the planar battlefield. After offending so many planes in a row, they even offended the first-tier 9 heavens continent. I heard that their leader is called Xianxia. He is the patriarch of the strongest sect in the falling star continent. He is young, but he is very arrogant. The planar battlefield isn't like our own Earth realm. If you act too arrogantly, you'll definitely have to pay a price. In just a short time, news of Xianxia of the falling star continent and the Nine Heavens continent's experts being abused spread like wildfire in the planar battlefield, becoming the focus of everyone's discussion. Wait. What about the benevolent man and the scowling evil man? Boom. Boom. Outside the falling star continent's stronghold, Xianxia planted 2 large pillars and tied the fainted benevolent man and fiendish man to the pillars. Invincible. Xianxia sat in the stronghold and drank a mouthful of tea. Be careful, don't hurt them. If you do, it won't be easy to explain to the Nine Heavens continent. Xianxia was speechless. When you used the pagoda to suppress them, you didn't seem to be merciful. Patriarch. Xianxia said worriedly, what if they send more experts? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Xianxia smiled coldly and said, if they don't cooperate or bully others, we'll just kill them. Elder Ge said, it's not hard to see from the eyes of the warriors from other planes that the Nine Heavens continent seems to be very powerful. It's not good for us to incur their enmity when we just arrived, right? It's not good. June. Xianxia put down his teacup and said, but at this point, there's no turning back. We can only accept life and death and fight if we don't accept it. He didn't want to become enemies with the high-level planes. He only wanted to develop and expand his stronghold in the planar battlefield and then focus on the Scarlet Sea continent and Lingyun continent. However, some troubles couldn't be avoided. For example, the 2 Earth rankers from the Nine Heavens continent. They had to take the red-named Little Dragon and the other 2. Did he have to wash his neck clean and send them over? Humph. The Purple King put on a brand new school uniform and said indifferently, if they dare to come again, this hall master will put them all down. Invincible. Xianxia said, the corpses outside are an eyesore. Think of a way to get rid of them. Yes. Xianxia walked out and piled up all the corpses on the ground. Most of the corpses came from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent. And this was the result of Xianxia, who couldn't forget about him. Falling Star Continent. In the altar, a few elders sat cross-legged together, discussing something. From time to time, a conflicted expression would appear on their faces. Everyone. The high priest sighed, relying on the only channels I have, I found out that there are more than 300 planes in the planar battlefield. More than 300? The expressions of the elders changed drastically. According to the minimum of 2,000 people sent in, there would be at least 600,000 Emperor stage rankers. They didn't dare to imagine this scene at all. The high priest continued, the levels on the battlefield are divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The planes are also divided into 9 echelons. Our falling star continent should belong to the lowest 9th echelon. Everyone shook their heads bitterly. There are 4 in the first echelon. They are the Nine Heavens continent, the Vast continent, the Longyin continent, and the Saros continent. High priest, are the first echelon very strong? Someone asked. The high priest said seriously, according to the information we have, the 4 planes in the first echelon are very powerful. Even during the falling star continent's most glorious ancient era, it couldn't compete with them. Everyone fell silent. The high priest continued, although the 4 in the first echelon are strong, they have already completed the missions given by the upper realm. Martial artists mainly focus on searching for treasures and training. They won't easily target other planes. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But the high priest frowned and said, the other planes aren't obedient. From what I know, the Scarlet Sea continent, the Lingyun continent, and other planes like to bully new planes. What level? I can't find out for now, but it's definitely higher than our falling star continent. High priest, are you saying that when we enter the dimensional battlefield 5 years later, we should pay special attention to the martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent? That's right. The high priest said seriously, as long as we meet them, run if you can. Don't fight them head-on. What if they chase us relentlessly? Someone asked. The high priest sighed, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Then we can only resign ourselves to fate. High priest. An old man said resolutely, the dimensional battlefield 5 years later will be a disaster for our falling star continent. We have already made up our minds to participate in it. This kind of thing can't be resolved with determination. Without true strength, even if you go. The high priest didn't continue and changed his words. Tell this to City Lord Han and the higher-ups of the major sections. Let them be mentally prepared. Yes. In a short time, the experts who were selected to go to the dimensional battlefield 5 years later all received the news. They all murmured with frowns, the Scarlet Sea continent, the Lingyun continent. We must be careful if we meet them there. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, flames burned in the dimensional battlefield. The corpses of the martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent were gradually incinerated into nothingness. If the experts from the Falling Star continent saw the martial artists, they were worried about being cremated just like that. Who knew what kind of interesting expressions would appear on their faces? After a few battles, the stronghold in the Starfall continent had expanded quite a bit. Jun Changxiao sat in front of the main hall and murmured, expanding this place to the size of a town is a piece of cake. The system said, with the strength of the Purple King and the others, expanding their territory is easy, but they will also offend more planes and become the target of public criticism. It doesn't matter. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, others can't invade. The stronghold was equivalent to an absolute safe zone. This was his capital to be fearless in the battlefield. Moreover, even if they could invade, it would be fine. He had the teleportation door, at most he could just take his disciples and leave. The plain battlefield was Gosheng's backyard. If they wanted to come and play, they could. If they did not want to leave, as long as they did not stop for a year, the stronghold would always exist. The female system prompted, dear participant, once the stronghold has reached a certain size, it will not be permanently protected. What do you mean? Jun Changxiao was stunned. The female system explained, according to the rules of the upper realm, when a plane's stronghold has been built to a certain size, it will be recognized as having a foothold. At that time it can declare war on other planes, and vice versa, it can also be declared war on by other planes. This is called a plane attack and defense war. What are the consequences of being declared war and losing? If the stronghold is breached, all efforts will turn into nothing. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Did this mean that it was like a siege in a game, or was it that the battlefield opened up by the upper realm was actually a game, and he and the warriors from other planes could only follow their rules and move like chess pieces? I'm a little unhappy. Jun Changxiao clenched his fist. As the protagonist of his own fate, he naturally did not want to be a chess piece in someone else's game. Of course. The female system said, if the party who declared war can break through the stronghold of the party who was declared war, not only can they expand their territory and receive their spoils of war, they can also obtain a huge amount of merit points as a reward. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up immediately. Although he didn't know what kind of good things he could exchange his merit points for, the fact that all the martial artists were willing to risk everything to kill him after his red name meant that he was very important. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, when my stronghold reaches a certain level, I can declare war on the other continents and then openly plunder their resources? The system was speechless. This guy had just killed so many cultivators from different planes, and he even had a grudge with the Nine Heavens continent. Shouldn't he be thinking that once his stronghold developed, others would declare war on him? It's like this, the female system said. Jun Changxiao grinned and said, it seems quite interesting. This kind of mechanism was quite interesting. However, for many years, there had been almost no instances of a dimensional war being declared. This was because when a stronghold had developed to a certain scale, having the right to declare war and being declared war would definitely be based on strength. When two planes started a war, even if one side could be wiped out, they would have to pay a heavy price. Unless it was an irreconcilable grudge, neither side would waste a large number of warriors and resources to attack the other side's stronghold, because in the end, the losses would often outweigh the gains. 2,000 miles away from the Falling Star continent's stronghold, there was a stronghold that looked like a city. It was surrounded by walls, and the words Scarlet Sea Continent fluttered on the city walls. That's right. This was the Scarlet Sea Continent's stronghold. Judging from the size and majestic buildings, this plane was definitely not a low-level one. Within the main hall, an elder with long hair sat at the head of the hall, his brows furrowed. His eyes were filled with worry and anger. There were 4 old men sitting at the head of the table. Their faces were also filled with worry. Palace Lord. At this moment, an elder in a long robe walked in and shook his head. Elder Che's injuries are too severe. I'm afraid he'll need several years to recover. Slap, the elder with long hair slapped the armrest and stood up angrily. Killing so many of my Jade Sea Palace's warriors and injuring Elder Che. This is unforgivable. His name was Hong Yao. The Jade Sea Palace's palace lord of the Scarlet Sea continent. Because this plane had already established itself on the battlefield, after internal discussion, they decided to send a faction to guard it every 5 years. Coincidentally, it was Jade Sea Palace's turn to guard the Scarlet Sea continent's stronghold this time. In terms of the Falling Star continent's level, this sect was definitely not inferior to a first-rate sect that was even stronger than Xianxia. Why? Because not only was Palace Lord Hong at the earth level, but the 4 elders below him were also comparable to Wu Xing. Including the injured Che Yuanzi, this sect had at least 6 Wu Xing. The first-rate sects of the Falling Star continent definitely couldn't compare. No wonder City Lord Han and the others didn't have much hope of entering the planar battlefield. And this was only one of the Scarlet Sea continent's sections. If they sent a few more, they might not be able to defeat them even with the entire Falling Star continent's strength. Palace Lord. Bring some men and kill them. The elders below him were all filled with righteous indignation. At least 70% of the Scarlet Sea continent's warriors that Jun Changxiao had killed on the battlefield were Jade Sea Palace disciples, so they definitely couldn't tolerate this. Moreover, the Scarlet Sea continent had been in the planar battlefield for at least 500 or 600 years. Although they weren't the top echelon, they had always been bullying others. When had they ever been bullied by others, and bullied so badly? This old man is willing to go out and bring that Jun Changxiao's head here as a sacrifice to the dead. A Jade Sea Palace elder said angrily. Palace Lord Hong sat down and said, I heard that 9 heavens continents Ci Mei and Furious I were also heavily injured. We don't have to take the lead. The disciples and higher-ups had suffered heavy casualties, and old Che had also been beaten to the point of losing his ability to fight. This made him furious, but he didn't lose his mind. He decided not to take the lead and just wait and see. Palace Lord. At this moment, someone came to report, 9 heavens continents people have sent out 9 earth-level experts. They're heading towards the Falling Star continent's stronghold. Heh. Palace Lord Hong wasn't surprised, they're going pretty fast. Whoosh, whoosh, in the sky above the battlefield, 9 majestic streams of light flew out, startling all the cultivators in all directions. 9 heavens continents 9 star elders. They're heading towards the Falling Star continent's stronghold. There's going to be a good show. Let's go. All the warriors rushed towards the Falling Star continent's stronghold in groups of 3 to 5. Along the way, they all thought that the 9 heavens continent had sent out 9 earth-level experts at once. The newcomers would definitely be scared silly. Jun Changxiao, who was drinking tea, felt the 9 auras outside and immediately walked out. As soon as he stopped in front of the hall, he saw 9 powerful experts hovering in the sky. They were 9 old men in blue robes who were about 70 years old. Some had sideburns, some had goatees, and some were bald. Although they all had different appearances, the aura around them was thick and vigorous. Just one look and one could tell that their strength was definitely at the earth level. So many martial saints? Ding Xingwang was secretly shocked. It was already good enough to see 2 Wuxing in the Falling Star continent. Now that another plane had sent 9 of them, it was indeed a little shocking. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair and put his right foot on it. He smiled, Are you here to ransom someone? After Jun Changxiao finished speaking, the Purple King walked out of the stronghold and stopped in front of the 2 elders. He raised his left and right hands and directly grabbed their heads, the corner of his mouth raised into a sinister smile. The eyes of the 9 earth-level powerhouses immediately turned cold. In fact, they had already seen the restrained kind-looking man and the angry man. They didn't save them because they thought that since they were here, if the Falling Star continent had good eyesight, they would definitely obediently release the 2 of them. It was a typical case of taking themselves too seriously. If Jun Patriarch had good eyesight, he wouldn't have tied them to the pillar. 9. If you want them to live, exchange them with the martial arts resources that your plane uses for cultivation, such as crystal cores, medicinal herbs, ores, and spirit stones. Every plane had a different realm system, but the martial arts resources were roughly the same. The 9 heavens continent that Xianxia mentioned really did have them. However, when the 9 Earth-level powerhouses heard what he said, their old faces became even longer. At this time, they understood that the falling star continent had tied up the kind-looking man and the angry man to blackmail them. Kid. The bald old man sneered, you really have guts, daring to blackmail my 9 heavens continent. The timid will starve to death, and the bold will eat to death. Xianxia leaned forward, his hands on his legs, and laughed, since I'm going to die either way, I'd rather eat to death than starve to death. The bearded old man said, I'm just afraid that if I give you something, you won't be able to eat to death. As long as you bring the ransom, you don't have to worry about the rest. Xianxia said. The bald old man rubbed his shiny head and said, what if we don't take out anything to ransom them? Xianxia casually took out a recommendation ticket from a reader from his space ring, gently tore it into strips, and said with a smile, of course I'll kill them. Kill them? The bald old man narrowed his eyes and said, if you dare, don't even think about taking half a step out of the stronghold in the future. They couldn't enter, but they could block the door. The falling star continent's territory was only so small. They definitely needed to develop, and one that came out would be destroyed. Xianxia was a little depressed. He was the one who controlled the 2 Earth-level powerhouses of their continent, but he had actually fallen to the point where he was being threatened instead. This was too embarrassing. No. He had to do something. Pa. Xianxia snapped his fingers. Boom, the Purple King received the order and punched the old man in the chest. Even though he was unconscious, the attack had affected his damaged meridians, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing their own people being treated so cruelly even though they were heavily injured, the 9 elders all glared angrily. The bald man said coldly, brat, you're courting death. Cut the king crap. Xianxia said impatiently, 100 natural spirit stones per head, 1 million high-grade crystalline cores, and 1 million high-grade medicinal herbs. If they can't take it out, I'll kill them immediately. It was too tiring to pretend to be civilized, so he had to be barbaric and overbearing. Boom, the Purple King was very cooperative with the patriarch. He punched the fiend's chest again, fully demonstrating what it meant to be a villain. The 9 Earth-level powerhouses' eyes kept changing, and the anger and killing intent emitted from their bodies became more and more intense. A low-level plane actually dared to extort them in public. This was intolerable. Boom, the Purple King punched again. Wah! The fiend spat out blood again. If this guy was still conscious, he would definitely break down and say, why do you always hit me? Why don't you hit him? When the Purple King attacked consecutively, the martial artists from various planes had already flown over and witnessed the whole process. Their expressions immediately became interesting. Tying Mei and the fiend to the pillar and letting the 9-star continent pay the ransom, and killing the hostages if they didn't pay. The falling star continent was really bold, or, knowing that there was no way to reconcile, they simply chose to go all out. Awesome, really awesome. The martial artists from various planes were full of admiration for Xianxia's style. Of course, they also knew that although it was cool to do this, they would also completely offend the 9 heavens continent. They could forget about surviving in the plane battlefield in the future. Boom. Kacha, the Purple King punched again, and the fiend's sternum was shattered. Seeing their own people being trampled on like this, the 9 Earth-level powerhouses were furious. Their killing intent spread throughout the whole area, and the space started to distort under the 9 explosive forces. The plane battlefield space barrier was very thick, but it couldn't withstand the collective release of so many powerhouses. Retreat, retreat. The martial artists who were watching the show hurriedly retreated further away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, no matter how the 9 heavens continent's powerhouses attacked, the falling star continent's stronghold wasn't disturbed. Patriarch. Old Ding transmitted his voice, I'm afraid they won't pay the ransom. Be careful, they might attack and snatch them away. Okay. Xianxia said, Hall Master Z, you must control those 2 guys well. Don't let the Nine Heavens continent snatch them away. He could have killed Xianxia and the Fiend, but since he had already obtained the merit points, why not use them to their fullest and earn more martial arts resources for himself? Humph. The Purple King sneered and said, as long as I'm here, no one can snatch me away. He was so confident when he spoke softly. 8 layers of space bind. Suddenly, the bald old man shouted angrily, and the surrounding space immediately rippled. The sand and dust that were originally drifting with the wind became still as if they were frozen in time. Space martial arts? Ding Xingwang's expression changed drastically. Space-type martial arts existed in the Falling Star continent, but they were extremely rare, and they were lost after the Battle of the Gods. Be careful. Ding Xingwang shouted, he's going to snatch them. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent force came from outside the stronghold. The originally bound space was suddenly unsealed, and dust was swirled up. Whoosh, the bald old man, who had used his space martial arts to seal the space and tried to snatch Xianxia and the Fiend, flew out of the dust. Then, he stopped in midair in a sorry state. Do you think I don't exist? The Purple King was completely naked, and the school uniform that he had just worn was destroyed. How is this possible? The bald old man was in disbelief. Although the 8 layers of space bind couldn't completely seal the space, it could at least seal it for a few breaths of time. It would be no problem to take advantage of this opportunity to rescue them. But in the end, when he rushed over, that guy threw a heavy punch. He wasn't bound by the space at all, no, it shouldn't be. 5 Wuxing worked together to seal the Demon King. It was a bit of a fantasy for him to control it alone. Go. The bearded old man shouted coldly and immediately flew down. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the other 4 Earth-level powerhouses moved together. It was impossible to ransom them, so they could only use their strength to snatch them. They didn't believe that the 9 of them couldn't snatch Xianxia and the Fiend back from an opponent who seemed to be of the same level. Trash. The Purple King sneered in the face of the 5 Earth-level powerhouses. Then, he opened his hands, and a violent energy suddenly appeared around him. Then, he rushed to the sky like a curtain of light. What a strong demon chi. This guy isn't human. When the 5 Earth-level powerhouses sensed the violent aura, their expressions changed. Huff huff. At this moment, a light screen that seemed to reach the clouds came crashing down like a huge wave. The whole world instantly became dark. Seeing the Purple King make such a big commotion, Xianxia was both surprised and gratified. Using delicacies to control this guy and make him work for me is the wisest choice. The 9 star elders from the Falling Star continent were very powerful. Ding Xingwang could only contend against one of them. It would be impossible for him to fight against so many of them. The Purple King, who had recovered his strength before being sealed, was not afraid at all, especially when facing the 5 Earth-level powerhouses. He even dared to fight them head-on. Xianxia had definitely profited greatly by controlling him. How much he could do in the dimensional battlefield would depend on the upper limit of this guy's strength. Boom. 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 In an instant, the purple energy that came crashing down like a wave collided with the 5 Earth-level powerhouses. The whole space shook violently, finally unable to withstand the force, and started to collapse. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. This kind of chaotic battle between Earth-level powerhouses was rare even in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, the wanted purple-haired exhibitionist was too terrifying. He dared to fight against 5 Earth-level powerhouses so directly? Luckily, we didn't attack earlier. Otherwise, we would have become corpses long ago. Many martial artists secretly rejoiced that they did not lose their rationality for 500 merit points. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the bearded man and the goateed elder flew out amidst the huge energy waves. Their bodies emitted a dazzling light as they gathered a violent force and pressed down. Their original intention was not to fight, but to snatch people. Get lost. The Purple King shouted angrily, his left and right fists striking the void. At the same time, the purple energy formed a huge fist and directly clashed with the 2 Earth-level powerhouses. Ka ka ka. The ground under his feet shattered, extending out endlessly. Boom. Boom. A deafening explosion was heard. The bearded man and the goateed man collided with the Purple King head-on and retreated quickly, their expressions ugly. This non-human fellow's physical strength was extremely terrifying. Only beasts that focused on tempering their bodies and strength could do this. What made them even more certain was that their other two companions had seized the opportunity to rush over, condensing earth-shattering killing moves to attack. However, the Purple King had blocked them with his physical body and stood proudly where he was. Oh my god! That guy's physical defense is too terrifying. All the martial artists exclaimed in horror. An earth-ranked powerhouse could turn him into ashes with a raise of his hand. Now, when he used a martial technique that could make the heavens and the earth lose its color, his opponent didn't even take a step back. This scene was extremely terrifying. The Purple King's eyes flashed with rage after taking the attack. Hoo-hoo! The violent energy gathered in midair and formed a fist, directly sending the two Nine Heavens continent martial artists flying. He didn't use any martial arts techniques. From the beginning to the end, he had been relying on his valiant physical strength to contend with the few Earth-level characters. Regardless of whether it was his aura or might, he wasn't any weaker than his opponents. This was a monster king from the upper realm. He had only recovered to the state before he was sealed, but he was already able to contend with 5 Wuxing without falling into a disadvantageous position. If he had reached his previous peak, who in the lower realm would be able to rival him? Awesome! Xianxia said in admiration. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that the exhibitionist who would rip his clothes off so easily actually had such terrifying combat power. Woody thought to himself, this guy came down from a high-level plane like me. How strong was he in the past? Whoosh, just at this moment, the space trembled slightly. Ding Xinguang flew out from the dark, gathering the power of the 5 ultimate techniques in his palm and attacking. The sudden sneak attack was impossible to guard against. That earth-ranked powerhouse was sent flying by the Purple King, and his body was temporarily unbalanced. He couldn't dodge at all, and could only take the palm print with his back. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Hiss! He stood up with difficulty, his face slightly ferocious. At this moment, a black palm print appeared on his back. 5 types of evil chi were madly attacking his meridians and mind. Although they couldn't do anything to him for a while, they had to divert their attention to resist and neutralize them, which was equivalent to weakening their combat power. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Ding Xinguang's sneak attack succeeded, 2 earth-ranked powerhouses from the Nine Heavens continent attacked from both sides. They were very fast. They were very strong. Ding Xinguang couldn't use space travel to dodge, so he could only gather the 5 ultimate techniques and attack one of them. As for the other, he left it to boom. The King of 100 Hills rushed over quickly and suddenly reached out his hand to block the earth-ranked powerhouse's attack. Relying on the unique strength of the beast race, he sent his opponent flying. Boom. Without the pressure from the other side, Ding Xinguang successfully exchanged a blow with the earth-ranked powerhouse on the left. The two were evenly matched, and they both took a few steps back. This guy isn't human either. Everyone looked at the King of 100 Hills and felt his violent aura. They wondered, is the falling star continent a world dominated by beasts? Whoosh whoosh. While everyone was guessing, the King of 100 Hills bent down, and his back bulged rapidly. His body suddenly enlarged, and he took on the form of a giant eyeball beast. Die. His giant arm pressed down on one of the earth-ranked powerhouses like a mountain. Under the explosion of power, the space was compressed and cracked. Oh no! The powerhouse who was targeted was shocked. He couldn't care less about whether his movement technique was graceful or not, and he fled in an extremely sorry state. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although he barely dodged, the King of 100 Hills' other hand pressed down again, and his speed and strength were even faster than his other hand. Boom! The earth-ranked powerhouse dodged the first palm, but he couldn't dodge the second one. He was instantly pressed into the pit by the mountain-like palm. The King of 100 Hills didn't stop there. He retracted his hand and raised his foot to stomp on the ground. A giant eyeball stomped on the ground crazily, and the scene was extremely beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and large cracks appeared on the ground. When the King of 100 Hills stopped, the earth-ranked powerhouse was lying in the center of the pit, covered in blood. He was also heavily injured. The Nine Heavens continent had sent 9 Earth-ranked powerhouses, but in terms of strength, Ding Xingwang and the King of 100 Hills might not be weak. Beautiful. June Patriarch smiled. Of the 9 Earth-ranked powerhouses, 1 was injured, and 1 was beaten up badly. The remaining 7 were much easier to deal with. At first, June Patriarch thought that the other party would use the martial arts resources to ransom the people, and that would be a happy ending. Now that the Purple King's performance was so terrifying, he had a bold idea. He wanted to keep all 9 of them here to increase the bargaining chip with the 9 Heavens continent. Hall Master Z. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, don't be passive. If you can deal with them, do it. Okay. The Purple King's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. With a bang, he flew up and charged toward the Earth-ranked powerhouses with a terrifying purple power. He had long wanted to rush out, but the Patriarch had ordered him to watch over the hostages. Once the sky went out, the kind-looking man and the angry-looking man would lose their guard. It should be a good time to snatch the hostages, but the 7 Earth-ranked powerhouses didn't have such thoughts, because they were all targeted, P.S. few. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. 15 chapters were posted consecutively. Please recommend me, please vote me. That's right. 3 of the 9 Heavens continent's 7 Earth-level powerhouses were targeted by the falling star continent. 1 was Ding Xingwang. 1 was the King of 100 Hills. The remaining 5 were targeted by the Purple King. The bald guy said angrily, kill this madman. The other 2 are nothing to fear. These people were not stupid. They knew that the Purple King was the strongest. As long as they killed him, the remaining 2 would not be a problem. Whoosh. Whoosh, the 5 Earth-level powerhouses rushed over in unison, each releasing their strongest light and fighting with the Purple King. Mad Sand Emperor's Hand. Celestial Dragon Dance. Green Flame Curse. All kinds of high-quality and powerful martial arts techniques exploded in the sky outside the falling star continent's stronghold, producing colorful energy. Without 4 Titan cards, 1 would not be able to move. All the martial artists were dumbfounded that purple-haired madman was actually fighting against 5 martial saints by himself. Judging from the ruthless aura emanating from him, he was actually not at a disadvantage. Too awesome, too terrifying. Boom, boom, in the sky above the falling star continent's stronghold, violent energy whistled. The space was already shattered. Ding Xingwang was fighting with a powerhouse. He used all kinds of sinister moves, catching the opponent off guard. Gradually, he gained the upper hand. The King of 100 Hills was even more so. He was completely suppressing an Earth-level powerhouse. However, their fight was far inferior to the Purple King's. After all, this guy was fighting 1 against 5, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, all kinds of high-level martial arts techniques whistled crazily. The Purple King blocked them with his physical strength alone. Then, he attacked fiercely and repeatedly, forcing the opponent to retreat. All the martial artists were stunned. Xianxia, the Ning brothers, and the others were also stunned. 1 against 5. And not at a disadvantage. How awe-inspiring was that? Whoosh, Jun Changxiao stood up, put on the true Yang mask, and said, it's time to show my real skills. Judging from this situation, the 2 sides were fighting intensely, but they were in a stalemate. If they wanted to change the situation, there had to be an element of uncertainty. Jun Goxing, who had a full set of top-tier equipment and was half a step away from Wu Xing, was very suitable to be this uncertain factor. It was mainly because the Purple King was in the limelight. If he didn't do anything, wouldn't he be laughed at? Boom, at this moment, a loud explosion came from outside the stronghold. The bald man had been punched down by the Purple King. My chance is here. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Immediately, he controlled the mechanical armed wings and flew out. The true Yang sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was about to land, Jun Changxiao slashed forward. Huff huff, sword chi crisscrossed, tearing apart space. The bald man, who had barely managed to stand firm on the ground, hastily retreated in desperation, only to see the unparalleled sword chi sweep past his scalp. Even though he'd barely dodged the attack, he was greatly shocked in his heart because the might contained within the sword chi was sufficient to prove that Chen Shi's understanding of the sword Dao was extremely deep. This kid. Similarly, they should not be underestimated. Shua. Shua. Jun Changxiao quickly came over and performed the one-word sword technique. Dense sword chi suddenly appeared like an inescapable net. 10,000 arts augmentation. The bald man shouted loudly. His whole body radiated light, forming layers of protective shields. Ding ding ding. The sword chi blasted on the shield, producing a crisp sound. However, under the frequent bombardment, cracks began to appear. When the last sword chi pressed down, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Huff. The brilliance in the sky dissipated. Puff. The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. Being punched by the Purple King was already extremely embarrassing. In addition, the defensive move he had performed in a hurry was broken. Immediately, it brought about a double backlash, and his meridians were damaged in many places. Die. Jun Changxiao's eyes turned cold as he rushed over again. He didn't foolishly approach the bald man. Once again, he performed the one-word sword technique, forming a dense sword attack. The bald man didn't dare to fight head-on and hurriedly flew out. Although he rushed out of the sword net attack, his right arm was inevitably slashed by the sword, and blood flowed down. All the martial artists suddenly widened their eyes. The aura emitted by that guy was at most at the Xian level. To be able to enter an earth level, could it be that the sword in his hand was extraordinary? Sorry. Not only the sword. The boots on his feet, the armor on his body, the mechanical wings on his back, and even the mask on his face were all extraordinary. When these things were combined, the strength provided was very obvious. Jun Patriarch was now a RMB warrior, and he was the kind who held the dragon-slaying saber. Shua. With the fusion of the armament wings and the power of flight, he flew out and then raised his sword and slashed at the bald man crazily. Everyone, come and see, the rich player is bullying the hardworking player. Shua. Shua. The sword shadow moved horizontally, and the sword aura rippled. Jun Changxiao released his sword aptitude to the extreme, and he performed the Ling Jian God technique to the extreme. At that moment, the surrounding air was suppressed by the powerful sword aura. Wherever the sword aura passed, sword marks appeared in the air. In a short time, the injured bald man was suppressed by Jun Changxiao to the point that he couldn't speak. When he flew out of the battle area with difficulty, there were more than 10 wounds on his body. Blood covered his body, and he became a famous person in the truest sense. Boom. Boom. On the other side, the Purple King was still fighting the 4 Earth-level masters alone. However, because there was one less, it was a lot easier, and his attacks were more powerful. The bearded man, the goat man, and the others were depressed. With one less companion to pin down, the pressure was obviously much greater than before. Boom. At that moment, Ding Xingwang relied on a sinister move and successfully sneak attacked his opponent, slamming him to the ground, and a black palm print appeared on his back. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao seized the opportunity and suddenly turned around, killing the Earth-level master who was fighting against the 5 ultimate evil chi. Ka ka ka. In a very short time, the arm holding the sword quickly entered battle mode. Sword chi traversing 30,000 miles. One sword light chills 19 continents. Jun Changxiao shouted and suddenly slashed down with his sword. Unparalleled sword chi rippled out from the space, tearing down with the force of a river. The Earth-level master who was fighting against the 5 ultimate evil chi in his body had a bad feeling, and he panicked and moved his body. Poochie. Blood splattered, and his arm fell to the ground. Jun Changxiao's sword was very fast, and it was also very clean. After the Earth-level master dodged and blood splattered for a while, he finally realized that his right arm had been cut off. Intense pain spread throughout his body. The 5 ultimate evil chi flooded his sea of consciousness like a flood. Ah! The Earth-level master who lost his arm screamed. Die! Jun Changxiao flew over, and the true Yang sword directly tore through the space, and an incomparably cold sword chi pierced through with a whoosh. Poochie! The sword light swept past, and a head was cut off. Plop! That person fell to the ground, and his head fell to the side. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were wide open. Dead. Dead? The Earth-level master was killed. Oh my god! When the 9 Heavens continent powerhouse was killed, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. It was rare to even see such a powerhouse. Now, he had been killed by a cultivator from the falling star continent. Congratulations to participant for killing an Earth powerhouse. You have received 20 merit points. Hearing the female system's voice, Xianxia thought to himself, only 20 points? Looks like Wuxing's life isn't worth much in the planar battlefield. Elder. The disciples who were fighting Purple Craggy Monster King were furious. They were 9-star elders and had known each other for thousands of years. Now that someone had died in front of them, they couldn't accept it. Boom. At that moment, the Purple King took the opportunity. Purple energy formed a fist and smashed the bearded man to the ground. He didn't attack further. Instead, he gathered energy and attacked the other 3. Go. My precious baby. Xianxia's shameful voice sounded again. The Sky Origin Soul suppressing tower appeared and landed on the ground, suppressing the bearded man until he was half dead. He couldn't fight an Earth powerhouse head-on, but he could ambush them from behind. Moreover, he had a full set of top-grade equipment and a powerful treasure. He could definitely ambush them. Due to the uncertainties, 2 of the 9 Heavens continent powerhouses were injured and 1 was killed in a short period of time. They were furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear Xianxia into pieces. However, no matter how angry they were, they could only be held back by the Purple King and the others. They couldn't focus on that guy. Boom. Ding Xingwang appeared behind the enemy that the King of 100 Hills was fighting and used the 5 ultimate palms. Boom. The enemy didn't notice and fell to the ground. The 5 types of evil chi in his body surged out. In this way, only the Violet Craggy Demon King and the 3 Earth-ranked experts remained in battle, whereas, the latter had already been suppressed to the point of retreating repeatedly, and they were utterly unable to organize an effective counterattack. The game is set. Xianxia smiled. Die. Boom, boom. The Purple Kings. Energy crazily erupted as he unleashed a sky full of fist seals. The 5 of them were unable to gain the upper hand. Now, there were only 3 Earth-level powerhouses left, and they could only be beaten to a sorry state. They could only be beaten to the point of staggering backwards. Retreat! Goatee shouted angrily. They had lost 6 out of 9 people, and the situation was dire. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be wiped out. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 Earth-ranked powerhouses exploded with power, and then turned into streaks of light that shot into the distance. The Purple King could only watch and not do anything to stop an expert of this level if they had no fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. Humph, it said coldly, a bunch of cowards. Although it was a little difficult to fight against 5 Earth-ranked fighters, the Purple King was still very satisfied. Trying to run? The smile on Xianxia's face gradually faded away after hearing Zhen Dejuan's words. Then, he said sinisterly, "You'll have to ask if I agree or not." Shua. He spread out his arms and shouted, "Explode!" Wang! 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 As soon as he said the word, the space in the air suddenly distorted, and thunder arrays appeared one after another. The 3 Earth-ranked powerhouses who were fleeing saw the flowing light barrier appear in front of them, and a strong ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Not good. Boom! 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 The 10 thunder arrays arranged in the air flashed with the most dazzling light before they were born, and then a series of explosions immediately occurred. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka-ka! For a moment, thunder energy whizzed out, and the huge explosion shook a large area of space and caused it to collapse. How big was the commotion caused by the explosion? The martial artists who were thousands of miles away all felt it, and so they all looked at the sky in shock. Then, they all widened their eyes. At the end of their vision, a piece of space seemed to have been forcibly torn apart by some kind of power. Oh my God! What kind of power is this? Could it be that a heaven-ranked powerhouse has made a move? Whoosh whoosh. After the explosion, the wind whistled outside the stronghold of the falling star continent. The violent thunder element spread wildly, and the whole area seemed to have become a forbidden land of thunder. The martial artists who were closest to the explosion area and didn't cause any trouble looked shocked, and their hands and bodies trembled slightly. They had personally seen the series of explosions of the thunder arrays and felt the terror of the aftermath. So, it was already very good that they were still in the air and didn't fall to the ground in fright. The corners of Xianxia and the others' mouths twitched. The patriarch had been in and out of the array hall a while ago, and he had been immersed in studying arrays with Shen Dejuan. They knew that he had created an array called the Shocking Thunder Gathering Array. But today, when the array was activated and caused a series of explosions, it had caused such a terrifying destructive power. This was absolutely unexpected. Kikik. Xianxia covered his face and laughed strangely. It turns out that blowing people up is such a good thing. The corners of the Purple King's mouth twitched slightly. With the power of the explosion just now, if he had been the one in the middle of it, he would have been blown into a sorry state, if not seriously injured. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, in the area where the thunder roared, 3 martial artists from the Nine Heavens continent fell to the ground with wounds all over their bodies. Under the explosion of the thunder array, not only were they seriously injured, they were also unconscious. Congratulations to the participant for severely injuring 3 Earth-level martial artists. 60 merit points have been awarded. The female system's voice sounded. Severely injured? Xianxia was quite surprised. This kind of shocking thunder gathering array originated from the mystical 32 arrays and was improved by me, Elder Zhen, and Shangguan Xinyao. Yet, it couldn't kill Wu Sheng? The system said, the host's thunder array is barely close to the level of a low-level saint rank. Naturally, it couldn't kill Wu Sheng in water. Okay. Xianxia shrugged and said, it's good that he didn't die. I can use him as a bargaining chip. At this point, he turned around. Looking at the group of martial artists who were trembling in fear, he sneered and said, do you want to give it a try too? Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone hurriedly released their reincarnation speed and fled as fast as they could. They were afraid that they would die here if they were a step slower. In the blink of an eye, the Falling Star Continent stronghold became empty. Clean up the battlefield. Xianxia said. Yes. Xianxia and the others quickly took action. After a while, 8 more wooden pillars were erected outside the stronghold. 8 seriously injured Nine Heavens Continent martial artists were tied up neatly with C.I. Mei and Glaring Eye's family. When these brothers came, they were all arrogant as if they were going to fly to heaven. Now, they were either seriously injured, had their arms broken, or were burnt black like charcoal. They had long lost the demeanor of a martial artist. The Purple King was also related to their current situation. After all, he fought 5 Earth-level martial artists alone. He was definitely very strong. The camera turned. The Purple King, who was wearing only a pair of red underwear, stood in front of the wooden pillar with his arms crossed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew over and blew away his purple hair, revealing an incomparably cold face. Peppa Pig's tattoo. Applause for the exhibitionist. P.S. I expected to write more than 20 chapters, but I don't have enough brain power and can't write it. That's it for today. I've been saving my manuscripts and writing. I'm in a tense state every day. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. I need to relax. I also thank the readers for their tips. Don't tear up the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Throw them all over. Let Jun Gosheng tear them up. Of the 9 star elders sent by the Nine Heavens continent, 8 were captured and 1 was killed. They had lost completely. All the cultivators who were watching the show were scared away, scared witless. The 9 Earth-level powerhouses had actually fallen to such a state. Whoever dared to provoke the Falling Star Continent would be courting death, seriously injuring the Gentle Eyebrows and Kind Eyes duo had already established their might. Now that the 9 star elders were dealt with, all they had to do was wait for the news to spread and cause even greater shock and astonishment. The area of the stronghold is also more than 20 square meters larger than before. Xianxia touched his chin and said, it seems that defeating a high-level powerhouse not only gives me double the merit points, but also double the area. At first, there was only one main hall in the stronghold, which occupied most of the area. Now that it had been expanded, they could barely build a few small rooms inside. Of course, this kind of construction and layout had to be left to Li Qingyang. Xianxia didn't think too much about it. Patriarch. Xianxia held out the spatial ring and said, "The spatial rings of these 9 people are very valuable." "Oh, is that so?" Jun Changxiao took it and checked it one by one. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The spatial rings of the 9 Earth-level powerhouses were indeed very valuable. Just the various quality crystal cores, herbs, and ores added up to several million. There were also many martial arts manuals of different cultivation systems. Due to the environment of the plane, the martial arts of the 9 Heavens continent might not be suitable for the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. However, Jun Changxiao put all the manuals into his spatial ring and pulled out the technique pavilion. He found that the exchange rate of many manuals had increased by a lot. This meant that although the martial arts of the various planes couldn't be used, they could be used to make up the numbers and could be exchanged for manuals in the technique pavilion. This is very interesting. Go Xing grinned. Shangguan Xinyao had been creating manuals all this time, so her speed was still a bit slow. In the battlefield of hundreds of planes, as long as he snatched their manuals, he could definitely exchange for any martial arts in the technique pavilion. Jun Changxiao found dozens of sparkling and translucent hexagonal stones in the spatial ring. Holding it in his hand, he released his spiritual sense into it and found that it contained very pure spiritual energy. He said in surprise, "It carries more energy than natural spiritual stones." The system said, 10 times stronger. 10 times? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. This meant that one stone was worth 10 natural spirit stones. It seems that the overall strength of the 9 Heavens continent is much higher than that of the Falling Star continent. That's why the 9 Heavens continent can produce stronger spirit stones. It might not be called spirit stones in that world. Not bad. This kind of hexagonal spirit stone was known as the hexagonal star stone in the 9 Heavens continent. It was one of the rarest and most important resources for martial artists to cultivate. As long as it can provide spiritual energy to increase the speed of cultivation, it doesn't matter what it's called. Jun Changxiao didn't dwell on the name. His eyes lit up as he said, "I can extort some of these things to help myself and my disciples improve their cultivation faster." The energy within the hexagram stone was plentiful and pure. If he used it to cultivate, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation base very quickly. Patriarch Ding Xingwang said, 8 Earth-level experts were captured and 1 was killed. The 9 Heavens continent will definitely not let this go. They will even send experts to kill us. When he first entered the battlefield, he felt that it was just SOSO. After a few fights, he saw that Emperor-level experts were everywhere and Saint-level experts were as common as dogs. He realized that this place wasn't simple at all. That's why we have to be fully prepared. Jun Changxiao walked out of the stronghold and took out a small flag. He said, "When they come, we have to obediently hand over the ransom and not blatantly kidnap people." Xiao! 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 Flowing light danced and scattered everywhere. Wang! Wang! After a short while, 10 shocking lightning-gathering formations were set up. Some existed on the ground, some hung in the air, enveloping Ci Mei, Nu Mei, and the others. This kind of formation evolved from the Qi Men 32 formations was really powerful. Previously, when the Purple King and many Earth-level experts fought until the space cracked, it didn't shake the foundation and even caused a powerful explosion. Jun Changxiao didn't hide the lightning formations in the space. They stood openly in the surroundings. The formation walls were connected with each other, forming a scene that seemed both real and illusory. The meaning was very simple. I'll place the hostages in the lightning formation. If you don't hand over the ransom, then everything will be blown up. This was very particular. Jun Changxiao had just finished and returned to the stronghold when he saw the space outside distort slightly. Dozens of powerful martial artists appeared out of thin air. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He was dressed in leather and had a sharp sword inlaid with gems hanging from his waist. His whole body emitted a mighty aura. As for the 20 or so martial artists standing behind him, their strength was also at the earth level. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of people hung in the air, forming a very explosive chi field. Ding Xingwang transmitted his voice, "Patriarch, the guy standing at the front, I'm afraid his strength has already reached the peak of Wu Xing's level." Jun Changxiao also sensed it. He sat on a chair in front of the main hall, put one leg on it, and said loudly, "Nine Heavens Continent?" The dignified middle-aged man looked at Xianxia, Nu Mei, and the others who were trapped in the gaps of the formation, and then looked at the Earth-level experts who were killed. He frowned slightly and said, "Your Excellency has guts, daring to kill my Nine Heavens Continent's people." Xianxia shrugged and said, "I had no choice. City Lord." The old man standing behind the dignified middle-aged man said in a low voice, "I'll go and save Xianxia, Nu Mei, and the others." The middle-aged man stopped him and said, "The formation arranged in the surroundings is not ordinary, don't act recklessly." "This friend," Xianxia said, "I can see that you're a reasonable person. I also like to be reasonable. Why don't we talk calmly?" "What do you want to talk about?" the middle-aged man asked. Xianxia interlocked his fingers and said, "Your people wanted to catch wanted criminals to earn merit points, that's understandable. It's also understandable that they couldn't beat me and were captured by me, right?" The middle-aged man was silent. Not only did they fail to catch wanted criminals, but they were also reduced to prisoners. The Nine Heavens Continent's face was completely lost by Xianxia and Nu Mei. There was also the 9-star elders. They swore at the stronghold that they would be able to save them, but in the end, 8 of them were captured and 1 was killed. "A bunch of people who couldn't do anything but spoiled things," Xianxia said. "These 10 are all Earth-level experts. It's not easy for them to have today's achievements. Seeing that the heavens are virtuous, I didn't take their lives." "So," the middle-aged man said coldly, "should this city lord thank you?" "No need to thank me." Xianxia waved his hand and took out a 6-pointed star stone and said, "Just use this thing to redeem them." The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. This brat said he was being reasonable, but in the end, he was just extorting him. Xianxia said, "If you feel bad about this kind of thing and aren't willing to take it out to redeem them, they will die immediately." This was definitely not a joke. With just a thought, the lightning array would explode, and with Xianxia and Nu Mei's heavily injured and unconscious state, they would definitely be blown into meat paste. "Are you threatening the city lord?" Anger appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Xianxia spread his hands and said, "I've already given you the chance. Their life and death is up to you to decide. Of course. If you think you're strong enough to snatch them away from the lightning array, you might as well give it a try." Wang. Wang. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the lightning array set up around Xianxia and Nu Mei's group suddenly flickered. The powerful lightning attribute wantonly spread, as if it would cause a huge explosion at any time. The Nine Heavens Continent's martial artists were shocked. They could also see that the array that was brazenly displayed around them was a bit strong, but they didn't expect the aura to be so strong. The middle-aged man frowned. After a short moment of thought, he said, "How many 6-pointed star stones to redeem them?" That dignified middle-aged man was called Xianxia. He was a powerful city lord in the Nine Heavens Continent. As for Xianxia and 9-star elder, they were his subordinates. The Nine Heavens Continent was similar to the Scarlet Sea Continent. Every 5 years, they would send a powerful force to oversee the battlefield. This time, it was City Lord Mo's turn. A few hundred years ago, he had brought his subordinates to settle in. It should have been an easy thing, but so many of his subordinates had died in the hands of a nobody from the Falling Star Continent. Xianxia was very irritated and depressed. He could even imagine how humiliating it would be if news of this spread throughout the planar battlefield, especially when the news spread back to the Nine Heavens Continent. It would definitely be used by his enemies to spread the news and mock him. If it weren't for Xianxia sitting in the safe zone, Xianxia would have already attacked him in anger and tortured him 1,000 times. Calm down, the lightning formation set up by this continent was a bit powerful. If he couldn't control his emotions, his 10 subordinates would definitely die. Although the overall strength of the Nine Heavens Continent was higher than that of the Falling Star Continent, the Earth-level experts were still considered top-notch experts. Not to mention 10, even the death of one would be painful. Not to mention, Xianxia also had enemies and opponents in his own territory. If he died in the planar battlefield, when he returned, what would he use to fight against them? Therefore, after a short consideration, Xianxia chose to compromise and agreed to use resources to exchange for the 10 captives. So it's called the hexagram stone. Jun Changxiao also knew the stone's name. He rubbed his chin and said, 1 million per head. 1 million? Mo Shangxing said in a low voice, I can't take out that much. 1 million per head, 10 would be 10 million. This was definitely a huge number. Even if he could take it out, it would be like bleeding a lot. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll take a step back. Jun Changxiao said, 1 head, 990,000. Mo Shangxing's mouth twitched. You're being reasonable, and you're lowering it by 10,000, Mo Shangxing said with a sullen face, Kid, I'm serious about negotiating with you. I'm also very serious. Jun Changxiao rested his chin on the back of his hand and said, We're not doing business, so there's no need to bargain. 900,000 per head. This time, the concession was still acceptable. At least 100,000 pills were deducted. However, Mo Shangxing still couldn't accept it. After all, taking out 9 million pills would definitely hurt him greatly. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, if you can't take out so many hexagram stones, you can also use medicinal herbs, ores, treasures, weapons, and so on. I won't mind. Mo Shangxing was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. As the city lord of a large city in the Nine Heavens continent, he had never been so passive before. Brat! An old man next to him shouted angrily, Our city lord is already giving you enough face by talking to you calmly. Don't be ungrateful. City lord. Jun Changxiao narrowed his eyes and said, Your subordinate doesn't seem to be aware of the current situation. What kind of situation is this? The hostages were in his hands, and he could kill them at any time. Mo Shangxing's brows furrowed as he said, Hexagram stones are extremely rare in the continent. It's hard for me to take out the amount you're talking about. How much can you take? 100,000. 100,000 per person? 10 people. Forget it. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, You're not sincere at all. I'll just kill them all. Wang. Wang. As soon as he said that, the lightning array outside the stronghold flickered again, as if it was just a hair's breadth away from exploding. The Nine Heavens continent's martial artists panicked and even prepared to retreat. Mo Shangxing suppressed his anger and said, Kid, from the size of your stronghold, you should be just starting out. If you kill them, I'll send people to seal this place and fight you to the death. Are you sure this is worth it? Jun Changxiao was silent. Was he telling him that he was going to go all out? Mo Shangxing sneered and said, According to the rules of the plane, if the stronghold hasn't reached a certain size, there's a time limit. When the time comes, you'll be sent out. How can you return alive? So. Jun Changxiao said, I'm in a hurry. If you don't pay the ransom quickly, I'll have to kill them. At worst, we'll die together. The time limit of the stronghold was completely useless to him, because he only needed to return to the sect of all times within the time limit. Mo Shangxing didn't know. He thought that he could use this as a threat to take the initiative in the negotiation. Besides, Jun Changxiao said, I've already killed one of your continent's Earth-level powerhouses. The grudge is completely formed. What's the harm in killing 10 more? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Mo Shangxing's tone gradually softened. As long as you let them go, we'll pretend that nothing happened. Our Nine Heavens continent won't interfere with what the Falling Star continent does in the planar battlefield. Do you think I'll believe such words to fool a 3-year-old? Jun Changxiao said. Mo Shangxing said solemnly, I'm the city lord of the Nine Heavens continent's divine firmament city. I've always kept my word. Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought, seemingly moved by his words. All right. He slapped the armrest and said, I believe you. The price is fixed. 200,000 pills per head. Lowering the price from 1 million to 200,000 was definitely a big concession. However, Mo Shangxing was on the verge of collapse. He felt that after talking for so long, he still had to pay the ransom. Nonsense. Gosheng wasn't someone who would change his principles so easily. Since he had done something to extort, no matter how much, he had to extort. City Lord. Jun Changxiao said, if you think this price is appropriate, then hurry up and make the deal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist detonating the lightning array. Mo Shangxing began to think, The Nine Heavens continent is probably a world where the strong preys on the weak. 10 Earth-level powerhouses are definitely not small. If they die in the planar battlefield, I'm afraid you'll suffer a great loss, Xianxia said. Besides, since I can capture so many of your people, I'm naturally not a pushover. If you really want to go all out, I'm afraid you'll suffer even more losses. Why don't you just hand over 2 million hexagram stones? Good for you, good for me, good for everyone? Xianxia frowned. Buzz. Buzz. The lightning array was still flashing, and the lightning element in the air was getting stronger. This forced him to not waste time or think too much. All right. Xianxia said, 2 million. Pay first, then let them go, Xianxia said. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He had experienced similar situations before, but he had never been led by the nose like this. I'm the patriarch of the strongest sect in the falling star continent. I've always been a man of his word, so please don't worry, Xianxia said. Shwa. A unique spatial ring landed at the edge of the stronghold. Xianxia suppressed his heartache and said with difficulty, there are 2 million hexagram stones inside. Xianxia waved his hand. The Purple King immediately stepped out, picked up the ring, and hurriedly returned to the stronghold. It seemed like he was also worried that the other party would take the opportunity to make trouble. City Lord is a straightforward person. I hope we can work together again next time. Xianxia counted and confirmed the number, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he didn't extort 10 million, 2 million hexagram stones were comparable to tens of millions of natural spirit stones. Humans, contentment was bliss. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dozens of thunder arrays suddenly disappeared, and the explosive aura also gradually disappeared. June Patriarch was indeed a man of honor. Shwa! Shwa! As soon as the thunder arrays disappeared, several powerhouses from the Nine Heavens continent flew over and rescued the unconscious Ci Mei and Nu Mei. When they returned to their original positions, they all glared at Xianxia and the others in the stronghold. At first, they had hostages in the hands of the other party, so they didn't dare to attack. Now that they had rescued them, they naturally had nothing to fear. Xianxia stood up and cupped his hands. It's getting late. We'll take our leave first. Leave? Xianxia and the Nine Heavens continent's martial artists were stunned. Pa! Xianxia snapped his fingers. A vortex of light gradually appeared at the bottom of the stairs of the main hall. Xianxia's eyes widened. Could it be a teleportation array to the outside world? That's not right, the falling star continent's territory was so small that it didn't meet the standards at all. How could there be a teleportation device to leave the plane? The martial artists behind him were also dumbfounded. In their opinion, to be able to do two-way teleportation, the stronghold must at least be developed to the size of a town. Shwa! Shwa! Lu Qianqian, He Wudi, and the others entered one after another. Xianxia was the last to enter. Before the teleportation, he waved at Xianxia and said, "See you tomorrow." Whoosh, he disappeared into thin air, and the vortex gradually dissipated. Xianxia and the other powerhouses from the Nine Heavens continent gathered outside the stronghold were still in a state of confusion. Obviously, it was difficult for them to adapt to the fact that the stronghold hadn't been developed yet and the falling star continent's martial artists could be teleported out. P.S. I've been writing and saving chapters during this time. After yesterday's explosion, I feel like I've collapsed, so I only have 2 chapters left. Adjust your state and mentality, see you tomorrow. After receiving the ransom, Xianxia returned to the sect of all times with his men. Just like how he came lightly and left lightly, waving his hand without taking away a single cloud. Xianxia and the martial artists from the Nine Heavens continent looked at the empty stronghold, stunned for a long time. What was going on? The dimensional battlefield portal in the system store was a bug. Xianxia could use it to come and go as he pleased. Did the stronghold have a time limit, or did they send people to block it outside? I'll run after acting cool. What can you do to me? City Lord. A powerhouse said, what do we do now? Xianxia suppressed his anger and heartache, saying, return to the stronghold. After giving the 6-pointed star stone, he had considered ransoming them back, taking the initiative, and then thinking of a way to get them back. In the end, they slipped away right under his nose. It didn't make sense at all. Go, go, go. Mo Xianxia left with his subordinates, extremely irritated. At the same time, he was prepared to embarrass himself in this plane. As expected. In just one night, the news of the 9 Heavens continent's CI Mei and 9-star Elder being captured by the falling star continent spread like wildfire. For a moment, all the powerhouses were discussing, their faces full of astonishment. The first echelon of the 9 Heavens continent's 11 Earth-level powerhouses were defeated in the hands of an unknown plane? It was unbelievable. Could it be a rumor? It's absolutely true. Moreover, 3 wanted martial artists appeared in the falling star continent yesterday. Many people rushed over and witnessed the battle with their own eyes. There was a naked guy with purple hair who was fierce. He single-handedly defeated 5 Earth-level powerhouses. What kind of plane is this falling star continent? How can it be so powerful? Who knows? It's like he appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. The 9 Heavens continent suffered such a big loss, and so many Earth-level powerhouses were captured. They definitely won't let this go. Yesterday's battle was destined to be discussed on the battlefield for a period of time. As for Mo Xianxia going to ransom someone, because there were no other martial artists present, the outside world did not know. At this time, the ones who should be rejoicing the most were naturally the people from the Scarlet Sea continent. After all, after Xianxia was heavily injured, they had clamored to find trouble with Xianxia. Palace Master. At this moment in the main hall, a Blue Ocean Palace elder frowned and said, "This falling star continent can make the 9 Heavens continent suffer. They really can't be underestimated." Hong Yao, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned and said, "Fortunately, I didn't look for trouble first. Otherwise, I would have ended up in a worse state." If even the 9 Heavens continent couldn't handle it, he didn't think he could. Could it be that we have no choice but to admit defeat? An elder said rather unhappily. So many disciples had died, and a few elders had been seriously injured. Anyone with courage would not be able to endure this. Hong Yao sneered and said, 9-star elders have been captured, but the 9 Heavens continent definitely won't be finished. I believe that it won't be long before Mo Xianxia, who is guarding the stronghold, is alerted. He had already been alerted and had rushed over yesterday. Unfortunately, it was still useless. In the end, he still used 2 million hexagram stones to ransom someone. Awesome. Xianxia sat in the study with a smile on his face. This feeling of running away after acting cool was really exciting. If this was the falling star continent, he might be apprehensive. After all, the monk could run away, but the temple could not. However, it was different in the planar battlefield. You're capable. Come and fight me. Wait a few days before going in. Xianxia murmured. This time, not only did he get his revenge in the planar battlefield, but the stronghold had also expanded. Thus, he decided that he would go in and play whenever he had time. Master. Little Long Long was puzzled and said, "The red light on my body disappeared again." Xianxia said, "This kind of light only exists in the planar battlefield. It disappeared after coming out." I see. Little Long Long understood. Of course, the so-called disappearance did not really disappear. If he returned to the battlefield, he would definitely enter the red wanted state again. At least, he would have to wait for a while before he could completely clear it. It should be easier for Qingyang and the others to break through to the Emperor level after experiencing actual combat in the mortal battlefield, Xianxia said to himself. At present, the value of the planar battlefield was that it could provide a channel for the sect disciples to become stronger, although it would be very dangerous. After entering. Huff huff. Suddenly, in the wing of the inner yard disciples, the aura of a breakthrough suddenly appeared. Xianxia released his spiritual thoughts and said, Anyo is about to break through? Huff huff, the aura of a breakthrough swept through the inner yard wantonly. All the disciples who were busy were alarmed. Senior Brother Yi is about to break through. He just came back from the battlefield and is about to enter Wu Huang. This is too fast. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, who were in seclusion, also sensed it. Combined with the Surge Talisman, they more or less understood the aura of a breakthrough. The aura of a breakthrough would infect others, provided that the infected person happened to be at the threshold of a breakthrough. An hour later, the aura of a breakthrough gradually weakened, and everything returned to normal. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, slowly opened his eyes and murmured expressionlessly, "He broke through." It had only been 4 or 5 years since he became the current Wu Huang from a useless body. The speed of his growth was much faster than in his previous life, but he was not happy at all. After going to the planar battlefield, Xianxia understood that although he had become a martial emperor, he was in a remote corner. The outside world was actually very big, and there were many powerhouses. In his previous life, he stood at the top of the falling star continent. In this life, he must stand higher and see further. Xianxia's breakthrough was expected, so Jun Changxiao was not too surprised. He began to think about what to do next. 5 years later, the falling star continent would enter the battlefield, so he had to pay attention to the expansion of the stronghold. By the time they entered, it would be the size of a city. Of course. Once the stronghold reached a certain size, it would also open a merit store. Jun Changxiao was very curious about what good things were sold there. There was also Su Xiaoma. Although he had snuck into the Xianxia zone, he was still an outer disciple. He had to find a way to help him become an inner disciple. He could use the identity of Old Man Jun Tian to do something. I have to do 2 things at the same time. Jun Changxiao made a decision. In half a month, he would let Hall Master Z and Bai Qiu enter the planar battlefield again to cause trouble for the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent. He would try to expand the stronghold. As for Su Xiaoma, he had to wait for news and the best time. With a temporary plan for the 2 matters, Jun Changxiao began to think about how he could break through to Wuxing from the semi-saint stage faster. In fact, after the 2 epic quests were completed, he had thought about it. The semi-saint stage was different from the emperor stage. There was a grade and peak, and it was an absolutely independent cultivation level. How could he improve, moreover? Because he had the system, breaking through to Wuxing was already considered a big realm. Would there be another epic quest that he had to complete before he could advance? The system said, every time you break through a level, an epic quest will naturally appear. Jun Changxiao said, when I break through to the peak of a realm, the epic quest will be triggered, but half-step Wuxing has no grade and peak, how can I trigger the epic quest? When the host feels that he is about to break through to Wuxing, it will be triggered. The system said. Aren't you talking nonsense? Jun Changxiao also knew that he was about to break through, and the epic quest would be triggered, but the key was how to feel that he was about to break through to Wuxing. Relying on cultivation and comprehension, this was not impossible. After all, he had the 5 elements body and various mental cultivation methods, but wouldn't it be a little slow? The system said, the most important thing about martial arts is perseverance. Perseverance. If the host wants to eat until he becomes a fatty, he can sleep and realize it in his dreams. It was reasonable for Xianxia to enter Wu Huang. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others would need some time to break through. It was not a big problem. After all, there were enough Surge Talismans. They could follow Hall Master Z and the others into the dimensional battlefield to improve their understanding of the Emperor level. I'm going to cultivate too. Over the next few days, Jun Changxiao put his mind to cultivation, which was a rare occurrence. Whoosh, inside the spirit gathering array, majestic spirit chi swept over. The 5 elements in it were drawn out and rushed into his dantian. This 5 elements constitution is amazing. Jun Changxiao said in surprise. He had obtained the 5 elements constitution in the Fatality Tower. However, because he had reached the peak of the Emperor level, his realm was stuck. No matter how hard he cultivated, he did not feel anything. Now that he had broken through to the half-saint level, his upper limit had increased. Once he activated it and used the 5 elements heavenly reflection technique, the 5 elements in the heaven and earth attributes could be easily obtained. The system said, this constitution can help the host condense the 5 elements faster. I have to make good use of it, Jun Changxiao said. After leaving the sect affairs to Hall Master Li and a few elders, he focused all his attention on cultivation. He cultivated for half a month and absorbed a lot of 6-pointed star stones during this time. This kind of ore from the Nine Heavens continent was not only 10 times more valuable than spirit stones, but the process of absorbing it also had an obvious effect on martial arts. I'm much stronger than I was half a month ago. Xianxia walked out of the spirit gathering array and felt the increase of the spirit chi and invisible force in his body. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. During this period of cultivation, he was also comprehending the dragon-elephant prajna palm. Because he had broken through to the half-saint level, his understanding of martial arts became deeper and deeper. He had gathered 15 rays of dragon-elephant power. With my current strength, even if I don't rely on the store's equipment, it shouldn't be difficult for me to fight those rank 1 wuxing, right? Xianxia thought to himself. The system said, you definitely have no problem fighting the rank 1 wuxing of the Starfall continent, but it will be a little difficult for you to fight the Earth-level masters of the dimensional battlefield. I can't go to the dimensional battlefield every day, Xianxia said. With the existence of the bug-like portal, the dimensional battlefield was actually more similar to the life and death secret realm. For now, Xianxia's focus was still on the falling star continent. After all, he wanted to build the strongest sect there was. Patriarch. Xianxia walked into the main hall and asked, when are we going to the battlefield? Previously, he, the Ning brothers, and the others had all benefited greatly from the battle inside. Thus, they very much hoped to go in and have a good fight again. They could improve themselves through actual combat, instead of just cultivating bitterly. Inform Hall Master Z that we will enter tomorrow, Xianxia said. All right. The next day, Xianxia led his original team into the planar battlefield once more. After stabilizing the stronghold, he spread out his arms and shouted, I, Hu Han-san, am back. Unfortunately, there were no cultivators from this plane to greet them this time. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. After all, this plane's cultivators could not afford to provoke the Nine Heavens continent. Patriarch. Li Qingyang looked at the stronghold and said, should we build a few houses? After returning, he was even more focused on the construction of the stronghold. He had dozens of building sketches and designs, and there were many building materials in his spatial ring. He could build them at any time. What was professional? This was professional. No rush. Xianxia said, we will build them together when we have enough space. Okay. Li Qingyang received the order and suppressed his thoughts. Patriarch. Xianxia said, why didn't anyone come to greet us this time? Ding Xingwang said, after the last battle, they should have realized that the falling star continent is not a pushover. Since the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent were there before, it means that their territories are very close to ours. Xianxia stroked his chin and said, if they don't come to welcome us, we will take the initiative to go. After saying that, the corners of his mouth curled up into a harmless smile. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but think, Patriarch must have thought of some bad idea. Hundreds of miles away from the Scarlet Sea continent's stronghold, groups of martial artists were flying around. These people were either from the Blue Sea Palace or from other factions of the continent. As for martial artists from other planes, there was not a single one. After a stronghold was built to a certain scale, the nearby area would definitely become theirs. Therefore, martial artists from other planes naturally didn't dare to rashly cross the border. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. The martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent all stopped in midair and looked up. In their field of vision, several streams of light flew over at extreme speed and gathered various martial techniques, crazily bombarding their own martial artists and fellow martial artists. Someone was here to cause trouble. This was their first reaction. Whoosh! At this moment, a purple stream of light appeared in front of them. It was a naked man with purple hair and red underwear. He had a cold smile on his face. It's him, the martial artist from the Falling Star continent who fought 5 Earth-ranked martial artists by himself. Scram! The Purple King coldly raised his hand, and the purple attribute pressed down like a wave, instantly enveloping the 5 yellow-ranked martial artists from the Scarlet Sea continent. Then, he suddenly threw them behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xingchen flew over, and the true Yang sword in his hand cut through the void. In an instant, he slashed out several incomparably cold sword auras, obliterating the few people who flew over on the spot. Tisk, tisk. The purple craggy monster monarch looked back and muttered, "This guy is quite ruthless when he fights." Boom. Boom. In another direction, Ding Xinguang also rushed over. Wu Xing's cultivation erupted, instantly suppressing the Scarlet Sea Continent's martial artists. Then, Li Qingyang and the others mercilessly reaped the rewards. With his and the Purple King's strength, they could definitely kill them in an instant. The reason why they left it to the disciples was to maximize the merit points. Not good. The Falling Star Continent's martial artists are here. Quickly return to the stronghold. The Scarlet Sea Continent's martial artists' eyes were filled with shock. They used all their strength to escape and sent a distress signal back to the stronghold as quickly as possible. Bang! A loud explosion came from behind. An Emperor stage expert who was preparing to escape turned around in horror and saw a strange object exploding with a stream of light. It's over, boom. An explosion suddenly occurred in midair, rolling up white smoke. Xiao Ziji put down the god-modified RPG rocket launcher and took out a high-level crystal core to recharge it. He was secretly surprised and said, "The Nine Heavens Continent's crystal core is really strong. It can kill an Emperor stage expert with a single shot." Retreat, retreat, retreat. Seeing the ultra-long-range hidden weapon, the Scarlet Sea Continent's martial artists panicked even more. However, just as they were escaping, a bone-piercing chill suddenly appeared behind them. Frost quickly gathered on their bodies, greatly reducing their flying speed. Lu Qianxian hovered in the distance, her jade-like hands intertwined. Swish! He Wudi flew over at top speed, charging into the crowd that had slowed down. He unleashed a violent fist technique, instantly crippling all 6 of the Crimson Sea Continent's martial artists. The Falling Star Continent's sudden attack caught these martial artists off guard, so dozens of them died in a short period of time. The Scarlet Sea Continent's stronghold received the news as soon as possible and hurriedly sent out a large number of experts. However, when they arrived at the scene of the incident, the Purple King, Ding Xinguang, and the others had already retreated. Just like how I came quietly and left quietly. Everyone. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky, "Please watch your people and don't let them leave the stronghold at will. Otherwise, it's easy for accidents to happen." Damn it. The Scarlet Sea Continent's experts were all furious. In the main hall of the stronghold, Jade Sea Palace's palace lord Hong Yao flew into a rage after receiving the news that his disciple had been attacked. Despicable and shameless. Bastard. Palace Lord. An elder frowned and said, "That guy is clearly going against our Scarlet Sea Continent. If he keeps hiding in the dark, I'm afraid he'll be very passive." Crack. Hong Yao clenched the armrest and gnashed his teeth in anger. If it was any other plane that dared to use sneak attacks, he would definitely return the favor. However, not many people from the Falling Star Continent had entered. Once they scattered and hid, it would be very difficult to find them. "Elder Jiang, has the Lingyun Continent's stronghold been confirmed?" "I'm still searching." Mimjun Changshao was sitting in front of the main hall of the stronghold. He smiled coldly and said, "Anyone who has offended my Falling Star Continent, if I don't kill you until you're shivering in the spring, the previous sect master will write his surname backwards." Jiangya's understanding of the primordial spirit was getting stronger and stronger, and the expansion of his spiritual senses was increasing every day. Therefore, the task of searching for the Lingyun stronghold was left to him. "Patriarch, I found it." "Where is it?" "Southeast." "Let's go." Therefore, Jun Patriarch led his men and charged over. This guy continued his strategy against the Crimson Sea Continent and carried out sneak attacks outside the stronghold. The Sect of all times definitely did not have the strength to fight against an entire plane openly, but it was not a problem to use guerrilla warfare and sneak attacks. Pft! Pft! Yi Xingchen charged over with his sword. After breaking through to Wu Huang, his strength had increased further. Even the Lingyun martial artists who were comparable to rank 3 or rank 4 Wu Huang were beheaded by his sharp sword. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others could only rely on the Surge Talisman for the time being, so they could not kill the enemy instantly. In fact, to them, killing people was not the main goal. The most important thing was to be able to fight with high-level experts and benefit from actual combat. Boom. Boom. Light shone in all directions on the battlefield, burning cards crazily. Whoosh. Whoosh. Reinforcements from the Lingyun continent came very quickly. Hundreds of yellow-level martial artists and dozens of black-level martial artists shot over with streaks of light behind them. Retreat. Xianxia did not linger and immediately led everyone away. Li Qingyang and the other disciples had the support of the steel wings. Once they flew, their speed was so fast that the Lingyun martial artists could not catch up. They did not fight head-on and ran away as fast as a chicken. This was definitely something that could make one vomit blood. Damn it. Too despicable. Don't run if you have the guts. Fight me for 300 rounds. The cultivators of the Lingyun continent couldn't catch up. They could only hover in the air and curse loudly to vent their anger. They attacked 2 planes consecutively and severely injured nearly 200 people. The Falling Star continent stronghold had also increased to 100 square meters. Of course. It was still far from the size of a small village. There was no rush. The development of the territory needed to be done slowly, and Jun Goxing had the time. Moreover, this fellow definitely wouldn't grab the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent to pluck their wool, because plucking too much would alert the other side, so he set his sights on other planes. This was his first time on the battlefield, and there were quite a few planes that had participated in the pursuit of his life. Take the Xianxia continent and the Imperial Sword continent for example. If they shared the number of people per person, wouldn't the area be piled up? This kind of thing had to be done as soon as possible, in case the other party got the news and went into a state of alert in advance, giving him no chance to make a move. In particular, he had to be careful of the retaliation of these planes. Although they didn't bring many people with them, and they might not be discovered in the battlefield, they still had to be careful. Most importantly, they had to restrain themselves when they were killing people. They must not go berserk when they were outside. Xianxia's motto was that it was okay to be unrestrained on the battlefield, but one must pay attention to one's safety and not shed tears for others. Let's go back to the sect. Due to the Surge Talisman, Xianxia brought his disciples back to the Sect of all times after ambushing the Lingyun continent. It could be said that they came and left in a hurry. After they left, the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent held an emergency meeting. The focus of the discussion was on how to deal with the Falling Star continent's ambush and how to retaliate. Palace Master, an elder said angrily. Send more experts from the sect and scatter them outside the stronghold. If they dare to come, destroy them immediately. No. Xianxia rejected. The Falling Star continent is very strong to be able to deal with the 9-star elders. If we send more people, it will only be advantageous for them to ambush in the dark. The current situation was that although the Scarlet Sea continent had the advantage in numbers, they were in the open, while Xianxia was in the dark. Palace Master, an elder suggested. We just received news that the Lingyun continent was ambushed by the Falling Star continent and nearly 100 people died. We can join forces with this plane. That's a good idea, Xianxia said. The other elders expressed their agreement. Thus, the Scarlet Sea continent sent cultivators to the Lingyun continent's stronghold on the same day. Because both planes were victims and had a common enemy, the matter of joining forces hit it off immediately. It was very common for planes to form alliances on the battlefield, but it was a mess for 2 high-ranked planes to join forces for a 9th-tier plane. Thus, when the news spread, it immediately caused a lot of discussion. Some people thought that a plane that suddenly appeared out of nowhere was able to make 2 veteran planes join forces. This was really a bit awesome. Some people also thought that the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent were taking a 9th-tier plane too seriously. If it were their own side, they could easily deal with it. When Mo Shangxing found out that Xianxia had ambushed 2 planes, he broke down. Is the planar battlefield his backyard? He comes and goes as he pleases. City Master, the subordinate said, should we help the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent? Mo Shangxing shook his head. Being able to enter and leave the planar battlefield as he pleases, this kid probably has something to do with the higher realms. Let's wait and see. He was very angry that an Earth-tier powerhouse had been killed. However, the fact that a cultivator from the Starfall continent could appear on the battlefield and come and go as he pleased meant that he definitely had a special relationship with the higher realms. Thus, he had to seriously consider it. Of course, City Master Mo had already used his connections to find a way to contact the higher realms, hoping to get information about the Starfall continent and the strongest sect of all time. The Starfall continent altar could use their connections to obtain information about the major planes on the battlefield, and the Nine Heavens continent naturally had ways to contact the higher realms as well. Inside the misty main hall, a woman surrounded by faint mist leaned on the throne, her right hand holding a jade scroll to communicate with the lower realms. She said in surprise, "The Starfall continent has entered the battlefield?" The hunchbacked old man standing below was stunned. "Don't we have to wait 5 years to enter this plane?" "Strange, strange." The woman was also puzzled. She said, "The strongest sect of all time? Why haven't I heard of it?" The old man said, "My lord, there's news about the sect you asked me to investigate. It's called the Sect of All Times, formerly known as the Iron Bone Clan. It has risen in the Starfall continent in recent years. The strongest sect of all time and the Sect of All Times are the same sect? To have such an outrageous name, it must be the same sect." The woman fell into a short silence. She said, "If that's the case, he will also go to the planar battlefield. There are hundreds of planes there, and the powerhouses are as numerous as the sand of the Ganges. With his arrogant personality, will he be affected?" Whoosh, she threw the jade scroll to the old man and said, "Tell the people in the lower realms that the Starfall continent has entered the planar battlefield. Everything is within the rules." "Should we inform the realm hall?" "No need." "Yes." The old man retreated. Then, he transmitted his master's words to the lower realm through a jade slip. Inwardly, he muttered, "Master has been paying special attention to the falling star continent recently. Is it because he ascended from this plane?" "City Lord." In the stronghold of the Nine Heavens continent, a subordinate hurried over and said, "There's news from the upper realms. The Starfall continent has entered the planar battlefield. Everything is within the rules." Mo Xianxia was dumbfounded. The stronghold of that plane hadn't even developed yet, but they could enter and leave as they pleased. How was it within the rules? No. No, Mo Xianxia sat down and knocked on the table with one hand. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly stood up and said in shock, "The Starfall continent definitely has someone in the upper realms. As long as the stronghold had not reached the size of a town, it could enter and leave freely. The message from the upper realms said that it was within the rules." Mo Xianxia could not help but think that there was someone on the falling star continent who gave them the right to enter freely. That was quite impressive. He could not afford to offend them. Although the Nine Heavens continent was strong, it was still just a plane in the universe. It could only bow and scrape in front of the giant upper realm. The falling star continent, which was in the 9th echelon, had the upper realm as its backer. They could not afford to offend them. "Pass down the order." After serious consideration, Mo Xianxia immediately ordered, "Tell the Nine Heavens continent martial artists on the battlefield that they can offend anyone but the falling star continent. Those who disobey will be punished severely." "Yes." The subordinate hurriedly left. Not long after, the order from the city lord had reached the ears of the Nine Heavens continent martial artists. They were all puzzled. "What's wrong, city lord?" The falling star continent had killed an Earth-level powerhouse. This was a deep hatred, yet he did not want them to offend them. As a veteran and a first-echelon plane, Wu Xing had experienced fierce battles on the battlefield. When had he ever been afraid? Of course. They would definitely obey the city lord's order. Mo Xianxia did not tell the other planes about the speculation that the falling star continent had someone in the upper realm. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall, gloating. The strength of this plane is limited after all. If you offend too many people, something will happen sooner or later. You might even alert the upper realm's backer. He did not intend to offend the falling star continent, nor did he intend to tell the other planes. He was prepared to watch the show as a bystander. Sect of All Times. After Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others returned to their residence without saying a word. They began to summarize and comprehend the experience of breaking through to the emperor level and fighting with powerhouses. This was a precious treasure. It was also their capital to break through a major realm faster. Xianxia sat in the main hall and began to ponder. I've killed an Earth-ranked elite from the 9 Heavens continent, and even extorted 2 million star stones. This grudge has definitely been formed. When they find out that I've come again, I'm afraid they'll make a move. So, it's best to be on guard. If he was only facing some planes that were not of a very high level, he was confident that he could fight them. Even if he could not win, he could still run. However, the first-tier planes had casually sent out 9 Earth-level masters. Perhaps they would send out a Heaven-level master. He didn't know what level the falling star continent was at, but he was confident that the Purple King wouldn't be able to handle it. The next day, Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others walked out. Although they hadn't broken through to the next cultivation level, they had also gained a lot. They didn't have Night Emperor's martial arts experience from his previous life, nor did they have Gosheng's cheats to improve themselves. Therefore, even if there was a shortcut, they had to take it one step at a time. Set off. Xianxia once again gathered everyone and headed to the plain battlefield. Just as Mo Shangxing had said, they were completely treating that place as their own backyard. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone was teleported in. Li Qingyang looked at the expanded area and couldn't hold back his crazy desire to build. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, when you break through to Wu Huang, you can enter the battlefield at will. Then, it will be time for you to show your talent in construction. Build a stronghold that will put all the planes to shame. I will work hard. Li Qingyang said with a determined look in his eyes. Patriarch. Xianxia said, there are many concealing formations around the stronghold. Many warriors from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent are hidden inside. Oh? Xianxia released his spiritual thoughts. Although he sensed the presence of formations 100 miles away, he didn't see anyone. He exclaimed, can a primordial spirit body pass through formations? Yes. Xianxia said, but only if the level is not high. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Although the formations set up outside the stronghold were not as good as the 32 formations, they were at least at the peak of the Emperor level. In front of his primordial spirit body, they were classified as low level. Your constitution is quite strong. You must study it well, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, I haven't slacked off for a moment. Li Qingyang and the others, who had also obtained constitutions in the 10-directional life-ending tower, were mostly focused on cultivation now. They rarely focused on comprehending constitutions. After obtaining the primordial spirit body, he had been comprehending and strengthening it because he still had to find his sister. How many people are there in total? Xianxia asked. Xianxia used his primordial spirit body to enter the formation. After checking all the warriors inside, he said, there is a concealing formation in the east, west, south, and north. There are 200 warriors in each formation. There are 146 Huang, 50 Xian, and 4 Earth. So accurate? Xianxia said with a surprised expression. Yesterday, he went to the 2 strongholds, so it was normal for him to be targeted. However, you guys are hiding in the formation. Aren't you waiting to be wiped out by me? I've sinned. Xianxia said, take out the field cannon and wipe out the little rats hiding in the dark. Yes. Xiaoziji walked out of the stronghold and set up the field cannon. He then charged it with the crystal cores of the 9 Heavens continent. The crystal cores in the 9-star Elder spatial ring were very high level. It was enough to condense the rocket artillery shell. Now that he charged the Italian cannon, it would be awesome to shoot it out in one shot. In order to ensure that they were not discovered, when Xiaoziji set up the cannon, Xianxia set up an isolation formation in advance. You hide. I'll hide. Everyone hide and seek. Hidden in the formation 100 miles away from the stronghold, a few Earth experts from the Crimson Sea continent were muttering. Old Gu, are the warriors of the Falling Star continent sure to come out? We have to wait even if we're not sure. This is the Palace Master's order. We're hiding in the invisibility formation. Won't they discover us? This formation was set up by the top formation masters from the continent. Not to mention the low-level planes, even the first-tier warriors of the Nine Heavens continent might not be able to discover us. But I keep feeling that something is wrong. I keep having this ominous feeling. I think you're scared after learning that the Falling Star continent defeated the Nine-Star Elder of the Nine Heavens continent. No, that's definitely not the reason. While the two Earth experts were talking, the old man standing at the side with his eyes closed all this time opened his eyes and said, "There's news from outside. The warriors of the Falling Star continent have already come out of the stronghold." "Very good," the scowling expert said solemnly. "When they enter the encirclement, we'll charge out of the four formations together. No matter how high their cultivation is, they won't be able to escape." The Earth expert, who had been worried all this time, frowned more and more because the ominous feeling in his heart was getting more and more intense. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged up like a flood. "Not good. Hurry up and leave." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the formation barrier was instantly attacked by an external force and produced a huge spatial vibration. Then, it exploded on the spot. Huff, huff. A huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the Red Land. Li Qingyang and the others opened their hearing and looked at the scene before them. They were all surprised and said, "The power of this cannon is much stronger than before." Whoosh! 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 At this moment, four flowing lights flew out of the explosion area and staggered on the ground. Although these Earth experts didn't die in the explosion of the cannonball and the formation, their clothes were torn and they were in a sorry state. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more warriors of the Red Sea continent flew out of the explosion. Among them, there were black and yellow experts. Their situation was very bad. Some were covered in blood from the explosion, and some were unconscious. The power of the field cannon had been gradually developed to the limit. Although its killing range was large, the damage caused was not fatal, so it didn't cause a large number of deaths. Xianxia was very satisfied. Because this cannon blast, combined with the explosion of the formation, had caused heavy damage to the Red Sea continent. Everyone. Xianxia took out a megaphone from his interspatial ring and shouted, "Are you all okay? Are you all okay? Okay. P.S. Please vote." The concealment formation on the east side of the stronghold had been blown up, and the 200 martial artists of the Red Sea continent inside had suffered heavy casualties. The 4 Earth-level martial artists were only in a sorry state from the explosion, but they weren't seriously injured. However, the black and yellow level martial artists were unlucky, as they had almost lost their ability to fight. They had landed in such a state mainly because of the great damage caused by the explosion of the formation. Therefore, the Red Sea continent had invited a top-notch formation master from outside to set up a formation and hide it inside, but in reality, they had hidden it inside a bomb. They had dug a hole and jumped into it. Damn it! The 4 Earth-level martial artists calmed down and looked at Xianxia, who was holding a megaphone outside the stronghold. Their eyes flickered with anger, but they were also puzzled. How were we discovered? How did the formation explode? Swoosh! At this moment, the Purple King flew over quickly. Bang! Under the explosion of the purple aura, his clothes and pants were torn apart, and his cold eyes were filled with hostility. Xianxia had a mental breakdown. This guy would tear apart his clothes at the slightest provocation. Did his school uniform grow on the wind? It seemed that he needed to buy a set of clothes that were tough enough, like red underwear, from the store. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The 4 Earth-level martial artists hurriedly retreated in shock. If they joined forces with the other Earth-level martial artists in the formation to launch a sneak attack, they would have some confidence. However, they didn't have any courage to fight against a terrifying non-human in broad daylight. Hall Master Z had fought against 5 people by himself in the dimensional battlefield, just like how he had torn off his clothes and exposed his body. This was already deeply imprinted in the martial artists' hearts. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound that made the space tremble was heard. The 4 fleeing Earth-level martial artists hurriedly turned around in shock, just in time to see the cannonball fly out with a trail of light behind it. Then, it exploded in another concealment formation in the distance. Soon after, it brought about a dazzling explosion. At this moment, they finally understood why the formation had exploded. It turned out that it was because of this kind of energy. Die. The Purple King caught up from behind. Huff, huff, purple waves of air erupted from his body and instantly spread over several miles, as if they had turned into roaring ferocious beasts. The four of them were aghast. They didn't have time to think and hurriedly flew as fast as they could into the distance. In a plane where heaven-ranked powerhouses rarely appeared, earth-ranked powerhouses were undoubtedly powerful existences. But now, they were frightened by a single person to the point of fleeing in panic. This scene was really a little comical. Trash. The Purple King saw that they were running rather quickly and did not chase after them. Instead, he turned his head to look at the other earth-ranked powerhouse who had been blasted out. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The people who flew out from the other array were the experts from the Lingyun continent. When they saw the expression on the exposed maniac's face, they immediately panicked and ran away in fear. Buzz, buzz, at the same time, the concealment formations in other directions were automatically dispelled, and the 400 experts hidden within them retreated at top speed. They were much smarter. After learning about the situation outside, they didn't wait for Xiao Zue to reload and fire before they slipped away. The Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent joined forces. After some discussion, they decided to set up a concealment formation in the Falling Star continent's stronghold and send a large number of experts to hide in it. Then, they would launch a surprise attack when the Falling Star continent was unprepared. The plan was not bad. However, the concealment formation was too lousy. The Falling Star continent had discovered it as soon as they arrived at the battlefield. Now that the formations in two directions had been blasted apart, the plan to surround them from all sides had completely failed. They could only carry out Plan B and retreat quickly. Don't run. The Purple King turned into a stream of light and chased in three directions. He was extremely busy. He did not target the Earth-ranked experts. Instead, he focused on the Xian and Yellow-ranked cultivators. Pung. 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 Palm prints, fist prints, footprints, and saber prints appeared frequently in midair. Those who did not manage to escape in time all unlocked various postures and landed on the ground. Because the level of the opponent was not high, the Purple King did not kill him. He only knocked him down and continued to attack the others. Whoosh, whoosh, Li Qingyang and the others quickly followed up and dealt with the cultivators who landed on the ground. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, colorful waves of air and energy bloomed on the battlefield. The Purple King was like a big bad wolf chasing a flock of sheep all over the mountain. You might not believe it if I told you. The two continents had a total of a few hundred people, and they were almost surrounded by an exhibitionist. A few minutes later, peace was restored outside the stronghold. Patriarch. After a round of inventory, Xianxia said, I killed more than 100. The rest all ran away. Xianxia said, give me all the spatial rings. Although he might not be able to get anything good from the bags, he still had to follow the principle of not letting go of anything. Moreover, he could also give the rings to his disciples to use. He was already so rich, yet he still cared about the spatial rings. Gosheng really knew how to live his life. Whoever wanted to marry him in the future, it was really impossible. Under the Patriarch's guidance, the disciples would become experts at looting bags after every battle. Whoosh, the Purple King flew over from afar. As soon as he landed on the ground, he said angrily, those guys ran so fast. After recovering his strength, he always wanted to find a chance to fight with the Earth-ranked experts. However, after just warming up on the battlefield, there was no one to play with him. Big brother. With your fighting style of surrounding N people by yourself, who would play with you? Their heads must have been kicked by a donkey. Don't worry, don't worry. Xianxia said, the Nine Heavens continent will definitely come looking for trouble. When that time comes, you will definitely be able to fight to your heart's content. The Purple King said with a burning gaze, I hope you don't disappoint this king. The main purpose of coming to the plain battlefield today was to ambush the Xianxia continent and expand their stronghold. As soon as he left, he met someone who delivered rice, so Xianxia gave up on his original plan and decided to return to the Sect of all times. The main reason was that after this battle, many disciples had their heads in their accounts. If they were to go out and play, they would accidentally fall into the red name state. However, he had to do something before he left. Xianxia walked out of the stronghold and set up a lightning array within a few dozen miles. He didn't want the next time he came in, there would be another higher level array waiting to ambush him, so he took the initiative and buried mines outside. Let's go. After he was done, Xianxia brought everyone back to the sect. Before Li Qingyang left, he took another look at the stronghold that had expanded by quite a bit. He was even more eager to break through to the emperor level as soon as possible. The people of the sect of all times left, leaving behind the sad Scarlet Sea continent and Lingyun continent. Especially the Jade Sea Palace master, when he learned that hundreds of people from both sides were being chased by an exposing maniac, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After returning to the sect, the disciples returned to their rooms to meditate as usual. Experiencing many actual battles and comprehending the emperor-level realm was of great help to them. Xianxia, after thinking about it again and again, decided to rest for a while and let the planes in the battlefield lower their guard before going over to cause trouble. Whoosh whoosh. A few days later, the aura of advancement appeared in the sky above the sect. Xianxia, who had just walked out of the spirit-gathering array, looked in the direction and smiled. My second disciple has also broken through. Yes. Li Qingyang had broken through. He was able to do this because of a lot of actual battles and the hope to build the stronghold faster. The second disciple's breakthrough was just the beginning. In the following period of time, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others had fully comprehended and touched the opportunity to break through, smoothly stepping into the first-grade Wu Huang from the peak of the martial king realm. As the number of emperor-level martial artists gradually increased, Xianxia's first consideration was to upgrade the sect from 4th rate to 3rd rate. When Li Qingyang and the others entered the emperor stage, the sect of all times not only met the requirements in terms of strength, but also far exceeded them. However, they still needed 50,000 people, which was not reached yet. It was not a big problem. Currently, the number of disciples in the sect had grown to almost 40,000. If they lowered the recruitment standards every month, it would be easy to recruit 50,000 people. There's still plenty of time. There's no need to rush, Xianxia thought. He still insisted on walking the path of quality. He would rather have no disciples than have substandard ones. I still lack various resources to create more weapons and equipment to increase the overall strength of the disciples. The martial arts facilities of the sect of all times were gradually improving, and there were more of them. The disciples could break through quickly, but in real battles, equipment was often more important. The reason why Li Qingyang and the others were able to exchange blows with Emperor Realm experts and gain valuable combat experience was because of the true Yang set and the steel wings. Herbs, pills, ores, crystal cores, and even spirit stones are all lacking. Xianxia was now deeply aware that the increasing number of disciples in the sect required a lot of resources. Without a continuous supply of various resources, it would be difficult to upgrade the sect in a short period of time. In the past few years, the sect of all times had been developing very quickly, even faster than the rise of other large sections. However, because of the main mission and the existence of the bomb, he had to pursue faster, stronger, and more awesome. The pressure was great. It was so great that he did not have time to think about his future. Sometimes, Jun Patriarch was envious of those protagonists who could feed themselves and not have to worry about the entire sect. They were not like him, who had to manage the entire sect. Sigh. Sitting in the main hall, he looked up at the sky and said, "Is this what they mean by the more handsome a person is, the greater the responsibility?" After breaking through Wu Huang, Li Qingyang finally could not help but come to the study and said, "Patriarch, can I enter the stronghold to start construction now?" "Yes." Xianxia said, "However, I feel that it's time for the sect to expand. According to the rate of recruiting 1 to 2,000 people per month, they would be able to reach 50,000 in a few months. At that time, the level of the sect would increase, and the upper limit would also increase. Therefore, they had to plan ahead and expand their territory." Li Qingyang said, "This disciple has already prepared everything. I'm just waiting for the Patriarch's order." Xianxia knew that his second disciple's hobby was architectural design, so he asked with interest, "Do you have any good plans?" "Yes." Li Qingyang took 2 steps forward and waved his hand to take out a large blueprint. Judging from the terrain depicted above, it should be the mountain range of the entire Iron Bone Mountain region. In the Azure Sun County, there was a mountain range that wasn't very famous. It just so happened that it extended into the Azure Sun City and was connected to other cities. The Iron Bone Mountain that Xianxia arbitrarily named and the area where hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts lived were nothing more than the tip of the iceberg of the entire mountain range. Before sect leader Wang established the sect, it was even called a barren mountain by the world. Patriarch Li Qingyang pointed at a location on the blueprint and said, "Currently, there's no room for development in the area where the sect is located. We can expand to other mountains. There are more and more people in the sect. It's necessary to expand to other areas," Jun Changxiao said. Swoosh, Li Qingyang took out another blueprint from his interspatial ring. It was still a drawing of the mountain range, but many areas were very carefully planned. There were even small annotations. It was very professional and very strict. Patriarch Li Qingyang pointed at a few locations on the blueprint and explained, "This disciple has already inspected these places. They are very suitable for construction. This disciple's initial plan is to build a few areas based on the number of halls in the sect." "Oh?" Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "You mean to separate the medicine hall, battle cavalry hall, spirit beast hall, and other halls from the outer courtyard, and have their own area for each person?" "That's right. That's a good idea." The current structure of the sect of all times was that there was a main hall in the outer courtyard, and the other halls were built around it. In the beginning, the level was low, and there were few people. Now that there were tens of thousands of disciples, and all the halls were in the outer courtyard, it was a little crowded. Dividing all of them, giving them their own mountains and corresponding facilities, as well as rooms for the members to live in. It was definitely a very good design concept. Jun Changxiao patted Li Qingyang's shoulder and said, "Qingyang, your martial arts cultivation is definitely a big loss for the construction industry. It's decided then. We'll expand according to your blueprint." Li Qingyang was very happy to receive the Patriarch's support, but he also said, "Patriarch, these mountains should have a name, right?" "That's reasonable." Jun Changxiao thought for a while, then picked up a pen and wrote on the blueprint. The area of the outer courtyard's main hall was named the first main area, and the designed mountains were divided into sub-areas 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. "Patriarch, isn't this a little too casual? A name is just a code name, it's easy to remember it." Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang, Jun Changxiao said, "I'll leave the expansion to you. If you need funds, just say it. This is a big project." Li Qingyang said, "I need to borrow the Patriarch's contract beast." "No problem. Then I'll go and prepare first." Go. After watching Li Qingyang leave, Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "When the sect reaches the level that Qingyang designed, we'll be considered to have entered the level of a top force in the true sense." "What a pity." The system said, "The mountain isn't high enough, it's not cool." This was what Jun Changxiao was most depressed about, and also the reason why the other areas were named as sub-areas 1, 2, and 3. Many large sects were located in the clouds of high mountains, and there were many tall and straight mountain peaks inside, and then built some more elegant names on them. Their geographical location was superior and the environment was good, so they could naturally show off, but Mount Iron Bone could not. Although the spiritual energy had been greatly improved in recent years, and it was more and more immortal, the overall height was not good, and it was not cool at all. It would be perfect if the mountain could be raised overall and let the several areas planned by Qingyang become mountains that reach straight into the clouds. Jun Changxiao murmured. The system said, "The host can browse the store, maybe you can sell items that can improve the mountain." F***ck. Jun Changxiao broke down. "So this is the real reason why you suddenly jumped out to attack me?" "That's right." The system said frankly. They were old acquaintances, and a straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Although Jun Changxiao knew that this guy was deliberately instigating him to spend money, he was indeed tempted. His goal was to build the sect of all times into the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent, and to build Mount Iron Bone into a martial arts holy land. It naturally had to be cool. This cool was often determined by the height. For a first-class sect like Xianxia, just climbing the stairs from the foot of the mountain to the gate was extremely long. Moreover, it was hidden in the sea of clouds. Not to mention looking from afar, even standing in the outer sect gave people a feeling of being in a fairyland. Browse. The system said this kind of item should be able to be obtained in the mid-level store. A qualified salesman needed to know what price the user could accept, and then from a seemingly rational point of view, he would entice them on a deeper level. Xianxia, who was originally a little conflicted, hurriedly returned to his residence after hearing its words. After burning incense and bathing, he refreshed himself and pulled out the mid-level store. Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, please bless me, please bless me. Dong. Xianxia leaned back in his chair, paralyzed. His expression was completely frozen. After a series of battles, he finally got his wish and obtained a product called the Terrain Modification Instrument. However, it cost him 10,000 contribution points. Shua. Xianxia covered his face with both hands and said, "At least give me some low-level secret manuals or recipes." The system consoled him, "At least you got the product you wanted. You didn't lose anything. You didn't lose anything." Xianxia roared. What made him even more depressed and unable to accept was that the price of the terrain remodeling instrument was 5,000 contribution points. How could a tool that didn't help martial arts be sold at such a high price? The system knew that the host's emotions were unstable, so it immediately pretended to be dead. Sigh. After calming down, Xianxia reluctantly spent 5,000 contribution points to buy the terrain remodeling instrument. This was a product similar to an eggshell. According to the introduction, if it was placed underground or in the mountains, it would increase the altitude for a certain period of time. I hope it won't disappoint me. Xianxia took the item and came to a marked area on the map of Liqingyang. He pressed the start button, and words appeared on the small screen, "Please confirm the altitude." Mount Everest is only 8,000 meters. Let's set it at 10,000 meters. DDD. Xianxia entered 10,000 meters. After confirming the altitude, the eggshell-like product suddenly extended many arms and placed them on the ground. The words "remodeling in progress" appeared on the screen. It can increase the altitude just like that? Xianxia was a little confused. He stayed in the same place for an hour and found that there were no changes in the surroundings, so he returned to the sect and entered the spacetime secret realm to cultivate. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Huff huff, in the secret realm, the power of the dragon elephant whizzed out. There were 20 of them, and the ancient aura they emitted was extremely powerful. Xianxia waved his hand to disperse the power and said with satisfaction, "Every time it increases by 5, it's actually not bad." Because of time constraints, he got up and left the spacetime secret realm. But as soon as he walked out, his eyes widened because a mountain peak appeared in his vision. F***CK. With great effort, he raised his head and asked in shock, "What's going on?" The system said the mountain was modified by the terrain remodeling device. Xianxia naturally knew about this as well. However, only 3 days have passed in the outside world while he was cultivating in the secret realm. Isn't this a little too fast? Patriarch. At this moment, Liqingyang rushed over and said, "On the night you entered the spacetime secret realm, there was an earthquake in the mountains, and then..." He pointed at the mountain peak and said, "It suddenly came out." That night? Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. Although the terrain remodeling instrument was expensive, its effect was very good. In just one night, it had turned a small hill into a huge mountain. "Qingyang, how's this place?" At the peak of the mountain, Xianxia smiled with his hands behind his back. "Not bad indeed." Liqingyang scratched his head and said, "It's just that it's too high, and it's very steep, so there's no way to carve out a flight of stairs for disciples to climb up. It can be changed." Change? The next day, Liqingyang stood at the back of the mountain, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This was because the mountain peak, which was originally close to 10,000 meters, was half shorter and wider than yesterday. There was even a flight of stairs that spiraled upwards. "How's it now?" Xianxia asked. "Patriarch." Li Qingyang's mouth twitched, and he said, How did you do this? Jun Changxiao did not explain. He patted his shoulder and said, Now that we have the mountain peak, I'll leave the construction to you. Don't let me down. Yes. Li Qingyang said solemnly. That night, the sect of all times trembled like an earthquake again. The next day, the disciples stood at the mountain gate, looking at the endless flight of stairs that extended downwards, and they were all dumbfounded. With the terrain remodeling instrument, Jun Changxiao raised the existing inner and outer courtyards. Looking up from the foot of the mountain, it was obvious that the mountain had been raised by at least 2,000 meters. If it was decorated with clouds, it would look even more impressive. The residents of Iron Bone Town were also dumbfounded. Originally, they could see the Iron Bone Mountain at the mountain gate at a glance. How did it rise so much overnight, next? The sect of all times would shake every night, and the disciples gradually got used to it. Senior brother. Li Fei said expressionlessly, Look, another mountain peak has risen. This kind of emotional fluctuation that did not even have the slightest twitch appeared on the faces of every disciple. A few days later, several mountains that were more than 5,000 meters tall seemed to have risen out of thin air. There was a certain distance between them, but they were close to each other. From afar, they looked like open palms. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao pointed at a few mountains and said, Build according to your previous layout. Set up a hall on each mountain. Yes. Li Qingyang said, Do we really have to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the names? Of course not. Jun Changxiao flew up, gathered psionic energy on his fingers, and drew on the mountains. Shua. Returning to their original positions, each mountain had a name. They were Drizzle Peak, War Cavalry Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Discipline Peak. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched and said, Isn't it just changing the word hall to peak? Of course, there was also the most important main peak, which was the mountain that carried the main hall of the sect of all times. It was named Iron Bone Peak. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao said, Go and show your talent. Yes. Li Qingyang was already prepared. He immediately led a group of disciples and Peppa bore to the nearest Drizzle Peak. For a time, all kinds of construction materials were frequently transported up. Almost divine energy. The height of the mountain peak was there, but clouds and mist had to be condensed halfway up the mountain. Jun Changxiao said, The sect now has the strength to contend with the major sects, so, the isolation array in the place where the spiritual energy has recovered can be removed. Swoosh! Flying into the depths of the forest, he waved his hand and removed all the isolation arrays here. At first, Jun Changxiao was worried that it would be exposed, so he sealed the place where the spiritual energy had recovered and then used the array to guide it in a small area. Now that all the arrays were removed, the pure heaven and earth attributes could no longer be suppressed and crazily spread in all directions. In just a few days, the height of Iron Bone Peak increased, and spiritual energy gathered like clouds and mist. It looked like an otherworldly paradise. There was also a huge rock halfway up the mountain with the words The Strongest Sect of All Times engraved on it. The inner peaks were still in full swing, but the facade had been completely sublimated. Every time the residents of Iron Bone Town at the foot of the mountain saw the Sect of All Times hidden in the clouds and mist, they could not help but feel awe. Especially the teenagers who had just arrived in the town and were preparing to participate in the recruitment assessment next month. When they saw the majestic Iron Bone Peak, they secretly swore to pass the assessment and become a member. The huge change in the mountain range alarmed Xie Guangquan. When he rushed over, he saw the tall peaks and the sect of all times that seemed to be hidden in the spiritual energy. He subconsciously pinched his face and felt the pain. He said in a daze, This is not a dream. More and more Azure Sun County cultivators heard the news. For a time, everyone rushed over. When they saw the changes in the sect of all times, they were all stunned like City Lord Xia. With the current prestige of the sect of all times, it was definitely worthy of such a fairyland-like sect. But who could tell them why the mountain's terrain suddenly changed? There were also pure heaven and earth attributes. It was obviously the place where the spiritual energy had recovered. Azure Sun County exploded. Southwest Yangzhou also exploded. Mu Changhong, Yi Tianqing, Situ Haohai, and the others heard the news and came over. When they saw the earth-shaking changes in the sect of all times, they stood in front of the mountain gate for a long time in a daze. Since Mu Changhong, Yi Tianqing, and the others had come after hearing the news, they would definitely enter the sect of all times to visit. When they felt the pure heaven and earth attributes inside, as well as the majestic and tall mountains, they were once again deeply shocked. This sect that had risen from nothing had now changed its mountains and was filled with spirit energy. It already had the foundation of a major sect. June Patriarch. Situ Haoyun was puzzled. Why did the mountains suddenly change? Mu Changhong and Yi Tianqing were also puzzled. What made them even more puzzled was why there was such a strong spirit energy attribute in the mountains. Could it be the recovery of spirit energy? There had to be a process for recovery, and there had to be natural phenomena. Why did it suddenly appear? Strange, it was too strange. To be honest. Jun Changshao explained, Ironbone Mountain is the foundation of the sect of all times. It was also a blessed land in ancient times, but it was sealed underground because of its gradual decline. For the past few years, I have been studying the ancient books and have learned the mysteries within them. With the magical powers left behind by my ancestors, I have finally been able to activate them once again. After the recovery of spirit chi, the landscape of the mountains has returned to its former state. Regardless of whether the other party believed it or not, he had to brag first. Although this explanation was very far-fetched, Mu Changhong and the others really could not understand why the Ironbone Mountains suddenly changed, so they could only reluctantly accept it. Jun Changshao was worried that they would continue to ask to avoid giving themselves away, so he changed the topic. The three of you, why don't you stay for a meal? Mu Changhong said in unison, then we'll be disturbing you. F***ck, you didn't even bother to decline. Did you guys come to my sect on purpose to freeload? Who didn't know that Lu Wancher was the champion of the God of Cookery competition? Since they were here, they would definitely have a good meal before leaving. After the transformation, the sect of all times had indeed begun to gather its foundation. Although it was still very weak and could not be compared to the top sects, it had officially entered the developed stage from the initial stage of development. Of course. The Sea of Clouds, formed by the recovery of spiritual aura alone, could not completely set off the style of a sect. Decorations had to be added to it continuously. Hall Master Li, sitting inside the drizzle hall, Jun Changshao said, order the members of the purchasing hall to collect more precious plants and then plant them on the various mountain peaks. All right. Li Luoqiu quickly instructed. A large number of members of the purchasing hall went to the major cities to purchase all kinds of plants. The sect protecting Grand Formation needs to be expanded as well. Jun Changshao found Zhen Dejuan, and the two of them came up with a new formation system. Every single mountain had its own sect protection formation. When they were linked together, not only could they be activated simultaneously, but they could also be activated individually. Elder Zhen. Jun Changshao said, I'll leave the matter of the sect's grand formation to you. Yes. Zhen Dejuan began to lead the members of the array formation hall to get busy. The entire sect of all times was busy. Some were helping to transport construction materials, while others were helping to plant trees. The members of the various halls were not idle either. They were actively making preparations for the upcoming move to the mountain. Especially Elder Wei. At this moment, he was leading Sun Bukong and the others to choose a location at the foot of Medical Peak to determine the location of a new medicinal garden. The spiritual energy was deliberately sealed previously, so it could only be developed in a fixed location. Now that it was all unlocked and gathered in the entire Ironbone Mountain, it was much more convenient to choose, and the scale was also larger. The War Cavalry Hall also chose a piece of land near their own mountain to build a playground for daily training. It could be said that the sect of all times had new changes every day, and it was improving every day. When the martial artists from the outside world learned that the Ironbone Mountain was a place of spiritual energy recovery, and the mountain had also changed, they all rushed to visit. Patriarch Ning Duxing said, recently, the number of tourists in the Ironbone town has increased. That's normal. Jun Changshao was not surprised. Our sect of all times is considered a well-known sect in the Starfall continent. Naturally, it will attract a lot of attention. Pass down the order. He was silent for a moment and said, 7 days later, the sect will be open to the public. Anyone can come in and visit, but they have to pay 10,000 taels of silver. Ning Duxing was stunned. This kind of paying to come up and visit was a bit bold, have you heard? Soon, the sect of all times will be open to the public. As long as you pay 10,000 taels of silver, you can go in and visit as you wish? Of course, I've already prepared the money. The spiritual energy on the mountain is lingering like a fairyland. It's definitely worth it to go in and visit. The martial artists from various provinces who were temporarily living in the Iron Bone town and could only stand at the foot of the mountain to watch were tempted. They did not care about 10,000 taels of silver at all. A few days later, thousands of people gathered at the foot of the Iron Bone mountain. After they paid the banknotes, they were led by Li Tian and other disciples into the sect of all times. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as they walked into the outer courtyard, the outer disciples were practicing in the martial arts field. When their auras burst out, they were so shocked that their faces changed greatly. So strong. These disciples are all high level. Everyone first visited the outer courtyard and the main hall, then the inner courtyard, until they visited a few mountains that were under construction. The whole process was in shock and awe. The abundant spiritual energy and the magnificent buildings made even some knowledgeable martial artists exclaim in their hearts. This sect of all times already had the style of a first-rate sect, of course. There were also some martial artists who came to visit not to admire the magnificence of the sect of all times, but to observe the martial arts atmosphere of the sect. They decided that when their children reached adulthood, they would participate in the assessment regardless of whether they passed or not. Xianxia let them in not to use the sect of all times as a scenic spot to earn money, but to take the opportunity to promote it and let the world know more about the sect of all times. Then, it would attract talented youths to sign up. The effect was very good. This month was a fixed day to recruit disciples. The number of people who signed up had increased by a lot, and there was no lack of talented youths. There were all kinds of geniuses in martial arts, swordsmanship, array formation, and medicine. After passing the assessment, they became disciples of the sect of all times. Junior brother, are you interested in joining the medical hall? Junior brother, with your long legs, you were born to be a member of the Drizzle Hall. Junior brother, do you want to ride a ferocious beast and roam the battlefield? If you want, come to our war cavalry hall. In the beginning, when new disciples entered the sect, Xianxia would assign them to each hall according to their talents. However, it was still a little troublesome, so he ordered them to recruit new members themselves. Therefore, every time after the recruitment assessment, people like Sun Bukong and Li Tian could be seen representing each hall at the outer yard's martial arts field, actively persuading new disciples. It's thriving. Xianxia, who was standing outside the main hall, looked at the order of the sect and smiled. Patriarch. Li Luocha walked over and said, Little Mo just sent a message. Xianxia is preparing to organize people to go to Golden Scale Mountain to hunt a middle 9th rank spirit beast in a few days. Golden Scale Mountain? Xianxia said, that's a place more dangerous than the Yunling Mountains. Do first-rate sects like to court death so much? It was not that they wanted to court death, but this kind of activity to hunt ferocious beasts was common even for ordinary sects, let alone first-rate sections. It was not like the sect of all times. There were all kinds of secret realms, so the disciples did not go out to train. Li Luocha said, this hunting operation is organized by Xianxing's elder group. Some of the outer disciples will go, and Little Mo was also chosen. Oh? Xianxia touched his chin and said, they are going to hunt a spirit beast comparable to a peak emperor level spirit beast, and they are bringing outer disciples. Are they going to die, or do they value them and let them experience a big scene? Li Luocha said, they should value them. After all, not everyone can follow the elders to hunt high-level spirit beasts. Confirm the number of people and their overall strength. 4 peak emperor level elders and 6 outer disciples. Among them are Sun Yingquan and Xia Yun, who have a good relationship with Little Mo. This lineup is more than enough to deal with a middle 9th rank spirit beast, but it will be troublesome if something unexpected happens. Xianxia put his hands on his forehead and ran his fingers through his hair. His voice became old as he said, at that time, this old man will have to come out personally to save the situation. Ding, your good friend Elder Jun Tian is online. Last time, he sent the Purple King to the Yunling Mountains incident and almost messed it up. So this time, Jun Changxiao decided to do it personally. Acting. He was a professional. After Su Xiaoma received the information, he immediately relaxed. Previously, a group of pig teammates almost caused him to be unable to act. Now that the patriarch was personally doing it, there would definitely be no problem. He could even take the opportunity to learn a thing or two. Go Xing, what are you thinking about? Sun Yingquan asked. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, I'm thinking about going to Golden Scale Mountain to hunt spirit beasts tomorrow. Sun Yingquan smiled and said, this is a big battle. It's inevitable that you'll be nervous. But don't worry, with 4 elders following you, there won't be any accidents. Okay. Su Xiaoma nodded. He thought to himself, if there are no accidents, how can I climb up? Let's go to the cafeteria. Okay. The two of them arrived at the cafeteria and saw that Xia Shuiyun had already taken the food and was eating at her usual seat. Damn. Sun Yingquan said, this woman took my seat again. As he said that, he pushed Su Xiaoma forward and said, your chance is here. Take the initiative, brother will help you get the food. There were more and more rumors about the two of them in the outer sect. Naturally, he also heard about it and tried to matchmake them whenever he had the chance. He even said, Go Xing, if you can melt this iceberg, I'll call you brother in the future. Su Xiaoma walked over awkwardly. Although there are elders protecting us at Golden Scale Mountain tomorrow, we have to be careful in case we become a burden. Xia Shuiyun said lightly. Okay. Su Xiaoma grunted in response. Not long after, Sun Yingquan brought the food over. Although the two of them sat very close to each other, they did not speak during the whole process. This guy. Sun Yingquan was speechless. Can't he take the initiative? Su Xiaoma also wanted to take the initiative, but when facing a girl with a cold personality, the more he took the initiative, the more vigilant she would be, so he could only deliberately keep his distance. Bubbly foam, based on what you've told me, I can roughly deduce that she's a cold-hearted girl. If you want her to have a good impression of you, you have to follow the following 3 conditions. To prevent single-birth dog from hearing and learning anything about Elder Wei's feelings, he automatically kept it a secret. Senior sister. Su Xiaoma said, I'm going to cultivate. Xia Shuiyun watched him leave without saying a word. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Xiaoma entered the spirit chi array and chose a cultivation room. He then took out the natural spirit stones and started absorbing them. Although his realm was gradually pulling away from Li Qingyang and the others, fortunately, the patriarch had given him a large amount of martial arts resources, allowing him to make a qualitative improvement in a short period of time. I'm still far from breaking through to the peak of Martial King. After absorbing more than 10 spirit stones, Su Xiaoma walked out and thought to himself, if I can enter the inner sect, there should be better martial arts resources. Xianxia did not have the monstrous talent of the sect of all times that could allow disciples to make rapid progress in their realm, but the inner sect's resources were still incomparable to other sections. However, to obtain these resources, one had to become an inner sect disciple. I hope this trip to Golden Scale Mountain will allow me to reach a higher level in Xianxia. If I can enter the inner sect because of this, it'll be even better. Su Xiaoma thought to himself. Sect of all times, study room. Li Qingyang came to report yesterday's construction as usual, but just as he walked in, he saw a silver-haired old man in a long robe standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, so he asked warily, Who are you? Old man Jun Tian. The old man turned around with a kind face. Li Qingyang said in shock, Sect. Patriarch? That's right. This old man who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s was Jun Changxiao's disguise with the magic modification mask. How is it? Jun Changxiao asked in an old voice. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched and said, If the patriarch didn't use his original voice just now, I wouldn't have been able to tell. Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao stroked his beard and laughed. His mannerisms were completely that of an old man. As an actor, he would definitely look like whatever he acted. If he were to be the ambassador of the NBA now, he would definitely max out his basketball skills and improvise on the spot. Hello everyone, I'm Xianxia, a trainee who transmigrated for 5.5 years. I like to sing, dance, show off, brag, music, qingyang. I'm going out for a while, so I'll leave the sex matters to you. Xianxia's tone were still that of an old man. It was obvious that he had truly gotten into character. At this moment, he was no longer the patriarch of the sect of all times, nor was he Go Sheng. Instead, he was old man Jun Tian who had lived a carefree life. Yes. Li Qingyang said. That day, Jun Xianxia waved his sleeves and flew out of the sect of all times like a reclusive expert. He didn't go alone. He brought the King of 100 Hills with him. He originally planned to bring the Purple King, but that guy's acting skills were terrible. It was more reliable to bring his own contracted beast. At the same time, in the faraway Taishanxing zone, Su Xiaoma had also followed a few elders to Golden Scale Mountain. The two Goshings were about to meet. Let's wait and see. Golden Scale Mountain. A famous mountain in the Starfall continent. There were many ferocious beasts and spirit beasts in the mountain. It was the best choice to go out and seek death. After traveling for a few days, Su Xiaoma stopped at the foot of the mountain with 4 elders. Xia Shuiyun and Sun Yingquan were among them. He didn't expect the outer sect disciples to help in hunting high-level spirit beasts. He mainly wanted them to experience the big scene. Go Sheng, I'm a little nervous. When they stopped at the foot of the mountain, Sun Yingquan felt the pressure of the violent aura. His eyes were filled with fear. Su Xiaoma said, "It's fine. There are 4 elders here." Seeing that his expression didn't change, a look of admiration appeared in the elder's eyes. Previously in the Yunling Mountains, he had already proved that he was brave and had good talent. If he was nurtured well, he would definitely be a good seedling. All of you, listen up. An elder said, after entering the mountain, you must follow closely behind us. Don't leave without permission, and don't attack without permission. Yes. Su Xiaoma and the others shouted in unison. Let's go. 2 elders led the way in front, 2 elders at the back, and 6 outer sect disciples walked in the middle. Then, they walked up the stairs. Roar. Roar. When they were halfway up the mountain, they vaguely heard the roar of a ferocious beast. It's definitely a spirit beast. Among the 6 outer sect disciples, only Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun could remain calm. The other 4 were all on tenterhooks. Even their palms were sweating. Roar. At this moment, a few agile ferocious beasts rushed out from the left and right sides. Judging from the aura they emitted, they had obviously reached the king stage. Boom. Boom. The 2 elders' auras erupted and formed various palm prints to deal with the incoming ferocious beasts. The unexpected situation was quickly resolved. However, the outer sect disciples were already trembling in fear. They were obviously shocked. Even Xia Shuiyun subconsciously took 2 steps back when the spirit beasts rushed out. Among the group of outer sect disciples, only Su Xiaoma stood still. He didn't even frown when the elders dealt with the spirit beasts. Not bad. The 4 elders were even more satisfied. This kind of mentality that could remain calm even if the Mount Tai collapsed in front of him would definitely be a person who would achieve great things in the future. Let's go. The group continued to walk up the mountain. After about a few hundred steps, they reached the top of the mountain. The top of the Golden Scale Mountain was still covered with dense forests. Not only were there ferocious beasts, but there were also birds. Whoosh! A cold wind blew over, emitting a vicious aura that made people shudder. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger roar was heard. A tiger covered in purple electric arcs flew out from afar. There was a faint trace of thunder element in the air. Purple electric spiritual tiger. The gazes of the 4 elders were suddenly filled with passion. The purple electric spiritual tiger was a rare thunder element ferocious beast in the falling star continent. It would be awesome if they could tame it. Chase. Don't let it escape. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, 3 elders chased after the purple electric spiritual tiger. As for the other elder, he stayed behind to protect the outer sect disciples. Purple electric tiger. Xianxia thought to himself. The patriarch is here. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, a series of angry roars came from the forest. The mountain shook, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. A moment later, a group of ferocious beasts appeared. One of them was at the peak of the emperor level. It was covered in golden fur. Oh no! The elder who was protecting the outer sect disciples was shocked. The golden spirit beast was the target of their hunt this time. However, they hadn't even reached its territory yet, so why had it suddenly appeared here and summoned so many helpers, 2 hours ago? Roar! In the depths of the Golden Scale Mountain, the Golden Scale spiritual beast fell to the ground in pain. The King of 100 Hills stood on its head with a murderous look in his eyes. Little guy. Xianxia, who had transformed into a silver-haired elder, sat in the distance and asked, "Do you want to be my contracted beast?" "Yes, yes. I'll be your contracted beast." The Golden Scale spiritual beast was terrified. Putting aside the fact that this human's aura was very strong, just the fact that the King of 100 Hills had defeated it with one hand made it realize that this human's strength was far above its own. Relax. Xianxia walked over and placed one hand on the Golden Scale spiritual beast's head. Then, he began to communicate with it through their souls and established a master-servant contract in a very short time. If he had come alone, it would not have been easy to tame a spiritual beast at the peak of the emperor level. However, with the King of 100 Hills by his side, things were much easier. Soon, the elites of the Xianxia zone will come to kill you. Once they're here, listen to my orders, Xianxia said. Xianxia zone? The Golden Scale spiritual beast's eyes were filled with anger. This human sect would come to the Golden Scale Mountain every other year to cause trouble. They did not take the King of the Mountain seriously at all. Master. It said seriously, I'll listen to you. Not long after, the people of the Xianxia zone arrived. After they went up the mountain, Xianxia summoned the purple lightning tiger cub and deliberately lured the elders away. Then, he ordered the Golden Scale spiritual beast to mobilize its subordinates and attack Xianxia and the others. 100 Hills. Go and meet the 3 elders. Yes. Remember, don't kill them. Just cause them some trouble. Yes. The King of 100 Hills immediately went into the forest. Strange, why is it gone? The purple lightning tiger shouldn't have run so fast. The 3 elders of the Xianxia zone searched for half a day in the depths of the forest, but they still could not find the purple lightning tiger cub because it had already gone into the sect leader's ball. The 3 of you. Suddenly, a hunchbacked old man walked out of the dark mountain and smiled eerily. What are you looking for? The 3 elders of the Xianxia zone looked at him and instantly determined that he was not a human. He was a spiritual beast that had already achieved human form, so they all became alert. He. The King of 100 Hills laughed eerily. The Golden Scale Mountain is where my kind lives. Since you have trespassed, don't even think about leaving alive. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a violent aura around him and quickly approached one of the Xianxia zone elders. Boom. Because of his fast speed and powerful strength, the elder could only take a defensive stance with difficulty before he was sent flying by the punch. Seeing this, the other 2 elders were shocked. I'm afraid this beast is no weaker than a half-sage. The King of 100 Hills turned around and punched at them with 2 ghastly fists. Boom. Boom. The other 2 elders couldn't dodge at all and were directly sent flying. The King of 100 Hills could easily defeat the 3 peak stage Wu Huang, but his master had ordered him to only send them flying. Retreat. One of the elders who had steadied himself shouted in a deep voice. The beast's strength made them realize the seriousness of the situation. They quickly used their movement techniques to retreat, but the King of 100 Hills stopped them and began to attack wildly. Boom, boom. In an instant, the 3 elders were beaten to a sorry state, and they were beaten to the point of retreating step by step. Of course, they could not figure out why there was a half-sage spiritual beast in the Golden Scale Mountain. Could it be that it had something to do with the Purple King breaking the seal? Boom. The King of 100 Hills attacked again. The 3 elders could not fight back. they staggered backward and spat out blood. The situation was that they could not defeat the beast and could not escape. They could only be ravaged. Die. The king of 100 Hills opened his 10 fingers and formed 10 ghastly finger beams that tore through space. We're doomed. The 3 Xianxia elders were in despair. Swoosh. Seeing that the bursting finger light was tearing through the space, a stream of light flew over from afar. An extremely thick defensive air wall instantly condensed in front of them, protecting all of them within it. Ding. 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 After a series of clanging sounds, the energy from the 10 fingers dissipated. The 3 elders of the Xian sacred sect, who thought they were going to die for sure, were all stunned on the spot because a silver-haired old man had appeared out of thin air in front of them. Who is this? Old man. The king of 100 Hills said angrily, "It's you again." His emotions were on point. His acting skills were superb. "The 3 of you?" The silver-haired elder asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." One of the elders calmed down and said, "Thank you for saving us." The silver-haired elder looked at the king of 100 Hills and said, "Get lost." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out. It contained both martial arts and swordsmanship. It was powerful and as sharp as a sword. The 3 elders of the Taishan sacred sect behind him were immediately blown by the power of the sword martial arts until their black hair fluttered wildly, and they couldn't even open their eyes. Oh my god! This person is a dual cultivator. Judging from his aura, he is definitely at the level of a half-sage. An expert. An absolute expert. It was common to see people at the level of Wuxing on the Starfall continent. However, it was rare to see someone at the level of a half-sage in swordsmanship. The great king of 100 Hills took the brunt of his master's explosive sword and martial arts attacks head-on. His expression was ferocious as he retreated step by step. In the end, he pretended to be frightened and hurriedly turned around to flee. Swoosh. Xianxia retracted his aura and said, "You are safe now. Thank you for saving us, senior." The 3 Xianxia elders hurriedly cupped their fists and said. At first, they addressed him respectfully. However, when they realized that he was a half-sage in both swordsmanship and swordsmanship, their attitude changed drastically. Xianxia said, "Your companions and the young people who came with you are being attacked by beasts. Why don't you go and help them?" What? The 3 elders' expressions changed. They quickly released their spiritual thoughts. As expected, their elders were fighting with the golden Qilin spirit beast outside the forest. The outer disciples were also surrounded by the beasts. They were in a precarious situation. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, "The 3 of you are also injured. You may not be able to defeat that beast. I'll do it for you." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The 3 elders looked at each other and hurriedly flew over while suppressing their injuries. When they arrived at the area where they had just reached the top of the mountain, the beasts were all gone. The golden Qilin spirit beast had also escaped. The elder stared at the silver-haired old man who had suddenly appeared and scared the beasts away. Phew! The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were unexpected changes in a short time, fortunately, there were no casualties. Plop! Suddenly, Xianxia knelt on the ground in the distance. His body and hands were trembling as if he was frightened. The 4 elders frowned. Wasn't this guy very strong-willed? How could he be so scared after experiencing this battle that his legs went soft and he knelt down? Go Xing. Sun Yingquan whispered, "Stand up quickly." A trace of confusion appeared in Xia Shuiyun's eyes. At the same time, a trace of disappointment appeared. Su Xiama completely ignored his fellow disciples and elders. He kowtowed to the silver-haired old man with a kind face and cried out loudly with tears streaming down his face, "Master." P.S. A 4,600+ word chapter. After the beast horde retreated, Su Xiama knelt on the ground. This puzzled the elders. After all, this lad was so courageous in the Cloud Ridge mountain range. Why would he be so scared that he couldn't even stand properly in such a situation? Although Sun Yingquan and the other 3 outer sect disciples were also terrified, they could at least stand after the danger was over. They were just praising him as a good seedling worth nurturing. In the end, he did such a thing. The four elders couldn't help but feel disappointed. Xiao Shuiyan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. During this period, she had been helping Su Xiaoma both openly and secretly. Wasn't it because of his performance in the Cloud Ridge mountain range? The danger level this time was far less than the previous time, but he was still so scared that he knelt on the ground. Xiao Shuiyan almost walked up and gave him a slap. Su Jintang, you disappoint me too much. Although Sun Yingquan was usually a little profligate, he knew that Gosheng's actions would make the elders unhappy. In the worst case, it could affect his future. Hence, he hurriedly said in a low voice, "Hurry and stand up." But not only did that lad not hear him, he even cowed out and cried until his eyes were blurry. He even shouted, "Jie!" Sun Yingquan was stunned. The four disappointed elders were also stunned. He called out, "Master!" Xiao Shuiyan's complicated eyes gradually turned into surprise. This silver-haired old man who scared the beast horde away the moment he appeared was his master. "My master is old man Jun Tian. He lives in seclusion in the mountains." Su Xiaoma's words rang in her ears. Xiao Shuiyan instantly confirmed the old man's identity. The four elders also came to a realization. So this lad didn't kneel on the ground because he was scared. It was because he met his master that he couldn't help but kneel, a teacher for a day, a father for life. A disciple kneeling to his master was definitely in accordance with etiquette. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Seeing Su Xiaoma kneeling in front of him with tears streaming down his face, especially the excitement in his eyes, Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "My disciple's acting skills have been passed down by me." As a professional actor, he liked to meet these types of actors because they were definitely better than celebrities who only knew how to use numbers as their lines. Jun Chongxiao was fully immersed in his role. He smiled amiably and said, "Little Gosheng, it's been a few years since we parted ways. I didn't expect to meet you again at the Golden Scale Mountain." He really wanted to rush over and kick Su Xiaoma down the mountain. "Of all the names you could come up with as a spy, you just had to use my nickname. Do you know how many readers will laugh at you if you shout it out like that?" Jun Chongxiao knew the name Su Jintang, but since they were master and disciple, calling him Gosheng was definitely more intimate than calling him Jintang. "Master!" Su Xiaoma cried, "Why did you leave without saying goodbye back then? Did I do something wrong?" *CK. This doesn't seem to be part of the script. Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, "I've taught you everything I can. Whether you can achieve more in the future will depend on your own efforts. Back then, I was young and ignorant and ran away from home in the Su family. If I didn't meet you by chance in the wilderness, I'm afraid I would have been fed to the ferocious beasts." Su Xiaoma cried more and more as he left. He said, "So, I don't care about my future achievements. I only want to serve you for the rest of my life." The four elders of the Taishan Xingzong fell silent. A half-saint who practiced both sword and martial arts could be considered one of the top masters. Hugging his thigh was a wise choice. If they had such a master when they were young, they definitely wouldn't have left. Jun Chongxiao said, "I'm used to living a carefree life. You'll only delay your future if you follow me." "Patriarch." Su Xiaoma transmitted his voice, "Hurry up and help me up." Swish. Jun Chongxiao waved his sleeves, and a burst of spiritual energy instantly lifted him up. He said, "Judging from your clothes, you seem to have joined the sect?" "Yes." An elder hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Jintang is now an outer disciple of the Taishan Xingzong. This kind of half-saint who practiced sword and martial arts must be polite, not to mention that he helped them resolve the crisis." "Taishan Xingzong?" Jun Chongxiao was silent for a moment before saying, "This old master has heard a little about this sect. I even met Li Muran once in the past." The four elders' faces suddenly changed. Even the outer sect disciples widened their eyes. Li Muran, a senior master of the Taishan Xingzong. In terms of identity, the current patriarch should be called Grandmaster. Amazing, amazing. Su Xiaoma secretly admired. Patriarch is actually related to the deceased Taishan Xingzong ancestor. Gosheng had done his homework on this first-class sect, so he naturally knew some well-known masters. The reason why he said Li Muran was that he was already dead, and they couldn't find him even if they wanted to. It turns out that senior and the deceased ancestor of the Tai Xianxia knew each other. Deceased? Jun Changxiao said in surprise. Li Muran died? The elder said sadly. Grand Elder couldn't pry into the higher level of martial arts and died of old age. Alas. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, when we met, he was only 30 or 40 years old. Now he is separated by life and death. It's really a pity. Hearing his words, several elders secretly said, Grand Elder was only 30 or 40 years old at that time? It seems that this person is not young. My disciple's aptitude is not outstanding, but he has a strong mind and great perseverance. Please take care of him and give him more guidance in the future, Jun Changxiao said. Tai Xianxia would definitely pay more attention to him. After all, he had a master who had reached the level of semi-sage and was a master of sword and martial arts. He had a strong background. Girl. Jun Changxiao turned his head and said, although the sword art you just performed is elegant and flexible, there is a problem in the convergence of spiritual power. You must correct it as soon as possible, or it will hurt your meridians if you perform it too much. Xia Shuiyun's bright eyes were full of astonishment. She had been practicing a certain ice sword art of Tai Xianxia. Although she had comprehended it, she always felt that it was not smooth when she performed it recently, and it occasionally affected her meridians. At first, she didn't care about it and even thought that she might not have fully grasped the sword art. Now, after hearing Su Jintang's master's words, Xia Shuiyun suddenly realized that there was a deviation in her cultivation. True martial artists didn't need others to go through the trouble of giving them a detailed explanation. Sometimes, just a single sentence would be enough to clear their doubts. The four elders were shocked. Su Gosheng's master was not only a semi-sage who cultivated both sword and martial arts, but he was also a top-notch martial arts master. He could see the shortcomings of other people's martial arts with just the naked eye. Awesome, too awesome, use the insight talisman to understand. Xia Shuiyun cupped her hands and said, thank you for your guidance, senior. Little Gosheng. Jun Changxiao looked at Su Xiaoma and said, Tai Xianxia is one of the top sects in Jianghu. Since you can enter the sect, it is a great opportunity. You must cultivate diligently in the future. Su Xiaoma wiped away the tears on his face and said with a firm gaze, this disciple will obey master's orders. The four of you. Jun Changxiao said, this old man still has to chase after that evil beast. In order to avoid harming any living creatures, I will take my leave first. This sentence meant to tell the Tai Xianxia elders that he came to save them because he was coincidentally chasing after the spiritual beast. Master. Su Xiaoma had just opened his mouth when Jun Changxiao had already left. He couldn't hold back his emotions and cried loudly, this disciple will definitely not disappoint master. I will definitely become an indomitable expert. There was no reply. Obviously, he had already left. An expert. After Jun Changxiao left, the four elders were still in shock. They were still thinking about the scene of the spiritual beast being chased away with just a glance. Sun Yingquan quietly walked over and said in a low voice, Gosheng, so you have such an awesome master. The other three outer sect disciples all looked at him with envy. Let's go back to the sect. The four Tai Xianxia elders were injured, and the appearance of the powerful spiritual beast and the beast horde had also disrupted their plans. Therefore, they didn't stop to bring the disciples back. Of course, they also planned to inform the higher-ups of Gosheng's master as soon as possible. Xiao Mu. On the mountain peak's boulder, Chang Xiao spread his legs and said with a disrespectful look, this lord personally came out to help you put on a show. I should be promoted to an inner sect disciple soon. On the way back to the sect, Su Xiaoma secretly admired, the patriarch's acting is still the best. Especially when he inadvertently gave Xia Shuiyun pointers on martial arts. He definitely brought the unworldly expert to life. Thinking about how the Purple King acted to the point that he almost couldn't take it, he felt a strong sense of disdain again. This actor was too trashy. Gosheng. Sun Yingquan leaned over and whispered, this master of yours is definitely not an ordinary person. He even saved everyone. When you return to the sect, you will definitely be taken care of by the elders. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, I also didn't expect to meet master on Golden Scale Mountain. Tai Xianxia. After Su Xianxia returned, he entered the spirit chi array to comprehend the array formation as usual. In the main hall, the higher-ups had already started discussing after hearing about what happened on Golden Scale Mountain. Su Jintang's master is so strong? He's actually a half-sage dual cultivator? Third elder said in shock. In terms of cultivation level, Wuxing was definitely stronger than a half-sage. However, dual cultivation of sword and martial arts was originally slow. Even if he wasn't as good as Wuxing, he was definitely very impressive. Since ancient times, the spirit chi of heaven and earth had gradually withered. The number of experts who had reached this level could be counted with 5 fingers. The elder who personally experienced it said, the aura that Guoxing's master released at that time clearly had the thickness of the martial Dao and the sharpness of the sword Dao. He's definitely a half-sage dual cultivator. Old man Jun Tian. Third elder frowned and said, I've never heard of such a person in the Falling Star continent. When they first learned about Su Xianxia's master, they didn't pay much attention to it. They just thought that he was a recluse. Now that they knew his strength, they naturally had to treat him seriously. Third elder. That elder said, Old man Jun Tian and the young grand elderly had the fate of meeting once. What? Third elder and the others widened their eyes. Li Muran had been dead for hundreds of years. When he was young, he had to be at least a few years old. Old man Jun Tian had the fate of meeting him once, which meant that he was an old expert. No wonder Su Jintang could advance by leaps and bounds in such a short time after becoming my Taishan Xingzong's disciple. It turns out that he has such an outstanding senior master. Third elder came to a realization. Elder son said, in my opinion, old man Jun Tian being able to save him is probably also on account of his disciple. That makes sense. Everyone expressed their agreement. Recluse experts generally didn't get involved in the world. The chances of them saving someone when they were in danger were very low. So he definitely had a purpose for helping this time. Could it be that he was telling them to treat his disciple well? Third elder thought seriously and said, Su Jintang is one of the inner sect members this time. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. Since there are no objections, it's settled. Also, sixth elder, arrange an independent courtyard for Su Jintang first. Okay. On the same day, Su Xianxia moved into the courtyard. In the Taishan Xingzong, having one's own courtyard was definitely the treatment of an inner sect member. After many outer sect disciples heard the news, they unanimously agreed that Su Jintang's promotion to the inner sect was already set in stone. He was promoted to the inner sect not long after entering the sect, which immediately made many people envious. Patriarch. Standing outside the courtyard door with the word Earth written on it, Su Xianxia thought to himself, this disciple is once again close to entering the inner circle of Taishan Xingzong disciples. The real reason he came to Taishan Xingzong as a spy was to find out about eldest senior sister and Fang Lingyu. But there was no way to find out from the outer sect. Only by entering the inner sect could he come into contact with them. And? Suddenly, Su Xianxia turned his head and saw Xia Shuiyun standing at the entrance of the neighboring courtyard. Senior sister, why are you here? The place where I live. Su Xianxia was stunned. He actually became neighbors with her. Elder Wei, how did the situation change? I'm urgently waiting online, sect of all times. After hearing Li Luoqiu's report, Jun Changxiao smiled and said, looks like my identity as old man Jun Tian is quite useful. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu didn't understand. Xiaomu is a spy in Taishan Xingzong. Although he's getting better and better, what's the point? There's a point. Jun Changxiao said, a top sect's foundation is still very strong. Only by getting better and better can one come into contact with more things. For example, some martial arts secret manuals that are very difficult to learn outside. Li Luoqiu didn't understand. Our sect of all times martial arts aren't inferior to Taishan Xingzong. That was true, but the technique pavilion lacked all kinds of martial arts techniques. If Su Xianxia could obtain more types of martial arts techniques from Taishan Xingzong, wouldn't he be able to use them to make up the numbers? Moreover, a top sect would definitely have a complete management system. If Su Xianxia got into the core circle and sent information over, he could use it as a reference to make up for the shortcomings of the sect of all times. Ever since Jun Changxiao became the leader of a sect, all his development methods were supported by the tools given by the system. To be able to reach his current level was equivalent to cheating. It was inevitable that he would feel a sense of emptiness. If he could obtain information about management from a top sect and then use a method that was beneficial to him as a reference, it would be very practical. Actually, the Xianxia inner and outer sect settings were much more professional than the sect of all times. Not only did Jun Changxiao have plans to follow suit, he also decided to set up the inner and outer sect on separate peaks. Oh right. When will the Wind Patriarch send the oars over? They're already on the way. Jun Changxiao left the main hall and went to a few peaks to inspect. The construction progress was very good. The main hall of the Drizzle Hall on the Drizzle Peak had already been completed. There were also side rooms and rooms for the members to live in. Li Qingyang's design philosophy had always emphasized man and nature. Therefore, the buildings were all surrounded by mountains and forests, appearing very otherworldly. Of course. For such a big project, the money was spent very quickly. Patriarch. Li Qingyang held the list of bills and said, just the construction of the Drizzle Peak alone has already cost 5 million. Jun Changxiao said, housing is an important thing in life. It doesn't matter how much you spend. P.S. 2-in-1 after the incident at Golden Scale Mountain, Su Xiaoma's status in the Xianxia zone had improved significantly. He was even given his own courtyard. As long as he performed well, it would not be a problem for him to become an inner disciple. However, he was a little nervous about becoming neighbors with Xiaxia. He carefully recalled the emotional guidance that Elder Wei had given him and thought about how to approach her. Junior brother. On the way to the cafeteria, Sun Yingquan put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, your status in the outer disciples is getting higher and higher. I'll follow you from now on. Su Xiaoma said, senior brother, you're joking again. I'm not joking. Sun Yingquan said seriously, when you become an inner disciple, I'll have to follow you because your status is higher than that of an outer disciple. I'll have to call you senior brother from now on. In the Xianxia system, the outer disciples had to address the inner disciples as senior brother regardless of the time they entered the sect. Of course, the inner disciples were special not only in terms of address, but also in their own cafeteria, courtyard, guidance from elders, and cultivation facilities. Although the outer disciples and inner disciples only differed by one word, the treatment was worlds apart. Many outer disciples racked their brains to become inner disciples because their aptitude was limited and they could only break through to Wuzong's level. If they entered the inner disciples, their upper limit would be Martial King or even higher. Senior brother's son will always be senior brother. Whether I become an inner disciple or a direct disciple, this will never change, Su Xiaoma said. With his current status in the outer disciples, there was no need for him to deliberately flatter Sun Yingquan. However, his father was an elder, so he would naturally try to curry favor with him. Ha ha ha. Sun Yingquan patted him on the shoulder and said, I'm very happy to hear that. Look. It's senior sister Feng. Suddenly, someone shouted. It immediately attracted the attention of the outer disciples who were heading to the cafeteria. They all turned their heads to look. Senior sister Feng? Could it be Feng Lingyu? Su Xiaoma looked in the direction of the voice and saw a graceful girl in a red school uniform walking side by side with Xia Shuiyun on the winding path. This woman was in her early 20s. She had a pair of eyes that exuded a faint sense of arrogance. She was like the daughter of a wealthy family. Her appearance was also not bad. She could be considered a femme fatale. Senior apprentice brother. Su Xiaoma said in a low voice, who was walking with Xia Shuiyun. Sun Yingquan said, personal disciple, Feng Lingyu. True enough. It was this woman. It had been more than a year since Su Xiaoma came to Xianxia Zone as an undercover agent. This was the first time he met the main character. Due to the grudge between her and eldest senior sister, she couldn't help but compare the two of them. In the end, she came to the conclusion that even though this woman's looks weren't bad, she was still a far cry from eldest senior sister. Especially when she was clearly exuding an aura of arrogance and coldness that seemed to have been added onto her body, yet she was wearing a red school uniform. Didn't she feel that it was very out of place? Wait. Xianxia said to himself, eldest senior sister once said that she hated red. Could it have something to do with the clothes this woman is wearing? Junior apprentice brother. Sun Yingquan hurriedly pulled his cuff and whispered, this woman is highly valued by the group of elders in the sect. She has a very high status and is very arrogant. Don't look at her for too long, lest you get into trouble. It was too late. Fang Lingyu, who was talking with Xia Shuiyun, had already found that Xianxia had been looking at her all the time. Her pretty face suddenly turned cold. We are in trouble. Sun Yingquan hurriedly pulled him away. Stop. Fang Lingyu said. Although it sounded a little crisp, it was quite arrogant. As the most valued core disciple of Xianxia, it was normal for her to be noble and arrogant in every word and deed. Sun Yingquan smiled and said, Senior Sister Fang, what's the matter? Fang Lingyu walked over and stopped in front of the two. She said lightly, it's none of your business. Get lost. Damn it, in any case, I still have an elder as my father. You actually told me to scram in front of so many people. This is not giving me any face at all, any man could not help it. So Sun Yingquan said angrily, I will get lost. Whoosh, he instantly disappeared in front of Fang Lingyu. Xianxia could only express her respect for such a cowardly and courageous act by breaking down. You. Fang Lingyu said lightly, you are Su Jintang? That's right. Xianxia said without changing his expression. Sun Yingquan could be cowardly, but he could not. After all, he was not a high-level elder of the sect. Shuiyun. Fang Lingyu said, you are destined to become a personal disciple in the future. It is better to avoid contact with such ordinary disciples as much as possible, lest others secretly gossip about you. Senior sister. I have nothing to do with him. Xia Shuiyun said while giving Xianxia a look from behind, as if hinting for him to leave quickly. The two of them had worked together many times during this period of time and had naturally built a little bit of tacit understanding. However, Xianxia acted as if he did not see it. He said, Senior Sister Fang, are you saying that I, Su Jintang, am not worthy of Sister Xia? Xia Shuiyun was stunned. Sun Yingquan, who had rolled far away, was also stunned. Damn it, this guy was a bit arrogant. He actually dared to argue with Senior Sister Fang in public. Fang Lingyu was also very surprised that an outer sect disciple would say such words in front of her. So she said disdainfully, remove the word seems. Of course. She added, although your master has some ability, his aptitude, strength, and even appearance are not worthy of Junior Sister Xia in any way. Senior Sister Fang. Xia Shuiyun was just about to speak when she was stopped by Fang Lingyu. Fang Lingyu said, in the future, don't bother her again. I also don't want to hear any more rumors from the sect. The first half of her words were just a bit arrogant, but the second half was obviously a warning. Damn it. Sun Yingquan, who was hiding in the distance, cursed in his heart. If Lu Qianqian hadn't been expelled, how could you have been promoted so smoothly? How could you have become a personal disciple who was heavily nurtured? How could you be strutting around here? Yes. Xianxia lowered his head and said, Sister Xia is a proud daughter of the heavens. How could I, Xianxia, be worthy of her? It's best that you know your place. Fang Lingyu said indifferently, Junior Sister Xia, let's go. Xia Shuiyun looked at Xianxia apologetically, then followed her senior sister and left. As expected, Junior Sister Xia and Senior Sister Fang are related. The two of them cultivated together when they were young, and they both have ice physiques. Goxing has been very close to Junior Sister Xia these days. Senior Sister Fang couldn't stand it, so she specially came from the inner sect to teach him a lesson. Everyone whispered. Looking at Xianxia, who kept his head down, a bit of sympathy appeared in their eyes. However, being reprimanded by the sect's most valued personal disciple didn't seem to be a shameful thing. Goxing. Sun Yingquan rolled back and said with a smile, come, let's go eat. Swoosh. Suddenly, Xianxia pushed away the hand on his shoulder, then raised his head with clenched fists and shouted, Xia Shuiyun. I, Su Jintang, am not worthy of you now, but that doesn't mean I won't be worthy of you in the future. The outer sect disciples who were about to go eat stopped in their tracks when they heard his sudden shout, and turned their heads with an expression of disbelief. Sun Yingquan, who was the closest, also widened his eyes. Xia Shuiyun, who hadn't gone far, stopped in her tracks, and her eyes were also filled with surprise. Listen carefully. Su Xianxia said loudly, one day, I will let everyone in the sect think that I, Su Jintang, am worthy of you, Xia Shuiyun. He had just been warned by Fang Lingyu, but he still dared to say such words. This was really awesome. Yes. Sun Yingquan finally acted like a man under Gosheng's provocation. He shouted with a red face and a thick neck, Su Jintang will definitely be worthy of Xia Shuiyun. I, Sun Yingquan, swear on my life today. Brother, don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, I'll always support you. Junior sister. Fang Lingyu's bright eyes gradually turned cold, and she said, this guy is a little annoying. Senior sister, Xia Shuiyun frowned and said, this is between me and him. Can you not get involved? Have you heard? Senior sister Fang came out of the inner sect and went to teach Su Jintang a lesson. It seems to be because he and junior sister Xia have been very close recently. Senior sister Fang is a very temperamental person, and she is very proud. She must have humiliated Su Jintang a lot. She did humiliate him, but guess what that guy said in the end? What did he say? He openly shouted to Xia Shuiyun that he is not good enough for her now, but he will be good enough for her in the future. Damn. Is he confessing to junior sister Xia? Senior sister Fang was beside him at that time. I heard that her face turned green with anger. If junior sister Xia had not stopped him, that guy would have been in trouble. In the outer sect of Taishan Zone, the disciples were discussing what happened outside the canteen yesterday. They could not help but admire Su Jintang for daring to confront the most important direct disciple. The elders had also heard about this matter, but they did not care. After all, the sect allowed the disciples to fall in love, so they naturally would not interfere with their emotional problems. Sigh. Su Xianxia sat in the stone pavilion in the courtyard and sighed deeply. After sleeping and thinking about what happened yesterday, it seemed that he was a little emotional. As a spy, his psychological quality must be strong. But in the face of Fang Lingyu's verbal humiliation, he lost his cool and said those words impulsively. He was a man. It was understandable. If it were Jun Changshao, he would definitely roll his sexy eyes and say indifferently, if you are not good enough for her, then so be it. I am too lazy to be good enough for her. Reader, with this guy's attributes, he can definitely say it. In fact, in terms of aptitude, realm, physique, and even original appearance, Su Xianxia was good in all aspects. If there was a flaw, it would be that he was short. But compared to the 1.8-meter tall guys like Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen, he was considered tall in the outer sect of Taishan Zone. He was at least 1.8-meter tall. Not to mention Xia Shuiyun, he was more than enough to be good enough for Fang Lingyu. Papa. Su Xianxia hurriedly dispelled the idea and said, just one look at that arrogant woman irritates me. Even if she were to offer herself to me, I wouldn't care. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Sun Yingquan walked in from outside and laughed, Go Xing, you were a real man yesterday. Su Xianxia said bitterly, I also offended senior sister Fang. Don't be afraid. Sun Yingquan said, as long as you don't do anything wrong, she can't do anything to you. Su Xianxia knew this. However, that woman was after all a highly regarded direct disciple. Once he entered the inner sect, he was afraid that he would have a hard time. Ah. Su Xianxia pulled at his hair and held in his heart, it's a mess, it's a mess. In his plan, he would sneak into the inner sect circle and continue to flatter them. He would first make friends with a few inner sect disciples, and it would be perfect if he could come into contact with Fang Lingyu. But now, he had offended that woman before he even entered the inner sect. This undoubtedly raised the ordinary undercover path to difficult mode instantly. Sigh. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Go Xing, boldly pursue Xia Shuiyun. Senior brother will always support you. Sun Yingquan said. In fact, after interacting with him for a long time, this guy seemed a little unreliable, but he was actually quite a good person. At least, he treated Su Xianxia as a brother. To be honest, in a large sect with a strong foundation, there was no lack of schemes and deception, but it was not that exaggerated. At least there was a harmonious atmosphere. Thinking about the kind of things where the protagonist entered the sect, he was attacked by the outer sect disciples, then the inner sect disciples, and finally the elders were in the minority. We can't deny the whole world just because of a few special cases. Senior brother. Xianxia said bitterly, with my strength and aptitude, how can I be worthy of her? F***ck. Sun Yingquan said, why are you self-destructing again? Before he could finish the word, he suddenly stopped because Xia Shuiyun had already appeared in front of the door. Her eyes flashed with coldness, as if she was saying to himself, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Damn it, he had no dignity left. Junior brother, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. As Sun Yingquan spoke, he had already jumped over the wall with a whoosh. He was even faster than yesterday. Xianxia sat in the stone pavilion, and Xia Shuiyun stood in front of the door. The two of them were about 10 meters away from each other. The atmosphere was slightly awkward because they did not speak to each other. This kind of situation often happened when they were doing missions together. Xianxia should have been used to it, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a little nervous and apprehensive. I've said it before. Xia Shuiyun was silent for a long time before saying, it's not that you're not worthy of me, but that I'm not interested in romantic relationships. Yes. She really said it. At that time, Xiaoma's answer was that he was also not interested in romantic relationships. However, this time, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, but, I'm interested in you now. Jun Goxing, come out and take a beating, a strange look flashed in Xia Shuiyun's eyes. She said, our minds should be on the martial path now, not on relationships. Xiaoma said, humiliating me in front of so many people, no man can take it lying down. I'm sorry. Xia Shuiyun said apologetically, I didn't expect senior sister Feng to be so against you. Xiaoma smiled bitterly, and then said with a sad expression, before I met Shizhuan, I was already used to this kind of thing. Used to it? Xia Shuiyun said in surprise, you've been rejected by many girls? Xiaoma, who had just brewed his emotions, suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, and then shook his head. What right do I have to pursue girls as a lowly person like me? Xia Shuiyun understood. The habit, he said, was because of his identity, he was often ridiculed and humiliated, and not because he was rejected again and again when he chased girls. At this time, some readers may think that Xiaoma was acting, but in fact, he was revealing his true feelings. His background was indeed not good, and he did not have any aptitude. The reason why he could run faster than others was because he was often bullied when he was young. No one wanted to be a coward all their life. Therefore, Xiaoma decided to go to Qingyang City to participate in the recruitment of the 100 sects, hoping to enter the sect to cultivate martial arts and no longer be bullied by others. Sect leader Jun, my name is Xiaoma, I am willing to join the Iron Bone sect, please. This was the first thing Li Qingyang said after he joined the Iron Bone sect. What Xiaoma would never forget was that before he finished speaking, Jun Chongxiao forcibly interrupted, take it. Take it. 2 simple words. Let Xiaoma officially become the 3rd disciple after Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang. Before returning to the sect, Jun Chongxiao gave the new disciple time to go home and say goodbye to his parents. He happily hugged the 2 elders, laughing and crying. Father, mother, your son is now a disciple of the sect. Joining the sect was Xiaoma's dream, and he only hoped that he would not be bullied in the future. But who would have thought that, from the moment he became a disciple of the Iron Bone sect, he had already ushered in the biggest turning point in his life. Meridian opening, martial disciple, martial master, Wuzong, martial king. Mortal grade, middle grade, upper grade, top grade, saint grade, Xiaoma never dreamed that he would have such a high realm in just a few years, and have such a high spiritual root. Those who had bullied him before, he was too lazy to pay attention to them, because he only wanted to bully stronger people. Every disciple of the sect of all times had their own story. Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others may be relatively plain, but this undercover road was actually equivalent to his story. Status doesn't mean anything. Xia Shuiyun said, only by becoming stronger can you have everything. She could see that Su Xiaoma was talking about the past, and his eyes showed a strong sense of inferiority, so her words were meant to comfort him, but because of her cold tone, it suddenly changed the meaning. So. Su Xiaoma stood up and strode in front of Xia Shuiyun. Whoosh, he put his hands on her shoulders and said with a dignified look, after meeting Master, I, Su Jin Tang, am worthy of any woman in the world, including you, Xia Shuiyun. Boom, ouch. Sun Yingquan, who had just slipped out, heard the noise and hurriedly turned back. He saw Gosheng flying out of the courtyard and then falling to the ground in a sorry state. Sun Yingquan was puzzled and asked, Why are you fighting? No, I have to go help. Just as Sun Yingquan was about to turn back, Xia Shuiyun walked out. Her whole face was covered with frost, and the surrounding air instantly dropped to the freezing point. Damn, this woman flipped out. No. I'd better slip away quickly. Su Xiaoma stood up in a sorry state and rubbed his chest that was bombarded. He grinned and said, I can't beat you now, but when I enter the inner sect and become stronger, you won't have a chance. So confident? Xia Shuiyun said with a cold face. Su Xiaoma patted the dust off his body and then sat on a rock next to her. He put one foot on it and said with a smile, If I don't even have this much confidence, how can I be worthy of you in the future? Now that things had developed to this point, it was tantamount to saying that he was worthy of her, and that he wanted to pursue her. Xia Shuiyun said, When your cultivation surpasses mine, then you can say that again. No problem. Su Xiaoma said solemnly, That day is destined to be soon. Xia Shuiyun turned and returned to her residence. However, when she returned to her room, her whole face suddenly turned red, especially when she thought of that guy putting his hand on her shoulder. She suddenly felt a burst of heat. Senior sister. Suddenly, Su Xiaoma stood outside the room and said, Are you still going to do the quest tomorrow? You. How did you come in? Xia Shuiyun hurriedly turned around, afraid that the other party would see her embarrassed look. Su Xiaoma said, I saw that you didn't close the door, so I came in. Xia Shuiyun said coldly, Let's talk about tomorrow. I'm going to rest now. Oh. Su Xiaoma didn't want to disturb him and left. After returning to his residence, he murmured in confusion, Rest? That's not right. It's only morning. Fangling. Sect of all times. After receiving the latest information, Jun Changxiao murmured, This woman is a little arrogant. If I don't make arrangements for her clearly, how can I face Sect leader Wang's spirit in heaven? He ordered Su Xiaoma to go undercover, mainly to investigate this woman and Lu Qianxian. However, just from the fact that she humiliated her fellow sect member in public, she was definitely not a kind person. Since that was the case, there was no need to go through the procedures. He would find a time and opportunity to directly make arrangements. Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, This Fang Lingyu is a disciple that Taishan Xingzong values more. She has been cultivating in the inner sect, so it's hard for our people to keep an eye on her. No rush. Jun Changxiao said, There will be a chance sooner or later. Su Gosheng, who was in Taishan Xingzong, was still going undercover. However, after being humiliated in public by Fang Lingyu, he pretended to cultivate harder to the outside world. Junior Su has been provoked. After all, he is a man and has self-respect. If hard work is useful, why do we need talent? The disciples of Taishan Xingzong expressed sympathy for Su Xiaoma's humiliation. They understood that he was working hard to cultivate, but they were not optimistic. After all, Xia Shuiyun's talent was very strong. It would be very difficult to reach the level that was worthy of her. June Patriarch. Feng Feisha stood in the outer courtyard filled with spiritual energy. He looked at the tall and straight mountains that seemed to appear out of thin air in the distance. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, I haven't been here for a while, but your sect has changed a lot. Under normal circumstances, these words were usually polite, but now they were absolutely sincere. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, The quality of the ores sent by Patriarch Feng is very good. Jun is very satisfied. I dare not neglect the goods that Jun Patriarch wants. Feng Feisha said, but he muttered in his heart, Why didn't he ask me to stay for a meal? Feng Patriarch Feng is going back today? Yes, I have a lot of things to do. I need to go back quickly. Forgive me for not sending you off. Take care. Feng Feisha held in his heart, I came from so far away. Is it so hard to give me a meal? It's time to eat. At this time, Lu Wancher stood in the cafeteria and shouted. Aya, it's time to eat. Feng Feisha grinned and said, then I can only leave after eating. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. These guys came to my sect of all times just to freeload, there was no other way. Who asked your family to make such delicious food? Jun Patriarch, can I take it away if I can't finish it? When Jun Changxiao was about to say yes, he saw the other person take out a big iron bowl. He quickly opened his arms to protect the unfinished food and said, no. Feng Feisha sent a lot of ores. Jun Changxiao could refine more true yang set and steel wings for the disciples. As for the dimensional battlefield, because he was busy with the construction of the mountain, he didn't have any plans to enter. However, although this guy didn't go personally, his deterrence was still there. The Scarlet Sea Continent and Lingyun Continent martial artists hid in their strongholds all day long, afraid that they would be ambushed. It could be said that after the previous few battles, Jun Changxiao had already left a psychological shadow in the hearts of the two planes. As for how large the area would be, it would depend on the future. However, the Falling Star Continent martial artists who didn't know about this were still pessimistically preparing. They prayed that after entering, they wouldn't be targeted by the Scarlet Sea Continent and Lingyun Continent, the two planes that liked to bully newcomers. Sigh. On a certain day, Mu Changhong sat in the Sect of All Times cafeteria and looked at the food below. He shook his head and said, Jun Patriarch, I don't have any appetite right now. Jun Changxiao pointed at the neatly arranged dishes and said, then why are you eating so much? Annoying. Mu Changhong picked up his chopsticks and ate it clean. Then, he drank a mouthful of soup and said with great hesitation, very annoying. Jun Changxiao comforted him, isn't it just the Scarlet Sea Continent and Lingyun Continent? City Lord Mu, don't think too much. Maybe when you enter 5 years later, these two planes will already be gone. Needless to say. With this guy's style of fighting and running away, and then coming back again after running away, it was a big question whether the two planes could last for another 5 years. If only this Mu could be as optimistic as Sect Master Jun, then I wouldn't be so worried that I can't eat. Mu Changhong stacked the plates on top of each other and said sorrowfully, another bowl of fried rice. Li Qingyang led his fellow disciples to construct the various peaks. Jun Changxiao was not in a hurry to go to the dimensional battlefield, so he spent most of his time cultivating. It could be said that this was the period of time where he worked the hardest since he transmigrated. Due to his 5 elements constitution, the power of the 5 elements gathered was purer. As for the various ores sent by Feng Feisha, he had gradually refined the true yang set and steel wings, greatly enriching the Sect of All Times' equipment warehouse. Of course, it was still difficult to supply a large number of items to the disciples. Therefore, after much consideration, Jun Changxiao placed the equipment in the equipment pavilion, but the contribution points required to exchange for them were higher. Since he could not give everyone a set, he could only let them earn it with their own efforts. Patriarch. A few days later, Li Qingyang came to see him. Drizzle Peak has been constructed. Is that so? Jun Changxiao hurried over. The peak closest to Ironbone Peak had been renovated by Li Qingyang and the others. It already had a hall, a training field, and various other facilities. Of course, Li Luoqiu also participated in the design of the peak where his hall would reside. Some of the plants and greenery were arranged by her. There was a bamboo forest and maple trees. Emerald green and crimson were the 2 most common colors in Drizzle Peak. Hall Master Li, find a time to move here. I think today is fine. Sure. Li Luoqiu gave Li Tian and Viper a look, and the 2 of them returned to Drizzle Hall. Soon, a large group of Drizzle Hall members went up the mountain and began to arrange the furniture in the empty hall and other auxiliary rooms. At this point, Drizzle Hall separated from the outer court and officially moved into Drizzle Peak. This was just the beginning. Li Qingyang and Peppa Boer continued to work overtime like 996 hours a day. Medicine Peak and War Night Peak were completed a few days later, and the various halls moved in one after another. From the information Su Xiaoma sent to him, Jun Changxiao learned that Xianxia Zone divided the inner and outer sect. He used it as a reference and modified it. He named the two mountains Transcendent Peak and Towering Peak. Transcendent Peak was where the outer sect disciples lived and cultivated. It had the corresponding martial arts facilities and a large number of rooms. Towering Rong Peak was the place where inner disciples lived and cultivated. Not only did it have matching martial arts facilities, but it also had its own courtyard to show off its status. Once the new division of the inner and outer sect was created, the outer sect disciples would work hard to enter Towering Peak, while the inner sect disciples would work hard to enter Transcendent Peak. As for the new disciples, they would continue to live in the original inner court and cultivate. Of course, since there was a separate division for the disciples, the patriarch and the higher-ups must also have their own separate divisions. Among the remodeled peaks, there was one that was the tallest and most upright. This was the peak where Jun Changxiao lived, and it was named Dragon Head Peak. Dragon Head. It meant the leader of the dragons. Xianxia and the others lived on the neighboring Dragon's Pine Peak. The elder was the most important position in the sect, so it was reasonable to name it with the word spine. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Are you satisfied?" "Not bad, not bad." Standing on Dragon Head Peak, Jun Changxiao was quite satisfied. The construction style here was what he had requested earlier. Not only were there majestic buildings, but there was also a scenic area to cultivate one's temperament. The most interesting thing was that there was a man-made small lake. When he was bored, he could use it for fishing, or even bathe in it like a swimming pool. Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, "Peppa Wild Boar has been involved in the construction recently. It's so tired that it can't get up. It's tired from such a small amount of work." Jun Changxiao frowned. The system said helplessly, "This little guy is the host's first contracted beast. Compared to Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian, the treatment it receives is really bad." Finally, someone felt sorry for Peppa Wild Boar. Under the cover of the dark clouds, the drizzle covered the entire Mount Ironbone. In a corner of the herb field, Peppa Wild Boar was curled up in its simple nest, allowing the rain to drip on its body. At this time, if it was accompanied by the background music of holding cornbread in its hand and not a drop of oil in the dish, it would definitely look more miserable. Ever since it was called by Li Qingyang to reclaim the mountain, Peppa Wild Boar had been busy for more than half a month. Every day, it would wake up early and return late. Therefore, when it was done, it inevitably collapsed from exhaustion. The little guy lay on the ground without any energy. Especially when it recalled that when it came to the sect of all times, it was either doing the heaviest work or doing the hardest work. Its eyes were suddenly filled with tears. When will these miserable days end? While Peppa Wild Boar was crying, the rain outside suddenly stopped and a foot appeared in its field of vision. It tried to look up and saw Jun Changxiao standing in front of it. Swoosh! Peppa Wild Boar, who was originally exhausted, suddenly burst out with a primordial force in its body. It stood up straight and the light in its eyes seemed to be telling its master that it was not slacking off and could still work. After being chased by Goshing many times with the green dragon crescent blade, the little guy had evolved from being lazy to being hardworking. However, after being busy for so many days and crazily stimulating the attributes in its body, it was really very tired. Although it stood up at this moment, its limbs were trembling violently as if it would collapse at any time. "If you're tired, lie down. Don't force yourself," Jun Changxiao said. Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, Peppa Wild Boar could not take it anymore and lay on the ground again. Its eyes were suddenly filled with tears. It was afraid that its master would be unhappy and take out all kinds of weapons and put them in front of its head. "You didn't go in when there was a gatekeeper ball. Instead, you chose to stay in a simple place in the herb field. Are you deliberately pretending to be pitiful?" Jun Changxiao said. "It's over, he saw through me." Peppa Boar panicked at once. "Actually." Jun Changxiao sat down and put a hand on its head. He said gently, "I'll remember all the things you've done for the sect all these years." Peppa Wild Boar was speechless. "Master has always been fierce to me. Now that he's suddenly gentle, it's definitely not good. When heaven bestows a great responsibility on a great man, it must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body." Jun Changxiao said, I'm also doing this to train you. The system said, it's starting again. Little guy, you must remember. Jun Changxiao said, I'm going to become the strongest man in the world. As my contracted beast, you must naturally have the ability that others can't. The strongest man in the world? So, Master has such great ambitions. Little guy. Jun Changxiao said, let's make a promise. A promise? Peppa Wildboar was confused. Jun Changxiao pointed to the sky and said, quickly become stronger. Follow Master to fight the 9 heavens, conquer the 8 desolations, and create an immortal legend. Peppa Wildboar's eyes widened. Jun Changxiao stood up and looked back at it. He said with a smile, as the first contracted beast of the strongest man in the world, I hope that when I reach the peak, you can accompany me by my side and not stand at the foot of the mountain. Since he did not use his psionic power to purposely dispel the raindrops fell on his body, making his back look even more impressive. Peppa Wildboar's soul was instantly shaken. The blood in its body was also burning madly. Coo, the little guy struggled to stand up and growled weakly. Obviously, it had agreed to its master's promise. On this day, it rained for 4 hours. Jun Changxiao and Peppa Wildboar stood in the rain for 4 hours. On the second day, they both caught a cold. After making an agreement with its master, Peppa Wildboar only rested 2 days before it took the initiative to open up the herbal field. Therefore, every evening, a diligent figure could still be seen running around. Why is this little guy suddenly so active? It's a little strange. The members of the medicine hall discussed in surprise. Obviously, they did not know that this was the power brought about by the agreement. Sigh. The system said helplessly, poor little guy. It thought that the host would treat Peppa Wildboar well, but it was tricked so easily. I'm not tricking it. Jun Changxiao sat on the boulder of Dragon Head Peak and said seriously, I'm encouraging it. Peppa Wildboar was lazy at first. It did not even know how to use Earth-type skills, so it could only be trained under high pressure. Needless to say, the effect was very obvious. Under Jun Changxiao's gentle training, not only did Peppa Wildboar become more diligent, but because it was busy every day, its body and posture had been molded, and its appearance had also changed. At this point, it could no longer be described as a boar, but more like a strong elephant. Therefore, from today onwards, the word boar could be removed. Its name was Pei. Chi. The change in Peppa Wildboar's personality and form was just the beginning. Jun Changxiao hoped that his first contract beast could persevere and continue to become stronger. How to become stronger? Digging, plowing, and opening up wasteland. As a rare mirage beast with Earth-type attributes, it could only be developed to the extreme by constantly using its attributes. It seemed that Jun Patriarch was not only worried about his disciples, but also his contract beasts. This moved the system so much that it wanted to spit in his face to show its respect. How could he be so shameless when he had duped her into becoming crippled and glorified it as encouragement? After the construction of the various peaks was completed, the various halls moved in. The inner and outer sect disciples also moved into Transcendent Peak and Towering Peak respectively. With this, the entire sect of all time seemed to be much more spacious than before. The place was bigger and the sect was more mystical, but the expansion cost was not small. After Li Qingyang settled the bill, Jun Changxiao slumped in his chair and said with a pained expression, I can't believe we spent so much. They did not even use any craftsmen. Everything was done with the help of the sect disciples. Otherwise, the cost would have been even higher. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, after this expansion, even if we accept tens of thousands of disciples, the sect won't seem crowded. Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, you've worked hard during this period of time, but you can't relax. The planar battlefield is still waiting for you to build. Li Qingyang's eyes burned with passion as he said, your disciple is ready. I'm only waiting for the Patriarch's order to enter. Expanding the sect was just a small test. Building a large-scale building complex in the stronghold was the real test, because the former represented the sect, while the latter represented the entire continent. Jun Changxiao said, in 3 days, we will enter the planar battlefield. Now that the expansion of the sect was complete, the next step was to go to the planar battlefield. At the same time, they would also expand their stronghold so that the disciples would have a better space to display their skills. Planar battlefield. The Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent were a bit depressed this month because they were constantly on high alert, but in the end, nothing happened. Palace Master. In the main hall, an elder said, "The Falling Star continent hasn't made any moves recently. Are they brewing some kind of scheme?" The Jade Sea Palace Master said with a frown, "It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. I'm really afraid that guy is playing some kind of trick." After a few exchanges, the Scarlet Sea continent had been at a disadvantage every time, and they had long been traumatized. It was the same for the Lingyun continent. Even though Xianxia hadn't appeared in the past month, it made them more and more nervous and uneasy. The cultivators of the Falling Star continent were praying that they wouldn't be targeted by the two planes in 5 years, while the two planes were praying that guy wouldn't come to harm them again. The situation was very delicate. Not good. At this moment, an elder hurriedly walked in from outside and said, "I just received news that the Falling Star continent has ambushed the Xianxia continent and the Imperial Sword continent. Nearly 200 people have died." As expected. Xianxia frowned and said, "That guy is here again. I didn't expect him to target the Xianxia continent and the Imperial Sword continent. Back when that kid was wanted, the two planes also sent experts to intercept him outside the stronghold. It seems that any plane that has offended him will be targeted." As the upper echelons of the Jade Sea Palace discussed, their originally tense emotions relaxed. At least that guy didn't target them, which was something to be happy about. Fourth Elder. Xianxia said, "Is there still no news from the Nine Heavens continent?" "No." Xianxia was puzzled and said, "So many experts have been captured, but Mo Shangxing hasn't done anything. This is really strange." Palace Lord, in this old man's opinion. The first elder, who had been silent all this time, said, "We don't have to count on the first-tier planes. We can contact the Xianxia continent and the Imperial Sword continent and eliminate that guy together. If two planes couldn't handle it, then add two more." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "The Xianxia continent isn't a problem, but the sword cultivators of the Imperial Sword continent are all too arrogant. They might not join forces with us." Palace Lord. Just as he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in from outside and said, "The Imperial Sword continent sent a letter." "Oh?" Xianxia took the letter, opened it, and said in shock, "A continent that prides itself on the way of the sword actually took the initiative to join forces with us. It seems that the Falling Star continent has brought them quite a bit of trouble. Very big trouble. Because when Jun Chongxiao brought people in, the first place they attacked was the Imperial Sword continent. Moreover, the other party was quite arrogant. Although they heard that the Falling Star continent had recently attacked two planes, they didn't take it to heart. As a result, they lost 100 yellow and more than 50 black. The Xianxia continent was more cautious and had made preparations in advance. Although they couldn't avoid being attacked, they only lost a few dozen people, and their strength was generally at the yellow level. Tell the Imperial Sword continent that the Crimson Sea continent is willing to join forces against the Falling Star continent. Yes. Also inform the Xianxia continent. Yes. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "The stronghold has expanded a lot. It's still far from the village." Jun Chongxiao was not satisfied with the current situation. Instead, he began to think about how to expand the stronghold in the shortest time possible. "Dear participant, you don't have to keep killing people. You can look for opportunities that exist in it. There are also opportunities to expand the area." The female system's voice was sweet. Jun Chongxiao said, "What opportunities?" The planar battlefield was opened by the Almighty of the Upper Realm. There are many sealed cave abodes and treasure lands. As long as the participant obtains or inherits them in the end, the area of the stronghold will also increase. Cave abodes and treasure lands? Jun Chongxiao touched his chin and said, "This kind of opportunity can only be found by luck. It's easier to just kill people." The system said, "Do you think the warriors in the planar battlefield are fools and will let you attack them again and again?" "Of course not." Jun Chongxiao said, "If I'm not wrong, the two planes that were attacked just now will probably contact the Crimson Sea continent and attack the Falling Star continent together. Ding. Side mission activated. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his ears. He said in surprise, "A mission at this time?" He hurriedly opened the mission panel. The mission that appeared was, "Seize the opportunity left behind by Reverend Guan Hai in the planar battlefield, elite mission." F***ck, he just wanted to increase the stronghold by killing people, but the system gave him a mission to seize the opportunity. Wasn't this forcing him to search the entire battlefield? The battlefield is so big, and there are enemies everywhere. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find. Patriarch, look. At this moment, Xiao Ziji pointed at the distant sky and exclaimed. Xianxia turned and looked. He saw a crimson light dragging a stream of light in his field of vision, slowly flying up like a rocket. The opportunity left behind by Reverend Guan Hai in the planar battlefield is now open. Those who are fated can take this opportunity to obtain it. A deep and aged voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Xianxia's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally understood why the side mission was suddenly issued. It turned out, it was an early spoiler. Spoilers were fun. Spoilers were fun all the time. However, Xianxia was very depressed now. Although the side mission spoiled the opportunity left behind by Reverend Guan Hai, the light that pierced through heaven and earth was clearly telling the martial artists that he was here and they could come and snatch it. Dear participant, any opportunity left behind by a mighty being that has been unsealed will be announced on the battlefield. The female system said. Xianxia was speechless. Opportunities are a fatal temptation to martial artists. The upper realm announcing it so loudly is also deliberately driving them to kill. Everyone wanted good things related to martial arts. If no one was willing to give up, then they could only kill each other. The system said, "Host, you see through it very clearly." In fact, the martial artists from various major planes also saw through it very clearly. Although they knew that the upper realm used it to stimulate killing, they still did not tire of participating. Because the opportunities in the battlefield were all left behind by the mighty beings of the upper realm. Even the most ordinary brick was many times better than the bricks in their own world, this was not. As soon as the heavy voice ended, the camera panned to the farthest distance. They could clearly see martial artists flying out of their own strongholds and then rushing towards the rainbow light that pierced through heaven and earth. They were so fast that they could not be reincarnated if they were too slow. "Let's go." Xianxia said, "Let's go take a look." If there was no side mission, he might hesitate whether to join in the fun or not. Now, he had to go because only by seizing the opportunity could he complete the mission. The upper realm used opportunities to set a trap for martial artists to kill without caring about their lives. The system mission was also a trap, forcing Goshen to jump into it. As long as the mission was completed and the contribution points were used to develop the sect, even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, he would jump in without hesitation. Xianxia flew out with Ding Xingwang, Xianxia, the Purple King, and the King of 100 Hills. The others stayed in the stronghold. This time, the appearance of the opportunity would definitely alarm the powerhouses of various planes. He did not bring his disciples and the Ning brothers because he was worried about accidents. From the Iron Bone sect to the current sect of all times, only sect leader Wang and one disciple fell. It was precisely because of this that they were so careful. Construction can begin now. Li Qingyang retracted his gaze and focused his attention on the stronghold that had expanded to almost 400 square meters. Several brand new plans immediately appeared in his mind. Opportunities and whatnot had no place in his heart at all. Only construction could make him happy and give him a sense of accomplishment. The experts from the various planes were all flying towards the area where the rainbow light had penetrated. Xianxia was also a member of the crowd. Normally, with his armed wings, he could have shaken off a lot of people, but he always controlled his flying speed and flew side by side with Ding Xingwang and the others. There were too many experts in the planar battlefield, which made him a little nervous. So, he decided to move together. Patriarch. Xianxia said, "Just in this region of a few hundred miles, there are 5,000 to 6,000 experts rushing over. Things like opportunities can make a martial artist lose their rationality," Xianxia said. Ding Xingwang, on the other hand, was rather worried as he said, "If we swagger over, will we be discovered by the Crimson Sea continent and be collectively targeted?" Jun Changxiao frowned, then said, "You can change your appearance." As he spoke, he gave each of them a magically modified mask. After they put it on, they all changed their appearances. "Change your clothes too." "Okay." After everyone had changed their appearances, dozens of martial artists flew over from behind. The leader was actually the palace master of the Crimson Sea Continent's Jade Sea Palace, Hong Yao. Patriarch. Ding Xinguang transmitted, "They're from the Crimson Sea Continent. Should we make a move?" "No need." Jun Changxiao said, "Let's head to the location of the opportunity as soon as possible so that others don't beat us to it." "Okay." Ding Xinguang suppressed the thought of making a move. Hong Yao discovered Jun Changxiao and the others, but he only gave them a glance before withdrawing his gaze and leading them towards the rainbow light at full speed. At this time, even if he knew that the people in front of him were martial artists from the Falling Star continent, he might not stop fighting because the appearance of the opportunity was more important than revenge. In other areas, it was also common to see martial artists who originally had grudges against each other glancing at each other before heading towards the rainbow light area. Half an hour later, Jun Changxiao arrived at the rainbow light area. There were people everywhere, and they were all floating in the air. The scene was spectacular. After using his essence spirit to spy, Xianxia transmitted his voice, "Patriarch, there are at least 50,000 people here. If the disciples of the sect of all times had their cultivation, not to mention dominating the Falling Star continent, it would be easy to beat all the planes," Jun Changxiao thought to himself. Although there were many experts here, they tacitly did not communicate. Their gazes were all fixed on the strange stone forest in front of them because the rainbow light appeared from there. Suddenly, a fart sound was heard. "Comfortable," Jun Changxiao said happily. Because the atmosphere was very quiet, his fart immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists. Some of them were surprised, while others looked at him with disdain. Those who entered the dimensional battlefield had a certain level of strength and status. How shameless was he to fart in such a place? Jun Changxiao did not care about other people's gazes. Firstly, he was shameless to begin with. Secondly, he was in charge of everything. Why would he care if he farts? In the central area where all the martial artists were looking, there was a stone turntable with a radius of about 2 meters. Because it did not fit in with the surrounding environment, it was easy to guess that it was man-made. At this moment, the red light pierced through the sky. There were intricate patterns on the stone slab, like some kind of strange array. "This array seems a little familiar." Jun Changxiao squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Finally, he realized and thought to himself, "It's similar to the array structure of the Mystic 32 arrays." Buzz. At this moment, the patterns on the stone slab began to dim, and the light that shot into the sky gradually dissipated. "The seal is about to break." The eyes of the martial artists surrounding the stone forest immediately burned with desire. Some of them had already begun to secretly unleash their cultivation and gather their energy in their palms. The originally quiet area instantly became exceptionally somber. It was obvious that if some supreme treasure appeared on the stone slab, a storm of blood would definitely break out. "Patriarch," Ding Xinguang said, "this is a bit too much. What do we do later?" Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, "From the current situation, the so-called opportunity should be on the stone slab. If something appears later, we'll wait and see. We'll let the martial artists above charge in first." "Okay," Ding Xinguang replied. The Purple King said indifferently, "Can't we just go and snatch it? That's why you died before you could succeed, and why you were sealed by those Wushun for so long," the King of 100 Hills said mockingly. As a beast that prided itself on its intelligence, it knew that with so many martial artists present, whoever tried to snatch it first would definitely be hacked to death by the martial artists behind them. The Purple King was instantly enraged by this fellow's embarrassing story, and he suddenly had the urge to rip off his clothes. Ka ka ka. At this moment, the stone slab that had disappeared from the stone slab began to slowly rotate. Then, a thin slit appeared, as if some kind of mechanism had been activated, causing a tightly shut passage to open up in an orderly manner. All the martial artists watched intently. They had already activated all the elements in their bodies to the extreme, and they were completely capable of charging in or attacking at any time. Boom! the stone slab completely opened up, revealing a circular hole. Whoosh, suddenly, a ray of light flew out from the inside. Then, it landed on Jun Changzhao's hand with lightning speed. After the light dissipated, a white egg was revealed. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, more than 50,000 martial artists present turned their heads and locked their eyes on Jun Changzhao, as well as the egg in his hand. Their gazes suddenly became unprecedentedly hot. The opportunity left by Reverend Guanhai on the battlefield must be this item. Judging from the desolate aura emanating from the outer layer of the eggshell, it was definitely a rare and extremely high-level beast egg. Jun Changzhao was dumbfounded. Egg, how the hell did you fly into my hand? Didn't you King set me up? Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Jun Changzhao had time to show a brilliant expression, the martial artists surrounding him had already unleashed their cultivation. Tens of thousands of people unleashed their power at the same time, creating a blast of air that blew his black hair into a mess, and he could not even open his eyes. Bang! At this moment, the Purple King, who was standing next to him, exploded his clothes, and a terrifying demonic aura erupted from his body. He roared angrily, "Let's see who dares to come over." Ding Xinguang and the King of 100 Hills also unleashed their power. Logically speaking, the three of them were at the martial sage level, and their auras should be very powerful when they unleashed their power at the same time. However, in the face of tens of thousands of martial artists, they were instantly suppressed. Retreat! Jun Changzhao shouted, and immediately activated his armed wings, and flew out with a whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. However, not long after he left, he felt a tsunami-like aura coming from all directions. It turned out that dozens of martial artists had already blocked the way in advance. Damn it! Jun Changzhao cursed, and then suddenly waved his hand and threw the egg out. Although this thing exuded a desolate aura, which meant that it was not ordinary, holding it in his hand was like holding a bomb, so it was better to throw it out as soon as possible. As expected, after the egg was thrown out, the martial artists from various planes who had been charging toward him immediately retracted their energy and chased after him as fast as they could. That was close, that was close. Jun Changzhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then transmitted his voice to Ding Xinguang and the others, "We will follow behind." Although the egg had been thrown out, it did not mean that he had given up. He would let the martial artists from various planes fight for it first, and when they were almost done, he would, paw. Before he could finish his thought, he caught the egg that he had thrown out. Damn it, why did it come back again? Also, why did my hands uncontrollably reach out to catch the egg? Could it be that this was the legendary 100% empty-handed setting? Jun Changzhao did not have time to break down and complain, because the martial artists who had been flying away turned around again and charged at him with their cultivation. Therefore, he channeled his energy into his arms and threw the egg fiercely, saying, "Get away from me." Whoosh, the white egg shot out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and then turned back at a speed faster than when it had been thrown out. Paw! He reached out with both hands and caught it again. Ah! Jun Changxia's expression collapsed as he screamed, and then he communicated with the power of flight and the armed wings, escaping as fast as he could. Then, he kept throwing the egg down, but it flew back up every time he threw it. The scene was like playing basketball in the air. Ding Xinguang, the Purple King, and the others' mouths twitched. In this day and age, opportunities still stuck to people, and could not be thrown away? Don't look. Quickly come and protect me. Jun Changxia's roar, which was close to breaking down, rang in their ears. Ding Xinguang and the others hurried over, but in the next second, they flew back because the patriarch was now being chased by more than 50,000 martial artists. If they rushed in recklessly, they would definitely not be able to get out. In the face of absolute numbers, even a saint-level expert would not be able to withstand it. Patriarch. Xianxia said telepathically, "Fly to the east, there are fewer people there." Swoosh. Jun Changzhao did not have time to use his spiritual sense to explore. He threw the egg out, and then flew to the east, until the egg returned to his hand, and rushed out of the encirclement of tens of thousands of martial artists. The reason why he could run so fast was because of the armed wings, and also because he was being chased by so many martial artists. He could only force himself to activate his little universe. Although he had escaped, the crisis was not over yet. Tens of thousands of martial artists had gone crazy for the egg, so now they were all suppressed. "Old man, hand over the egg, and I won't kill you." "Hand it over, can't you see that it's relying on me?" Xianxia roared in his heart as he flew toward the endless sky. Whoosh! At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly shook, and two Earth-level martial artists appeared out of thin air, their skinny hands grabbing the egg directly. Seeing that the two of them were not coming for him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, and secretly thought that it was not bad to be snatched by them, at least he would not be targeted by so many martial artists. "Come on, snatch it, I will cooperate with you very much." Swoosh! The egg seemed to have a premonition that it was going to be separated from the hands, and when the two martial artists grabbed it, it flew away in a very flirtatious manner. From a professional point of view, this was definitely a god-level prediction and positioning. However, Xianxia's expression collapsed again, because after the egg flew away, the two Wuxing's hands grabbed him directly. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded, and Xianxia, who had turned into a full body armor, flew out unsteadily from low altitude. Then, he involuntarily opened his hands and caught the egg in his hands again. "Big brother, are you purposely playing with me?" Whoosh! 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 All kinds of energy blasted over from behind, and it was obvious that the tens of thousands of martial artists would not allow anyone to take the egg away. At this moment, Xianxia could only fly as fast as he could and completely stimulate his limits. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, a stream of light broke through the sky, and its speed could be said to be extremely fast. Behind it, a black mass of martial artists was chasing crazily. "The first thing I say when I wake up every day is to give myself a pep talk. Every time I eat an extra grain of rice, I have to say sorry. Mirror, 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 look at me, where is my collarbone?" In the Sect of all times, the magically modified sound system was playing a moving divine song. Lu Wancher and Yao Mingyao were teaching the new disciples how to dance. "Burn my calories." Swoosh! In the battlefield, Xianxia stuck out his tongue, hugged the egg, and fled crazily. The calories in his body were burning crazily. "Patriarch, hang in there." Ding Xingwang, the Purple King, and the others were chasing from behind. As the Patriarch was flying too fast, they couldn't catch up at all. They could only use telepathy to encourage him. "Get lost." Boom! 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 Come, come, take a deep breath. Morning run, night run, swim a few meters. Tablet, dumbbell, rowing machine. Don't give up until you reach your goal. In the Sect, Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing were completely unaware that the Patriarch was burning calories at this moment, leading his fellow disciples to dance to the beat. "You can't run. If you want to take the egg away, you have to see if I agree or not. Die." Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Come, come, turn around, high-temperature yoga, lie on your back. Moving, cycling, Pilates, and soaked wolfberries in a thermos cup. Pa. After a while, Lu Wancher turned off the stereo, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and smiled. Today's lesson ends here. Huff. Huff, Xianxia, who was in the battlefield, had stopped on a mountain peak. He bent over and took deep breaths. Thousands of martial artists surrounded him, and there were more martial artists behind him. Old Ding. Xianxia, who was far away, said nervously, "What should we do now?" There were so many people surrounding the Patriarch, and the few of them couldn't break in. This was definitely going to be troublesome. Ding Xingwang frowned, and his eyes were filled with determination. "If there's no other way, we can only risk our lives and charge in." "No need." The Purple King took 2 steps forward and said proudly, "I will deal with them." Ding Xingwang and the others were stunned. If there were only a few hundred people, they firmly believed that Hall Master Z could do it. However, there were close to 10,000 experts present, and there were dozens of half-saints among them. Could he deal with them alone? "Ever since I transformed into a human, I didn't use my true form even when I was sealed by 5 trash. Today, for him, I can only..." The Purple King spread out his fingers, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. "I will make an exception this time. P.S. Third update, 4,600 plus words. Something happened yesterday and I missed one update. Today, I made up for it. True form, Ding Xinguang and Xianxia's eyes widened. They already knew that the Purple King was a beast from the upper realm, but he had always been in human form. He liked to fight naked, but they had never seen his true form. To be able to fight so many Earth-ranked powerhouses alone, this guy's true form must be very powerful, right? Or perhaps, it was a colossus that was hundreds of feet tall. Ding Xinguang and Xianxia immediately began to fantasize, their eyes filled with the intense luster of anticipation that only readers would have. Crack! Suddenly, Z Craggy Monster King clenched his fists, and a violent purple aura surged out of his body. Purple lines gradually appeared on his naked body, and quickly spread out like a formation. The King of 100 Hills was shocked. The demonic aura was so strong that it had the urge to bend its knees and worship. That guy once said that he was the king of the beast race. Could it be true? Whoosh whoosh. The demonic aura was still increasing. The Purple King's eyes gradually turned purple, as if he had entered a berserk state. Bastards. He smiled coldly and said, prepare to be horrified. However, while the Purple King activated his true form here, tens of thousands of martial artists in the distance still locked onto Jun Changxiao and the white egg in his hand. They would not allow anyone to take away the opportunity left behind by Reverend Guanhai. Everyone. After a short breather, Jun Changxiao straightened his back, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, I advise you to leave quickly, or else, buzz. The space shook slightly, and a pocket-sized knife appeared out of thin air. This was the hard blade. Ever since he had improved and obtained a brand new opening seal talisman, Jun Changxiao had finally used it. It seemed that today, not only could they witness the Purple King's true form, but they could also see the amazing performance of the modified First Wish weapon. A knife? So small? Maybe it's a hidden weapon treasure? Back in the Black Wind Stockade, Jun Changxiao took out the hard blade and was laughed at by a group of bandits. However, in the battlefield plain where experts were as common as clouds, no one dared to underestimate him. After all the martial artists who could come here had some strange trump cards. Old man. An expert sneered, do you plan to fight against tens of thousands of us? Jun Changxiao held the white egg in one hand and the two fingers of the other hand pinched the unstoppable blade. His eyes were cold as he said, if it's really unavoidable, why not make an enemy of the whole world? Humph. The expert from a certain continent said coldly, as long as you hand over the egg, we won't make things difficult for you. Jun Changxiao collapsed, are these King blind people? Can't they see that an egg is latching onto them? Everyone, don't waste your breath on this guy. Let's attack together. Whoever gets the egg will depend on their luck. Someone suggested. All right. Go. Hoo. In an instant, the cultivation of tens of thousands of people burst forth once again, forming a kind of might that immediately pressed down like a mountain. Not to mention the dozens of Earth-level powerhouses among them, just the formation of tens of thousands of yellow-level powerhouses releasing their cultivation at the same time was enough to make top powerhouses panic. Jun Changxiao was panicking now. But now that he was trapped on the mountain peak and couldn't break out, he could only take a gamble. His soul instantly merged into the space ring and pinched the opening seal talisman in his hand. Just as Jun Changxiao was about to crush the talisman, a strong demonic aura suddenly emerged in the distance, instantly overshadowing the eruption of tens of thousands of people. What a terrifying demonic aura! The martial artists who were about to rush over all turned their heads to look. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar was heard, bringing along a manic airwave that blew everyone's hair into a mess. When they got used to it, they all widened their eyes. Jun Changxiao, who was about to crush the opening seal talisman, was stunned on the spot. In his field of vision, a huge creature that seemed to be both real and fake and hidden in the sky appeared. From its shape, it looked like a whale. No, it wasn't a whale. Judging from its huge body, it was obvious that it had accidentally evolved into a kuan because it thought that his wife had repeatedly made mistakes in refining a useless pet. Wait a minute. The creature's body looked like a fin, but why was it wearing red underwear? When Jun Changxiao saw Ding Xinguang and the others standing behind the huge creature, he was shocked. Could it be that this is the real body of Hall Master Z? That's right. It was the real body of the Purple King. In the words of the upper realm, this was a purple vast Kuan that was comparable to a divine beast, a Kuan beast that was hundreds of feet long and looked like a mountain was suspended in midair. All the martial artists present were deeply shocked. This is a Kuan. A strange beast that only exists in the upper realm. There were many experienced and knowledgeable martial artists among the martial artists. They immediately identified the type of beast that appeared in front of them. The purple vast Kuan turned its huge eyes, showing a strong sense of disdain. A bunch of human scum, how lucky you are to be able to see my extraordinary real body. The aura of this beast is only at the earth level. It's obviously still in the growth stage. Could it be that this is the opportunity left behind by Reverend Guanhai? Everyone's eyes were suddenly filled with passion. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, everyone ignored Jun Changxiao and locked their eyes on the purple vast Kuan. The excitement in their eyes had reached its peak. Although they could not be sure whether the white egg was an opportunity or not, for the time being, capturing a strange beast that had reached the earth level was obviously more cost-effective than snatching the egg. At least they could use it after subduing it, instead of hatching it and spending a lot of effort to cultivate it. Moreover, it was a Kuan, the purple vast Kuan that was a little arrogant at first realized that everyone was staring at it. It suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hall Master Z. At this moment, Jun Changxiao said telepathically, since you've unleashed your real body to attract the firepower, I won't let you down. I'll retreat first. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he retracted his sword and ran away with the white egg. As all the martial artists were staring at the purple vast Kuan, no one chased after them. An egg was an egg after all. It was a true upper realm strange beast in front of it. Seeing that Jun Changxiao had already flown far away, the purple vast Kuan roared in its heart, I transformed into my real body to save you, but he ran away first. What kind of person is he? Wait a minute, where did Ding Xingwang, Xianxia, and the King of 100 Hills disappear too? Hall Master Z. A voice sounded in its ear, I didn't expect your real body to be so strong. I believe it won't be a problem to deal with. Tens of thousands of martial artists. We'll return with the Patriarch and wait for your return at the stronghold. Only then did the purple vast Kuan realize that the three of them had already flown far away and left with the Patriarch. F***ck, you bunch of bastards. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, violent energy blasted in from all directions. The tens of thousands of martial artists that surrounded Jun Changxiao had already given up on chasing the egg and were attacking the purple vast Kuan. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. There were explosions and shockwaves spread everywhere. Jun Changxiao, who had already flown to a safe area, turned around and looked at the colorful area in the distance, saying, Hall Master Z. The first motto of the sect of all times is to do things with iron bones and be man with iron bones. You must persevere, you must persevere. Ding Xingwang said in admiration, in order to help the Patriarch attract the attention of the enemy, you're putting yourself in danger. This awareness is truly a role model for our generation. Hall Master Z's brilliance at this moment is enough to illuminate the ages. Xianxia also gave him a respectful look. The King of 100 Hills, who had never liked the Purple King, gave him a thumbs up and said, I thought this guy was a pervert, but I didn't expect him to be so manly. Inside the Falling Star Continent stronghold, Li Qingyang's brows were tightly knitted. This kind of town-like construction was different from the construction of a sect because it would expand in the future. Therefore, the layout had to connect the past and the future, and not just randomly build one in the east and another in the west. Sigh. Li Qingyang rubbed his temples and said, if it can expand a little more, it will be easier to build. Currently, there was only one main hall in the Falling Star Continent stronghold. Although it had expanded a lot after a few sneak attacks, there was still not much space for reasonable construction. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Building in such a small space was a big test for Li Qingyang. Second senior brother. Xiao Ziji exclaimed, the stronghold has suddenly expanded. Li Qingyang, who was thinking, came back to his senses and found that the stronghold had indeed expanded by about a meter. He said solemnly, the Patriarch should have already fought with the existential plane cultivators. Swish. Swish, at that moment, the stronghold expanded again by about 5 to 6 meters. This. Everyone was stunned. Expanding to such an extent meant that someone on their side had killed many cultivators in an instant. Second senior brother. Xianxia frowned and said, "Will the patriarch and the others be okay?" "I hope so," Xianxia said. Although he was also very worried, the patriarch had repeatedly told him not to leave the stronghold before leaving, so he could only wait and not fly out. Swish, 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 at that moment, the stronghold expanded by a lot. From the distance, it was at least more than 20 meters. So many? Could it be that more than 40 existential plane cultivators were killed in an instant? Swish, 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 the stronghold expanded again, and this time, it expanded to at least nearly 100 meters. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others widened their eyes. According to the patriarch, killing an existential plane cultivator would increase the area by about half a meter. Now that it suddenly increased by nearly 100 meters, it was equivalent to killing nearly 200 people in an instant. Senior brother. Long Xiang said in shock, "I'm afraid the patriarch and the others are fighting madly right now. Martial artists from the Falling Star continent have killed 146 yellow-class martial artists and 72 mystic-class martial artists. They have gone berserk. Level 2 bounties are being issued, and the reward is 5,000 merit points." A heavy voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Xianxia and the others were dumbstruck. Judging from the number of people killed and the expansion of the stronghold, it was obvious that it was done by one person. Only Hall Master Z would be able to do such a thing. Level 2 arrest warrant? Xianxia frowned and said, "This is a bit tricky." Xiao Long and the others had previously been grade 3 fugitives, and that had already attracted the attention of countless powerful beings from various material planes. Now that someone had become a grade 2 fugitive with a bounty of 5,000 merit points, even more people would probably go crazy. Not bad. After hearing the voice in the sky, the various Earth-ranked powerhouses who originally did not participate in the fight for the opportunity flew out one after another, rapidly approaching the red light that pierced through the heavens and earth. 5,000 merit points. What kind of concept was that? Just by killing martial artists of the same cultivation level, one would need to kill 500 people to get enough merit points. The person who was on the wanted list was definitely a super fat sheep. Swish. Swish, just as the Earth-ranked powerhouses from various material planes were moving out, the Falling Star continent's stronghold was still expanding crazily. In about a few minutes, it had increased from the original base to nearly 500 square meters. Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. He had just felt that the stronghold's area was not big enough, and that it would be inconvenient to build it himself. Now, it was very spacious. Boom, boom, in the sky above the mountain where Xianxia was previously, all kinds of energy erupted crazily, dyeing the originally gray and dark environment into a riot of colors. The Purple King, who had activated his Kuan transformation, dragged his 1,000 feet long body and angrily opened his mouth, instantly spewing out an energy wave that seemed to be able to pierce through space. "Retreat!" everyone exclaimed. However, in the area where the energy wave swept past, nearly 100 yellow-ranked powerhouses were unable to dodge and were instantly turned into nothingness in the purple light. It was no wonder that the Falling Star continent's stronghold had expanded so much in an instant. Just this kind of energy explosion from its mouth was enough to kill 100 martial artists. It was really too powerful. Boom. Boom. Although the Purple King transformation had killed many people, it was also bombarded by all kinds of energy from the other material plane's powerhouses. Although the beast's defense would be greatly enhanced after transforming into its true form, facing the bombardment of tens of thousands of martial artists still brought about great pain. Roar. The Purple King transformation roared angrily, and the purple light around its body shone brightly. Then, it instantly shot out streaks of light that resembled guided missiles, mercilessly bombarding the crowd. Boom. Boom. Boom, purple cannonballs rained down on the ground like rain. Many powerhouses from various material planes were unable to dodge in time and were instantly turned into nothingness. Even the weakest of these martial artists was comparable to an emperor-class cultivator. If they were on the Falling Star continent, they would be considered a powerhouse. Now, on the battlefield, they were like weeds being harvested crazily. Go. Injure this beast first. Whoosh. Whoosh, dozens of Earth-class powerhouses gathered their strongest light and blasted it, boom. Boom. Boom, all kinds of energy tore through space and pressed down from all directions, finally landing on the Purple King Transformation's body with great precision. Because its body had enlarged, it could only endure all kinds of attacks and endure all kinds of pain. Then, it continued to gather terrifying demonic aura to form purple cannonballs that blasted everything around it. Boom. Boom. Purple energy waves and energy balls exploded wildly. The scene of the Purple King Transformation fighting tens of thousands of martial artists was extremely shocking. Unfortunately, with dozens of Earth-class powerhouses present, it was impossible for it to kill its way out. At most, it could kill one and earn one. Ah! The Purple King Transformation endured the pain and roared in its heart, humans are indeed unreliable. It had been kind enough to activate its true form to save that fellow, but in the end, it had attracted all the firepower, and that fellow had escaped. This teammate of his was too decisive in betraying him. No, I can't fight anymore, I have to break out as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll definitely be in trouble. Roar. The Purple King Transformation roared angrily, and its smooth skin, which was very suitable for roasting, suddenly flashed with hundreds of light beams that shot out in all directions. Dodge. Quick, quick, quick. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. Then, they fled as fast as they could. Unfortunately, the yellow and black level martial artists who were closest to them were unable to dodge. They were annihilated on the spot. Even a dozen or so Earth-level martial artists were sent flying far away after receiving the attack. Whoosh! 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 The area of the falling star continent's stronghold instantly increased by more than 500 square meters. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' mouths twitched violently. They could still judge from the increased area that this had definitely killed thousands of martial artists in an instant. There were tens of thousands of martial artists, and there were even more martial artists chasing along the red light, so this amount of casualties didn't count for much. However, when the hundreds of purple light beams dissipated, and everyone prepared to continue attacking, they realized that the Purple King Transformation had disappeared into thin air. Where's that beast? The Kuan has the ability to hide in space. It must have taken the opportunity to escape. Look, it's over there. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a phantom moving at high speed in the air a few dozen miles away. Chase. Don't let it get away. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, tens of thousands of martial artists charged toward the rippling space. Damn it. The Purple King Transformation, who was hiding in space, saw a large group of martial artists charging in from behind, and his eyes were filled with anger. His ability to hide in space and move stealthily could even move unimpeded in the dragon race's territory. Now, because he was covered in injuries from the bombardment, he was discovered after only hiding for a few dozen miles. It was a great humiliation. Dao Fusion. Golden Spirit Annihilation. Wild Wolf Finger. Broad Face Sweep. The famous martial arts of the various Earth-class powerhouses came from behind crazily. When the Purple King Transformation saw this, he knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only gather the purple demonic aura in his body and prepare to meet it. Boom, boom, multicolored energy exploded in midair, instantly sweeping up a violent storm. The Purple King Transformation was dumbfounded. Because the energy didn't hit him. Instead, it was blocked by a defensive air wall. Xianxia, who was wearing a mask, stood in the area of the energy explosion. The three forms of the mechanical armed wings were fully activated. The spirit armor, 9 phosphor armor, and the true Yang 4-piece set were all activated. Baby. With his back facing the Purple King Transformation, he said with a smile, "Why would I leave you behind?" The Purple King Transformation had goosebumps. Next. Xianxia raised his hand, and the unstoppable blade appeared out of thin air. He held the hilt with 2 fingers and looked at the dozens of Earth-level mighty ones charging at him. His eyes were cold as he said, "Leave this bunch of trash to me." Xianxia might abandon his teammates, but he would never abandon his own people. Thus, when he heard the Class 2 arrest warrant in the sky, he returned without hesitation. Where was the white egg? He had already placed it in the incubator. Once the clingy little thing entered, it was immediately isolated. Even if it wanted to fly out, it couldn't break through the barrier. Leave this bunch of trash to me. The fully armed Xianxia stood in front of Zizong's Kuan and summoned hard to retract blade once more. While holding the scabbard with 2 fingers, the soul in the ring also pinched the opening talisman with its fingers. Injuring my faction's people. This was an unforgivable thing, thus, he didn't care about becoming enemies with all the warriors on the battlefield, at that moment. Standing in front of purple vast Tao Kuan, the fully armed Jun Changxiao was like a god of war who had conquered the 9 heavens and destroyed the 8 wastelands, accompanied by a wild wave of background music. Who is this person? A guy who wears a mask and hides his head. The dozens of earth-ranked warriors who flew over sneered. Their gazes were still focused on purple vast Tao Kuan. They had already determined that this beast had been beaten black and blue by everyone, so it would be easy to take it down. Get lost. The few earth-ranked warriors at the front once again condensed high-grade martial arts techniques such as wide face and attacked. The space directly collapsed under the wanton energy. This power was extremely terrifying. However, facing the huge wave of energy, Jun Changxiao secretly prayed in his heart, "Old friend, my life and Hall Master Z's life are in your hands. Please don't disappoint me." Although this guy looked calm in the face of danger, he was panicking in his heart. After all, he had never used hard to keep blade after the modification, so he didn't know how powerful it was. Although he wasn't confident, since things had developed to this point, he could only place his hopes on this divine weapon given by the first wish. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao suddenly pulled back his hand. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted, "Bankai!" Swoosh, the sound of a saber being unsheathed reverberated in the sky. The surrounding space instantly turned from a gloomy state to daytime. It was so dazzling that it was difficult for the various experts charging over to open their eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock. The light quickly dissipated, and everyone's vision was restored. They hurriedly looked over, and their eyes immediately widened. All kinds of martial skill energy seemed to be controlled, and they were frozen in place, unable to move forward. The masked man was still standing in the air, but a huge sword that was 5 feet long and 6 inches wide appeared in his hand. From the hilt to the tip of the sword, the 8 characters of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and lake were written in that order. So this is the modified unstoppable blade. Jun Changxiao grasped the hilt of the sword and felt the power that seemed to originate from ancient times. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought that the god weapon that the leader was willing to give him might be an 80-meter-long broadsword after it was upgraded. Now that he saw the complete form, he realized that he had guessed wrong. The primordial aura emanated from his palms and enveloped his entire body. Jun Changxiao said, "Awesome." Shwa. He lifted the unstoppable blade that seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms with one hand. The camera happened to focus on the other side of the sword. The 8 characters of heaven, earth, water, fire, earth, wind, and DUI were engraved on it. The Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams. This heavy sword that seemed to have a medieval style had been blessed with a mysterious power from the east. Let's fight. Let's fight. Jun Changxiao poured spiritual energy into the sword. The first characters on both sides of the sword gradually turned crimson from the first stroke. Then, they spread to the rest of the characters until they covered the Z and DUI characters. The entire sword instantly erupted with an aura that seemed to be able to shake the world and shake the space. Seeing this, the powerhouses of various dimensions were shocked. At that moment, they could see the space suddenly distorting from the energy released by the sword. The martial skill energy that had been used earlier was gradually collapsing into nothingness under the restraint of some kind of power. What was going on? Shwa. At that moment, Jun Changxiao rushed over with the sword in his hand. The aura that shook the space swept over and instantly enveloped the few Earth-level powerhouses at the front. This power seemed to be the power of space. After it wantonly came over, it gradually formed some kind of binding power that made it difficult for them to move at all. Die. Jun Changxiao suddenly waved his hand. The unstoppable blade tore through the space, forming an unparalleled crimson sword aura that swept past the bound Earth-level powerhouses. Poochie! Poochie! Heads flew, blood splattering everywhere. Zitsong's eyes widened. Killing a few Earth-level powerhouses in an instant? Was this guy's weapon that powerful? Also, they clearly could have dodged, so why did they stand in place and let the sword aura mercilessly sweep past their necks? Zitsong could not understand, because he had not experienced the despair of being targeted by the unstoppable blade and being restrained by its might and could only wait for death. Shwa! Shwa! At that moment, the other fighters from various dimensions had already rushed over. When they saw the few Earth-level powerhouses being killed just like that, they were also shocked. The Kuan is already injured. Kill this guy, and we can easily subdue him, someone shouted loudly. Kill! Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! In an instant, tens of thousands of energy erupted from all directions. Even a heaven-level powerhouse would not dare to fight against so much energy. However, with the support of the ancient power of the unstoppable blade, Xianxia had the determination to fight against the heavens and earth. Shwa! Spiritual energy poured into the sword, and the crimson light of the 16 characters became even more intense. Then, a visible ripple erupted, instantly spreading out in all directions with him as the center. Whoosh! Wherever the ripple passed, the energy that came charging over was instantly frozen in place. Zitsong's Kuan was truly stunned at this moment, releasing the sword aura, to be able to freeze tens of thousands of energy in space. This definitely meant that he had grasped the profound mysteries of space. This sword of his, Zitsong's Kuan's eyes locked onto the unstoppable blade, and he was shocked. Could it be a divine weapon? It was not only the energy that was imprisoned, but also the thousands of fighters around. At this moment, they seemed to have turned into lifelike statues, completely unable to move. Their minds were still there. Therefore, when they felt a terrifying pressure harming their bodies, making it difficult for them to move, their eyes were gradually filled with unprecedented fear. As for the fighters who were not affected, they were also pale with fright, because they could clearly sense that there was an undercurrent of power not far in front of them, slightly disturbing them, and their movements would be slowed down. The system said, this is the second form of the unstoppable blade, the absolute sword domain. Once activated, anyone and any energy in the area covered will be forcibly suppressed. Xianxia exclaimed, awesome. Although the first form of the unstoppable blade had the ability to control others, the prerequisite was that it had to be locked on. After the second form was activated, it could freeze everything within a few hundred feet, which was absolutely terrifying. There were also many Earth-level powerhouses in the absolute sword domain. This meant that after the upgraded unstoppable blade was unsealed, it could completely crush a powerhouse at Wuxing's level to the ground. With such an awesome trump card, it would not be a problem to directly go to the Xianxia zone. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xianxia realized that things were not good. Under the absolute sword domain, although the thousands of fighters were restrained, the spiritual energy in his spirit core was constantly decreasing, and the consumption rate was several times faster than using various martial arts techniques. The system said, after the host unsealed the unstoppable blade, the energy that can control others' movements is converted from spiritual energy in the Dantian, so it is decreasing every minute and every second. This is too fast. Xianxia broke down. According to the rate of spiritual energy consumption, he could only hold on for a few minutes at most. There is a risk of being banned if you cheat, the system said. If the host wants to be awesome, he naturally has to pay a price. Understood. Xianxia raised his head and locked on to the thousands of fighters controlled by the absolute sword domain, and a strong murderous intent immediately appeared in his eyes. For the sake of an egg, they had chased him for thousands of miles. Now that the seal of the unstoppable blade had been unsealed, they were as insignificant as ants. Naturally, he would kill them all to expand his dimensional stronghold. If this was the falling star continent, Xianxia might have some scruples, but since this was the dimensional battlefield, since killing was the main thing, he could only be fearless. Everyone. He raised the unstoppable blade and said with murderous intent, have a safe journey. Swoosh, 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 sword light instantly shook out and filled the sealed space. Those powerhouses who were restrained could not move or speak. There was only fear and despair in their eyes before death. the falling star continent's stronghold. Realizing that it had not expanded for a while, Xianxia said, the patriarch and the others should have stopped fighting by now. Xiaoziji looked into the distance and said, I wonder if they have the opportunity to unlock the seal. Let's get to work. Xianxia began to assign tasks to everyone. However, before they could move, the stronghold expanded again, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. This, Xianxia, Xiaoziji, and the others were dumbfounded. The stronghold expanded from the original to more than 1,000 meters in an instant. This meant that they had killed at least 2,000 martial artists. The stronghold's expansion speed was still increasing. In less than a dozen seconds, it had expanded from 1,000 meters to nearly 3,000 meters. The Falling Star Continent's martial artists have killed 4,682 Yellow-class martial artists, 329 Mystic-class martial artists, and 16 Earth-class martial artists in succession. They have entered a frenzied killing mode. A first-class arrest warrant is issued, with a bounty of 20,000 merit points. The heavy voice sounded in the sky and spread across the entire dimensional battlefield in an instant. All the martial artists in the 300-dimensional strongholds heard it clearly and stood rooted to the ground. Oh my God! So many people have been killed. The Falling Star Continent's martial artists have killed 8,982 Yellow-class martial artists, 1,229 Mystic-class martial artists, and 46 Earth-class martial artists in succession. They have entered a frenzied killing mode. A superclass arrest warrant is issued, with a bounty of 100,000 merit points. Just as the martial artists were shocked, the heavy and desolate voice sounded again. For a moment, the entire dimensional battlefield was in an uproar, frenzied, a superclass arrest warrant. This was definitely something that had never happened before. City Lord. In the main hall of the Nine Heavens Continent stronghold, a martial artist said in disbelief, the highest class arrest warrant is actually not a first-class arrest warrant. There's a super-class arrest warrant above that. Mo Xianxia said in shock, this is the first time I've heard of it. From the announcement given by the Upper Realm, the Falling Star Continent's martial artists have killed more than 10,000 martial artists in a short time. Even a heaven-class martial artist can't do that. That martial artist's mouth twitched. The Falling Star Continent's martial artists have killed 23,682 Yellow-class martial artists, 3,456 Mystic-class martial artists, and 62 Earth-class martial artists in succession. They have entered a frenzied killing mode. Lightning punishment retribution has been issued. Hearing this voice, Mo Xianxia almost fell off his chair. It had only been a short time since the announcement, and the wanted guy had killed more than 10,000 martial artists. Could it be that those martial artists had washed their necks clean and let him cut them off as he pleased? An lightning punishment retribution? City Lord. The elder standing outside the main hall said in horror, come out and take a look. Swoosh. Swoosh, Mo Xianxia and the other elders hurried to the outside of the great hall. They raised their heads and stared in the direction where the fortuitous encounter had appeared. Only to see clouds of lightning and thunder rapidly converging, and the originally gloomy sky instantly turned into darkness. At that moment, the entire plain battlefield lost its color and was shrouded in absolute darkness. Could this be? Mo Xianxia said in horror, this is the lightning punishment retribution? The stronghold of the Falling Star Continent. Xianxia, Xiaoziji, and the others were already dumbfounded. The stronghold had expanded to more than 10,000 square meters. It was completely on the scale of a village. Of course, everyone was not shocked by the rapid expansion of the stronghold. Instead, they were shocked by the fact that Hall Master Z had killed more than 10,000 martial artists in a short time. The arrest warrant had been changed continuously, and finally, the lightning punishment retribution had been issued. Hall Master Z, you might not believe it, but I didn't do it. It was the Patriarch who did it alone. I'm also a little flustered now. I don't know what to do. Lightning punishment retribution? Jun Changxiao, who was about to continue killing the martial artists nearby, looked up at the thunderclouds gathering in the sky and frowned. The female system said, dear participant, because you've killed too many people in a short time and violated the rules of the upper realm, the lightning punishment retribution is issued as punishment. Jun Changxiao said, is it very powerful? The female system thought for a moment and said, since the creation of the battlefield, no one has been punished before. So, I'm not sure how powerful it is. Jun Changxiao stood on the spot, holding hard to withdraw blade and said proudly, lightning punishment retribution? What's there to be afraid of? Patriarch. At this moment, Zitsong sent a voice transmission to him. The lightning punishment retribution is from the upper realm. It's powerful enough to destroy any target's soul. Don't just stand there. Run. Destroy my soul? Jun Changxiao panicked. When he looked back, he realized that the guy had already run away. Obviously, he was worried that he would be implicated if the lightning punishment retribution struck. He, who had planned to fight against the thunderclouds in the sky, suddenly changed his mind. He hurriedly activated the mechanical armed wings and escaped as fast as he could. Zitsong had already run a few dozen miles. Suddenly, it felt the patriarch chasing after it from behind. Its expression collapsed as it roared, "Don't follow me. Quick! Quick! Go somewhere else. Otherwise, I'll be dragged down by you." Whoosh whoosh. The thunderclouds in the sky moved quickly with Jun Changxiao's escape. Then, they enveloped him and Zitsong. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning that shook the entire planar battlefield shot out from the clouds. The originally dark environment was dyed brightly with light. Oh no! Jun Changxiao, who was running away, felt the lightning punishment retribution pressing down from the sky. A strong ominous feeling instantly surged into his heart. Ah! Zitsong Daokuan roared loudly. It could have easily avoided it, but that guy just had to run in the same direction as it. In the end, it was also enveloped by the lightning punishment retribution. Boom! The lightning punishment retribution from the upper realm exploded and struck down fiercely. The moment the power exploded, all the martial artists in the dimensional battlefield felt the ground shake violently. They were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. With such a violent attack, even a heaven-level powerhouse would die without a burial ground. It's over. Mo Shangxing said, the falling star continent martial artists who kill people like flies cannot escape the lightning punishment retribution. Their souls should have been destroyed by now. Being killed directly by the rules. This has never happened before. It's not hard to see from this. Although the upper realm deliberately allows the mortal dimensional battlefield to kill, there are still restrictions. Mo Shangxing said, when the restrictions are exceeded, even if no one can do anything, they will use absolute power to kill. In the punishment retribution area, the ground cracked. The violent lightning element rampaged wildly, and a tear appeared in the space from top to bottom. Obviously, this tear was left behind by the lightning punishment retribution. The 10 to 20,000 martial artists who did not die under Jun Changxia's sword were now standing in midair in fear. Their legs and hands were twitching violently. Plop! Plop! Many yellow powerhouses fell to the ground and then collapsed. The lightning punishment retribution was the closest to them. Although they were not affected by the power, they felt the terrifying power after the lightning punishment retribution. It was as if they had taken a trip through hell. Is this the power of the upper realm? It's too scary. At that moment, I felt like, no, not even an ant. That Kuan beast and the guy in the mask should be dead. Many martial artists were still in a state of shock as they discussed. Not only were they frightened by Jun Changxiao's terrifying massacre, but they were also frightened by the lightning punishment retribution. At this moment, no one cared about the opportunity left behind by Venerable Guanhai. Huff huff. Huff huff huff, the lightning element was still wreaking havoc. However, after it gradually dissipated, the martial artists who had been spared from the massacre widened their eyes. This was because dozens of miles away from where the lightning punishment retribution had struck, there was actually a tall tower emitting a desolate aura. I'm actually still alive. In the illusory space, the Purple King said in disbelief. When the lightning punishment retribution struck, he had reverted to his human form. Because his body was huge, he would definitely die if he endured the lightning punishment retribution. If his body was small, he might have a chance to survive. However, the Purple King did not expect that when the lightning punishment retribution struck, the patriarch waved his hand. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and then he appeared in this illusory place. Wah! Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged next to him, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he said, This upper realm's lightning punishment retribution is indeed terrifying. At the critical moment of life and death, he took out the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda and activated its defensive mode. The lightning punishment retribution from the upper realm was very powerful. He could only gamble on whether this thing could withstand it. He was not disappointed. The heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda in its defensive mode successfully withstood the lightning punishment retribution. Huff! Huff! Suddenly, the violent lightning attribute appeared. Very quickly, it enveloped the entire space and filled it. This is, the Purple King said in shock, the lightning punishment retribution that struck down just now. Wang, Area appeared in front of Xianxia out of thin air. She pouted and said, The attack just now was very powerful. I only absorbed half of it. The other half was wasted. The heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda's defense system had two types. One was to absorb the energy into the pagoda, and the other was to purely resist. The lightning punishment retribution was very explosive. Area could only swallow half of the energy the moment it came into contact with it, and then forcefully trap the other half. Otherwise, Xianxia would have died long ago. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Goxing was very satisfied now because nothing was more important than being alive. Master. Area took out a small leather whip and said with a smile, These absorbed lightning attributes, I have to train them well. Xianxia said. Smack. Smack. Smack, Area waved the sexy leather whip and whipped it crazily in the air. The lightning punishment retribution was instantly whipped into a human form, and then they shivered in the corner. This? The Purple King's eyes widened. Wasn't the attribute energy formless? How could it be whipped? How could there be whipping sounds? Master. Area looked at the Purple King, who was wearing red underwear, and said in disdain, Does this guy need to be trained? Little girl. Hall Master Z said with a cold gaze, Watch your words. Swish. Swish, as soon as he said that, red ropes flew out from the void and tied him up, hanging him in midair. Smack, Area walked over with the leather whip and said coldly, This is my territory. Don't be arrogant. P.S. Thank you to Wang Weiluan and Kuei's Thoughtless Thoughts for their tips. Looking for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets on Monday. Damn it. The Purple King, who was tied up, said angrily, If I wasn't injured, I would have trampled you under my feet. The king of the beast race could never back down. Smack. Area lashed out with her whip, and the Purple King screamed in pain. It felt as if she had hit the deepest part of his soul, and it was very unpleasant. Girl, don't mess around. Xianxia said, This is my subordinate. Eh? Area looked at the Purple King in disdain and said, Why does Master have such a perverted subordinate? Xianxia was speechless. Whoosh. Area retracted the rope that bound him. If it were not for Master's sake, she would definitely teach this exhibitionist a lesson. The Purple King was tactful. He knew that he was injured and his strength was greatly reduced, so he stopped talking after he was freed. Xianxia looked at the thunder-type beings that had been beaten into their human forms and were shivering in fear. He said, You can also purify the energy from the upper realm? No problem. Area said. As the golden prison head of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing tower, as long as she locked the prisoners in, no matter where they came from, she could definitely train them to be obedient. Xianxia said, Have you purified those attributes from before? He was talking about the strange attributes that made Shi Jingxian lose her mind and go berserk. According to the girl, it would be done in a month or two. Because he was busy with the battlefield and construction recently, he had forgotten about it. Master, the purification is complete. Area snapped her fingers, and an energy similar to a crystal core appeared in the space. She said, I made it into a spirit core. Spirit core? Xianxia was stunned. Area explained, Only the attributes that have been purified can be sealed in the spirit core. Master, you can take it and absorb it at will. These attributes can make people lose their minds before, so there shouldn't be any side effects after being purified, right? Xianxia said. Master. Arya pouted and said, I'm a professional at purifying things that are not clean. That's fine. Xianxia stored the spirit core into his spatial ring, wondering if he should give it to Xianxia. After all, the energy was absorbed from her body. I'll make a trip to Ingenious Flower Palace when I have the time. We have to return to the stronghold as soon as possible. Xianxia was still in the unsealed state of hard-to-retract blade, so he would definitely be in a weakened state. Therefore, he naturally had to return to the safe zone while he still had time. Go. With a thought, he brought the Purple King to the outside world. Hoo-hoo. A cold wind blew over. There was still a trace of violent lightning attribute in the air. Shua. Xianxia waved his hand and retrieved the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. Holding the saber that was clearly a sword, he sped toward the falling star continent. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that the crimson light on his body had disappeared. Puzzled, he asked, could it be that I was cleansed by the lightning? The red light around the Purple King had also disappeared. The female system explained, Dear participant, after the lightning punishment of the upper realm, the accumulated kill points will be automatically reset to 0, regardless of whether the target is killed or not. I knew it. Recalling the powerful lightning punishment just now, Xianxia said bitterly, if it weren't for the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, I would have been dead even if I were cleansed. The power of the upper realm was terrifying. That guy. He's not dead. He's still alive. Dozens of miles away, the surviving powerhouses from the upper realm widened their eyes when they saw Xianxia appear out of thin air. The terrifying lightning strike just now had deeply shocked them. They firmly believed that if they were in his shoes, they would have died without a burial place. And he shouldn't be alive. Everyone. Xianxia also noticed the martial artists in the distance. He shouted coldly, I'll remember the grudge of today's siege. I'll definitely come back for revenge one by one in the future. There were restrictions on hard-to-retract blade. He could not be allowed to act recklessly, so he could only leave some harsh words. The corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched. We did besiege and kill you, but in the end, so many of us were killed instead. You're not injured at all. Even if we're going to leave some harsh words, it should be us. Whoosh, Xianxia and the Purple King moved at full speed and soon disappeared from sight. The surviving martial artists from the upper realm did not dare to chase after them because they knew that the guy with the big sword was too terrifying. They were lucky that he did not come back to kill them. Who the hell is he? From the announcement, he must be a martial artist from the Starfall continent. This guy called himself I. Could he be the patriarch of the strongest sect in history? His voice sounds familiar. It's him. In the beginning, Xianxia used the voice of an old man. When he returned to save the Purple King, he reverted to his original voice, so everyone had more or less guessed his identity. It did not matter anymore. After all, the disguise was only used to make it easier to snatch the opportunity. Now that the opportunity was in his hands, it did not matter if his true identity was exposed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky and landed in the Starfall continent's stronghold in the shortest time possible. Xianxia, Ding Xingwang, and the others had also returned. Patriarch. Seeing Xianxia return safe and sound, everyone's tense hearts immediately relaxed. Hall Master Z. Li Qingyang asked, Are you okay? The Purple King crossed his arms and said calmly, I'm fine. Amazing. Li Fei gave him a thumbs up and said, You killed tens of thousands of martial artists and were punished by lightning, but you're still fine. Hall Master Z is really amazing. The Purple King's mouth twitched, and then he said reluctantly, Those were all killed by the Patriarch. Ah? Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were stunned. Lu Qianqian, who was leaning in front of the main hall, looked at Xianxia in surprise. From the announcement of the lightning punishment, more than 20,000 martial artists had died, including dozens of Earth-level martial artists. He did it alone? Unbelievable. He Wudi and Yi Xingchen were shocked. With their previous strength, It would not be a problem to kill so many martial artists, but the patriarch was only a half-saint. Wait, why did the big sword in the patriarch's hand, which was engraved with strange words, emit an ancient and sacred aura? Could it be, He Wudi and Xianxia were shocked? This is a divine weapon from the upper realm? The three of them might be late, but they would never be absent. Shoo! Jun Changxiao sheathed the sword and made a shushing gesture. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. The sword could only be used for 60 minutes, and it would lose its effect when it was sealed again after sheathing. So Goxing was already weak. He was so weak that he did not even have the ability to move his fingers. The system said, activating the second form of the sword, the weak state will last for 2 hours, and the user will not be able to use spiritual power for a month after recovery. In professional terms, the host is now equivalent to a useless person. Jun Changxiao broke down in his heart. As expected, there's a price to pay for cheating. After unsealing the unstoppable blade, he used his strength to prove how powerful his transformation was. As for the side effects, although it was a little longer than the first form, it was not a big problem with the spacetime secret realm. Moreover, compared to the universal talisman's 1 year, a month of weakness was simply too damn good. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurried over, helped Jun Changxiao up, and said, "Are you all right?" It's an old illness." Jun Changxiao said weakly, "I feel uncomfortable every once in a while." Everyone understood. They had experienced the patriarch's paralysis many times, so they were already used to it. But could it be that there was no cure for this strange illness that would paralyze every once in a while? There was a cure. As long as Jun Changxiao promised that he would not die in the future, he would definitely not fall ill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have obtained 20,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 442,005,0000. Ding! Completed the side quest, triggered the hidden reward, obtained experience talisman X2, has been transferred to the space ring. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao broke down. The elite mission only gives 2 experience talisman? This guy was really arrogant. He actually started to complain that the reward was too little. The female system's voice sounded in his ears, "Dear participant, because you have obtained Guanhai's opportunity, the falling star continent's stronghold has increased by 10,000 square meters." Swish! As soon as she finished speaking, the stronghold's area expanded again. Xianxia and the others, who were inside, casually took a look and found that this place was much larger than before they went to snatch the opportunity. Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. At first, he thought that the stronghold was small, but after 2 large-scale expansions, he could roll up his sleeves and boldly build it. However, he did not immediately make a move. After all, the patriarch was in a weakened state. "Return to the sect," Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Xiao Ziji carried him on his back, and everyone returned to the sect of all times without looking back. Enough fun, they left. However, the news about the opportunity and thunder punishment spread wildly in the various strongholds. One person killed tens of thousands? Heavens! The falling star continent is too terrifying. I heard that even the lightning punishment from the upper realm didn't kill that guy. Jun Changxiao had slaughtered tens of thousands of people and survived the thunder tribulation unscathed. It was destined that his name would resound throughout the entire planar battlefield. When the Crimson Sea continent and the other 4 realms received the news, they were instantly filled with worry. So many people were unable to do anything to the other party. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to gain any benefits. Palace Master. A Blue Sea Palace Elder said in a deep voice, "I believe that we should take our time in dealing with the falling star continent." He had followed his heart, Hong Yao said with an ugly expression, "That guy is the killing god." He was also present when the opportunity left by old man Guanhai appeared, but he did not charge to the front. Therefore, he witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Jun Changxiao holding a large sword and blocking thousands of people with an explosive aura, taking their lives as easily as cutting grass. To tell the truth, Hong Yao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Especially after he learned from the cultivators of various realms that that guy was the patriarch of the strongest sect in history. A chill ran down his spine. He actually wanted to join forces with the other realms to become enemies with such a terrifying guy. Wasn't that suicide? Palace Master. A subordinate rushed in from outside and said, the sword-wielding continent sent a message, unilaterally dissolving their alliance with the Crimson Sea continent. Hong Yao's mouth twitched. This self-proclaimed noble sword Dao Plane was cowering even faster than him. Not long after, the message of dissolving the alliance between the Xianxia continent and the Lingyun continent also arrived. At this point, the four realms that had just been established announced their disbandment before they could even take action after Jun Changshao killed people to the point of madness. This was definitely the most cowardly alliance in the history of the planar battlefield. In the Nine Heavens continent's stronghold. When Mo Shangxing found out that the guy who killed people like flies was Jun Changshao, he sat on the chair in a daze. City Master. An elder's mouth twitched as he said, this guy was punished by lightning and left unscathed in front of everyone. The shock in Mo Shangxing's eyes was even stronger, although he didn't personally witness it, he could tell from the lightning that it was extremely terrifying. Even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to kill him. How could that guy be unscathed? There's only one possibility. Mo Shangxing thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, the lightning punishment from the upper realm should be controlled by the falling star continent. It looks terrifying, but it's just for show. Hearing this, all the elders agreed. They were more willing to believe that the higher-ups were deliberately going easy on things that couldn't be explained by martial arts. City Master. Another elder said, there's news from the continent. The one in charge of the planar battlefield this time is Empress Ling Yao, and she just ascended from the falling star continent. Mo Shangxing, who wasn't sure at first, slapped the armrest and said, there really is someone above him. In a palace that seemed both real and illusory. The hunchbacked elder walked in and said, my lord, you only gathered half of the lightning punishment's power. If this is reported to the realm hall, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Lying on the throne and surrounded by clouds, the woman said calmly, he's just a half-saint. It's reasonable for me to use half of the lightning punishment's power. Moreover, don't the people on duty try to fight for benefits for their former mortal realm every time? What's wrong with me lowering the difficulty? The elder fell silent. The Lord was clearly using her position on duty to side with the falling star continent. But thinking about the long-standing unspoken rules, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao walked out of the space-time pocket energetically, then spread his arms and said, nice. The 1-month side effect of Unstoppable Blade had been completely eliminated under the time acceleration. Moreover, after meditating inside, his understanding of the dragon elephant Prajna Palm had improved significantly. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, when are we going to the battlefield? Jun Changshao knew that this guy was in a hurry to build, so he said, bring Zue Ji and the others in. Remember, don't leave the base without permission. Li Qingyang said in surprise, Patriarch, you're not going in? I'm going to Wondrous Flower Palace. That day, Jun Changshao set off for this fourth-rate sect that he had established an alliance with but had never visited before. As for Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, they entered the planar battlefield. They obeyed the Patriarch's orders and were only responsible for construction inside. They wouldn't leave the safe zone easily. Actually, there was nothing to do outside. After experiencing so many fortuitous encounters and killing, everyone was afraid of the falling star continent. No one had the courage to offend them. Wondrous Flower Palace, Main Hall. Jun Patriarch, our palace lord is cultivating. I've already sent someone to inform her. Please wait for a moment, Zhang Sun Fonghua said with a smile. After the 9 Poisons Temple incident, this elder's attitude towards Jun Changshao had completely changed. It's fine, it's fine. Jun Changshao sat down and smiled at the female disciple serving tea. Jun is just here to pay a visit. It's nothing important. I'm sorry if I've disturbed Palace Lord Shi's cultivation. Zhang Sun Fonghua said, Jun Patriarch, have you heard of the altar's information on the planar battlefield? This, Jun Changshao pondered for a moment, then said, I've heard a little. Sigh. Zhang Sun Fonghua sighed and said, 5 years later, we'll send 2,000 martial artists to the dimensional battlefield. I'm afraid it'll be hard to tell if they'll survive. Good. Another pessimist. Jun Changxiao said, Senior Zhang's son, you don't have to worry. Besides, it'll be Wu Huang going. You're only a peak martial king now. He shut his mouth after saying that. Maybe she could break through in 5 years. This was what Zhang's son Fanghua was worried about. She had broken through to peak martial king for a long time. It was entirely possible for her to break through to martial emperor in 5 years. This was equivalent to meeting the criteria. If the first batch couldn't enter, the second and third batch would definitely be sent. Zhang's son Fanghua didn't have the resolve of City Lord Han and the other experts to sacrifice their lives for the continent. She just didn't want to leave Miaohua Palace. After all, she had to share many of the sect's responsibilities. Jun Patriarch. Zhang's son Fanghua said with a sad expression, 5 years later, if I go to the dimensional battlefield, please help my palace lord. This feeling. It was like making arrangements for her death. Jun Changxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, there's always a way out. Senior Zhang's son, don't be so pessimistic. Speaking of which, the martial artists of the Starfall continent were too unconfident. The next time he went in to cause trouble, should he set up a projection array and broadcast it live to give them confidence? The system said, Host, you're thinking too much. The transmission of image signals between single planes is a big problem. The images in a continent could be transmitted through arrays, but the dimensional battlefield and the Starfall continent were two different planes. No one knew how far they were apart. It would be very difficult to transmit them through a projection array. I'm just thinking about it. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if this kind of thing could be transmitted through arrays, it would definitely be a little shocking. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, a light voice came from the side door of the hall. Xianxia, wearing large glasses, walked in. From her attire, she didn't seem to be cultivating. She deliberately dressed up. Palace Lord. Zhang's son Fanghua said, I have something to deal with. I'll take my leave first. Only. Jun Changxiao and Xianxia were left in the hall. Jun Patriarch. Xianxia sat on the palace lord's seat and said with a smile, How come you have the time to come to my exquisite flower palace? Since our two sects have formed an alliance, it's only natural for us to interact more. As Jun Changxiao spoke, he carefully looked at the woman and found that she was more energetic than before after not seeing her for a while. The Great Elder mentioned the planar battlefield just now. Jun Patriarch has reached the Emperor realm. Even if he's not part of the first batch, he'll be part of the second batch, Xianxia said. Jun Changxiao said, I don't care which batch it is. Jun Patriarch's attitude is really good. Xianxia frowned and said, after my elders learned of this matter, they were so worried that they couldn't even eat. It's not a big problem. Jun Changxiao said, come to my Sect of All Times cafeteria. I guarantee that the more worried they are, the more they eat. Puchi. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, actually, the planar battlefield isn't as scary as everyone thinks. As long as you relax, it'll be fine. To him, it wasn't scary, but the cultivators of the falling star continent didn't know. Especially those big shots who were worried about whether they would be bullied by the Crimson Sea continent and Lingyun continent if they entered the planar battlefield. Xianxia said seriously, I'll work hard in the next 5 years. If Jun Patriarch is chosen, She lowered her head and said in a low voice, I'm willing to enter the planar battlefield with you. Oh? Jun Changxiao said with a smile, so, Palace Master, she can break through to the Emperor realm in 5 years? Big brother, is breaking through to the Emperor realm the important thing? If Elder Wei was here, he would have covered his head and said, I can teach Su Guosheng, but I can never teach Jun Guosheng. Xianxia smiled brightly and said, my talent isn't bad. As long as I focus on cultivation, I should be able to break through to the Wu Huang realm in 5 years. Recovering from her eye disease not only gave her light, but it also gave her absolute confidence. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, if I enter the planar battlefield in 5 years, I'll definitely bring Palace Master Shi with me. Xianxia meant that she was willing to experience life and death with him, while Guosheng meant that he was willing to bring her in. Their attitudes were completely different. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao took out something similar to a crystal core from his interspatial ring and said, "This is the strange attribute I absorbed from Palace Master Shi's body. It's been purified, and I'm here to return it to you." Shi Jingxian was confused. Jun Changxiao said, "I still have things to do at the sect. Jun will take his leave first." Shi Jingxian personally sent him to the sect gate. Looking at his departing figure, she muttered in disappointment, "So he's just here to give me something." After returning to her residence, she took out the translucent spirit core and recalled what Jun Changxiao said just now. Puzzled, she asked, "It's been purified?" Shua. Shi Jingxian released her spiritual sense and fused it with the spirit core. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the strange attribute was released from it and then lingered around her body. It fused with her without permission and then gathered in her dantian. That attribute is here again. Shi Jingxuan's face was full of surprise. The strange attribute that was absorbed by the vacuum cleaner had always existed in her dantian. Every time she was depressed, it would erupt like a flood and cause her to enter a berserk state. During the years of treating her eye disease, Shi Jingxian had thought of getting rid of the energy, but she had failed time and time again. Later, when she went berserk in the 9-poison temple, the strange attribute was taken away and never returned. It seems to be more docile than before. Shi Jingxian used her mind to communicate with the attribute that had gathered in her dantian and found that it was no longer as irritable as before. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the strange attribute seemed to be stimulated by her mind. It immediately flashed and then suddenly spread out, spreading to all the meridians in her body. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were busy, suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation in the patriarch's courtyard. They exclaimed in unison, "Oh no, the patriarch went berserk again." They were very familiar with this kind of aura. Shua. Shua. In an instant, all the elders of Miaohua Palace rushed to Shi Jingxuan's residence. However, when they landed in the courtyard, they were all dumbfounded because the palace master had just walked out of her room. She was emitting a strong aura, and her strength had increased a lot. However, although her eyes looked a little cold, there were no signs of her going berserk. "Palace master, are you all right?" Zhang Sun Fanghua asked softly. Shi Jingxian said, "I'm fine." Zhang Sun Fanghua, Ling Xingyue, and the others widened their eyes. The aura emitted by the palace master was obviously consistent with her previous berserk state, but why was she so calm and could even speak normally? Whoosh! Suddenly, the strong aura that gathered around Shi Jingxian dissipated and retracted in her dantian. The coldness in her eyes turned into gentleness as she muttered, "Is this the purification that Sect Master Jun was talking about?" Yes. This was purification. It eliminated the unclean things that originally controlled one's thoughts, leaving behind beneficial energy. Now, Shi Jingxian could enter a cultivation berserk state for a fixed period of time and did not have to worry about losing her rationality. This is amazing. She was secretly shocked. How did Jun Patriarch do it? It was not Jun Changxiao who did it, but Arya, who was proficient in whips and candles, did it. At this moment, the lightning tribulation energy trapped in the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda took human forms and was painfully and happily being trained by it. Sect of all times. After returning, Jun Changxiao first went to the dimensional battlefield and saw Li Qingyang leading the disciples to actively dig the foundation. Then, he placed the incubator in the study. This egg is an opportunity left behind by Venerable Guanhai. It means that it came from the upper realm. If it hatches, it will definitely be some rare beast. Jun Changxiao took out dozens of crystal cores of decent levels and transferred all the energy inside. Then, he slapped it on the incubation button, and the LED screen immediately showed the words, "Incubation time, 0/30 days. Mutation rate, 0/100. As expected, Jun Changxiao broke down. "Hatch it, I'll have to spend money again. Brother." He turned his head and grabbed the camera, saying tearfully, "Recommendation tickets and monthly tickets can increase the mutation rate. I need support." Back when he hatched the little dragon, in order to let it mutate, Jun Changxiao had sold everything he had. Now that he had another egg from the upper realm, he was prepared to spend money. After all, What was the point of playing without spending money? At that time, he didn't have any money. Even if he spent tens of millions, his heart would ache so much that he wouldn't be able to sleep. Now that he had the support of various industries, he had sufficient funds. Come. Xianxia took out a large amount of crystal cores. These were all obtained from the 9-star elder. Ding. 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 The crystal core's energy was crazily poured into it. The mutation rate gradually rose from 0 to 50. As a player whose equipment would shatter even with a 95% success rate, Xianxia definitely pursued a 100% success rate. Hence, he continued to pour energy in. Discarded crystal cores were thrown on the ground one by one. At this time, if the martial artists of the Starfall continent saw this, their eyelids would definitely twitch. Because if converted into money, it would definitely exceed tens of millions. June Patriarch really didn't lack money. Moreover, the crystal cores were snatched from the dimensional battlefield. Spending them didn't hurt at all. After pouring in an unknown amount of energy, the mutation rate on the LED screen finally rose to 100. Okay. Xianxia said very comfortably, just wait for 30 days. The little dragon's incubation time was 15 days, and this one needed 30 days. He couldn't help but guess, what kind of awesome beast would it be? Incubation was a long process. June Patriarch wouldn't be guarding it every day, so he focused on cultivating and managing the sect. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, the Xianxia zone found a small group of demon sect remnants at the Raging Waves Lake. They have already sent experts to encircle and eliminate them. These self-proclaimed righteous sects are really sparing no effort to eliminate the demon sect's martial artists. Xianxia shook his head and said. Li Luoqiu said, Little Mo said that it's a good opportunity for promotion and volunteered to go with the sect's experts. Tell him to be careful. Xianxia didn't plan on cooperating with Su Xiaoma's act. After all, it was enough for old man Jun Tian to appear once. If he appeared frequently, it would arouse suspicion. I have another piece of news. Li Luoqiu said, spies have reported that all the plants in a valley in the southeast province have withered. During this period of time, she had been developing her intelligence network. She had successfully covered the remote southeast first prefecture and was one step closer to covering all 9 major prefectures. Oh? Xianxia immediately took it to heart. After all, it might be related to the soul race that the Array Emperor had mentioned. He definitely would not forget this race that had brought disaster to the falling star continent. Therefore, he had to investigate it as soon as possible. He could not allow the tragedy of the ancient era to happen again. After learning the exact location, Xianxia personally went to the southeast Sher province. 2 hours later, he arrived at the valley where the vegetation had withered. Not only did he find many withered skeletons of spirit beasts, but he also found the skeletons of dozens of martial artists. There were fingerprints and claw marks on the ground. It was obvious that they had struggled before they died. They finally couldn't hold back and made a move on humans? Xianxia's gaze gradually turned cold. If he didn't find this guy who absorbed the energy of others to improve himself, he would become a scourge sooner or later. In a dark forest, dozens of martial artists were carefully advancing. Walking at the back was a man in a black robe. Because he kept his head down, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Little guy. The middle-aged man walking at the front smiled and said, when we find the opportunity, we will naturally share it with you. Many thanks. The black-robed man raised his head and smiled. From the appearance and voice, it was indeed Dai Lu who hadn't appeared for a long time. As a little villain who had lived from the first chapter until now, there were definitely readers who cheered for him here. There were also readers who wished for him to die immediately. Boss. A martial artist said, found it. While speaking, everyone stopped. There was a natural cave in front of them. Waves of cold wind blew out from inside. It was obvious that a powerful spirit beast was hiding inside. Little guy. The middle-aged man said, there is a 1,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure in the cave. You go and lure the spirit beast out. We will take the opportunity to sneak in and take out the treasure. Then we will divide it equally. Dai Lu frowned slightly. No wonder they took the initiative to form a team and invite him. It turned out that they wanted him to be the vanguard and be the cannon fodder. If it was in the past, I might have foolishly gone to attract the spirit beast. But now, why would I do such a stupid thing? Dai Lu said. You guys attract the spirit beast. I will go in and take the heaven and earth treasure. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, didn't we agree before joining the team that you must listen to my orders? Yes, we agreed. Dai Lu said coldly, but if you want to die, I have the right to refuse. Little guy. The surrounding martial artists immediately surrounded him and said coldly, boss told you to go, so you must go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this forest alive. A threat. A blatant threat. Dai Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of grassland green. Little guy. Soul said unhappily, if it were me, I would have already absorbed all these evil martial artists. Why would I pretend to be polite with them? Sigh. Dai Lu sighed and said to himself, I just want to get the heaven and earth treasure. I don't want to absorb their energy. Soul said, in this world of mutual deception, who would give you benefits for no reason? So just be straightforward and absorb all their energy. Okay, I will go. Dai Lu said. Soul, he had been teaching by example every day. Why was this guy still not enlightened? Hurry up. The martial artists urged in a low voice. Dai Lu did not say anything and walked toward the cave. Since he had come to the location of the heaven and earth treasure, he could just go in and absorb the spirit beast. Then, he could take the treasure away and be done with it. Third brother. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, when that guy reaches the entrance of the cave, think of a way to alert the spirit beast inside. Yes, boss. The martial artist next to him took out a longbow from behind, then took out a special arrow and knocked it on the string. Swish. When Dai Lu was about to reach the cave, the arrow suddenly broke through the wind and instantly hit the stone wall. There was a loud bang. Roar. The spirit beast that was resting heard the noise and then dragged its huge body out of the cave. Its huge eyes instantly locked on to the black-robed human. Damn it. Dai Lu cursed in his heart. The dozens of martial artists hiding in the dark saw the spirit beast appear and locked on to that guy. The corners of their mouths suddenly raised into a smile. Roar. The spirit beast that was infinitely close to the emperor level in strength pounced angrily. Dai Lu's eyes flashed coldly. He was about to use the energy in his body when he saw a huge fist coming from the sky and directly hitting the spirit beast's head. Boom. The powerful spirit energy spread, rolling up dust. The dozens of martial artists hiding in the dark were all stunned because a young man in white stood in the sky above the dust. He looked familiar. They seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Big brother. The martial artist with the longbow said in shock, It's the patriarch of the sect of all times. Swish. Xianxia floated down and picked up the crystal core that had rolled on the ground. He then looked at Dai Lv, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, we are quite fated to meet here. Dai Lu's mouth twitched slightly. The explosive power of this fellow's sudden punch made him feel extremely insignificant. Xianxia walked into the cave and put the treasure into his interspatial ring. He then walked out and looked at the group of martial artists in the distance and reminded, these people are not easy to deal with. Don't get too close to them in the future. Swish. After he finished speaking, he flew away. He left quietly, just as he came quietly. He waved his hand lightly and took away the treasure. Dai Lu stood in place for a long time before he came back to his senses. He then clenched his fist and cried in pain in his heart, why did this guy save me? Killing the spirit beast with one punch and then taking away the treasure, this was in line with Xianxia's style of acting cool and running away. However, Dai Lu was deeply shocked. Especially when the fist came down, the terrifying aura that exploded out made him realize that the gap between him and him was too big, the matter of revenge. There was no hope at all. What made Dai Lu even more intolerable was that he was saved by him. One must know that after the destruction of the Spirit Spring sect, the only thing that kept Greenscarf Brother growing stronger was that unforgettable hatred. Now that he was saved by the person he hated, although this saving was obviously unnecessary, it was still hard for him to accept. In other words, after Xianxia appeared and beat Dai Lu up, it would make him feel good, but saving him was no different from fiercely whipping his soul. Save, Green Scarf Brother was thinking too much. Jun Changxiao was just passing by to investigate the withered plants and coincidentally found the treasure. It was not about saving, it was more because it was convenient. Of course, knowing Dai Lu was also one of the reasons why Jun Changxiao saved him. Although the two had conflicts, it was only a few years ago. Now that he had broken through to the sage-to-be level, he had a magnanimous heart and would not fuss over the past. Qin Haoran was a classic example. After Jun Changxiao had absolute power, he only arranged for the 100 Sect alliance and did not deliberately make things difficult for him and the other sect elders. When you have no money, the people around you look down on you, but when you have money and wealth that can rival a country, you have already risen to another level and naturally would not lower yourself to the same level as ordinary people. Status determines one's attitude. Why did that guy save me? Why did that guy save me? Dai Lu was still roaring in his heart, unable to let go of the fact that he was saved by Jun Changxiao. Soul said indifferently, "It's very simple, he thinks that you are trash and no threat to him, so he saved you with a kind of charity attitude, making you feel grateful towards him." These words were really bad. Making Jun Changxiao save him in passing, it was raised to the level of humiliation. Damn it. Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, "Sooner or later, I will make you and your sect of all times pay the price." He had said such harsh words many times. Although he had been tortured thousands of times by Night Emperor, he still persisted and never wavered. Boss. A few martial artists walked out of the cave and broke down. The treasures are gone. They must have been taken away by the patriarch of the sect of all times. AI. The middle-aged man sighed, and then he glanced at the dazed Dai Lu and said, "We worked for nothing. Let's go. What should we do with this kid? Kill him." All right. Originally, he had hoped that the other party would lure the spirit beast out and provide him with an opportunity to enter the cave to steal the heavenly treasure. Now that the item had been taken away by Jun Changxiao, it naturally lost its value. Swoosh. Whoosh. Dozens of cultivators surrounded Dai Lu, their eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Soul said, "Kid, do you see reality now? These people have been treating you like a fool." Dai Lu came back to his senses and muttered, "Aren't you the same?" Soul, since the entire world is bullying me, then it doesn't matter if I destroy the world, Dai Lu muttered to himself. His eyes gradually turned green, and he seemed to have entered a berserk state. Soul hurriedly dissuaded him. Jun Changxiao just left. If you erupt so recklessly, you will definitely alarm him. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, green attributes suddenly burst out and enveloped the dozens of martial artists around him. Dai Lu's killing intent surged. Die. Whoosh whoosh, the spirit energy of the spirit cores was drawn out uncontrollably. Everyone's skin quickly withered, and in the end, they turned into corpses and scattered on the ground before they could even scream. Jun Changxiao, who was about to go to another withered area, suddenly stopped and frowned. This aura is a bit strange. The system said, "It's different from the martial arts system of the Falling Star continent." Whoosh, Jun Changxiao quickly turned back. When he came to the cave where he took the treasure, he saw dozens of withered corpses scattered around. He said in a low voice, "Soul Race?" The system said, "The kid you saved just now is not among them." Jun Changxiao said, "He killed them?" As he spoke, he had fully released his spiritual sense and instantly covered an area of 500 miles, but he did not find Dai Lu. Patriarch. At this moment, the spy's voice sounded in his ear. According to our investigation, the withered areas that have recently appeared in the southeast have one thing in common. What is it? There will always be one person who will appear at the scene of the crime in advance. Who? According to our investigation, this person was once a disciple of the Spirit Spring Sect, and later joined Dai Lu of the Sacred Spring Sect. Jun Changxiao sat on a boulder next to him, lit up an electronic cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, "So, this guy is the target I'm looking for?" The system said, "I knew it. This kid's aptitude is mediocre. How could he become so strong in such a short time?" When did you say that? I just said it. F*CKU. Jun Changxiao stood up, spat out a circle of smoke, and sneered. Kid, you've been exposed. You can escape for a while, but how can you escape for a lifetime? Whoosh, the mechanical armed wings spread out, turned into a stream of light, and flew quickly in the southeast province. His spiritual sense spread crazily in all directions, completely carpet-searching. The soul race in Dai Lu's body surprised Jun Changxiao, but since he found out, he must find him as soon as possible and eliminate the potential threat that could threaten the continent in the cradle. Save the world. He was serious. Whoosh, whoosh, in the sky, Dai Lu turned into a stream of green light, moving forward at an extremely fast speed that made others panic. After being tortured by the Night Emperor in the southern Baron state, only a year had passed, and he had broken through to the Emperor stage. This speed of growth was indeed astonishing. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Soul roared in his heart, that guy is about to catch up. Damn it! Dai Lu broke down. I just killed some people who wanted to kill me. Is there a need to chase me so desperately? Who told you to unleash the devouring power so recklessly? Soul roared. Any expert with a bit of strength will feel that there's a problem. These two brothers obviously did not understand that Jun Changxiao appeared in the southeast province to investigate the devouring power. Now that he was targeted, it was impossible to escape. No. Soul sensed the energy fluctuations coming at him at an extremely fast speed and said, he'll catch up soon. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew over from behind the curve, and then directly hung on the path that he had to pass through. Screech, Dai Lu slammed on the brakes, and his face was extremely ugly. He was clearly running fast enough, but he was still easily caught up. Was this the huge gap in strength? I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. Kid. Jun Changxiao said, there should be something unclean in your body. I'm going to take it out today. Something unclean? Could it be soul? How did he know about this? Jun Changxiao. Dai Lu said angrily, I don't understand what you're talking about. Jun Changxiao carried the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back and said, although the soul race can help you quickly improve your strength, they're just treating you like a puppet. Today, I'll help you escape from the sea of bitterness. Help me escape from the sea of bitterness? Dai Lu laughed. Then, his eyes flashed with grief and indignation as he shouted, isn't it because of you that I'm in this state today? Smack, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him and slapped him hard. He said, what does it have to do with me that the soul race is residing in your body? Brother Greenscarf's fate had nothing to do with Jun Changxiao. After all, he had nothing to do with the soul race entering his body. However, for Dai Lv to bear such a grudge and not hesitate to become stronger, it was definitely related to him. To be exact, Dai Lu had worked hard to cultivate after awakening his devouring power. His current strength was partly due to Jun Changxiao and partly due to Xianxia. But this was a good ending. Dai Lu lay in the deep pit on the ground. His bones were about to fall apart. This man was too strong. He was not even an ant in front of him. I can't accept this. Dai Lu clenched his fists. Kid. Soul said, this person is a half-step saint. You have no chance of winning against him. If you want to live, give me your body. Can you defeat him if I give it to you? Dai Lu asked in his mind. Yes. Soul's tone was firm. Dai Lu forced a bitter smile and said, I know you've always wanted to take over my body. I also know that I have some value and can be used by you. Although he had been deceived by the old man, Brother Greenscarf was not stupid. He knew some things even if he did not say them out loud. If giving you my body can help me take revenge for the destruction of my sect, then, take it. After saying this, Dai Lu completely relaxed. He allowed the devouring power to take control of his body and devour his thoughts. There was no hope of escape. There was no hope of revenge. He was willing to give his life to the Abyss Devil to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Whoosh whoosh. The powerful grassland green attribute turned into rays of light and enveloped Dai Lu like silk. Is this the power of the soul race? Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the air, did not activate the vacuum because he was very curious. What was so special about this race that had caused a war between emperors in ancient times? Bang! After a while, the green energy that enveloped him suddenly exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, streams of light flew and waves of air spread. Ta! At the center of the whistling energy, the green-haired Dai Lu stood up. His originally weak face became cold, and his body was surrounded by green energy currents. Crack! Dai Lu clenched his fists and said coldly, although this body is still very weak, it can still allow me to exert some of my power. Killing a half-step whooshing is no problem at all. Hey! Xianxia, who was suspended in the air, asked, what's your super number? Brat. Dai Lu raised his head and said with a sinister smile, if it weren't for your sudden appearance, that brat might not have been willing to offer up his body. So, in return. He raised his hand and green energy quickly gathered in his palm. It's better for him to die. Boom. The gathered energy turned into a beam of light and blasted down from above. Because the power was extremely terrifying, space was instantly torn apart. Boom. The green beam of light exploded in midair. Whoosh. Xianxia walked out from the rolling clouds. The true yang sword in his hand shone brightly. He smiled and said, your strength is not bad. You deserve this seat to fight seriously. Dai Lu frowned slightly. His attack was extremely powerful, but it couldn't do anything to him. This patriarch of the sect of all times who rose in such a short time was still quite strong. This was also good. Today, he would sacrifice him to the heavens and announce to the falling star continent that the soul race was back. Whoosh, while he was thinking, Xianxia had already rushed down. The true yang sword cut through the void and immediately spread out a dense sword energy. Ling Jian's one-word sword formula had been comprehended to the extreme. The sword energy that he released was completely invisible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 Dai Lu, who was controlled by the soul race, gathered green spiritual energy in his palms and shattered all the sword energy with a domineering force. However, he was shocked in his heart. From the strength contained in the sword energy, he instantly judged that this kid's strength was definitely not an ordinary half-step wuxing. It was even possible that he had reached a level infinitely close to wuxing's level. Shua! Shua! Xianxia attacked again. The sword energy that he released was even more powerful than before. Dai Lu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly dodged to the side and then took the opportunity to wave his palm. Green glow formula. Whoosh whoosh. Green energy suddenly gathered in front of him. At the same time, the vitality of the plants in the area was immediately drawn and quickly withered as they lost their energy. Kid! After accumulating energy, Dai Lu pushed his palms forward and shouted coldly, go to hell. Whoosh whoosh, the energy that absorbed the vitality of the surroundings and was greatly strengthened immediately rushed over like a cannonball. This force was so strong that even the space in the distance was distorted by the shock. A battle of this level was definitely rare in the Starfall continent. Unfortunately, there was no audience to be surprised. Facing the incoming green energy, Xianxia's right hand, which was holding the true yang sword, quickly turned into steel and slashed at the opponent. Whoosh, the incomparably cold sword energy, supported by the combat form of the mechanical armed wings, ruthlessly tore the green energy apart. Then, there were two boom-boom sounds, shaking the space and causing a large area to collapse. Dai Lu, whose move was broken, was dumbfounded. This green glow formula of his could kill half-step saints in the Starfall continent like cutting grass. Why was it so weak in front of this kid? Because he was a cheater. Xianxia stood proudly with his sword and said, if that's all you can do, I don't mind letting you get a boxed meal now. Dai Lv's eyes were filled with anger as he said, kid, your strength has surprised me. But don't be arrogant. Wait until I cultivate for a while more, then I'll definitely trample you beneath my feet. From his tone, it seemed like he was going to escape. He had already analyzed that the strength of the patriarch of the sect of all times was not below him. If they really fought, he might not be at an advantage. Therefore, he might as well leave and absorb energy without restraint. When he was stronger, he would destroy this sect and then plunder the entire continent. Whoosh! He retreated as soon as he said so. However, just as he ran a few dozen meters, he heard a cold shout from behind, Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, a desolate and heavy aura suddenly erupted in the sky. Dai Lu hurriedly looked up and saw dozens of huge dragon-elephant phantoms appear and then ruthlessly suppress him. No, boom. 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 The ground in this area suddenly trembled violently, and the rising dust could be said to cover the sky and the sun. What's going on? The martial artists thousands of miles away felt the movement and all looked up. They saw a gurgling spiritual energy ripple over, causing the space to almost distort. There are top experts fighting? Heavens, this seems to be just the momentum of the aftershocks, but it can actually distort space. Could it be Wuxing? In the center of the tremor, the dust gradually dispersed. A huge pit appeared in his field of vision, and Dai Lu was in the deepest part of it, dripping with blood. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao landed, raised the vacuum cleaner, and said, "It wasn't easy for me to find you. How can I let you slip away under my nose?" Dai Lu's injuries were too serious and he could no longer speak. Pa. The flat vacuum mouth was pressed against his forehead. Jun Changxiao imitated the tone of a man who swore to become the pirate king and said, "Third gear." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a strong suction force suddenly erupted, and the devouring power in his body and Dai Lu's head of green hair were all sucked in. Pa. He turned off the vacuum cleaner. Jun Changxiao's consciousness merged into the vacuum cleaner and saw the green energy crazily crashing against the barrier. He smiled and said, "This thing is indeed effective against the soul race." Wah. At this moment, the seriously injured and bald Dai Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his turbid eyes gradually became clear. Kid. Jun Changxiao squatted down and smiled innocently. Your bones are exquisite, and you are a one-in-a-million martial arts genius, so I've decided to give you another chance. Are you willing to join the Sect of all times and become a disciple? No. Dai Lu said. I know you want to say that you are very grateful. Jun Changxiao carried him and said, "Then follow me back to the Sect." What's there to be grateful for? I want to say that I'm not willing. My name is Dai Lu. I'm currently in a sect that bears a grudge against me from the moment I appeared. I'm even being watched by a group of disciples like a monkey. I'm panicking right now. What should I do? Waiting online. Urgent, Li Fei stepped on a happy football and smiled. Patriarch, is this the new junior brother? To be personally brought back by the Patriarch, he definitely had real skills and could definitely take a beating. He looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I think so too. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the others were discussing. Although Dai Lu's injuries were quite serious, he could still think. He could still hear everyone's discussion and almost spat out blood. In the past, he was a disciple of the Holy Spring Sect and had once fought with Xianxia. Did he not have any sense of presence? Patriarch, is he a Buddhist cultivator? Lu Wancher asked. The little girl had this judgment because Dai Lu's green hair had been sucked away by the vacuum cleaner. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first benefit from it. The current Brother Green Scarf had become Brother Bald. If he joined the Sect of all times and became a disciple, he would benefit from various martial arts facilities. Even if he became bald, he would also become stronger. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, his injuries are very serious. Do you want to treat him first? No need. Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, lock him in the prison first. Although he forcefully brought Dai Lu back, if he was not willing to join the Sect of all times, he definitely would not force him. Goshing was very principled and particular about certain things. Mad wolf is a kind of attitude. Mad wolf is not restrained. Mad wolf, mad wolf. In the prison, Zhao Daoda leisurely hummed a song. As the number one prisoner of the Sect of all times, although he rarely went out, he could hear the dynamic music from the training ground every day. Over time, he learned it. After being locked up for so long, the only thing he could use to relieve his boredom was singing. Creak. Suddenly, the prison door opened. Zhao Daoda hurriedly shut his mouth and subconsciously shrank into a corner. It was not mealtime yet. Since the door had been opened, there was only one possibility: a new cellmate was coming. As expected, Xiao Ziji grabbed Dai Lu and walked over. Then, he placed him on the wooden bed and turned around to leave. Zhao Daoda didn't go over immediately. Instead, he stayed in the corner vigilantly and thought to himself, someone who can be locked up in the sect of all times must be a big shot. Although this brother's cultivation was ordinary, his cellmates were either demon kings or half-saints. The worst was the Nine Venoms palace master, who was as beautiful as a flower. After he was released from prison, he would definitely be able to brag in front of others for the rest of his life. A few minutes passed. Zhao Daoda found that the guy was still lying down. Judging from the frequency of his breathing, it seemed that he was seriously injured. So he went over and confirmed that he was really injured. He then sat on the bed and said, "Friend, how did you get in?" Dai Lu remained silent. His injuries were very serious. All his meridians were damaged. This wasn't important. What was important was that no matter how he tried to activate it, he couldn't activate the devouring power. That guy who called himself Soul had also disappeared. Gone. Everything was gone. Dai Lu, who was lying flat on the bed, couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. All these years, hatred had been his motivation. The devouring power was the foundation that made him infinitely stronger. Now that he had lost it, he was back to square one. God! Dai Lu screamed in his heart, "Why did you do this to me? Why are you still crying?" Zhao Daoda shook his head and comforted him, "Friend, it's normal for people to have ups and downs in life. Since you've become a prisoner, the only thing you can do is to treat it normally. Look at me. I've been locked up for a few years, but I'm still not happy. Come. Sing loudly with me. The mad wolf is an attitude. The mad wolf is rising and falling." Dai Lu thought to himself, is this guy crazy? After the number one prisoner Zhao Daodu became the palace master of Nine Poisons Temple, he finally welcomed a new prisoner. However, it could be seen that the other party was a little pessimistic. So in order to not make him sad and give up on himself, he sat beside him and fed him chicken soup when he had time. "When I was first locked up, I had the thought of dying. But later on, I figured it out. If I die, won't I have nothing left? So I have to live, even if I have to live without dignity. There's no smooth sailing in a person's life. If you don't experience great storms, how can you become a real man? A withered flower can't make a whole spring. A setback can't make a whole life desolate. When you fall to the bottom, don't despair. Raise your head and you'll see a brilliant starry sky." Under the comforting words of chicken soup for the soul, Dai Lu's injuries were getting better every day. If there was a brick next to him, he would definitely pick it up and let him shut his noisy mouth. In the study, Jun Changxiao merged into the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda. Master Arya, who was holding a small leather whip and whipping the power of the thunder calamity, stopped and smiled. "Why are you here?" "To send you a prisoner." As Jun Changxiao spoke, he took out the vacuum cleaner. "Prisoner?" Arya's eyes lit up. Whoosh! The vacuum cleaner was opened. A ball of green attributes was like a devil that had been sealed for a long time, frantically fleeing outside. In the end, it slammed into the space barrier and bounced back. Arya was quite surprised. What a violent attribute. Can it be purified? Jun Changxiao asked. Pa. Arya whipped the green attribute, causing it to instantly turn into a human form. She smiled sinisterly. "As long as it's taken into the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, there's nothing I can't purify, Master." She stared with her eyes wide open. "This guy isn't an energy attribute. It's a creature with a thinking system." "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. "Wow." Arya was surprised. "This is the first time I've seen a creature with such an attribute. Damn it." The soul turned into a human form, holding the arm that was whipped. He said angrily, "Jun Changxiao, you'd better let me go quickly, or else, whoosh. Whoosh." Before he could finish, red rope suddenly darted over, binding him from his ankles to his legs, until his whole body was tied up. He was hung in the air in a U shape. Arya walked over and said, "This is my territory. Don't be arrogant." As she spoke, she raised the sexy leather whip and was about to whip him wildly. However, Jun Changxiao stopped her and said, if you cooperate and answer some questions, I can consider letting you go. Humph. The soul sneered. I don't know anything. Trying to get information? No way. You're a man. Jun Changxiao gave Arya a look and said, treat him well. Yes, master. Arya couldn't wait any longer. Her small face suddenly turned demonic, and then she raised the leather whip and began to whip him wildly. Are you going to talk or not? Smack, smack, smack. Are you going to talk or not? Smack, smack, smack. Under the whipping, the soul let out a heart-wrenching roar. The humanoid thunder punishment force hiding in the corner trembled in fear. They had a deep understanding of the feeling of being whipped. The soul-subduing whip had the effect of whipping the depths of the soul, so no matter if it was a creature or an attribute, it couldn't withstand it at all. Still not talking? Arya took out a lit candle and directly attacked. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Are you going to talk or not? Say no. The soul finally couldn't take the torture and roared with a ferocious expression. He didn't ask, what should I say? Yeah. Arya took back the candle and said, Master, you haven't asked yet. Jun Changxiao had a lot of questions to ask this soul race. For example, after the Battle of the Gods, why was he still alive, and why was he residing in Dai Lu's body? Although I was severely injured by the Great Desolation Martial Emperor, my soul was not destroyed. I have always been lurking in the falling star continent, looking for a suitable body to occupy. By chance, I met Dai Lu, who was on the verge of death, and sensed his powerful resentment, so I successfully sneaked into his body. Soul explained in a trembling voice. So obedient? That's right. Arya next to him held the soul-subduing whip in her left hand and the soul-subduing candle in her right. It could be seen that after a short period of training, this guy who claimed to be the owner of this body was completely obedient. Jun Changxiao said, are the soul race shapeless? We soul race have an innate ability called soul transformation. We can release the soul form and then reside in the body of other living beings, Soul said. Seeing that this guy was so cooperative, Arya put away the tools, and a harmless smile appeared on her face. Soul heaved a sigh of relief, but there was more sadness in his heart. After all, he was a third soul overlord, and he actually ended up in such a miserable state. If the power of thunder punishment knew what he was thinking, they would definitely look at him with disdain. Was a living being from a mortal plane very powerful? We came from the upper realm, but we were still whipped and tortured. Did we ever show off? Were we ever proud? In other words, you have a physical body, and you only transformed your soul into a void to invade the falling star continent? Jun Changxiao said. That's right. His soul trembled as he spoke. Jun Changxiao said, do you have any martial arts resources or martial arts manuals in your soul race plane? Or ores, crystal cores, medicinal herbs, and so on? This was a very important question. No. Soul said, the plane we live in is on the verge of being abandoned, so we keep devouring other planes to strengthen ourselves. F***ck. Jun Changxiao thought, Array Emperor, you lied to me. He insisted that he saved the world because he could enter the soul race continent to rob and then strengthen his sect. But there was nothing, so what was the point of entering? Forget it. It was fine not to save the falling star continent. Of course. Hun said proudly, although the spirit continent is poor, we, the Hun race, are good at plundering. We have countless martial arts resources. In a barren plain, relying on one's innate ability to frantically plunder so that one could survive and grow stronger was definitely something to be proud of. Really? Jun Changxiao's eyes blazed. As a member of the falling star continent, how could they stay out of trouble? They had to fight for their home. They had to go to the plane called the Soul Continent and cause trouble. Seeing the flickering light in that fellow's eyes, Soul shuddered and thought to himself, I have a bad feeling. The living beings of the spirit continent, Mother **Ker, we've been tricked by you. Arya. Now that he knew everything he wanted to know, Jun Changxiao instructed, I'll leave this guy to you. Purify all the unclean things on him as soon as possible. No problem. Arya summoned the soul-subduing whip again and laughed sinisterly, little cutie, I will train you well. Han was so shocked that his mind trembled. He hurriedly roared, Jun Changxiao. You said you'd let me go. You can't keep your word. I said so. Jun Changxiao said, but not now. You, smack. 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 Jun Changxiao left, leaving behind a lowly holding a whip and frantically whipping a tied-up figure. The camera switched back and forth. It was very picturesque. In the cell, Dai Lu sat on the plank bed expressionlessly. Even if a beam of sunlight shone on his face through the iron window, he was still unmoved. Sol was crazily trained by area in the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda, and now he seemed to have lost his soul. Relying on the devouring power, Dai Lu broke through to the level of Wu Huang. But now that he had lost the former support, the future was simply dark for him. What's the value of me living in this world? He murmured, and his mood was extremely low. Zhao Daoda sat next to him and comforted him, if you're sad, try to look up at the sky. You'll forget it when you look at it. It's so big, it will definitely tolerate all your grievances. Dai Lu had no strength at all now. Otherwise, he would have knocked this guy's head against the wall so that he would not feed him any nutritious chicken soup. Creak. Suddenly, the cell door opened. 1 He and 2 He walked in from the outside, and then placed all the delicious dishes on the table. The aroma of the dishes immediately filled the entire cell. Zhao Daodu sniffed gently, and his saliva immediately flowed out. Dai Lu, who was depressed, was unmoved. His life was already gloomy, and he was not interested in anything. Jun Changxiao walked in, sat in front of the table, and said, have you thought it through? Dai Lu lowered his head and said, I won't join the sect of all times, and I won't become your disciple. He clenched his fists and added another time limit, forever. What a backbone. At this moment, Brother Green Scarf was a real man. The sect of all times has always been virtuous, and we will never force people to do things against their will. After eating this meal, you can leave at any time, Jun Changxiao said. Jun Patriarch. Zhao Daoda raised his hand and said, I'm willing to join the sect of all times, and I'm willing to be at your beck and call. As he spoke, he had already sat down at the table. Scram. Xiao. Zhao Daodu instantly retreated, and then curled up in a corner, feeling wronged. Why are all the new prisoners treated better than me? After eating this meal, I can leave? That's right. Jun Changxiao said seriously, I'll also give you a pill to help you recover from your injuries. From now on, you can jump as high as the sea, and fly as high as the sky. Dai Lu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He looked at the steaming hot food on the table, and tried to move his body over. Swoosh! He sat down. Lu Wancher made a lot of dishes, and many of them were made in the cooking competition and the God of Cookery competition, so someone who could eat them was really lucky. Dai Lu hesitated for a long time, but still picked up his chopsticks. But just as he was about to eat, he raised his head with difficulty and said seriously, garlic. Zhao Daodu, give it to him. Yes. He handed over a few cloves of garlic. Only then did Dai Lu start to eat, and the more he ate, the more tears flowed down. It was not because the food was too delicious, but because in order to survive, he had to compromise in front of his enemy. How painful was that? Gulp. Looking at that guy wolfing down the food, Zhao Daodu, who was squatting behind, drooled and said secretly, brother, leave a bite for me, don't eat it all. Pa. After a while, the food on the table was all eaten by Dai Lu. He put down his chopsticks and said, can I leave now? Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Wancher's dishes were all her specialties. Was this guy not shocked? Could it be that this guy couldn't be tempted by delicious food? Looking at it now, Dai Lu was indeed not shocked by the food. He was just thinking about whether he could leave now that he was full. People with integrity would always be firm in their thoughts. People like the Purple King, Zhen Dijuan, and the others could only swallow their pride for a bowl of fried rice. Kid. Jun Changxiao said, when we went to Qingyang City, if you had agreed to be recruited, you would have been the second disciple. Now that you have rejected it again, don't regret it in the future. I, Dai Lu, have never regretted anything in my life, Dai Lu said seriously. All right. Jun Changxiao threw over a healing pill, then pointed at the prison door and said, "Eat it, and you can leave now." Looking at the pitch-black pill, Dai Lv wondered if there was poison in it. However, if he wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Swish! Dai Lu picked up the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After the pill took effect, the damaged meridians were instantly repaired, and he became energetic. He was stunned. Ever since he obtained the devouring power, he had been injured while cultivating, and he had also recovered quickly. However, he had never seen such a situation where he recovered so quickly from a serious injury. "Did he eat a divine medicine?" Xianxia said. "You can leave now." Swish! Dai Lu, who had recovered from his injuries, got up and walked to the prison cell. When he saw the light again after he went out, he took a deep breath. "Xianxia," he said with his back to the prison cell, "our enmity will not be eliminated because of this. Sooner or later, I, Dai Lu, will seek justice for the destroyed Spirit Spring Sect. You have no chance." Xianxia paused and added a time limit, "forever. The green mountains do not change, and the clear water flows forever." Dai Lu said, "Goodbye." Swish! On this day, Dai Lu, who was caught in the sect of all times, flew out, setting a precedent for escaping unscathed. In his words, he had never regretted anything in his life. Patriarch Xianxia was puzzled. "Are you letting him go just like that? Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them." Xianxia's face was sanctimonious, but he was roaring in his heart. Delicacies can't tempt him, healing pills can't either. Is this guy a devil? At first, this guy wanted to use delicacies to tempt Dai Lu to stay willingly. In the end, it was obvious that it had no effect, so he took out healing pills to show him how magical they were and decided to stay. However, he did not follow the script. The system complained, "Finally, someone has broken the Sect of all times' law of fragrance." Dai Lu really left. He was not subdued by delicacies, nor was he subdued by healing pills. He was a real man. Although he did not follow the script, Xianxia did not particularly care. After all, the kid's soul had been absorbed, so the potential risk was eliminated. However, he was still a young Wu Huang. It was a pity to let him go just like that. "Why don't I send Yi Xingchen over and catch that guy again?" He had clearly said that he would let him go. If he went back on his word and caught him, it would be the same as confirming his shamelessness. Conflicted. The system said, "Does the host need to confirm his shamelessness? Isn't this obvious?" Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "That makes sense." Xingchen. Pei Aniu, go catch that guy who just flew away. If he resists, then, cripple him first. Whoosh! Yi Xingchen turned into a streak of light and headed west at an extremely fast speed. The system, "Sorry, it's my fault." Back to Dai Lu. This man who broke the Sect of all times' law, after confirming that he really came out, his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Xianxia." Dai Lu clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you let me go. I will take revenge for the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect sooner or later." His voice rippled through the sky. How heart-wrenching. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xingchen caught up and stopped not far away from him. He said indifferently, "Trash." Yi Xingchen. Seeing this man who made him lose his appetite for food and drink, Dai Lu's eyes suddenly erupted with intense anger. The humiliation that Jun Changxiao brought to him was nothing more than being trampled in the beginning of the game. The damage to his dignity that Pei Aniu brought to him was unforgettable. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Dai Lu's first stage Wu Huang cultivation fully erupted. Although he did not have the support of the devouring power, he still seemed very imposing. Yi Xingchen said in surprise, "He actually broke through Wu Huang." Dai Lu angrily rushed over, monstrous anger spread all over his body, making him seem like an enraged lion. Then, Yi Xingchen dodged and directly hit him with a swipe. Bang, the ground cracked and dust flew. Yi Xingchen slowly landed and hung 6 feet away from Dai Lu, who was trapped in the pit. He said coldly, "Even if you have broken through Wu Huang, you will always be trash in front of me. You, pfft." Dai Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and clenched the soil tightly with both hands. During this period, he had been absorbing flowers and trees in the southeast province to cultivate. He thought that after breaking through Wu Huang, he would be able to trample this guy under his feet. In the end, he was completely defeated, even more so than in the southern barren province. I've been working very hard, why can't I beat him? Why am I always being abused? Could it be that this was his fate? Recalling the past and the scenes of being humiliated by Xianxia on various occasions, Dai Lu suddenly burst into tears. He cried like a child. He also had the life of a protagonist. In the novel, he worked the hardest to cultivate and was the best at explaining the spirit of martial arts. However, he was always defeated by the reincarnated Great Emperor style. It was really sad and wronged. Plop. On the martial arts field, Dai Lu was thrown down. Xianxia walked over and said with a smile, "We meet again." Dai Lu roared angrily, "You said you would let me go. Why did you send him to catch me?" Xianxia said, "I did let you go, but you didn't take care of yourself and were caught by my sect's disciples. Who can you blame for this?" Dai Lv lay paralyzed on the ground, his body spread out, and he said resolutely, "If you want to kill or torture me, do as you please." He could see that this guy had no intention of preventing him from leaving, so he could only give up. At most, he would be a good man again after 18 years. "Kid, I'll give you two choices. Either you join the Sect of all times and become a disciple, or you stay in the dungeon with Daodu as your companion," Xianxia said. Dai Lu said firmly, "I won't join my enemy's sect. Never." Creak. Plop. Creak. Zhao Daodu, who was licking the empty plate, saw Dai Lu being thrown in again. He broke down and said, "Brother, you ate too cleanly. You didn't even leave any oil for me. Whenever you think it through, the Sect of all times will welcome you at any time." Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside. Zhao Daoda shouted, "Jun Patriarch, I've thought it through. I'm willing to join the Sect of all times and work for you." Xiao ignored him and returned to Dragon Head Peak. On the way, the system said, "This Dai Lu is very unyielding. It will probably be difficult to make him submit. Host, you can either kill him or release him. Why keep him locked up? There must be something different about the soul race residing in this child. I can't kill him. I can only lock him up and find a chance to tame him," Xiao said. Phew. Returning to the study, he glanced at the egg that had been incubated for 5 days and muttered to himself, "I'm a bit worried right now. Is there still a soul race residing in a martial artist's body on the Falling Star continent?" Patriarch. Li Luochio walked over and said, "I just received news that 4 sixth-rate sects and 1 fifth-rate sect in the eastern boundless state were all wiped out overnight." "Who did it?" Xiao said. It was very rare for several sects or even sects to be wiped out at the same time. Naturally, it would attract his attention. Li Luochio said, "There were scouts from the sect near the location of the incident. They discovered a group of masked men in black robes in the forest." Masked men in black robes? Xiao immediately thought of the mysterious organization that had repeatedly caused trouble for the sect. It might be the Darkness Sect. Ever since I went to Maple Valley, this mysterious organization hasn't appeared again. Could it be that they've thought it through and don't want to be enemies with me anymore? Xiaomu also sent news that the Taishan Zone has already started fighting with the Demon Gates remnants at Raging Waves Lake, Li Luochio said. Xiao didn't care about this. Instead, he asked, "Can we use all of our intelligence network to find the mysterious organization hiding in the dark?" This, Li Luochio said, "It's a bit difficult. Those masked men in black robes were too hidden. Even with their current intelligence network, they had only encountered them once by accident." Patriarch. At this time, Xianxia walked into the study and said, "I want to take a few days off to go out." Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. This elder had inherited the Yuan spirit body and could easily spy on the high-level formations in the planar battlefield. It shouldn't be a problem for him to investigate the masked men in black robes. Moreover, he was quite strong. It was much safer and more professional than the scouts. "Elder Jiang wants to go out to look for your family?" "Yes." Approved. Xiao said, "However, while you're looking for your family, pay attention to the masked men in black robes. It would be best if you can find their base. Yes. Xianxia accepted the patriarch's arrangement. Now, he had enough understanding of the Yuan spirit body and had long planned to go out to look for his sister. The Starfall continent was so big and had 9 provinces, so it was destined to take some time. It wasn't a bad idea to investigate the Darkness Sect. The next day, Xianxia was ready. Just as he was about to leave, Li Qingyang came to his residence and said, "Elder Jiang, can you help me find someone while you're at it?" "Who?" Li Qingyang handed over a piece of paper and said, "Her name and the place where she used to live are written on it." "So thorough?" Xianxia glanced at the name written on the paper and said, "You're looking for a woman?" "Yes." "Leave it to me." "That." Li Qingyang said, "You just need to find where she lives now." Xianxia nodded and then flew out of the Sect of all times. Only when the other party disappeared did Li Qingyang retract his gaze. Then, he turned and saw a large face appear in his field of vision. He hurriedly took a few steps back and said, "Patriarch, why are you here?" Jun Changxiao put his hands in his sleeves and said, "If you miss her, go find her. It's boring to dilly-dally." Li Qingyang said bitterly, "She's deliberately avoiding me. If I go find her, she'll only go further away." Sigh. Jun Changxiao said, "I really don't understand the love of you young people." P.S. 5100 plus chapter, 2 in 1. Li Qingyang had a lover. This was mentioned when he became a disciple of the Iron Bone sect. A few years had passed, but he did not look for her because she thought that her status was not worthy of the #1 genius of Qingyang City, so she deliberately avoided him. This was probably the furthest distance in the world. Not looking for her did not mean that he had forgotten her. Li Qingyang only hoped to appear in front of her after he had absolute strength, to tell this world that only he was worthy of her, and not her. Although after becoming a disciple of the Sect of all times, he gradually became the head chief, and even became passionate about civil engineering, his heart to become a powerhouse had never wavered. Work hard. Jun Changxiao patted his disciple's shoulder and said, "Until one day, you step on 7 colored clouds and marry her in front of everyone." 7 colored clouds? Li Qingyang was confused. Jun Changxiao did not explain. He returned to Dragon Head Peak and entered the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda again. Smack smack smack. The sound of a leather whip was heard rhythmically. Ah ah ah, the soul that was bound by the rope let out a heart-wrenching scream. This kind of whipping that came from the soul was simply too painful, and the unclean things in its body were also purified bit by bit. It was hard to imagine that one of the 9 soul clans that caused chaos in the ancient times 10,000 years ago would be treated so inhumanely. "Master," Arya said as she whipped it, "there are a lot of unclean things in this fellow's body. I'm afraid I'll have to purify it for a few months." "Take your time, there's no rush." Since the target had been caught, Jun Changxiao did not care about the purification time. The soul had completely collapsed. If this kind of torture from the soul continued for a few months, it would definitely be worse than death. "Don't forget to train those with thunder attributes," Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang had the body of thunder punishment. Since the thunder energy came from the upper realm, it must be powerful. If he absorbed it, there would definitely be a qualitative improvement. "Okay." Arya looked over and hooked her finger like a queen. "Get over here." The humanoid thunder punishment elemental monsters trembled as they walked over. Then, they stood in a row and miserably allowed the soul-suppressing whip to whip them. Although it was painful, after a long time, they actually felt a bit happy. After observing the soul being trained, Jun Changxiao returned to the outside world and continued to cultivate in the spirit-gathering formation as usual. Then, he quietly waited for the incubation date to arrive. After Li Qingyang adjusted his mentality, he led Xiao Ziji, Long Xiang, and the others into the stronghold for construction. Without Page to act as the excavator, the efficiency was not particularly high. Jun Changxiao didn't personally supervise the construction, so he started his daily life of eating, sleeping, and cultivating. Time passed. When he walked out of the spirit-gathering formation and confirmed that his understanding of the 5 elements had improved again, he went to the study. The incubator had entered the last 10 minutes of its successful incubation. With so many crystallic nuclei, there must be an awesome contract beast. Xianxia prayed. Ding. 10 minutes later, the incubation time ended. Huff huff, the cloud-like attributes that existed inside the incubator gradually converged. Suddenly, a water blue pattern appeared on the white egg, as if it was some kind of ancient restriction. Xianxia said, "It's the same structure as the Mystic 32 formations." Previously, on the round stone platform in the dimensional battlefield, a similar restriction appeared. Was there a certain connection between the two? Crack. Suddenly, there was the sound of the egg cracking. The egg in the incubator began to crack according to the water blue pattern. As more and more cracks appeared, beams of blue light spurted out. It's coming out. Xianxia's eyes widened. Bang! Suddenly, the steamed egg exploded. The blue light was as dazzling as the sun. He hurriedly blocked his vision with his wrist and said in shock, "This formation must be awesome." After flickering for a while, the light began to weaken. Gosheng pressed his arm down and looked at the incubator. His expression instantly stiffened. A little fellow the size of an adult's fist appeared in his field of vision. It had 2 chicken-like claws, a pair of chicken-like wings, and a chicken-like tail feathers. It had a pointy mouth and a big red crown on its head. That's right. It didn't look like a chicken, it was a chicken, and it was a rooster. If there was a difference, it would be that other than the red crown, its feathers were water blue. It looked like a ghost in the shape of a chicken. This is the opportunity left behind by Venerable Guanhai? This is a beast from the upper realm? Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. The system said, "The color is very strange. It might be related to the mutation." Big brother. Xianxia's expression collapsed as he roared, "Is this a problem with the color? This is a problem with the breed. I spent so many resources in 30 days, and I hatched a chicken. Don't panic." The system said, "Maybe it's just the appearance, but in fact, oh." At this moment, the pocket-sized little fellow raised its head and cried out. Its tone and voice were clearly that of a rooster. System, ah ah ah. Xianxia hugged his head and said, "It's really a rooster." At this moment, the water-blue rooster stood in a posture that didn't recognize anyone. It spread its wings and hugged them together. It said proudly, "Do you dislike this young master?" F***ck. Xianxia's eyes widened. He was already used to seeing beasts speak human language. But a rooster actually hugged its hands with its wings. This was too cartoonish, also. This young master called himself. This fellow was a little arrogant. Xianxia opened the incubator and directly grabbed it in his hand. He said coldly, "Remember, call me master." Humph. The little rooster said coldly, "To be able to become my master, you can be considered lucky." Damn, this little fellow was not just a little arrogant, it was super arrogant. A rooster actually dares to be so arrogant. "Do you believe that I won't fry you right now?" Xianxia said fiercely. Impudent. The rooster said angrily, "This young master is a descendant of the vermilion bird. You call me a rooster. You are insulting my bloodline and trampling on my dignity." Xianxia, you look like this, you are insulting yourself. Wait a minute, descendant of the vermilion bird. In Xianxia's understanding, the vermilion bird of the 4 spirits was called the vermilion bird. Could it be that this little fellow was a descendant of a divine beast? That couldn't be right. Even if it was a descendant, it couldn't have genetically mutated to look like a chicken. Xianxia said, "Little fellow, you really know how to gild yourself. Why don't you say that azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise are your uncles?" The little rooster said with a surprised look, "How did you know?" Damn. Not only was this fellow a little arrogant, he also knew how to brag. The 4 spirit beasts were all his relatives. Shwa. Xianxia grabbed it and brought it to the cafeteria. He placed it on the chopping board and shouted, Do, hurry up and see if there is a way to stir-fry a rooster in the Chinese cookbook." Gosheng couldn't stand the fact that a rooster hatched from an egg from the upper realm was so cocky and boastful. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. If a contract beast is so cocky, how am I, the main character and master, going to survive? Wow. So cute. Lu Wancher, who was busy, walked out and saw the little guy with blue feathers. She happily walked up and was about to lift it up. "Woman," the little rooster said, "don't touch me." Lu Wancher stopped and said, "Patriarch, such a cute little rooster, are you really going to stir-fry it? Look, it's so cocky, it has to be stir-fried." "But, it's too small, it won't be enough for Patriarch alone." What she meant was that stir-frying it wasn't impossible, but there had to be enough for the disciples to taste it. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "Let's keep it for a while, then stir-fry it after it's fattened up." "Humph," the little rooster said proudly, "I'm the descendant of a divine beast that's immune to fire and water." Xianxia, who had just retracted his thoughts, saw its arrogant and annoying eyes, and his temper rose again. "Beep beep. Bring the pot of oil over, I want to see how it's immune to fire and water." "That's not good, right?" Although Lu Wancher said that, her body was very honest. She placed the big pot on the stove and poured the peanut oil that was still lacking an exclusive title for the time being. "Tsk," the little rooster hugged its wings together and stood there like it didn't recognize anyone. "Girl, start the fire." "Wait." Xianxia changed his words and said, "I'll do it myself." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all kinds of divine and saint-tier flames poured into the stove, burning the cauldron wildly. The little rooster said in surprise, "This should be a special fire-type body, no wonder it's qualified to be my master." When Xianxia heard this, his anger flared up even more. "So I have to see if I'm qualified to be your master, fine. Wait." Gudu. After a while, the oil in the pot started to boil. Shwa. Xianxia grabbed the little rooster and hung it above the pot. "Fried chicken is not bad. What flavor does Patriarch like?" "Cumin." "Yes." Lu Wancher put the cumin powder on the chopping board. "Chili powder." "Yes." Two demons, little rooster, who was originally quite arrogant, felt the heat rising from the oil pot below and immediately became a little timid. He said, "This young master is invulnerable to fire and water, not an ocean of oil. Stop talking nonsense. Get down." Shwa. Xianxia waved his hand and threw the little rooster down. Zizizi. The sound of frying oil could be heard. Woo woo woo, the little rooster, which had fallen into the oil pan, seemed to have burned calories as it jumped up and down with its wings and claws. "God. Lu Wanchers, that's not it. Lu's to the god to since he used the holy fire to heat it, the oil in the pot would definitely be boiling. Not to mention a newly hatched rooster, even the purple craggy demon king's hand would be fried to a crisp by the explosion. This guy is quite capable. Woo woo woo." The little rooster was still jumping up and down in the frying pan. It was still crying out, "Master, I was wrong, master, save me." Shwa. Xianxia waved his hand and removed the pressure on the pot. He didn't plan to fry the newly hatched contract beast. He just wanted to see if this guy was bragging. Now that it was dancing in the pot, it proved that it had some ability. Poochie. Without the pressure, the rooster jumped out of the pot and stood on the chopping board. Its claws were swollen and almost cooked. Xianxia sat down and said, "Tell me, what else do you have?" Since it was an opportunity left by Guan Hai and mutated under his efforts, even if it was just a rooster, there should be something special. Otherwise, he could only fry it. "Master." The little guy wailed, "I really am a descendant of the vermilion bird." "A rooster can be related to the vermilion bird? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Xianxia said. Sigh. The rooster sighed, "I don't know why I'm like this. It's completely different from the inherited memories." "Inherited memories?" Xianxia was confused. The system said, some mutated beasts gain inherited memories after birth. "So you're saying that you're not a rooster?" Xianxia laughed. "Yes." The rooster collapsed, "I should be in a peacock form." "Oh, is that so?" Xianxia looked at it suspiciously. The system said, "Host, I think there might be a problem with the incubator. If the mutation is successful, it might change form." "There's such a thing?" Xianxia was shocked. The system continued, "The Purple King once said that the baby dragon was stolen from the dragon's territory, and it was an extremely rare five-clawed divine dragon. It hatched into a lizard-like form. Xianxia frowned. So you're saying that if it hatches normally, it might hatch into a 5-clawed divine dragon, but if it mutates in the incubator, its form will change? Correct, the system answered. The reason it came to this conclusion was because of the second incubation. The opportunity left by a powerful being from the upper realm was a rooster. This was definitely illogical and embarrassing. Combined with the incubation process of the baby dragon, he couldn't help but guess that the incubator not only had a mutation mechanism, but also a transformation mechanism. If that's the case, then it's a bit of a scam. Xianxia didn't care about its form and said, I don't care if you're a rooster or a descendant of the vermilion bird. You must prove your worth with your strength, otherwise. He pointed at the pot of oil and said, get in. I have strength, I have strength. The little rooster said, I can crow every day at a fixed time to wake up the sleeping humans and let them get up to work. Xianxia broke down, with your strength, even the most ordinary rooster can do it. Ordinary roosters can't do it. If you don't believe me, please listen carefully, master. The little rooster supported itself with one leg and then took a deep breath before raising its head and crowing, woo, 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 woo. Woo. The space trembled and turned into ripples that spread outward, instantly enveloping the entire sect of all times, causing the disciples who were cultivating to be shocked. What's that sound? A rooster crowing? Oh my god, isn't it too loud? I feel like even Qingyang City can hear this shout, right? That's right, the residents of Green Sun City who were hundreds of miles away heard the roosters crowing, so they all looked in the direction of Mount Iron Bone, their eyes filled with surprise. Swoosh! Peppa Wild Boar, who had been busy for half a day, just happened to have time to rest. When it heard the crowing, it immediately stood up and rushed to the wasteland, releasing its earth element to explore. The most amazing thing was that it didn't feel tired at all even though it was originally very tired. It was the same for the disciples of the sect of all times. Some of the disciples who were trying to break through a small stage or a big stage and were having trouble stabilizing their state of mind heard the crowing and immediately entered the state of breakthrough. Xianxia also felt that the sound had the effect of refreshing and calming the mind, so he said in surprise, is it really that amazing? Master. The little rooster said proudly, can an ordinary rooster do that? Interesting. Xianxia touched his chin and smiled, I can make it crow every morning to wake the disciples up, then let them cultivate for the whole day. The disciples of the sect of all times were very disciplined. Every morning, they would wake up on time, go to the gym, eat breakfast, and then start the day's training. There was no need to let the rooster crow. However, the voice of the hatchlings had the effect of refreshing and calming the mind, so it was actually quite good to shout at the top of his lungs every day. Ooh ooh ooh, the next day, when the first glimmer of dawn had just appeared, the little rooster was already at his post. Standing alone in the main hall, he raised his head and squawked. His voice reverberated throughout the entire sect. The disciples who were sleeping soundly got up and washed up when they heard the sound of fighting. Then, they gathered at the training field, each of them full of energy. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia, who was standing in front of the main hall, saw that they were full of energy and a smile appeared on his face. There were many martial arts facilities in the sect. Although they could help the disciples break through faster, they could only become stronger if they put all their energy into cultivation. Ah! Master, save me! At this moment, a cry for help came from above the main hall. Where did this wild chicken come from? How dare you disturb this great ant's sleep? The barefooted Xianxia, who was wearing loose pajamas, grabbed the rooster and began to crazily grind it against the tiles. For a time, chicken feathers flew everywhere. Scram! Little Long Long jumped up and said coldly, let me teach him a lesson. Tsk Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and then casually tossed the little rooster aside. She took a deep breath and said, Master said that I had to be reserved, that I had to be a lady. Shwa! Little Long Long waved his hand and grabbed the guy who had disturbed his sleep. Flames immediately erupted from his palm. Ah! After the sun rose, the little rooster curled up in a corner and wiped away his tears with his charred wings. He lamented in his heart, I'm a descendant of the vermilion bird. How could I be bullied like this? Swish! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. The weeping rooster immediately sensed that something was wrong. It hurriedly spread its wings and jumped up. However, just as it rose half a meter, it was instantly hit by the happy football. Then, with a bang, it sank into the wall. Strange. Li Fei, who was on the training grounds, was puzzled. Why is it jumping? Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao stood outside the main hall and said, "This little guy will stay with Peppa in the herb garden for the time being." Yes. As a result, the herb garden gained another member. Peppa the wild boar was in charge of exploring while Little Rooster was in charge of crowing. By the way, how's the new medicine coming along? Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei said, "It's all thanks to Pei Qi's hard work in reclaiming the land every day. Now, the initial stage has been completed. The scale is also larger than before, so we can plant more medicinal herbs in batches. Medicinal herbs are very important to our sect. Elder Wei, you have to worry about them," Jun Changxiao exhorted. Although he had the system and had set up many martial arts facilities, the number of disciples was increasing. In order for them to improve steadily, the most important thing was to refine all kinds of medicinal herbs. Elder Wei said, "In the past few years, Sun Bukong and the others have also grown up. They will only grow faster and faster in terms of planting." Yes. Jun Changxiao chatted with him for a while longer before using the teleportation portal to enter the planar battlefield. During this period of time, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had been building in the stronghold that was about a few dozen acres in size. Now, they had begun to take shape. Whether it was a village or a town, the most important thing was the road. Therefore, there was a road in the central area that could allow 4 carriages to pass side by side. It was paved with limestone. Due to the limited area, there were very few buildings. If one wanted to get rich, they had to open the road first. In Li Qingyang's construction, this limestone road was the main street of the Starfall Continent stronghold. In the future, when the area expanded, it would be expanded with the main hall as the center. Not bad, not bad. After inspecting it, Jun Changxiao nodded in satisfaction. He then flew out of the stronghold and headed toward the endless sky. The few times he came to the planar battlefield, he was either fighting or on the way to battle. He had not properly inspected this place, so he decided to go out and take a look today. Jun Changxiao would not have dared to go out alone before he was sure of the power of the modified unstoppable blade. Now, he was completely fearless. Look! It's that crazy guy who killed so many people. The Starfall Continent's god of slaughter has come out. Everyone, run! Whoosh! 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 In a certain area of the battlefield, dozens of martial artists from the 2 existential planes were staring at each other. When they saw Jun Changxiao fly over, they fled in panic like frightened rabbits. If it had been before the opportunity, they might have joined forces to fight the Starfall Continent. However, after learning that tens of thousands of existential planes martial artists had been killed, they could not summon any courage. Palace Master. In the main hall of the Scarlet Sea Continent stronghold, an elder hurriedly walked in and said with a serious expression, "Jun Changxiao has come out again." What? Hong Yao stood up in shock and said, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Inform everyone that they are not allowed to leave the stronghold." The elder said, "I've already given the order." Hong Yao sat down and recalled the scene of that guy wearing a mask and killing thousands of people. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. After the Lingyun continent learned that Jun Changxiao had appeared on the battlefield, they quickly ordered their martial artists to hide in the stronghold and not go out without permission. To be able to scare the 2 existential planes to this extent. After the Battle of the Opportunity, Goxing had really transformed into a great demon king on the battlefield that made martial artists tremble in fear. However, he was very annoyed now. As long as he flew to an area, all the martial artists would instantly disappear. How would he expand the stronghold in the future? Right now, we haven't even reached the village scale. It will definitely take longer to develop to the scale of a town, Jun Changxiao murmured. To be honest, not counting that period of time and the epic mission, this guy had only been on the battlefield for a few days. To be able to develop the stronghold to such a scale was already very fast. Sister. Jun Changxiao asked, is there a faster way to increase the size of the stronghold? Yes. The female system's sweet voice came, there are many opportunities hidden in the battlefield. Dear participant, you can find them in advance and take them for yourself before the seal is unlocked. The area will automatically increase. How do I find them? Find them with your heart. Jun Changxiao suddenly stopped. At the end of his vision, there was a tall mountain that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. At the top was a flag with the words "Vast Continent" written on it. Without a doubt. When he was flying around in boredom, he came to the vicinity of the stronghold of the vast continent. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual senses and found that there were not only buildings comparable to cities on the mountain, but also layers of walls built on the mountain path. It was like a military fortress with mountains and rivers on one side, so he was quite shocked. This stronghold is amazing. Dear participant, the vast continent belongs to the first tier of existential planes and is also the first batch of existential planes to enter. It's normal for it to have such a scale today, the female system said. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, when can my falling star continent develop to such a scale? Wait, this area was clearly a plain area. Why was there a tall mountain all of a sudden? The female system said, they piled it up themselves. The terrain of the battlefield can be modified? As long as the participant has the means to modify the terrain, even if the stronghold is built high up in the sky, it won't be a problem. Built high up in the sky? Lord Changxiao's eyes immediately lit up. That's pretty awesome. Swish. He gave up on visiting the battlefield and returned to the stronghold. After entering, he took out the terrain modification device and said, although this thing can't make the ground float, it can be propped up with formations. Jun Changxiao hurriedly returned to the stronghold after learning that the terrain of the planar battlefield could be changed. He prepared to use the terrain modification device to raise the safety zone, similar to the one on the vast continent. It couldn't be copied. It had to be innovated. As long as the participants have the means to modify the terrain, it won't be a problem to build the stronghold high up in the sky. The female system's words gave Jun Changxiao a bold idea. He wanted to build the stronghold on the Starfall continent into a floating city. Huh? Li Qingyang was dumbfounded when he heard this. Building the stronghold in the sky with a formation? The patriarch's idea was too ridiculous. Whoosh. The terrain modification device flew out quickly and extended its mechanical claws like a spider. It attached itself to the ground and began modifying the terrain. Because it was inconvenient for construction, the disciples all stopped. However, they were a little surprised when they learned that the patriarch wanted to build a floating city. They were also a little expectant. Let's go back to the sect. Jun Changxiao led the disciples back to the sect of all times. He then went to the formation peak to find Elder Zhen and told him his bold idea. This? Zhen Dejuan was silent for a moment. If we use a concealment formation and a defensive formation, we should be able to support the heavy ground. Not the ground. Jun Changxiao said, it's the mountains. Zhen Dejuan's mouth twitched. A mountain is very heavy. Although the formation can support it, it will consume energy every second. Therefore, we will have to send people to maintain it at fixed times. Nothing permanent? Jun Changxiao asked. No, Patriarch, Hall Master Zhen. Shangguan Xinyao said, we can set up the 5 elements formation in the Mystic 32 formations. This formation uses the power of the 5 elements to complement each other and can operate continuously. Zhen Dejuan was enlightened. That's right. There was a formation in the Mystic 32 formations called the 5 Elements formation. Not only could it be used for defense, but it could also be used for attack. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. Because it used the power of the 5 elements, as long as it was set up, it would exist continuously. But, Zhen Dejuan said, without enough power of the 5 elements, it is very difficult to set up such a formation. Some of the formations in the Mystic 32 formations required a specific type of energy to maintain. It wasn't something that could be operated just by knowing the formations and formations. I do, Jun Changxiao said. During this period of time, he had been cultivating quite hard, especially activating the 5 elements body at all times to cultivate the power of the 5 elements in the spirit nucleus. Now, it had already reached a small scale. The next day, Li Qingyang and the others once more entered the planar battlefield, but found themselves high up in the air. After a night of modification, the falling star continent's stronghold had protruded to a height of at least 10,000 feet. In just a few days, the mountain peak in the sect had appeared, so everyone could face it calmly. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were shocked. The Patriarch's topographical modification treasure could even modify a plane created by a mighty being from the upper realm. Its quality must be extraordinary. I have sinned. Jun Changxiao said, go down and lift the mountain. Yes. Xiao Ziji flew down and landed at the foot of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh. The earth element was released and seeped into the bottom of the mountain. The veins on his arms bulged as he lifted it up with a loud rumble. Truly, the strength to lift a mountain and the aura to conquer the world. Raise it a little higher. Jun Changxiao flew down and said. Whoosh. Xiao Ziji lifted the mountain with both hands and flew up. Higher. Whoosh. Higher. Whoosh. Kill. Kill. 1,000 miles away, dozens of martial artists from two planes met at a corner. Because of the enmity between them, they started killing each other without saying a word. Energy and light flashed recklessly. It was gorgeous and colorful. However, in the midst of the battle, one of the martial artists pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked over and they were all dumbstruck. In the distant sky that he could see, there was an object slowly flying up into the sky. He squinted his eyes and observed carefully. He was sure that it was a mountain that wasn't too big. What's going on? That seems to be the stronghold of the falling star continent. Why is there a mountain flying up? Could this mountain be a supreme treasure? The two sides stopped fighting as their gazes locked onto the mountain that was slowly rising into the sky. Their gazes were filled with extreme confusion. What's that? The martial artists from further planes also noticed the abnormality in the sky. Just as they were extremely puzzled, the mountain flew to a sufficient height and stopped as if it had been frozen in time. Patriarch, is it done? It's done. Shua. Shua. On the ground of the stronghold, Jun Changxiao waved his hands. Array flags flew out quickly and were inserted in fixed positions. After the array was set, he began to draw the lines. When everything was done, he released the 5 elements force in his body and quickly poured it into 5 fixed points. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth fused together. Suddenly, 5 different lights flashed and quickly spread to the various lines and connected, forming an endless cycle. Wang. 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 The array light curtain rushed to the sky and then supported the floating mountain. Come down. Yes. Xiao Ziji removed the power and then landed on the ground. He looked up at the mountain that had been stable all along and the corner of his mouth twitched. The Patriarch's method was really unconventional. The mountain modified by the modification device was supported by the 5 elements great array. As long as it wasn't seriously damaged, it would definitely be stable in the sky. Shua. Shua. Once again, Jun Changxiao began to set up isolation arrays in the surroundings. Then, he concealed all the array barriers formed by the 5 elements grand array. At this point, a mountain that looked like it was suspended in the sky appeared from the outside. The system broke down. Host is so boring. In its opinion, it was better to refresh the store and buy items. Jun Changxiao stood on the floating mountain and said, "This is called ostentatious." It was really ostentatious. When the martial artists of various planes found that the floating mountain didn't rise or fall for several days in a row, they began to talk about it. Someone boldly flew over and stopped 100 miles away. When he found that the falling star continent's martial artists were busy building on the floating mountain, his eyes widened. Could this be a floating mountain? For a time, the news about the floating mountain in the sky of the falling star continent spread wildly on the battlefield. Some high-level planes didn't believe it at first. When they sent people to investigate and confirm that there was indeed a floating mountain, they were deeply shocked. Awesome. How did they do it? Maybe there's an array supporting it below. Although an array can support a mountain, it is still heavy. If they don't find a large number of array masters to reinforce it, it won't last long. The martial artists of various planes were discussing the principle of the floating mountain. Some guessed that it was because of the array. They all agreed that the falling star continent was just wasting manpower and resources to attract attention. It was true that they wanted to attract attention. As for the manpower and resources, except for the trouble at the beginning, when the power of the 5 elements in the 5 elements great array complemented each other, they didn't have to worry about oil leakage at all. They didn't need to maintain it on a daily basis. The area is still too small. Xianxia sat on a huge rock at the top of the mountain and said, "Why don't we hold up a few more mountains?" In his idea, a floating mountain was just the beginning. If the conditions allowed, he would build a floating mountain range. Even if it was the kind that could shock people from afar. So, the area of the stronghold also needed to be expanded as soon as possible. How to expand it? Only the female system said to look for opportunities that hadn't been unsealed in the plane battlefield. There were many opportunities in the dimensional battlefield. Only those that reached the time limit and were unsealed would be announced. As for those that were sealed, it would depend on who could find them. Many dimensions that met the requirements would continue to send mainland forces to guard them because they wanted to look for opportunities. For example, Xianxia had mobilized a lot of forces from the city. He would send martial artists to wander around the battlefield every day. If they were lucky, they might find something by accident and obtain the good stuff left behind by the upper realm powerhouses. Xianxia did not care about opportunities. After all, could they be stronger than the items in the store? However, he had to be careful when he expanded the area of the stronghold after he found it. A few years later, martial artists from the falling star continent would come in. If he expanded the stronghold in advance and charged for it, he would definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, after seeing the stronghold of the boundless continent, Gosheng was stimulated. He had to build his own territory to be more magnificent and luxurious than theirs. "You guys build mountains, I'll do it too. It'll be dangerous, you build walls, I'll do it too. I'll use mountains as fences." Xianxia's idea was simple. Since he came to the dimensional battlefield, he could not slack off. He had to be the most pretentious, and the stronghold had to be the most awesome. The system said, "There are treasure hunting devices in the store that can help the host achieve his goals." High-level store? Middle-level store? Swoosh! Xianxia opened the system store without hesitation and said, "For the stronghold, let's go all out." It would take too long to increase the area by killing people. The best way was to look for opportunities in the battlefield. Therefore, he was willing to spend contribution points to expand the stronghold. Ding! 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 The system refreshed again and again, and the items changed again and again. The system said, "Host, you've become too wild now." The dimensional battlefield was like a huge world. Not only were there plains, but there were also many towering mountains and dark forests. This was not. To the west, there was a primeval forest that stretched for thousands of miles. There were no birds or beasts here, but there were many hidden traps. If martial artists were to enter, they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Logically speaking, no one should enter such a dangerous place. However, today, there were dozens of martial artists in black robes walking carefully. In the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man with a goatee and dressed in Taoist robes was holding a compass with his eyes closed. Buzz! Suddenly, the compass started to spin. The strange words engraved on it began to glow faintly. After a while, the light dimmed and the needle pointed in a certain direction. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and said, "Elder son, according to my deduction, there must be an unsealed opportunity hidden here." "Are you sure?" The white-haired old man at the front said. "Elder Sunday," the Taoist priest said seriously, "I'm a professional when it comes to deduction. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been invited by the patriarch of your sect." Elder Sun realized that his tone of questioning was a little impudent, so he cupped his hands and apologized. "Hiro Michinaga's deduction technique is famous throughout the universe. This son spoke incorrectly just now." Hiro Michinaga raised his eyebrows and looked towards the southwest. "The opportunity is in this area, but there are many traps. Leave it to us." Elder Sun led the group forward cautiously. Because they had entered this place before, they quickly dispelled many of the traps. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest. A few hundred feet in front of them, flames shot into the sky as if there was a huge explosion. Someone triggered the explosion array? Elder Sun and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had not only encountered this kind of explosion when they first came here, but they had also personally experienced it. The result was disastrous, so it left a deep impression on them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the explosion and landed lightly on the ground not far away. A young man in red and white battle robes and a mask appeared. Elder Sun and the others were stunned. This guy had obviously triggered the explosion array, but he had flown out unscathed. It was a little unbelievable. Damn it. The masked young man cursed and said, "There are so many traps." After saying this, he didn't even look at the nearby cultivators and flew away. Boom! Boom! In just a few hundred feet, he triggered another 2 explosion arrays, but he still flew out safely. Oh my god! He rushed out so recklessly. Is this guy a heaven-level cultivator? The appearance of the masked man in battle robes was nothing more than a small interlude. It did not disrupt Elder Sun and the others' search for the existence in the southwest direction. No. Not long after they left, Hiro Michanaga's expression changed drastically. He said, "The aura of the opportunity one locked onto is gone." Gone? Elder Sun was stunned. What do you mean? Hiro Michinaga said in a low voice, "It should be taken away by someone." Huh? Elder Sun and the others widened their eyes. When they continued forward and safely passed through the hidden traps, they arrived at the location of the compass deduction. There was only a huge pit left. It's gone, gone. Hiro Michinaga broke down. It was really taken away by someone. Elder Sun said angrily, "There was still an aura just now. How could it be taken away in the blink of an eye?" It's him. Hiro Michinaga suddenly thought of something and said with certainty, "It's that masked man in battle robes." Elder Sun and the others also unanimously believed that the opportunity was taken away by that guy. After all, there were no other martial artists in this area. Who is it that stole the opportunity found by our jingling continent? Elder Sun, judging from that guy's clothes, he seems to be the martial artist from the Falling Star continent who killed so many people that he went crazy. Yes, yes. That's him. I remember now. Whoosh! In the floating stronghold of the Falling Star continent, Jun Changxiao quickly entered and took off his mask. He took out an item that looked like a tortoise shell and said, "Is this a defensive artifact?" Dear participant, this is the 6-word tortoise seal left by a mighty figure from the upper realm. According to the quality of the battlefield, it belongs to the earth level. The female system's sweet voice sounded. There are heaven-level treasures above it? Yes. Then it's a bit ordinary. The system broke down. The earth-level treasures in the battlefield are comparable to the saint-level treasures of the Falling Star continent. The host actually thinks it's ordinary. F***CK. Jun Changxiao roared. I spent 20,000 contribution points to get a treasure explorer, and I only got a saint-level treasure in exchange. It's a huge loss. There's more than one opportunity in the battlefield. The host can continue to search with the treasure explorer. The system roared. That's true. Jun Changxiao calmed down. The treasure explorer was not a one-time consumable item. It could be used again. If he could find 700 to 800 of such treasures, he would definitely make a profit. 700 to 800 of them, why didn't he want to find 70,000 to 80,000 and have one for each of his disciples? Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurried over and said excitedly, the stronghold's area has expanded by a lot. After Jun Changxiao obtained the 6-word tortoise seal and successfully returned to the stronghold, his territory had expanded by another 10,000 square meters. Not a loss. The system roared. Jun Changxiao said, not a loss. Spending 20,000 contribution points in exchange for a high-grade saint-grade defensive artifact, and the expansion of his stronghold was definitely worth it. Continue, continue. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out the treasure explorer from his spatial ring. This item was similar to Hiro Michinaga's compass. However, in terms of form and precision, it was more professional than Hiro Michinaga's item. Buzz, spiritual thoughts entered and the item was activated. Swish, 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 the device inside, which looked like a minute hand, spun wildly until it stopped. 3 or 4 light spots appeared in a certain direction. Damn. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, there are actually 3 opportunities hidden in that area. The martial artists on the battlefield had been very irritated recently because they had used various means to determine some possible opportunities. However, when they tried their best to break it open, they found that there was nothing inside. This is not right. On a certain hill, seeing that there was nothing in the broken space, an old man in green clothes pulled his hair and shouted, "There is an opportunity hidden here. Why is it gone?" This kind of situation that made people collapse happened one after another in other places. The martial artists who had come here with confidence all left in disappointment. Second senior brother Xiao Ziji, who was standing at the edge of the mountain, looked at the stronghold that had expanded several times and said in disbelief, "How did the patriarch do it?" 3 days ago, when Jun Changxiao returned to the stronghold, the area would expand by 10,000 square meters. Now, it had happened 4 or 5 times. At this speed, it would not be a problem to expand into a city, let alone a town. Li Qingyang, who was next to him, closed his eyes. His soul seemed to have flown out of his body. He looked down at the 70 to 80,000 square meters stronghold from the perspective of the Jade Emperor. Swoosh, his sea of consciousness evolved a 3D terrain model. First, there must be well-developed roads. Whoosh. Whoosh, horizontal and vertical bluestone roads were laid out on the model in the shape of the Chinese character Tian. The drainage system also needs to be equipped. Whoosh. Whoosh, the terrain model changed again. The main hall, buildings, and sentry towers also need to be equipped. As Li Qingyang was thinking, buildings appeared in his sea of consciousness one after another and then sat on the terrain model out of thin air. In a short time, a small town with complete facilities was being built as more and more buildings were being built. Whoosh, Li Qingyang opened his eyes, took out a piece of paper, and drew the pattern that he had conceived in his sea of consciousness. He did not neglect any detail. This kind of construction talent was really super strong. Whoosh, in the swamp with a strong stench, Jun Changxiao flew over while dragging a stream of light. The light on the treasure detector in his hand became brighter, which meant that there was an opportunity. Suddenly, he found that in the sky far away, there were dozens of martial artists in uniform. Below them, there were complicated lines of formations. Was it discovered in advance by others? Forget it, forget it. I'll look for it somewhere else. There were many light spots on the treasure finder, which meant that there was more than one place nearby. In the dimensional battlefield, it was very normal to snatch the fortuitous encounters that others discovered in advance. There was no need to feel guilty about it. However, there were so many people on the other side, and there was even an Earth-ranked author among them. Thus, Jun Changxiao did not want to waste time. At this moment, the cultivator who was cracking the seal on the fortuitous opportunity also discovered him. An old man with a cold gaze said, "Why is there someone here? You guys continue to decipher. This old man will go and get rid of this brat to prevent any news from leaking out." Shua. After saying that, he flew over and stopped Jun Changxiao, who was about to leave. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. These people came from the second-tier Ritter continent. They had long since discovered the fortune hidden in the swamp. After making their preparations, they came here today to solve it. Naturally, they didn't want to be discovered by outsiders. Jin Gosheng said indifferently, silencing them. Not bad. The Earth-ranked powerhouse didn't say another word. He erupted with vigorous attributes, forming dense palm prints that pressed forward. Judging from the intensity of the attacks, it was obvious that he wanted to quickly finish off his opponent. Boom, boom, scorching flames rose, instantly breaking all the palm prints that pressed down. The surrounding air instantly became hot and dry. The Earth-ranked powerhouse's expression changed. The killing move that he had condensed was actually broken so easily. The blazing flames gradually dissipated, revealing Jun Changxiao, who was wearing a scarlet armor with a lotus pattern engraved on it. He held a strange shield in his left hand and a pitch-black spear. in his right hand. He stood proudly in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Scarlet Lotus armor. Desolate Spirit shield. Black Dragon fatal spear. These 3 pieces of equipment were recently found by fortuitous opportunities. Any one of them would be enough to fill the author with several chapters of awesome equipment. Finding them in just a few days showed how awesome the treasure finder was. Seeing this, the Earth-ranked powerhouse's eyes almost popped out. This guy who was suddenly fully armed was wearing Earth-ranked equipment from head to toe. At that moment, he subconsciously used his sleeve to cover the Xian-ranked treasure on his wrist. After all, compared to this guy, it was simply too embarrassing. Sorry. The Earth-ranked powerhouse cupped his hands and said, "This old man mistook you for an enemy." Instant cowardice, facing this kind of martial artist. A martial artist who had cultivated for thousands of years was definitely not to be trifled with. No. Xianxia, who was fully equipped, said expressionlessly, "You didn't recognize the wrong person. We are now enemies, so, Xiao." Exploding down, flames were released all over the sky. "You should just die." Boom. Boom. The Tua Luo continent's martial artists who were deciphering the fortuitous opportunities in the swamp heard a loud noise coming from afar, as well as bursts of scorching heat. They all turned their heads to look. Flames were erupting from there, like a burning furnace. Shwa. Suddenly, a man wearing scarlet armor walked out from the flames in the sky, holding a pitch-black spear in his hand, and a person was hanging on the spearhead. "Old he!" everyone exclaimed. That Earth-ranked powerhouse could no longer hear them. Because his heart had been pierced by the Black Dragon fatal spear, his soul had already flown to the 9th heaven. Shwa. Xianxia threw out the corpse hanging on the spear, and flames appeared all over his body. His voice was cold as he said, "This lord wants the fortuitous opportunities here." At that moment, he was like an emotionless killing god who walked out of the volcanic hell. Huff huff, under the eruption of scorching flames, the temperature around the swamp rose sharply. The Tua Luo continent's martial artists were covered in sweat, and the shock in their eyes became more and more intense. Even the Earth-ranked old he was killed. They didn't think they had the ability to contend with the other party, so they made the right choice in the shortest time, giving up on the fortuitous opportunities, and fled into the distance together. If it was at the beginning, Xianxia might have killed them to expand the stronghold. Now that finding a fortuitous opportunity would give him tens of thousands of square meters, so he was too lazy to kill a group of yellow-ranked powerhouses at the cost of a red name. Xiao. Flying over, he landed in front of the formation. With this level of formation, it's simply a waste of time to break the seal. Xianxia waved his hand, and his spiritual energy spread around, instantly crushing all kinds of formations and lines. Then, he released his spiritual thoughts and communicated with the restriction in the dark. The fortuitous opportunities left in the battlefield by the upper realm were sealed with fixed concealment formations. If they weren't discovered and broken within a certain time, they would be automatically unsealed, and then the various realms would fight over them. Xianxia slightly connected with the concealment formation, and said in surprise, "This formation seems to be more complicated than the ones that were broken before. Could it be that it hides an extraordinary fortuitous opportunity?" 10 minutes later. He found a flaw in the formless formation, and slightly modified the internal structure. Space distorted, and the formation suddenly collapsed, gradually revealing an arched door. Xianxia walked in as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. He walked along the tunnel for about 100 steps, and came to a spacious stone room. 8 large pillars were arranged in different positions, and lifelike birds and beasts were carved on them. A stone platform protruded from the center area. Thud. Xianxia walked over. On the stone surface that was as smooth as a mirror, there was a sailboat about the size of a palm, and the words "archaic worship" were carved near it. "What's this?" Xianxia asked in surprise. The system said, "Obviously, it's a treasure that can be used to sail. It doesn't seem to be of much use. If the host doesn't plan to go to the 3 large regions overseas, it definitely won't be of much use." Aren't you telling the reader a spoiler by saying that? As Xianxia spoke, he released his will into the archaic worship, instantly establishing a connection with it and forcibly obtaining a memory inheritance. Then, he said in surprise, this ship is used to fly. The treasures sealed in the planar battlefield belonged to the category of equipment and treasures. They would transmit a memory that taught the holder how to use them and what effects they had. Xianxia also received the memory when he controlled the ancient warship. From it, he learned that it wasn't used to cross the sea, but to fly. It wasn't a spaceship. How could it fly? The world of martial arts is full of wonders, the system said. The host should treat it with a normal heart. That's true. Xianxia wandered around a few more times. After confirming that there were no more treasures, he took away the stone platform that seemed to be made of some kind of special mineral. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed to support the 8 pillars, he might have taken it with him. After taking away the treasures in the stone room, Xianxia didn't linger and left. His soul form was playing with the pocket-sized ancient warship in his spatial ring. From its appearance, it looked like an ancient ship. It was made of wood and had 2 masts, one main and one auxiliary. There were sails of different sizes and ropes for retracting. There was also a very inconspicuous diagram in the cabin that looked like a formation. Xianxia asked in surprise, could it be that it's driven by a spirit array? If that was the case, it made sense. Without the support of formations in the world of martial arts, he found it hard to believe that a normal ship could fly in the sky. For example, the various firearms that could be bought from the shop wouldn't be a threat in the falling star continent where any martial master could catch bullets with their bare hands. If they weren't modified and made of crystal cores, they wouldn't be a threat. Whoosh, whoosh, in the sky above the swamp, streaks of light came from afar. There were about 20 of them, 15 of which were Xian and 5 of which were Earth. These people were from the Tualuo continent. After learning that Elder He had been killed and that the treasures might have been stolen, they hurried over. As a second-tier plane, their overall strength wasn't as strong as the 9 Heavens continent, but they were still a force to be reckoned with in the planar battlefield. Soon, they stopped at the burning area and saw Elder He's corpse lying in the swamp. Their eyes were filled with anger. You killed someone from the Tualuo continent. Even if you're the king of heaven, you must die today, the leading old man said coldly. Chui Lao. Someone next to him said solemnly, I'm afraid only the first-tier planes would dare to kill our people in the planar battlefield. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. If it was really killed by a first-tier plane, then it would be a little tricky. The corner of Chui Lao's mouth twitched slightly as he said, even if you're in the first echelon, you still have to seek an explanation. Although his voice was as angry as ever, it was clear from his tone that he was a little scared. For a second-tier plane like the Tualuo continent, bullying a third-tier plane or lower was no problem at all. However, they were powerless against a first-tier plane. Tisk, a middle-aged man, sneered, the first echelon is nothing special. For example, the 9 Heavens continent was defeated by a newly ascended plane some time ago. Elder Song, are you talking about the falling star continent? Not bad. This old man has also heard of this plane. Don't judge it by its low level. There are quite a few experts there. The 9 Heavens continent Ci Mei, Furious Eyes, and 9 Stars Elder have all been captured. The one overseeing the falling star continent is a sect called the strongest sect of all ages. The patriarch is Xianxia, and he's only in his early 20s. It's strange. It's clearly not the time for the planes to enter the battlefield. How did this plane come in? Also, I heard that there aren't many of them, only about 10 to 20. The 9 Heavens continent is a first-tier plane, after all. Yet, it was defeated by a newly ascended plane. In this old man's opinion, our Tualuo continent can definitely replace it. A chef who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good tailor. As a second-tier plane, they naturally wanted to be in the first echelon. Elderly Chui Lao said, you were there when the opportunity appeared. Did you see the falling star continent's martial artists? I did. Elderly, who had been silent all this while, had a hint of fear in his eyes. Among the 20 people, he was the only one who had personally experienced the falling star continent's martial artists' frenzied massacre. Although many days had passed, he still shuddered every time he thought about it. Fortunately, he saw that the situation wasn't good and retreated early. Otherwise, he would have been dead. This kind of expert, who was comparable to Wu Xing in the falling star continent, was traumatized by Jun Xianxia's unstoppable massacre. Cui Lao said, he killed tens of thousands of people in a short time and was punished by the upper realm's lightning punishment. This falling star continent isn't simple. We can't let our guard down. Elder Song, who was still a little smug, shut his mouth. He could brag as much as he wanted. However, the falling star continent's Jun Changxiao, who held a huge sword and went on a frenzied massacre, was definitely capable. He had to be taken seriously. Fortunately, we didn't provoke this plane. The Nine Heavens continent suffered a great loss, but they didn't do anything. Perhaps, they also realized that the falling star continent isn't simple. I knew it. The first-tier plane can't be so cowardly. It turns out that they already knew something was wrong. Swish, just as everyone was discussing, a stream of light flew out at extreme speed. Jun Changxiao stopped in midair and saw a group of people outside. He smiled and said, "Are you here for revenge?" The Tuo Luo continent's martial artists also noticed him. Cui Lao. Elder Song said angrily, judging from his attire and age, he must be the one who killed Elder He. Is he the Elder He you're talking about? Jun Changxiao pointed at the corpse below and said, if so, then yes, I killed him. The Tuo Luo continent's martial artists were furious. This kind of killing and admitting it with a face full of pride, he didn't take them seriously at all. The Earth powerhouse called Elderly frowned and said to himself, his voice is a little familiar. Could it be, I'm in a hurry? Jun Changxiao took out a mask and put it on his face. He said, if you want to fight, then hurry up and kill me. Last time, he killed many people for the opportunity, but it was all because of the blade that was difficult to withdraw. Today, since there were so many Earth and Mystic powerhouses, he naturally wanted to see if he could compete with them with the various equipment he found on the battlefield. It's him. It's him. Elderly, who was still thinking, saw the mask that had been imprinted in his heart, and his expression changed greatly. His whole body suddenly trembled violently. Cui Lao and the others were confused. Who, say it, Elderly was so scared that he almost couldn't float in the air, and the fear in his eyes was abnormally strong. He stammered, star. Falling star continents. Jun Changxiao. Ah, the Tuo Luo continent's martial artists all widened their eyes. The guy they were talking about just now had actually appeared in front of them, and he was the murderer of Elder He. Jun Changxiao's gaze locked on Elderly. He said with a smile, I remember now. You're the martial artist who retreated in the opposite direction when the group of people were attacking me. Elderly's expression was very ugly. At that time, he had followed more than 10 Earth powerhouses to attack, but he smelled danger in advance, so he hurriedly retreated. That was how he survived. I accidentally passed by this place, and that guy attacked first with killing intent, so I killed him instead. You guys are with him. It's reasonable for you to seek revenge. Jun Changxiao summoned all his equipment and held the Black Dragon suicidal spear in his hand. He said, then I'll have a good fight with you guys today. The Tuo Luo continent's powerhouses were all dumbfounded. This guy's equipment was obviously Earth-grade. Jun Patriarch. Cui Lao hurriedly cupped his hands and said, we just happened to pass by and have no intention of fighting. Goodbye. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, the 22 Luo continent's powerhouses who came menacingly all slipped away at lightning speed. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Are they that afraid of me? The 20 experts from the Tuo Luo continent had been scared away. Part of it was because Jun Changxiao had gone on a killing spree, and part of it was because he was wearing Earth-ranked equipment. In a battlefield where having a single piece of equipment was enough to make one feel like they were flying to the heavens, a single person wearing a 6-piece divine equipment set would definitely be terrifying. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed. I really want to fight with them. He had found so many pieces of equipment on the battlefield to show off, but he didn't even get a chance to fight. Seeing him so smug, the host felt uncomfortable. Host, take off your equipment. Do you believe that they will drown you with their saliva? I believe. Jun Changxiao said. With his current strength, if he didn't have any equipment, he would be thankful if he could fight an Earth-ranked expert to a standstill. It's rare for the host to have such self-awareness, the system said. But Jun Changxiao said seriously. If I don't use my equipment and fight them barehanded, my brain must have been kicked by a donkey. No one else could be so righteous when using cheats. Let's try this ancient warship. Jun Changxiao didn't chase after the fleeing Tualuo continent experts. Instead, he landed outside the swamp and summoned the ancient warship, sending his thoughts into it. Pung! There was a loud explosion, and white mist rose. When the cold wind blew, a wooden boat appeared. The boat was about 200 zhang long, and it gave off a desolate aura, as if it had been here for a long time. Domineering. Jun Changxiao looked up, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Shua! With a leap, he landed on the deck, and a creaking sound could be heard. Jun Changxiao had already inspected the outer structure of the boat, so he didn't look at it carefully. He walked directly into the cabin and saw the strange pentagonal formation. In its pocket-sized form, the pattern wasn't very clear. Now that it was enlarged, he saw that there were 5 diagonal areas with 2 grooves, which seemed to be used to embed some kind of energy. Understood. Jun Changxiao said, this is a driving formation. It needs to be loaded with energy to operate. The reason why he was able to confirm it so quickly was because the guns, cannons, and all kinds of equipment he bought in the shop had similar notches that were charged with the energy of crystal cores. The crystal cores should be able to be used as fuel. Jun Changxiao took out 10 crystal nuclei and embedded them in the notch. Sure enough, after the crystal cores were all in place, the strange and ancient spell formation suddenly flickered with light. Swish, a gentle stream of light spread out. Jun Changxiao's will came into contact with the ancient warship as his body trembled slightly. He instantly felt as though he had gained complete control over this ancient warship. Rise. Issue orders. Hoo. The array formation in the cabin glowed brightly, and the ancient warship slowly rose into the air, hovering 1,000 feet above the ground. A ship used for navigation was suspended in the air. It was a very strange scene. Unbelievable! Jun Changxiao exclaimed as he carefully inspected the interior of the ancient warship. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was no problem in accommodating 100 people. Not only was there a cabin for people to rest in, there was also a kitchen, a hall, a training room, and other facilities. It was obvious that the person who built the warship knew how to enjoy life. After the tour, Jun Changxiao came to the bow of the warship and stood with his hands behind his back. From now on, the battlefield will be under my control. Under the control of his will, the floating ancient warship flew into the distance with a swish. Hoo. Jun Changxiao, who was standing at the bow of the warship and acting coquettishly, was blown by the wind. Not bad. The speed of the ancient warship was not as fast as the combination of his mechanical wings and flying ability. However, it was still much faster than an ordinary Earth-class expert. In other words, this warship was not one of those treasures that were so fast that it defied the heavens. However, it was still a vehicle that could accommodate many people. Its value was reflected. What was its value? It could bring disciples along to act cool and fly together. Hoo. A few hundred miles away, the 20 martial artists from the Tualuo continent slowed down. Their faces were red as they breathed heavily. We escaped. Elderly was still in a state of shock. At that time, with the distance between them and Jun Changxiao, if they had been in a frenzied state like before, they would have long since fallen under Jun Changxiao's control. They could only watch helplessly as they were killed. Cui Lao said with lingering fear, I didn't expect to meet the killing god of the falling star continent in the swamps. Elder Song, who was very arrogant just a moment ago, became mute. Initially, he looked down on the Nine Heavens continent. However, when he saw Jun Changxiao's Earth-class equipment, he finally understood why the first echelon had suffered such a huge loss. This kid is extraordinary. Cui Lao, who had gradually calmed down, said seriously, when we return to the stronghold, we must tell the patriarch not to provoke him. After pausing for a while, he added, not to provoke the falling star continent. That's right. Everyone agreed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It felt as though there were dark clouds passing by. The martial artists from the Tualuo continent looked up instinctively and were dumbfounded. This was because they saw something with an ancient aura flying slowly in their field of vision. This is a ship? Cui Lao and the rest opened their mouths in shock. At this moment, the 20 martial artists from the Tualuo continent clearly saw a young man with black hair standing on the bow of the ship. They exclaimed, "It's him." Jun Changxiao looked at the shocked crowd below and smiled. "Hi, we meet again." The corners of Cui Lao and the rest's mouths twitched. This guy's supreme class equipment was already scary enough. Now that he was on a ship that could fly, the shock was even more intense. Moreover, there was something more important. Everyone was a Xian and Earth class expert, and they had released their spiritual senses. Why did they only realize it when the shadow of the ship descended? Hoo-hoo. The ancient warship was still emitting a desolate aura. Then, it slowly flew away under the watchful eyes of the martial artists from the Tualuo continent. Cui Lao, Elder Song was dumbfounded. The ship can actually fly. Cui Lao said, "This is the first time I've seen it. If I'm not wrong, this item must be from the upper world." It was definitely not a wild imagination. It was indeed from the upper world. Moreover, if Elder He hadn't wanted to silence them, this treasure should have been from the Tualuo continent. The ancient warship was still flying above the battlefield. However, from the slow speed, it was obviously very different from when it took off. Jun Changxiao came to the control room, puzzled. Of the 10 crystal cores placed in the pentagonal formation, 5 had dimmed, and the other 5 were in a state of exhaustion. It can't be? Jun Changxiao was stunned. The 10 high-grade crystal cores were used up so quickly? The system said, a warship that can fly is of extraordinary quality. It's normal for it to consume a lot of fuel. Jun Changxiao understood this point. However, the 10 crystal cores he embedded in the formation were comparable to the Martial King level. It was too expensive to use them up after flying for less than 500 miles. If he really wanted to go to the 3 provinces overseas in the future, the journey would be extremely long. It would definitely be a huge expense to take the disciples on a self-driving trip. Forget it. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Let's take the high-speed rail. The system said, the host can use spirit stones as fuel. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Do you think I have so many spirit stones that I can use them as fuel? Try it. The system said, perhaps different levels of energy will allow the warship to fly faster and longer. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao took out 10 artificial spirit stones. No. Not exciting enough, he put away the artificial spirit stones and took out the natural spirit stones. However, he still felt that it was not exciting enough, so he took out 10 6-pointed star stones and placed them in the groove. Ta. Standing on the bow again, Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and said, let's fly. Whoosh, the ancient warship received its master's order and instantly flashed. Then, it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Coincidentally, Cui Lao and the rest flew over. When they saw the huge ship suddenly vanish into thin air, all of them were dumbfounded. Half a day later. Elder Song said in horror, it's so fast that we can't even see the tail of the ship. End of chapter 934. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.